NBA and Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's do it. It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Always appreciate you being along for the ride. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, it is win or stay home for the Indiana Pacers as they try and stay alive tonight in the NBA Finals. Game 6, the Thunder trying to win a world title. We will get into all the particulars of that matchup in 20 minutes. We'll have some headlines for you, including Shedeur Sanders showing off his speed. And then it's our best bets at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Again, great to have you with us on a Thursday. Welcome to our audience on Stadium for our final hour. You can stream us if you like, and it's easy to do. Just go to the Bally Sports Live app or ballysportslive.com. Always on the show, we give a tip of the cap. Thank you, sir, to Roger here at the Odyssey building. Numerous stations here, and Roger he's the glue. He's the guy that does everything. Are there some televisions that need some soldering because they're broken? Roger can do it. Is there a signal that's not coming through? Is there a problem on the audio board? Just get Roger in here. He'll handle it. Does some coffee need to be made? Don't worry. Not part of his job description. Roger has your back. And I say this because this morning, I got a good night's sleep last night. That doesn't always happen for me. So I woke up this morning. I'm like, all right, I'm ready for the show. I got my coffee, pet the cat for a while, lift ride, no issues. Everything's going great. I'm here early. Everything's great. I walk into the bathroom, and I set my tumbler down near the sink so that I can use the facilities. As I'm walking away, not paying attention, the tumbler slips into the bathroom sink, opens up, all the coffee comes out. I'm like, I was having such a great morning until that. So I thought, all right, like we used to say in my old show many years ago, you got to flip it. Got to flip it. Things aren't going well. It's time to flip it. Make things right. So I washed the Yeti, and then I just walked into the break room, took a deep breath, and I was like, I don't know if there's any coffee here. It's early. Sure enough, Roger had come through with a huge cup of coffee, a huge carafe. It's not even a carafe. I mean, it's just like this big pot that he makes every morning. Regardless, he made the coffee. I filled up the tumbler, and good to go. Wait, was that from yesterday?
Roger's not here today.
No.
Roger's not here today.
No, after all that?
Isn't it
Am I
ironic?
drinking old coffee?
It's a holiday. We're the only silly geese in here.
Well, somebody made it.
Somebody made that coffee. I don't know who it was.
This is fresh.
But it wasn't Roger.
The ghost
ain't
of
fresh.
Roger. The ghost of Roger. Oh, I saw Denton turn and push a button. I'm like, oh no, something was wrong. Something is definitely wrong here. Oh God. Well, whoever you are, taking the place of Roger, that single set of footprints in the sand, we appreciate you.
So did it taste fresh? Like, was it warm? Did somebody actually make it?
Yeah.
Or are you being, like, bamboozled here?
No, I mean, it's warm. Usually you can tell if coffee is old, right? Even especially if it's been heated up and then you can tell when you're drinking fresh coffee, right? And then all of a sudden it cools down, you heat it up again, you're like, ugh, the viscosity here is not great. It's sort of kind of thick and gross. It tastes different.
I think the apparatus is going to keep it warm for as long as it possibly can. The problem is that I don't know if anyone other than Roger knows how to work that thing.
Man.
I haven't seen anyone ever use it before other than him.
Yeah.
Because we have the pods, and people usually will just do the pod. So I'm a little alarmed at that coffee. If it's good, it's good. I mean, it's working.
Maybe this is a self-fulfilling prophecy, where I was like, oh, this coffee's good. I can't believe it. This coffee's going to be great. It's fresh. And in my mind, or like a placebo where they tell you, oh, you're going to take this. It's going to be great. You're going to feel so much better. And it's like a sugar pill. People are like, I feel so much better. I'm like, yeah, there's nothing in there. Maybe that's what's happening to me.
I think you are right, though. I think old coffee definitely tastes different. I think I'm kind of a coffee snob. I don't even like coffee that's been sitting there for an hour. Like, my dad will drink coffee that's been sitting there for like 3 hours. I'm like, ew. Like, just make some new ones. And, like, maybe because I'm willing to, like, waste a bunch of money on coffee, because normally I'll just go to Starbucks. Like, well, I think I deserve Starbucks today for making a phone call. But yeah, like, I don't like coffee that's been sitting there. It needs to be, like, within the last 30 minutes.
All right. Well, I like to think Roger made this coffee, but clearly something is going on. But it tastes good. It kept me going. So, you know what? I'll say this. Even if Roger made this yesterday, for some reason, maybe by the hand of God, this coffee tastes good and kept me going after I spilled my fresh coffee this morning. And it's been a good day, so I'll take it regardless. It's a good call, Denton. I think about that because it is Juneteenth. And also, if you're celebrating Juneteenth today or you're having the day off, hope you have a great day because it is June the 19th. So, Chelsea, we also get the NBA Finals tonight. Game 6, the Thunder on top, 3 games to do. They have a chance to win their first ever NBA title. The Thunder laying 6.5. Thunder minus 250. Pacers are 2-1. The total is 221.5 at BetMGM. And all of the questions surrounding this game will focus on Tyrese Halliburton. Will he play? How healthy is he if he goes? Well, this number opened at Thunder minus 4.5. And we know that Tyrese was certainly limited in Game 5. Left in Oklahoma City, came back, was not effective. So Rick Carlisle was asked about the status of Hallie yesterday.
Yeah, he participated in all our walkthrough stuff. So, but it's a walkthrough, so it's not. There was no real running or moving or anything. So, we'll see how where we are tomorrow. It's a topic that's people want to hear about and know about, and there's going to be a lot of questions about it. But we will not really know for sure until late tomorrow afternoon or early evening.
You know, as far as topics go, this is certainly one of them. And when you have topics, people want to ask questions about those topics. Those questions can vary. And, you know, when you're trying to answer a question about a topic, the answers can be different depending on who you ask. So what should we do, Chelsea? Let's ask Tyrese Halliburton himself.
Well, I think it depends on who you ask. I mean, you're asking me, so I think I have to be as smart as I want to be. I have to understand the risks, ask the right questions. But I'm a competitor. I want to play. I'm gonna do everything in my power to play, and that's just what it is. But I mean, I think the answer to that is dependent on who you ask.
Got it. Everything is clear now. I totally
Nailed
get
it.
Nailed it. Okay. Oh God, I love when coaches and athletes, it just cracks. Which I understand. It's just funny to me when it's just a word jumble and they're not saying anything at all. It's like, look this up. Can we play this on the show sometime? Sorry, this is a quick aside. Emmanuel Acho drives me absolutely crazy. He went to Texas, and I can't get behind it. Like, Texas fans are like, dude, this guy is a killer. Have you ever seen him? It's a video of him reading, I think, from a book that he wrote, and it's the most nonsensical thing you've ever heard. It goes like this. We got to pull this up at some point. When you reach for something, and it's ahead of you, sometimes you have to look behind to see the full picture. And the picture is only painted when you're holding the brush. But whose brush is it really when we're really in control of the God above us? And you're just like, what are you saying? Like, you're putting a bunch of fanciful things together and you're saying absolutely nothing. And I kind of feel like that's what's happening here, where you're putting a bunch of words together, words, answers, but there's nothing really there.
All right, one more reference, and then we'll get to this game.
Yeah.
Do you remember the one that Michael Scott had? And I just looked it up, and I think it's this one. Don't ever, for any reason, do anything to anyone, for any reason ever, no matter where, or who you are with, or where you are going, or where you've been, ever, for any reason whatsoever.
Exactly. That's totally what it is. They're not saying anything. They're not saying anything. So let me ask you, and maybe we can get an answer out of you. I don't know the way this first segment is going here in this final hour. But let's say Tyrese Halliburton does not play or is limited. How does that affect how you would bet this matchup, and would you bet it?
Well, it depends on who you're asking. If you're asking me, it means you bet on the Thunder to cover the number here. Because here's the thing. Even if Tyrese Halliburton was like 80%, Lou Dort has been putting him in an absolute chokehold. Lou Dort is an A-plus defender, and this defense as a whole has had the answers for Tyrese Halliburton for most of these games. Anyway, so now the fact that Tyrese Halliburton is wrestling with if he's going to play, if he's going to be 100%, which he's not going to be 100%. I think the way you play this is you say, okay, Oklahoma City probably is going to close it out, because here's the thing. I feel like the Pacers can withstand not having Tyrese Halliburton for like some of the game. But in the closing minutes, like, who has been the guy who has put the clamps down and hit those game-winning shots? It's been Tyrese Halliburton. So I think for me, it's going to be the Thunder. And also you look at TJ McConnell, because maybe the sabotage factor for the Thunder is the fact that when TJ McConnell was in the game for Tyrese Halliburton last game, he actually looked pretty damn good. He had 18 points in 22 minutes last game. I know that's a loss for the Pacers, but still, I think that's the one playable thing I really like tonight is TJ McConnell over his points prop, over 10.5. I think he's going to get some looks, and he's been really effective. So I think I'm going to trust TJ McConnell more than anything. And plus, it's a low number at 10.5. So I think that's my favorite bet out of tonight's final game.
I would probably, and I like that bet a lot, I would probably lay the points with the Thunder here. Although Indiana has the bench strength potentially to keep this within the number, I do expect a lower scoring game because that Thunder defense is great. The Pacers have played better defense than they did during the regular season. One of the reasons why they're here in this spot. But I think I would go with Pascal Siakam. And right now his points prop is sitting at 21.5. I think that opened at 20.5. So it's being bet up, and I get it. But he had 28 points in Game 5. He has scored at least 20 points in 3 straight games. And there's no question that Indiana is going to have some sort of scoring punch to make up for the fact that even if Halliburton goes, even if he's okay, I just can't see a situation where he's markedly effective in this game. Maybe he will be. I mean, if Tyrese Halliburton somehow, because we saw how ineffective he was in Game 5, right? He had, 4 points, 6 from the field. He was out there, but he clearly was hobbled. If he somehow comes out and balls tonight, it will be an incredible story, but I just don't see it. So I would go over the points prop for Pascal Siakam. Let me throw this out there. And you will hear this somewhat. I don't necessarily subscribe to this. But if the Thunder win tonight, do people say, oh, well, yeah, they won, but also Tyrese Halliburton for the final 2 games of that series was really hobbled and was essentially ineffective because he was so banged up?
I think that would be some dramatic narrative jumping, because the narrative on the Pacers for the longest time has been like, oh, it's a fluke. They don't deserve to be here. So now we're saying, oh, well, they're the better team. You know, the Thunder wouldn't have beat them if it wasn't for Tyrese Halliburton getting hurt. So I feel like we're too late in the narrative for that. I don't think people will be saying that. I think because we have seen the dominance of the Thunder for the entirety of the regular season, I don't think we will see much of that.
Yeah, I hope not. Ultimately, even going back to last year, haven't we been saying for 2 years, it's only a matter of time before the Thunder make that jump. They just need a little more polish, a little more experience, maybe an extra move here or there. And then they did that. That's the one thing that the Thunder did during the offseason, whether it's trading for Alex Caruso or bringing in Isaiah Hartenstein, who's been awesome. Like, they added the perfect pieces for this championship puzzle. So I agree with you. It's not like, oh, well, the Thunder are lucky to be here. We've seen them build towards this moment. And also, injuries are a part of sports. It sucks. I get that. But that's the way it goes. Like, no one is giving any credit to the Warriors because Steph couldn't play in the final couple games of that series against the Timberwolves. It's not ideal. Maybe you would have gotten a chance, but ultimately, that's just part of the game. And at the end of the day, a lot of guys are playing banged up. Some guys can't go, some guys can. That's part of sports.
Yeah, and I also think that the narrative for the Pacers is that it was a great story for them to just get here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I think I still subscribe to that. Like, even if they lose in the finals, even if they lose tonight, it has been an incredible season for the Pacers.
It certainly has. An okay season for the Lakers, but if they make it to the finals again, they're going to do it with a brand new majority owner. We've got that and some NFL news on the way. It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, the LA Lakers have a brand new owner. Hard to believe. Man, news came down yesterday. Have you ever been at a job where you got a new boss or a new owner and then things change dramatically? Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. I mean, you never really know. Ownership can clearly affect a franchise from the top down for clear reasons, and I'm sure the Lakers are going to be fine. We'll get into that here in a moment. But have you ever experienced that in any facet of your own life?
How much do we want to talk about our current company?
Jesus.
So I think I can say this. The guy that hired me for this job is not with Odyssey anymore. And it's because he took another job. So I think that it wasn't a huge change. Like, there wasn't anything that really changed day to day. But I think there is a confidence level internally that if you have somebody on staff that hired you that said, hey, that's the person I want working for us. Yeah. And then that person leaves, you're like, uh-oh, I hope the new ownership likes me as much as that last guy. Because we see this in sports where I know in baseball from this perspective, because my husband played baseball, and the Astros went through like a bunch of changes because the Astros used to be terrible. And so, all of the team that drafted Jake and all the guys that like Jake, they were out the door. And so the new regime came in. And they had their own guys that they liked, and they wanted to move through the system. So, there is a little bit of that. Like, luckily, there hasn't been anything yet. Right. You get what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, for sure. When I worked for NBC Comcast back in the day, our general manager, Rebecca, was amazing. And I'm still a huge fan of hers to this day. And this is a long time ago, so the sports landscape and how sports is broadcast and the platforms have changed dramatically. But I remember being in her office one day, and she was like, management, she was talking about NBC upper management. She was like, they don't know what to think about you. They don't really get you. She was like, but I do. She was like, I think you're great. She's like, and she was also from California, and so she had worked on, I don't know if you remember this, Best Damn Sports Show, period. This is a long time ago at Fox. And she had worked on that show and oversaw that show. And again, things were different back then. She was like, but listen, you let me worry about them and you keep doing what you're doing. She goes, I get you. And I was like, oh my God, like huge for me. Right. So for years, and eventually I got the higher ups to sort of come around. It was just a different time. But then at the end, we ended up getting a different general manager. Very nice guy, but was definitely more, and I'm not saying I expect anyone to play favorites, but he was super neutral and really didn't forge relationships where I like to forge a relationship with the people, the people I work for, because those things are important. You can have important conversations or even casual conversations. But when she left, like, that was a huge blow to, not to my career, but just personally knowing that you had someone who had your back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you know somebody likes you and you've seen it in action, it obviously means something. It's just like one of those confidence things that I think people perform better at their jobs when they're confident that somebody likes. Like, that's anything. You're more confident in like friendships when you know your friends like you. So I think it's across the board in just about every situation. It's a confidence thing.
Oh, no question about it. Just knowing, and then you can be yourself. And also what's so crazy now is that some of the things that were questionable back then, like today, you wouldn't even bat an eye. It was just like, at the time, it was like, because NBC was kind of buttoned up a little bit at the time. And now when you have things like, could be Pat McAfee or Barstool or whatever, like anything that I do is like, nobody is saying, oh, wow, that's crazy. Just at the time, it was just a different time. But you're absolutely right. I mean, just all it takes is one. All it takes is one person to love you or one person who can't stand you. Like, that's true as well.
Oh, yeah, that's not good. When the higher-ups don't like you, look at Rafi Devers.
Seriously, it's like, you know what? I've had just about enough of you. You're gone. Well, bye-bye. See you later. Enjoy the West Coast, buddy. Well, since we're on the West Coast, might as well talk about the LA Lakers because they have new ownership coming. The Buss family has agreed to sell a majority ownership of the team to Mark Walter, who is the CEO of TWG Global. I mean, we all know what TWG Global is. I had no idea. They are a diversified holding company. So this is a man who has a ton, and I mean a ton, of business interests. He's also a business partner with Magic Johnson and CEO of the financial services firm Guggenheim Partners, which has an estimated value of $325 billion with a B, billion dollars. So this is going to be a $10 billion sale, far and away the biggest sale in American sports franchise history, topping the Commanders, who sold for just over $6 billion to the Josh Harris Group. But the Lakers, if you go back to their history, they have been owned by the Buss family since 1979. That's when they purchased the Lakers, the Kings, and the old LA Forum from Jack Kent Cooke for $67.5 million. Talking about making a killing. But Jeannie Buss, who took over as the governor of the Lakers in 2013 when her father passed away, will continue in that role. But since the Buss family took over, in 1979, the Lakers have won 11 world championships. I will say I did not see this coming, but if you look at Mark Walter and his history, he's involved in a lot of different sports franchises, and the fact that he's partners with Magic, I feel like if you're going to turn it over to someone, and we don't know how this is going to go, I feel like this is probably going to work out just fine for the Lakers.
Yeah, I don't think they would have sold it if they didn't think it was going into good hands. But it does feel like the end of an era for the Lakers because we have heard so much about the Buss family. And remember when they bought the Lakers? Like, obviously, I wasn't alive, but I have seen it chronicled through many a tale, whether it was the show on HBO, Winning Time, the rise and fall of the Lakers dynasty, where it talked about back then the NBA was not the product that it is today. And you needed to, like, jazz it up and make it entertaining. So the Lakers made it, a spectacle. It wasn't just a basketball game. It was an experience. And they got celebrities to come and sit on the front row. So what they've done with that franchise is it's not just a basketball team. It is a franchise in entertainment. So they've done an incredible job of doing that and also winning championships at the same time. So it cannot be understated or overstated. I don't know which one. How much they have meant to this Lakers organization. I feel like whenever you want a very blunt way and perspective on explaining something, you turn to Magic Johnson and his tweets. Jenks, get a load of this tweet. Okay. Magic Johnson tweeted this out yesterday. He said, "I just talked to my sister Jeannie Buss to tell her congratulations and that I'm so happy for her and her family. I told her that her dad, Dr. Buss, would be very proud of her for getting $10 billion for the Lakers, the largest sports franchise sale in history. Thanks, Magic Johnson." For stating the obvious.
I mean, I'll say one thing about Magic. Magic is fascinating in that obviously one of the greatest to ever play the game. That goes without saying, even though I just said it. But as much derision or people just have a good time with Magic and his tweets, and you're totally right about that, his business acumen is unbelievable. Magic is worth over $1 billion, and he is created or been a part of successful business after successful business after successful business. He's part owner of the Commanders. We were trying to put this in perspective when the Josh Harris Group took over, and Magic is a part of that. And so just imagine if you've been a longtime fan of the Commanders and Dan Snyder presided over this franchise on an awful reign, and then the next year he's gone and you walk in, you're like, is Magic Johnson here? Does Magic Johnson also co-own this team now? Or at least has a minority ownership stake? How do we go from this to this amazing? Like, Magic's here. Because Magic is all about good vibes, and he is a very good businessman. So when you have someone who clearly has a history with the Lakers, who is a successful businessman, and who also, will be a great steward of this franchise, I would imagine that definitely helps fans who might be even a touch nervous.
Yeah, it's kind of like his role as a basketball player, that he's really good at facilitating. He's not just a scorer. He's somebody who makes everybody around him better. So it's funny that he does that in business as well. But as far as the Lakers go, I do feel like in this juncture, like they do have a bright future ahead of them. Because obviously with the Luka Doncic trade, it feels like whenever LeBron James rides off into the sunset, at least they knew how they have their new face of the franchise situated in LA. So I'm not sure what it means, for the Lakers over the long term, because like the Buss family was like a part of the, the fabric of the Lakers. But when this guy has such deep pockets, I'm not super concerned.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to be fine. They're going to be just fine. And also, you talk about being a quiet billionaire. We were discussing this earlier. I know nothing about Mark Walter. This is the first time I've ever heard about him. And apparently, he likes it that way. Normally, you can name the billionaires that are in the public eye or who have this kind of money because they're always out there and they're very, very public. He is someone who notoriously does not want the spotlight. And I kind of appreciate this. Like, this is the way I would be. If I had billions and billions, I don't want anyone to know about me. I just want to do my own thing quietly and spend my money.
Right. And the fact that this guy has accumulated such wealth and it still feels like this is a good investment, like just strictly from a business standpoint, doesn't it feel like all sports teams are pretty much a golden goose? Like, please, correct me if I'm wrong, because like I'm not in the market for a sports team, but we see this all the time, that there is a bidding war for franchises just because they make money hand over fist. And maybe the trajectory for the NBA isn't as like steeply upward as like the NFL. Like, this is still the Lakers that we're talking about, one of the premier franchises probably in the world.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, one of the premier franchises in the NFL is not the Cleveland Browns at all. So this is not a huge story, but we will mention it just because if it's Shedeur Sanders, you're going to hear about it in the media and probably on this show. Not a big deal, but on Tuesday, early Tuesday morning, 12:24 in the morning in Strongsville, Ohio, he was cited for speeding. Unbelievable. Now, he was going, though. Posted speed limit, 60 miles an hour. He was going 101 in his big black truck.
No.
Oh, yeah. So, A, it's dangerous. B, I would not want a potential starting quarterback for my team going this fast. I mean, you're putting your life on the line. But ultimately, it's not that big a deal legally. He has one of two choices here. He either has to pay a $250 fine or fight this fourth-degree misdemeanor in Strongsville Mayor's Court on July 3rd. What are you doing, Chelsea? You paying the fine? You going to court?
Well, isn't he known for the check down? So he's going to pay the $200 fine, right? Well, $200 is nothing to him, right?
$250.
It's wild to me that this... Oh, $250. But like for going 40 miles over the speed limit,
it's not great.
This feels like a small fine, right? Like I thought this would be a much bigger deal. Like going 100, that is reckless. That is reckless. And I think obviously this is a one-time thing and it's not that big of a deal. But when it comes to quarterbacks, the big deal is, okay, can this guy make good decisions? Because decision making is a huge part of the process when it comes to quarterbacks overall. And we've seen this be the problem for a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL, where the talent is there, the arm talent is through the roof, but they're just not great at making decisions. Look at Jameis Winston. So I don't know if this is a trend. It is a one-time thing now, but like, let's not make it a trend.
I haven't had a car in 20 years, but now I've driven a lot because especially during the fall, I have to get a zip car and I'll drive out to Northwest Stadium to cover the Commanders on Sundays. So I've driven, but I haven't had a car in 20 years. I remember the last time I got pulled over. I was here in D.C. in 2005, so it's been 2 decades. You drive. When is the last time you got pulled over and cited?
Well, I did have a headlight out. Is that your banner story you were looking for?
Yeah, why not?
I have a child. I'm not going 100 miles an hour. But I had a headlight out the other day. I didn't even get a ticket. They're like, hey, can you fix this? And I was like, yeah. And then I went about my day. So I don't drive recklessly, but I also don't own the cars that Shedeur Sanders probably owns. Like, does it say what type of car it was? Because I understand the temptation. Yeah. You have a great car. What kind of car was it?
Oh, it was a TRX. I think a truck. God, I read this and I forget.
Truck? Okay,
yes,
no then.
Okay. Am I wrong? Did I get this wrong?
I didn't see the car. If he was going 100 miles in a truck,
He was.
you got to at least triple that fine.
Yeah,
Right.
Dangerous.
That's
It was definitely a
reckless.
truck. I'm almost positive.
But what I'm saying is, like, the temptation is more if you have a sports car as opposed to, like, my 2010 Jeep.
Yeah, that's true. Also, officer, I don't know if you saw, there's a baby on board. There is a little sticker on the back of my window, so I want to take that into account. Coming up next on the show, man, it has been a great week for all of us, except the Dogster, and, he really doesn't count. So we've got our best bets headed your way. Tell you where we're going today. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Oh, give me some Double D. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thrilled to have you with us on a Thursday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets coming your way. We'll also talk with the Donkster as well. This is going to be really random. We got some time. What do you think Will Smith's up to? I was dreaming about this the other day.
That is very random. You are correct.
I know. I think it's because I was on YouTube TV and it was suggesting some movie, and obviously he decided to disappear because of the whole slapping of Chris Rock. But when do you think he's going to reappear? Like, I was even looking at news items. I don't know why this popped into my head. And I was like, is he doing anything that I know about? Is he planning on some sort of reemergence? And it's just all quiet. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, apparently, according to the chat, everybody is an expert on Will Smith. I didn't know all this stuff. So according to, our production team, he is making another Bad Boys. He is releasing new music. So, Jenks, it sounds like he's doing the opposite of disappearing. It sounds like he is trying to make it back onto the scene.
I will say, I did see that he released new music, but that went pretty quietly, did it not, Denton? Or am I missing it?
I think maybe it's just not on your part of the internet, which
That's
is
fair.
not a bad thing. I don't know
That's fair.
what part of the internet was anticipating new Will Smith music.
Yeah.
I will say I haven't seen Jada Pinkett around him any time lately.
I think that's probably a good thing, honestly. He
Oh,
needs to get away from that for a little while.
I feel like it's harder to keep up with celebrities because there are so many of them now. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, it used to be you would just follow A-list celebrities and there was an Us News or whatever in touch that you would look at the grocery store. But now there are TikTokers, there are YouTubers, there are, whoever, viral superstars from the internet that you have to keep up with all these people too. So it's just, there are too many things to keep up with.
I think that's probably a good part of it as well. Like, with as many avenues as you can go down, like, I'm not up to date on the latest Will Smith news. I did see his album. I didn't really look into it, even though I have a lot of his old music. But I'm definitely up to date on the latest TikTok dance crazes because the lovely Catherine is still trying to learn these dances, and I get them sent to me all the time. She will go through TikTok. Like, she's always on TikTok, and she sends me these TikToks. So I woke up this morning, and I had 10 TikToks to look at. Like, oh my, honey, we gotta log you off for just a little while. And the last one, she put, I think it's time that I log off. And it was this viral dance that's going around. And instead of a person doing the dance, it was an animated goldfish. And I was like, yeah, you need to. It's time to log off now. You've definitely gone down a path. It's time to stop and do something different.
What's that like gif of, I think it's Clint Eastwood, and he's just like making this like really disgusted face. That's how I feel when I look at the internet each day, especially TikTok. Like, I don't want to do a dance. It's like people who reveal like really personal information about their life. They're like, getting a divorce, going to a custody battle today, get ready with me to see if I keep my kids. And you're like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Why would you do a dance to this?
That's a very good point. I don't know. Man, I got my algorithm back on track. It's been good. Puppies, kids, couple dances, some news, some science. Like to educate myself. And then I thought, where's Will Smith? And Double D says he's also making a new Bad Boys movie. I've never seen any one of those. Are they good? Have you seen one? I've never even seen the first one.
I've seen one of them. I think I've seen the second one. And now that I think of it, I was like, yeah, Diddy had a great song on the soundtrack. And now I feel like I can't even say that. Like, it was a good one. Do you remember Shake Your Tail Feather?
I do.
That was the song. I think it was Bad Boys too. I did like that song.
I thought that was Nelly. Is that Diddy? Did I get that wrong?
Diddy's on it. And
No, it's
Murphy
Diddy.
Lee.
Oh, Murphy
It was
Lee,
the
yeah.
whole cast of them.
He's
Yeah.
definitely
There was a lot
part of
features.
Nelly's. Yeah, he's definitely part of Nelly's Saint Lunatics crew. I remember that from back in the day. No doubt about it.
Look at us.
Oh, look at us. All these old school references. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, it's Joe O. It's Sammy P. It's a preview of tonight's Game 6 of the NBA Finals. I bet they delve into the College World Series a little bit as well. But for us, man, it has been an awesome week betting. Now, the Dogsters bet got rained out yesterday, but we had a perfect night, so let's try and do it all over again.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea Messenger, pacing the crew, 3-0 this week. What's the bet?
All right, let's knock on wood first. Knock, knock, knock. Okay, so I'm a little superstitious, but bet of the day for me is going to be in the NBA Finals. I'm going to go with Pacers TJ McConnell over his points prop of 10.5 tonight for -105. I think TJ McConnell is going to see some extra minutes in this one because Tyrese Halliburton, obviously not 100%. There's a chance he might not even play. Nobody will say anything. But even last game when Tyrese Halliburton was in the mix, when TJ McConnell came in, he was an absolute force to the point that some people were questioning, why did Rick Carlisle take him out? The guy had 18 points in 22 minutes. Clearly, he has something that is good at splitting the defenders of the Oklahoma City Thunder. So 10.5 seems like a very low number for him. He was great in the postseason last year. That's the reason that the Pacers gave him a new deal following last year's postseason. So I'm going to go with TJ McConnell to have a decent night tonight. He's hovered right around this number for most of this series. And again, I think he gets extra minutes tonight. So over 10.5 points for TJ McConnell.
All righty. Best of luck, Chelsea. I'm going to go back to the diamond. I thought about making one play because it's been a good week for this guy, but scared money don't make money. So I am going back to the diamond, and we're hoping to get some early money. Tigers run line hosting the Pirates. We've got Andrew Heaney going for the Pirates and Tariq Skubal going for the Tigers. Look, I just don't know how the Pirates are going to hit Skubal. Nobody can hit him. He has allowed one run over his last 4 appearances. That is a span of 28.2 innings, and the Pirates are awful. I mean, really awful against left-handers. Last in average, second to last in OPS, second to last in slugging in all of baseball. We know that Skubal has that old school mentality where he wants to go late into games, and that Tigers bullpen is going to be rested because this game was postponed yesterday. Also, the Tigers are exceptional against left-handers. They are 15-5 overall in their last 20 games against Southpaws, and they are a top 10 team when covering the run line. Tigers run line, -145 against the Pirates in Motown.
I wanted to say something intelligent, but I was like, how intelligent can I look while drinking out of a juice box? So I was going to mention WRC Plus.
Yeah.
And then our viewers on Stadium would be like, is she drinking a juice box? This is all I had to drink downstairs. So I have a child. We have juice boxes.
What kind of juice is that, by the way?
I'm glad you asked.
Ah.
It's goodness greatness.
Oh, my, that is definitely
Why can't they just call it grape? Or back in our childhood, it was simply called purple.
Yeah,
no flavor.
it's purple. Honest
Purple-aid
grape.
Purple.
Honest grape.
Yes.
Didn't put that in the chat.
It's
Ah,
organic, in case you were wondering.
I was definitely wondering. I'm like, how can I not buy that? Now I know. Don't buy Honest Grape. But that's why you're the healthy one. And I'm a guy just looking for a meal at McDonald's. Maybe I'll get some money to do that today if I can win these baseball bets. So we got the Tigers on the run line, going the Yankees on the run line, -135. And you're like, dude, you're going the run line with the Yankees. They've lost 6 straight. Yeah, I know. They're too good for this. It's time for them to break out in a big way. They've got Carlos Rodon on the mound today. So struggled a little bit last 2 outings against Boston. No big deal because today he gets the Angels. ERA of 3.09 at Yankee Stadium. Opponents are batting 155 against him. And we are fading Tyler Anderson going for the Halos, fading him in a big way. He has an ERA of 6.31 when pitching away from LA this season. Over his last 10 innings pitched, he's given up 14 earned runs. The Yankees get on track, and they do so in a big way. Yankees run line, -135. Chelsea, am I pushing the limits here with this Yankees club that has looked really bad recently? Yeah.
The offense doesn't look great, but
I know.
here's the thing. Trends
Under?
eventually come to an end. Yeah, I kind of like the under, but I've liked it all series long. And again, that's the sabotage factor. I feel like when you jump on a trend too late. So maybe this is the time where the Yankees bats finally get up to the level of their payroll.
Yeah, it's time. Maybe that players-only meeting that they had yesterday will help. I never know how much those help. Yeah, it's like, yeah, well, didn't work out so well. God, they got to end it at some point. I feel like today is the day. Under might be a better play as well, especially if you don't want to lay that much juice. Guys, don't forget, we are on YouTube. You can check out the Daily Tip along with each and every show on the BetMGM network, and we make it easy for you to do. Just like and subscribe. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. We got to get to Sammy P. Donkster, get on in here. What is on your mind on this Thursday?
So the rumor is that Shadur Sanders got caught speeding and going 40 miles per hour over the speed limit. I hope he was at least texting when he got pulled over.
Donkster, why would you say that? That's incredibly dangerous.
Because he was in Strongsville, Ohio.
I don't know what that means.
You've never been to Strongsville.
No.
So you've never hooked up with Sally from Hobby Lobby in the back of a 2014 Civic because she didn't sell any cotton calico fabric?
No, I did not.
That's not what I heard, Dad.
Okay, well, it's rumors. Donkster, we need to play.
Squad play! Yankees, run line against the Halos.
Okay. A halo? Will we put a halo over Sammy P because of that glow that he has each and every morning? I would. Good morning, Sammy P. How are you, buddy?
That was such a specific example. All the way around. You can't quite make that up. You know your buddy who's a big liar that just kind of elaborates on everything? That was way too specific by Donkster to be a lie. That's what I think.
I think that was his point, but I don't know, man. You know, I don't know what's in that guy's head. What's in your head? What's going on this morning on the show?
Oh, I bet Halliburton over 13.5, so I can't wait for him to play 5 minutes tonight. Just can't wait. Can't wait.
Love that.
Is he going to go?
Why, you're a gambler.
That's what I love it. Rolling the dice, see if he plays. All right, Sammy P, good to see you, buddy. Have a great show. That is it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew, have a fantastic Juneteenth, fantastic Thursday. We will see you bright and early tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Happy Thursday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today. Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Indiana trying to force a decisive Game 7. OKC trying to win their first NBA title. We got Henry Ettinger standing by to get his thoughts on Game 6. Also get some MLB pitching props from him as well. We got the first round of the Travelers Championship underway. We'll give you a live leaderboard update, and we will also talk about some of the two balls that we have coming up this afternoon. About 10 games on this MLB Thursday later on that we'll dive into some of our favorite plays in Major League Baseball. And then if there is time later on in the show, we'll try and dive into some college football, look at some Big Ten futures as well before we wrap up the show with our favorite plays. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Hit us up at the BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube, or on X. Send in your questions. We'll get to them over the next 30 minutes. And if you guys miss any parts of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Thursday. Glass is in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Henry Ettinger. Always great having Henry on the show. Make sure you guys are following him on X at hedging_Henry. You can check out his gambling content on TikTok, on X, and on IG as well. All right, Henry, we got Game 6 tonight, OKC, Indiana. Big storyline, obviously, is going to be the availability of Halliburton. He's questionable to play tonight. When you're dealing with these kind of things, right, kind of a star player, and we don't really know if he's going to play, how effective he's going to be, do you have any strategy, like, going into the game and how maybe you're going to handicap it from a gambling perspective?
Yeah, PJ, I think you have to, take into account, obviously, the injury and then look at, hey, what are the scenarios, right? And where is there a scenario where Halliburton plays where a player benefits and a situation where he doesn't play that benefits, right? Because I think that's, the two most likely options are he's going to be limited in some way or, not going to be able to play at all. But you do just have to be more cautious in general. That's the unfortunate part of the situation is if Tyrese Halliburton gets out, announced out tonight, that affects the betting lines massively. So you want to be a little bit careful not to go overboard, before we have definitive news one way or the other.
Do you see any value on any Halliburton props right now? Like, obviously, we don't know whether or not he's going to play. And like you said, we don't know if he's going to be effective, how many minutes he's going to play, if he does end up suiting up. But any props that you're targeting with him or maybe anybody else that you're looking at, like you were saying, if he plays, if he doesn't?
So with Halliburton, I'm not going to touch any of his lines just because I don't know exactly how healthy he is. He really could not go by people for large portions of the last game. So I don't want to touch his points lines or anything like that because they've been adjusted down already, right? The value there is gone. However, to your point about players that I would like to target instead, a guy like Benedict Mathurin is somebody that I want to look at because even with Halliburton playing but limited in the last game, we saw Mathurin's usage bump up quite a bit. He had 11 field goal attempts in that game and is definitely, part of the offense as a ball handler. And then when Halliburton's off the floor this season, he sees a massive spike in scoring and in usage. So that's a guy where in either scenario, I'm feeling pretty comfortable, and he's got a lot of upside if Halliburton was ruled out, for example.
I like it. Mathurin's birthday tonight as well. So if you believe in that kind of thing, yes. Another good reason to back him. Anything on the Thunder side, Henry? Any props there that you like with OKC, or just sticking with the Mathurin?
I have one on the OKC side as well. Chet Holmgren to record a double-double. Got that at plus money there, and I would still play it at any plus money spot that you can find it. Chet, his rebounding's gone way up as they've reintroduced the double big into this series. He's playing off the ball or off Miles Turner as much as possible, trying to be a weak side rebounder. Offensively, he's gotten the glass a fair amount as well. And I actually took his points plus rebounds in the last game, and he shot 4 for 15. It didn't go over, and the book still moved his line up there. So that's how they anticipate him having considerable volume in terms of shooting as well on the offensive end as increased attention continues to go to SGA in the pick and roll.
Let's talk about the spread. OKC is 6.5-point favorite tonight. I'm sure by now people know how much OKC has struggled on the road this postseason against the number. Henry, do you think this is a fair line? Do you see value on Indiana? What are your thoughts on the spread tonight?
It's a pretty fair line for me, not one I'm going to play. Again, given the Halliburton uncertainty, if he really is crazy limited or can't go, I think it's going to be a tough uphill battle for Indiana. I think if anything, I lean towards the under in this game because if Halliburton is out there but is not feeling 100%, can Indiana get the pace going quite as much? There's, I think, a limit on the number of minutes TJ McConnell can play. So can they ramp that up enough? Yes, they're at home, but I could see a situation here where they struggle to get the pace going. And then I thought defensively, Indiana just made a ton of sloppy plays in the last game that they, with elimination at play here, can clean up and hopefully hold OKC to a little bit of a lower number.
We're talking with Henry Ettinger here on Send It In. Make sure you guys are following Henry on X at hedging_Henry. You mentioned the total, lowest of the series so far at 221.5. Looking at the futures market, Henry, we obviously only have 2 games left, but finals MVP, SGA was the massive favorite coming in. He's still the massive favorite to win that award at -650. With the game that Jalen Williams just had, though, having 40 points, if he has another epic performance tonight, do you think there's value on him? For people out there that like Indiana, is Siakam worth a look? Maybe Halliburton now with kind of the way that things are going for him. If he battles through this injury and plays unbelievable the next 2 games, do you see anything worth betting in finals MVP to try and beat SGA?
On the Thunder side of things, I don't really think Jalen Williams can catch him. I know that's not the fun way to go, but ultimately I think SGA is going to win it just because of the Game 4 performance down the stretch. His numbers overall in the series have just been incredible. Even when it feels like he's having bad games, somehow he's still scoring 30 points. So I think it's going to be tough for voters to just get over the pure numbers aspect of it on that side of things. If you like Indiana to come back in the series, you probably just will have better odds betting Pascal Siakam to win MVP because at this point I can't see Tyrese Halliburton going 2 massive games in a row here with this calf issue that he's had. Siakam's taken on a bigger role as a playmaker as well in the last few games, which could increase some of his other stats. He's been a solid rebounder this whole series. So I personally don't think Indiana's coming back. I don't really see any value in going that direction. But if you are an Indiana believer, Pascal Siakam might be the way to go there.
I like it. Do you think we're headed for a Game 7, Henry, or you think OKC finishes the job tonight?
I don't think we're headed for a Game 7. I do think they're going to finish them off tonight. I just don't see the answers from Indiana's side of things really defensively for SGA and Jalen Williams at this point. It seems like it's run its course there. So unless Carlisle has a crazy adjustment for us that OKC's maybe not ready for, I'm just worried that if this game is close, despite Indiana's success in close games throughout these playoffs, that OKC really has the go-to offensive punch here, where with Halliburton limited, I don't see that out of Indiana.
All right, there you go. Henry liking the Thunder to take care of business tonight in Game 6. Henry, before we let you go, we know you're a handicap in baseball as well. Any pitching props that you like on today's slate?
A few, BJ. 2 I'll call out. Spencer Strider under strikeouts. I got 7.5 -155. I think even at 6.5, if you get number going plus 125 or something like that, that would be worth a look. The Mets have just been very difficult to strike out this year. He's coming off a massive strikeout game versus the Rockies, but hasn't, coming off the injury, had quite the same strikeout numbers and underlying indicators so far this season. So that's one I definitely like to lean into. And then an over I like would be Logan Webb over 5.5 strikeouts versus the Guardians. This Guardians offense was due for regression and has fallen off a cliff. They're one of the worst strikeout teams over the last month or so. You look up and down the lineup, they've got a couple guys at the top that are really difficult to strike out, and then everybody else is really a target there. So I like Logan Webb to go over versus the Guardians tonight.
All right, love it. There you go. Henry Ettinger, always great having him on. Again, make sure you guys are following him on X at hedging_Henry. You can check him out on X, on TikTok, and on Instagram as well. Henry, enjoy Game 6, my friend. We'll talk again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, PJ.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. Remember, send in any questions, any comments that you guys have for us today. It can be in Game 6. It can be in the Travelers Championship. Might get into a little college football later on in the show. Certainly got a full baseball slate today as well, so let us know if you guys are anything, if you're on anything on this Thursday. Let's talk about Game 6, though, and dive in to tonight's matchup between OKC and Indiana. Thunder are 6.5-point favorite. The total is 221.5. Obviously, the major storyline, like I was just talking about with Henry, Tyrese Halliburton. Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? There are some conflicting reports. If I had to assume what's going to happen, I would think Halliburton's going to be out there. It's game 6 of the NBA Finals. Your team's on the brink of elimination. Unless he physically can't walk, I'm thinking Halliburton is going to try and give it a go, and he's going to try and play for his team tonight. Now, whether that's a good thing or not, we'll see. Obviously, McConnell was awesome in game 5, and down the stretch, you wondered if they were almost better off just riding with TJ instead of Halliburton, even though we've obviously seen how great Halliburton has been down the stretch the entire postseason. But that'll be something certainly to watch if Halliburton does play. How many minutes? How effective is he? What are Carlisle's rotations like? But I do like Indiana tonight, plus 6.5, whether or not Halliburton does play. If you want to wait to see the status of Halliburton, I really don't think the line's going to move all that much. I think if he plays, this maybe drops down to 6. I think if he doesn't, it maybe goes up to 7. I think they're putting the 6.5 right there, and then they're waiting to see what happens with Halliburton. So I'll take the 6.5 with Indiana. I would look at some money line as well, as Sean's now telling me the line dropped down to 5.5. So there you go. Maybe even more inclination that Halliburton could be good to go tonight. I still like the 5.5. Obviously like the 6.5 better, getting over the 2 possessions. But how many times have we talked about it on this show? The entire last week and a half with these two teams. OKC especially, such a different team at home in the postseason than they are on the road. They really should have lost both games on the road in Indiana. They've only covered 1 spread on the road so far here in the NBA playoffs. A young team like this that is experiencing their first NBA Finals, that is experiencing their first playoff run with a lot of success, it makes a lot of sense why they have struggled away from home, especially when they have one of the best home crowd advantages in all of the NBA. So I'm riding with Indiana tonight. At the beginning of the series, I told you guys after game 1, I grabbed the Thunder minus 1.5 on the series spread at minus 110. So maybe hedging a little bit of that as well by grabbing Indiana plus the points, because if OKC wins by 3-4 tonight, we cash both of those bets, would be awesome. But I certainly think Indiana is live in this game. So we will see what happens. Shams right now is saying that he's fully intending to be out there tonight. He's going to gut it out as expected, right? Game 6 of the finals. So no surprise there. I am a little bit surprised, though, that the sports books have dropped to 5.5. I thought it maybe only go to 6. So see if you can still grab some 6.5s out there. Some player props that I would look at tonight. Jalen Williams, we're going under 24.5 points for him. Really easy, just kind of a sell high spot on J-Dub right. 40 piece in game 5. Going on the road, SGA in a closeout game, you would figure would be the guy taking a majority of the shots. Indiana's game plan maybe a little different with the way that Jalen Williams torched them in game 5. I'm going to go under 24.5 points for Jalen Williams. I am going to take Tyrese Halliburton over 13.5 points just because I can already tell you guys right now, 30 minutes before tip-off, when our guy John Ewing at BetMGM tweets out the most bet props at BetMGM, you know Tyrese Halliburton under 13.5 points is going to be the number 1 play. Everybody's going to fade him because of how he played in game 5, because he's injured. But adrenaline's a powerful thing. He was really good in the 2 games at home so far this series. And, you know, Halliburton's not going down without a fight, right? Season on the line. Your chance to win a championship is on the line. You're getting a nice number at 13.5, which is probably a little bit lower than what it should be. So I would look at that over. And then Aaron Wiggins, I'm going to take 2 bets with him. Under a half a three-pointer and under 5.5 points as well. Our guy Chase Kitty, who was on yesterday, talked about this, and I totally agree with them. OKC, their role players, their bench guys, have been way different on the road than they have been at home. So I would look to fade Wiggins tonight on the road. Case and Wallace could be another fade. Bet Aaron Wiggins under 5.5 points at even money, and take under a half a three-pointer at minus 115, plus 105 as well. So that's what I'm looking at tonight in the NBA Finals. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. Snag this short game parlay boost for the NBA Finals. Use your SGP boost token on any NBA Finals matchup and score a bigger payout if your SGP wins. All right, folks, let's talk some baseball here on this Thursday. Real quick to give you an update, give you guys an update on what's going on in Major League Baseball, because we do have a lot of live games going on right now. Twins are up 4-2 on the Reds. The Nationals are trying to avoid the 4-game sweep against the Rockies. They're scoreless in the bottom of the first. Angels are trying to sweep the Yankees. They're up 1-0 in the top of the first. And then we got Scooble and the Tigers taking on the Pirates here in about 25 minutes. No play for me in that game. So let's see. My first game that I like today, White Sox and the Cardinals. That's going to go about 2:10 p.m. Eastern time with a total of 9. Eric Fetty back on the south side to take on the White Sox, going up against Sean Burke. I'm going to take the White Sox. I'm going to fade Eric Fetty in this revenge match going up against his former team. Give me Chicago today at plus 120. Brewers and Cubs today in Wrigley, 2:20 p.m. Eastern time start. Jamison Taillon, who was supposed to go yesterday for the Cubs, game got postponed. He comes right back today, but going against Freddie Peralta for the Brewers, so this line drops back down to Cubs minus 130. I'm still going to ride with the Cubs. Taillon's been good this season. He's been good at home. The ball should be flying out at Wrigley today with the day game. The total's at 8.5, so certainly the wind is blowing in rather than out, but I would look at an over, and I look at the Cubs on the money line. Royals and Rangers today in Texas. You got Michael Wacha going for Kansas City. Sharm Armstrong is going for Texas. I'm going to take the Rangers today on the money line at minus 130. Wacha's been good this season, but I like betting into these kind of spots where a team like Texas is trying to avoid the sweep. They were playing good baseball coming into this series against Kansas City, so I'll take the Rangers at minus 130. D-backs and Blue Jays, probably my favorite play today in Major League Baseball. I'm going to take the over 8.5 in Jays and D-backs. Now, Kevin Gausman's on the mound for the Blue Jays, which is why this line is probably at 8.5. But the reason we like this over is because of who's on the mound for Arizona, and that's Ryan Nelson. You guys, he has been abysmal in day games this season. And it's a day game in Toronto where the ball flies out of that ballpark. Listen to these numbers for Ryan Nelson. He's pitched 6.2 innings in day games so far this season. He's given up 12 hits, 14 earned runs for an 18 ERA. He's also got a 7.5 ERA on the road this season. So not only are we getting Ryan Nelson on the road, we're getting him in a day game, full fade. Give me the over 8.5. Probably look at the Jays as well. Guardians and Giants. Henry mentioned the Logan Webb strikeout prop. Think that's a good look. I'm just going to take the Giants on the run line. Webb's one of the best pitchers in the National League. He's been so great this season, especially at home, where he has a 1.36 ERA in 46 and a third innings pitched. So we'll take the Giants on the run line. Pirates and Tigers today. Also, how could the Pirates and Tigers not have Skeens and Skubal both pitching today? Doubleheader in Detroit, and you have one guy pitching the first game and the other pitching the second game. Huge miss there by both of those teams and by the MLB. Nonetheless, though, we get Skeens in the second game of the doubleheader, and once again, the Pirates are favored in a game where Paul Skeens is pitching. I don't know how you can bet Pittsburgh. We've gotten so many of these games, and all of them play out the same way. Skeens is unbelievable. He goes 8 innings. He gives up 1 run, and yet he gets the no decision or he loses because his team can't get him any run support. So I'm just going to do what I do just about every game. When Skeens is on the mound, I'm going to take the first 5 under. That is 3.5 today. That's our play in Tigers and Pirates with Skeens on the mound. Phillies and Marlins today in Miami. Edward Cabrera and Christopher Sanchez. We're going to pass on that game. Mets and Braves in Atlanta. I like the Mets today at plus 110. Again, similar spot to what the Rangers face against KC. Mets obviously having a nice year trying to avoid the sweep against Atlanta. I think they do that today, so give me the Mets at plus 110. Orioles and Rays. Now, this line's a bit shocking to me. The Rays were like minus 150 last night. They've gone all the way down to minus 125. A lot of smart money is on Charlie Morton today. God bless him. Couldn't be me. The Orioles also have no bullpen at all either. And if you're watching the game last night, they were up 8-0 in the second inning and lost 12-8. That is a brutal loss. They had a lot of relievers throw pitches in that game. So their bullpen's taxed. They have Charlie Morton going today in Tampa. Don't think that's a great recipe. I'm going to take the Rays at minus 125. Astros and Athletics, I'm going to pass on that game. And then give me San Diego on the run line, plus 1.5 at minus 115. You got Yamamoto on the mound for the Dodgers. He's pitching at home. He's obviously been awesome this season, but it's Dodgers-Padres. If you're giving me plus money with San Diego at plus 1.5 on the run line, I'm going to take it. So give me the Padres at plus 115. All right, let's look at some golf. A little 2-ball that we got going today at the Travelers Championship. Going to bring on my guy Shawnee Sharp here, talk about some of these afternoon pairings that we got, try and win some money here at the Travelers. Sean, what's the first one we got up?
Yeah, first group here, we got just teed off at 1:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Shane Lowry at minus 135 or Denny McCarthy at plus 105.
Let's go with Denny McCarthy at plus 105. So Shane obviously was terrible at the U.S. Open last week. I think he shot 14 over, missed the cut. This course should obviously fit him much better with how good of an iron player, wedge player that he is. But Denny McCarthy is one of the best putters on tour. This is a course where you're going to need to make a lot of birdies if you want to stay in contention, and that's what Denny can do. Also a good iron player. So I do like Denny, especially at the plus money. I'll take him against Shane Lowry in that 2-ball.
All right, next one up here, JT Poston, minus 118, or Matt Fitzpatrick, minus 105.
Let's go with Poston at minus 118. I think this is going to surprise a lot of people that he's favored against Matt Fitzpatrick, but I think it's the right call. Poston tends to be much better on these courses that yield a lot of birdies, tends to play well up in the Northeast as well. So I like JT Poston in this first round. A guy that can go low, can make a lot of birdies when he's hot, when he's playing well. So I would look at him against Matty Fitz, who really isn't having all that great of a season.
All right, next up we got tee time at 1:25 p.m. Eastern Time. Justin Thomas minus 135 or Hideki Matsuyama at plus 105.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you guys have been watching the show this week, you know we are all about JT, right? This is a course that should really set up well for him going up against Hideki, who this course really isn't all that great of a fit for him. So I like Justin Thomas. Usually when he's in contention at events, he gets off to a great start. So I'm hoping that as a guy who bet him to win this week, he gets off to a great start. We'll take JT at minus 135.
All right, next, a really fun pairing here. Colin Morikawa at minus 110 or Xander Schauffele at minus 110. That tee time is at 1:35 p.m.
Yeah, this is a good one. Both guys that absolutely could win this week, be in contention, cash top fives, all those kind of things. You got Morikawa, who's starting to regain his form a little bit. We know when he's on, one of the best iron players in the world. Then you got Xander, who really doesn't have any weaknesses in his game, and that's why I more so lean towards Xander. Morikawa is usually not a first-round guy, while Xander is a little bit better and he's a little bit more consistent, right? And Xander's a much better putter. And on a course like this, I want to trust the guy who's got the better putter. If Morikawa shows up today and his putter's hot and he gains like 4 strokes on the green, then so be it. You know, you clap and you give him his due, but we'll go with Xander at the minus 110 today against Morikawa.
All right, 2 more here for you, Peach. JJ Spawn, congratulations on winning the U.S. Open. You're now paired with Scotty Scheffler in the first round. Tee time is at 1:45.
Yeah, you sure are. JJ, God bless you, brother. Still can't believe you won it last week at Oakmont. Unbelievable putt to win it. But like you said, Sean, your reward is now you get paired with Scotty. Scotty played like his C game at Oakmont last week, and he still finished like tied for 8th. Now we're going to a course where he won last year. It's back on the PGA Tour rotation. It just sets up so well for him. So you know Scotty is going to go out there today and shoot an easy, breezy 4-5 under. Is JJ Spawn going to get there off the U.S. Open win? Probably not. So no bet for me. I can't take Scotty minus 300. Maybe you want to parlay it with something else, but definitely not betting Spawn.
All right, last one here for you, Peach. This tee time is at 1:55 p.m. Eastern Time. Jordan Spieth minus 145 or Luke Clanton at plus 115.
Yeah, let's go with Spieth. You know, Clanton's a guy that I like betting on bigger golf courses because he drives it a long way. He's really good off the tee. But a course like this, where it's more about your wedges and your short game, I'd certainly rather go with Spieth. So I think Spieth's a nice play in this 2-ball. I'd look at betting him today and tomorrow as well. But give me Jordan Spieth at minus 145. All right, I see we got a question here from our guy Reed Phillips Rad. Watching while I'm getting a new roof. Thanks, Hale. So is there a big plus money play you see in the future? NBA draft, Heisman, golf, etc. Reed, always appreciate the questions as always, sir. So I'm getting ready to talk some college football here in a little bit. We can dive in to the Big Ten. A Heisman future that I will give you, Reed, and I promise this isn't biased. This is just an insane number. Alabama's quarterback Ty Simpson is 66-1 to win the Heisman Trophy, right? Go through the BetMGM odds board and look at all the other guys at big name schools and what their odds are to win the Heisman. And some of these guys are unproven, right? New quarterback at Georgia, new quarterback at Ohio State, new quarterback at Michigan, new quarterback at Oregon, all of these places. And all these guys are like 10-1, 15-1, 20-1. We're getting Ty Simpson, the quarterback of Alabama, one of the best receivers in college football, Ryan Williams, one of the best offensive minds in Kellen DeBoer. He's got his guy, Ryan Grubb, back, who he was with at Washington when they were doing all those great things with Penix, Rome Odunze, and all those guys. I just think that's a crazy price for Ty Simpson. because it's kind of reminding me of the Mac Jones year where Devontae Smith won the Heisman Trophy, where Mac Jones doesn't have to be Superman. He just has to be the point guard of that offense and distribute to all the skill weapons and players that he has. So I think that's the best value right now, the best bang for your buck. Looking at Ty Simpson, 66-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. Real quick, as for the Big Ten, Ryan Horvat and I have been doing BetMGM tonight the last 3 days. We've been going through some of the Big Ten teams in college football. A couple that stood out to me as I was kind of doing some research on these teams. You guys, I really like Nebraska for this upcoming year. Nebraska's win total is sitting at 7.5. And you look at Matt Rule's track record as a college coach and what he does in year 3 with the school, right? He was at Temple years ago. Year 1, they won 1 game. Year 2, 7 games. Year 3, they won 11 games at Temple. Then how about when Matt Rule was at Baylor? Year 1, they won 2 games. Year 2, they won 6 games. Year 3, they won 10 games. Now here comes Matt Rule, year 3 in Lincoln, Nebraska. Year 1, not all that great. Last year, they win 5 games. Here's year 3. I would expect like an 8 or 9 win season out of Nebraska. The schedule is pretty difficult, but it is doable. They avoid Ohio State and Oregon, which is obviously huge. They're at Penn State, which is probably going to be a loss. Also have to travel to UCLA, Minnesota, and Maryland. They're at Cincinnati in week 1, which could be a sneaky game to start the season as well. And then they're home against Michigan, USC, Michigan State, Northwestern, and Iowa as well. So there's certainly some coin toss games, but the fact that they avoid Oregon and Ohio State, I think this could set up to be a nice year for Nebraska. And with Matt Rule's track record, I think they could be worth a bet going over their win total, maybe even taking a sprinkle on them, 40-1 to win the Big Ten as well. And then Ohio State, obviously the reigning national champions. This team reminds me a lot of the Alabama team from a couple years ago, that Bama team that had Bryce Young and Will Anderson, where they had the 2 best players in college football, one on each side of the ball. Just like Ohio State does this year with Caleb Downs on defense and Jeremiah Smith on offense. That Bama team went 10-2 and missed out on the college football playoff because there were only 4 teams at that time. I think this Ohio State team also goes 10-2. I still think they make the playoff, but I think they go 10-2. They have Texas week 1 at home. I think they lose that game. They also obviously have to play Michigan at home this year. They have Penn State at home this year as well. Couple of tricky road games at Wisconsin, at Washington, at Illinois. I think they get tripped up in one of those other games as well. I'm going under 10.5 wins for Ohio State at -135. So a couple of Big Ten looks that I like for the upcoming season. All right, to wrap up the show with our favorite plays of the day, you guys, let's go with going streaking again. Charlie Morton's on the mound today for the Orioles. That ballpark that they have in Tampa, the spring training park where the Yankees play, that right field is ridiculous. You just hit a pop fly out there, and it feels like it's going to be a home run every single time. Yandy Diaz, obviously a professional hitter, been doing it for a while now. I like him to get a base hit today against Charlie Morton. My prop block is going to be Aaron Wiggins of the Thunder, under 5.5 points at +100. Again, Wiggins and a bunch of these role players for OKC. They've been really good when they're at home, not as good when they're on the road. Closeout game like tonight, maybe a little bit shorter rotations for Dagnout and OKC. They can kind of smell blood and they're trying to close out the series. I'm going under 5.5 points for Aaron Wiggins. My dog of the day is going to be Indiana. We got them at 6.5. Now they're down to 5.5. I still like it. OKC's only covered 1 game against the spread so far this postseason on the road. We'll take Indiana +5.5. And then give me the Rays on the money line against the Orioles. I mean, a lot of smart people like the O's today. I don't get it. They got Morton pitching. They have no bullpen behind them as well. And just from a mentality standpoint, man, the Orioles had that game yesterday. They were up 8-0 in the second inning. They don't record a hit the rest of the game after scoring 8 runs in the second inning. Don't record a hit. 12 unanswered runs by Tampa to win that game. That was a tough one, so I'll take Tampa on the money line today, -135. Once again, Yandy Diaz going streaking. Aaron Wiggins under 5.5 points, our prop block. Pacers +6.5, our dog of the day. Rays money line -135 is going to be our best bet. Thanks to Henry Ettinger today for joining the show. Jake Hassan is going to be with you guys tomorrow. I will see you on Monday. Have a great rest of your week. A happy Thursday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today. Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Indiana trying to force a decisive Game 7. OKC trying to win their first NBA title. We got Henry Ettinger standing by to get his thoughts on Game 6. Also get some MLB pitching props from him as well. We got the first round of the Travelers Championship underway. We'll give you a live leaderboard update, and we will also talk about some of the two balls that we have coming up this afternoon. About 10 games on this MLB Thursday later on that we'll dive into some of our favorite plays in Major League Baseball. And then if there is time later on in the show, we'll try and dive into some college football, look at some Big Ten futures as well before we wrap up the show with our favorite plays. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Hit us up at the BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube, or on X. Send in your questions. We'll get to them over the next 30 minutes. And if you guys miss any parts of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Thursday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Henry Ettinger. Always great having Henry on the show. Make sure you guys are following him on X at hedging_Henry. You can check out his gambling content on TikTok, on X, and on IG as well. All right, Henry, we got Game 6 tonight, OKC, Indiana. Big storyline, obviously, is going to be the availability of Halliburton. He's questionable to play tonight. When you're dealing with these kind of things, right, kind of a star player, and we don't really know if he's going to play, how effective he's going to be, do you have any strategy, like, going into the game and how maybe you're going to handicap it from a gambling perspective?
Yeah, PJ, I think you have to, take into account, obviously, the injury and then look at, hey, what are the scenarios, right? And where is there a scenario where Halliburton plays where a player benefits and a situation where he doesn't play that benefits, right? Because I think that's, the two most likely options are he's going to be limited in some way or, not going to be able to play at all. But you do just have to be more cautious in general. That's the unfortunate part of the situation is if Tyrese Halliburton gets out, announced out tonight, that affects the betting lines massively. So you want to be a little bit careful not to go overboard, before we have definitive news one way or the other.
Do you see any value on any Halliburton props right now? Like, obviously, we don't know whether or not he's going to play. And like you said, we don't know if he's going to be effective, how many minutes he's going to play, if he does end up suiting up. But any props that you're targeting with him or maybe anybody else that you're looking at, like you were saying, if he plays, if he doesn't?
So with Halliburton, I'm not going to touch any of his lines just because I don't know exactly how healthy he is. He really could not go by people for large portions of the last game. So I don't want to touch his points lines or anything like that because they've been adjusted down already, right? The value there is gone. However, to your point about players that I would like to target instead, a guy like Benedict Mathurin is somebody that I want to look at because even with Halliburton playing but limited in the last game, we saw Mathurin's usage bump up quite a bit. He had 11 field goal attempts in that game and is definitely, part of the offense as a ball handler. And then when Halliburton's off the floor this season, he sees a massive spike in scoring and in usage. So that's a guy where in either scenario, I'm feeling pretty comfortable, and he's got a lot of upside if Halliburton was ruled out, for example.
I like it. Mathurin's birthday tonight as well. So if you believe in that kind of thing, yes. Another good reason to back him. Anything on the Thunder side, Henry? Any props there that you like with OKC, or just sticking with the Mathurin?
I have one on the OKC side as well. Chet Holmgren to record a double-double. Got that at plus money there, and I would still play it at any plus money spot that you can find it. Chet, his rebounding's gone way up as they've reintroduced the double big into this series. He's playing off the ball or off Miles Turner as much as possible, trying to be a weak side rebounder. Offensively, he's got in the glass a fair amount as well. And I actually took his points plus rebounds in the last game, and he shot 4 for 15. It didn't go over, and the book still moved his line up there. So that's how they anticipate him having considerable volume in terms of shooting as well on the offensive end as increased attention continues to go to SGA in the pick and roll.
Let's talk about the spread. OKC is 6.5-point favorite tonight. I'm sure by now people know how much OKC has struggled on the road this postseason against the number. Henry, do you think this is a fair line? Do you see value on Indiana? What are your thoughts on the spread tonight?
It's a pretty fair line for me, not one I'm going to play. Again, given the Halliburton uncertainty, if he really is crazy limited or can't go, I think it's going to be a tough uphill battle for Indiana. I think if anything, I lean towards the under in this game because if Halliburton is out there but is not feeling 100%, can Indiana get the pace going quite as much? There's, I think, a limit on the number of minutes TJ McConnell can play. So can they ramp that up enough? Yes, they're at home, but I could see a situation here where they struggled to get the pace going. And then I thought defensively, Indiana just made a ton of sloppy plays in the last game that they, with elimination at play here, can clean up and hopefully hold OKC to a little bit of a lower number.
We're talking with Henry Ettinger here on Send It In. Make sure you guys are following Henry on X at hedging_Henry. You mentioned the total, lowest of the series so far at 221.5. Looking at the futures market, Henry, we obviously only have 2 games left, but finals MVP, SGA was the massive favorite coming in. He's still the massive favorite to win that award at minus 650. With the game that Jalen Williams just had, though, having 40 points, if he has another epic performance tonight, do you think there's value on him? For people out there that like Indiana, is Siakam worth a look? Maybe Halliburton now with kind of the way that things are going for him. If he battles through this injury and plays unbelievable the next 2 games, do you see anything worth betting in finals MVP to try and beat SGA?
On the Thunder side of things, I don't really think Jalen Williams can catch him. I know that's not the fun way to go, but ultimately I think SGA is going to win it just because of the Game 4 performance down the stretch. His numbers overall in the series have just been incredible. Even when it feels like he's having bad games, somehow he's still scoring 30 points. So I think it's going to be tough for voters to just get over the pure numbers aspect of it on that side of things. If you like Indiana to come back in the series, you probably, just will have better odds betting Pascal Siakam to win MVP because at this point, I can't see Tyrese Halliburton going, 2 massive games in a row here with this calf issue that he's had. Siakam's taken on a bigger role as a playmaker as well in the last few games, which could increase some of his other stats. He's been a solid rebounder this whole series. So I personally don't think Indiana's coming back. I don't really see any value in going that direction. But if you are an Indiana believer, Pascal Siakam might be the way to go there.
I like it. Do you think we're headed for a Game 7, Henry? Or you think OKC finishes the job tonight?
I don't think we're headed for a Game 7. I do think they're going to finish them off tonight. I just don't see the answers from Indiana's side of things really defensively for a SGA and Jalen Williams at this point. It seems like it's run its course there. So unless Carlisle has a crazy adjustment for us that OKC's maybe not ready for, I'm just worried that if this game is close, despite Indiana's success in close games throughout these playoffs, that OKC really has the go-to offensive punch here, where with Halliburton limited, I don't see that out of Indiana.
All right, there you go. Henry liking the Thunder to take care of business tonight in Game 6. Henry, before we let you go, we know you're a handicap in baseball as well. Any pitching props that you like on today's slate?
A few, BJ. 2 I'll call out. Spencer Strider under strikeouts. I got 7.5 minus 155. I think even at 6.5, if you get number going plus 125 or something like that, that would be worth a look. The Mets have just been very difficult to strike out this year. He's coming off a massive strikeout game versus the Rockies, but hasn't, coming off the injury, had quite the same strikeout numbers and underlying indicators so far this season. So that's one I definitely like to lean into. And then an over I like would be Logan Webb over 5.5 strikeouts versus the Guardians. This Guardians offense was due for regression and it's fallen off a cliff. They're one of the worst strikeout teams over the last month or so. You look up and down the lineup, they've got a couple guys at the top that are really difficult to strike out, and then everybody else is really a target there. So I like Logan Webb to go over versus the Guardians tonight.
All right, love it. There you go. Henry Ettinger, always great having him on. Again, make sure you guys are following him on X at hedging_Henry. You can check him out on X, on TikTok, and on Instagram as well. Henry, enjoy Game 6, my friend. We'll talk again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, PJ.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. Remember, send in any questions, any comments that you guys have for us today. It can be in Game 6. It can be in the Travelers Championship. Might get into a little college football later on in the show. Certainly got a full baseball slate today as well, so let us know if you guys are anything, if you're on anything on this Thursday. Let's talk about Game 6, though, and dive in to tonight's matchup between OKC and Indiana. Thunder are 6.5-point favorite. The total is 221.5. Obviously, the major storyline, like I was just talking about with Henry, Tyrese Halliburton. Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? There are some conflicting reports. If I had to assume what's going to happen, I would think Halliburton's going to be out there. It's Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Your team's on the brink of elimination. Unless he physically can't walk, I'm thinking Halliburton is going to try and give it a go, and he's going to try and play for his team tonight. Now, whether that's a good thing or not, we'll see. Obviously, McConnell was awesome in Game 5, and down the stretch, you wondered if they were almost better off just riding with TJ instead of Halliburton, even though we've obviously seen how great Halliburton has been down the stretch the entire postseason. But that'll be something certainly to watch if Halliburton does play. How many minutes? How effective is he? What are Carlisle's rotations like? But I do like Indiana tonight, plus 6.5, whether or not Halliburton does play. If you want to wait to see the status of Halliburton, I really don't think the line's going to move all that much. I think if he plays, this maybe drops down to 6. I think if he doesn't, it maybe goes up to 7. I think they're putting the 6.5 right there, and then they're waiting to see what happens with Halliburton. So I'll take the 6.5 with Indiana. I would look at some money line as well, as Sean's now telling me the line dropped down to 5.5. So there you go. Maybe even more inclination that Halliburton could be good to go tonight. I still like the 5.5. Obviously like the 6.5 better, getting over the 2 possessions. But how many times have we talked about it on this show? The entire last week and a half with these two teams. OKC especially, such a different team at home in the postseason than they are on the road. They really should have lost both games on the road in Indiana. They've only covered 1 spread on the road so far here in the NBA playoffs. A young team like this that is experiencing their first NBA Finals, that is experiencing their first playoff run with a lot of success, it makes a lot of sense why they have struggled away from home, especially when they have one of the best home crowd advantages in all of the NBA. So I'm riding with Indiana tonight. At the beginning of the series, I told you guys after Game 1, I grabbed the Thunder minus 1.5 on the series spread at minus 110. So maybe hedging a little bit of that as well by grabbing Indiana plus the points, because if OKC wins by 3-4 tonight, we cash both of those bets, would be awesome. But I certainly think Indiana is live in this game. So we will see what happens. Shams right now is saying that he's fully intending to be out there tonight. He's going to gut it out as expected, right? Game 6 of the finals. So no surprise there. I am a little bit surprised, though, that the sports books have dropped to 5.5. I thought it maybe only go to 6. So see if you can still grab some 6.5s out there. Some player props that I would look at tonight. Jalen Williams, we're going under 24.5 points for him. Really easy, just kind of a sell high spot on J-Dub right. 40 piece in Game 5. Going on the road, SGA in a closeout game, you would figure would be the guy taking a majority of the shots. Indiana's game plan maybe a little different with the way that Jalen Williams torched them in Game 5. I'm going to go under 24.5 points for Jalen Williams. I am going to take Tyrese Halliburton over 13.5 points just because I can already tell you guys right now, 30 minutes before tip-off, when our guy John Ewing at BetMGM tweets out the most bet props at BetMGM, you know Tyrese Halliburton under 13.5 points is going to be the number 1 play. Everybody's going to fade him because of how he played in Game 5, because he's injured. But adrenaline's a powerful thing. He was really good in the 2 games at home so far this series. And, you know, Halliburton's not going down without a fight, right? Season on the line. Your chance to win a championship is on the line. You're getting a nice number at 13.5, which is probably a little bit lower than what it should be. So I would look at that over. And then Aaron Wiggins, I'm going to take 2 bets with him. Under a half a 3-pointer and under 5.5 points as well. Our guy Chase Kitty, who was on yesterday, talked about this, and I totally agree with them. OKC, their role players, their bench guys, have been way different on the road than they have been at home. So I would look to fade Wiggins tonight on the road. Case and Wallace could be another fade. Bet Aaron Wiggins under 5.5 points at even money, and take under a half a 3-pointer at minus 115, plus 105 as well. So that's what I'm looking at tonight in the NBA Finals. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. Snag this short game parlay boost for the NBA Finals. Use your SGP boost token on any NBA Finals matchup and score a bigger payout if your SGP wins. All right, folks, let's talk some baseball here on this Thursday. Real quick to give you an update, give you guys an update on what's going on in Major League Baseball, because we do have a lot of live games going on right now. Twins are up 4-2 on the Reds. The Nationals are trying to avoid the 4-game sweep against the Rockies. They're scoreless in the bottom of the first. Angels are trying to sweep the Yankees. They're up 1-0 in the top of the first. And then we got Scooble and the Tigers taking on the Pirates here in about 25 minutes. No play for me in that game. So let's see. The first game that I like today, White Sox and the Cardinals. That's going to go about 2:10 p.m. Eastern time with a total of 9. Eric Fetty back on the south side to take on the White Sox, going up against Sean Burke. I'm going to take the White Sox. I'm going to fade Eric Fetty in this revenge match going up against his former team. Give me Chicago today at plus 120. Brewers and Cubs today in Wrigley, 2:20 p.m. Eastern time start. Jamison Taillon, who was supposed to go yesterday for the Cubs, game got postponed. He comes right back today, but going against Freddie Peralta for the Brewers, so this line drops back down to Cubs minus 130. I'm still going to ride with the Cubs. Taillon's been good this season. He's been good at home. The ball should be flying out at Wrigley today with the day game. The total's at 8.5, so certainly the wind is blowing in rather than out, but I would look at an over, and I look at the Cubs on the money line. Royals and Rangers today in Texas. You got Michael Wacha going for Kansas City. Sharm Armstrong is going for Texas. I'm going to take the Rangers today on the money line at minus 130. Wacha's been good this season, but I like betting into these kind of spots where a team like Texas is trying to avoid the sweep. They were playing good baseball coming into this series against Kansas City, so I'll take the Rangers at minus 130. D-backs and Blue Jays, probably my favorite play today in Major League Baseball. I'm going to take the over 8.5 in Jays and D-backs. Now, Kevin Gausman's on the mound for the Blue Jays, which is why this line is probably at 8.5. But the reason we like this over is because of who's on the mound for Arizona, and that's Ryan Nelson. You guys, he has been abysmal in day games this season. And it's a day game in Toronto where the ball flies out of that ballpark. Listen to these numbers for Ryan Nelson. He's pitched 6.2 innings in day games so far this season. He's given up 12 hits, 14 earned runs for an 18 ERA. He's also got a 7.5 ERA on the road this season. So not only are we getting Ryan Nelson on the road, we're getting him in a day game, full fade. Give me the over 8.5. Probably look at the Jays as well. Guardians and Giants. Henry mentioned the Logan Webb strikeout prop. Think that's a good look. I'm just going to take the Giants on the run line. Webb's one of the best pitchers in the National League. He's been so great this season, especially at home, where he has a 1.36 ERA in 46 and a third innings pitched. So we'll take the Giants on the run line. Pirates and Tigers today. Also, how could the Pirates and Tigers not have Skeens and Scooble both pitching today? Doubleheader in Detroit, and you have one guy pitching the first game and the other pitching the second game. Huge miss there by both of those teams and by the MLB. Nonetheless, though, we get Skeens in the second game of the doubleheader, and once again, the Pirates are favored in a game where Paul Skeens is pitching. I don't know how you can bet Pittsburgh. We've gotten so many of these games, and all of them play out the same way. Skeens is unbelievable. He goes 8 innings. He gives up 1 run, and yet he gets the no decision or he loses because his team can't get him any run support. So I'm just going to do what I do just about every game. When Skeens is on the mound, I'm going to take the first 5 under. That is 3.5 today. That's our play in Tigers and Pirates with Skeens on the mound. Phillies and Marlins today in Miami. Edward Cabrera and Christopher Sanchez. We're going to pass on that game. Mets and Braves in Atlanta. I like the Mets today at plus 110. Again, similar spot to what the Rangers face against KC. Mets obviously having a nice year trying to avoid the sweep against Atlanta. I think they do that today, so give me the Mets at plus 110. Orioles and Rays. Now, this line's a bit shocking to me. The Rays were like minus 150 last night. They've gone all the way down to minus 125. A lot of smart money is on Charlie Morton today. God bless him. Couldn't be me. The Orioles also have no bullpen at all either. And if you're watching the game last night, they were up 8-0 in the second inning and lost 12-8. That is a brutal loss. They had a lot of relievers throw pitches in that game. So their bullpen's taxed. They have Charlie Morton going today in Tampa. Don't think that's a great recipe. I'm going to take the Rays at minus 125. Astros and Athletics, I'm going to pass on that game. And then give me San Diego on the run line, plus 1.5 at minus 115. You got Yamamoto on the mound for the Dodgers. He's pitching at home. He's obviously been awesome this season, but it's Dodgers-Padres. If you're giving me plus money with San Diego at plus 1.5 on the run line, I'm going to take it. So give me the Padres at plus 115. All right, let's look at some golf. A little 2-ball that we got going today at the Travelers Championship. Going to bring on my guy Shawnee Sharp here, talk about some of these afternoon pairings that we got, try and win some money here at the Travelers. Sean, what's the first one we got up?
Yeah, first group here, we got just teed off at 1:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Shane Lowry at minus 135 or Denny McCarthy at plus 105.
Let's go with Denny McCarthy at plus 105. So Shane obviously was terrible at the U.S. Open last week. I think he shot 14 over, missed the cut. This course should obviously fit him much better with how good of an iron player, wedge player that he is. But Denny McCarthy is one of the best putters on tour. This is a course where you're going to need to make a lot of birdies if you want to stay in contention, and that's what Denny can do. Also a good iron player. So I do like Denny, especially at the plus money. I'll take him against Shane Lowry in that 2-ball.
All right, next one up here, JT Poston minus 118 or Matt Fitzpatrick minus 105.
Let's go with Poston at minus 118. I think this is going to surprise a lot of people that he's favored against Matt Fitzpatrick, but I think it's the right call. Poston tends to be much better on these courses that yield a lot of birdies, tends to play well up in the Northeast as well. So I like JT Poston in this first round. A guy that can go low, can make a lot of birdies when he's hot, when he's playing well. So I would look at him against Matty Fitz, who really isn't having all that great of a season.
All right, next up we got tee time at 1:25 p.m. Eastern Time. Justin Thomas minus 135 or Hideki Matsuyama at plus 105.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you guys have been watching the show this week, you know we are all about JT, right? This is a course that should really set up well for him, going up against Hideki, who this course really isn't all that great of a fit for him. So I like Justin Thomas. Usually when he's in contention at events, he gets off to a great start. So I'm hoping that as a guy who bet him to win this week, he gets off to a great start. We'll take JT at minus 135.
All right, next, a really fun pairing here. Colin Morikawa at minus 110 or Xander Schauffele at minus 110. That tee time is at 1:35 p.m.
Yeah, this is a good one. Both guys that absolutely could win this week, be in contention, cash top fives, all those kind of things. You got Morikawa, who's starting to regain his form a little bit. We know when he's on, one of the best iron players in the world. Then you got Xander, who really doesn't have any weaknesses in his game, and that's why I more so lean towards Xander. Morikawa is usually not a first-round guy, while Xander is a little bit better and he's a little bit more consistent, right? And Xander's a much better putter. And on a course like this, I want to trust the guy who's got the better putter. If Morikawa shows up today and his putter's hot and he gains like 4 strokes on the green, then so be it. You know, you clap and you give him his due, but we'll go with Xander at the minus 110 today against Morikawa.
All right, 2 more here for you, Peach. JJ Spawn, congratulations on winning the U.S. Open. You're now paired with Scotty Scheffler in the first round. Tee time is at 1:45.
Yeah, you sure are. JJ, God bless you, brother. Still can't believe you won it last week at Oakmont. Unbelievable putt to win it. But like you said, Sean, your reward is now you get paired with Scotty. Scotty played like his C game at Oakmont last week, and he still finished like tied for 8th. Now we're going to a course where he won last year. It's back on the PGA Tour rotation. It just sets up so well for him. So you know Scotty is going to go out there today and shoot an easy, breezy 4-5 under. Is JJ Spawn going to get there off the U.S. Open win? Probably not. So no bet for me. I can't take Scotty minus 300. Maybe you want to parlay it with something else, but definitely not betting Spawn.
All right, last one here for you, Peach. This tee time is at 1:55 p.m. Eastern Time. Jordan Spieth minus 145 or Luke Clanton at plus 115.
Yeah, let's go with Spieth. You know, Clanton's a guy that I like betting on bigger golf courses because he drives it a long way. He's really good off the tee. But a course like this, where it's more about your wedges and your short game, I'd certainly rather go with Spieth. So I think Spieth's a nice play in this 2-ball. I'd look at betting him today and tomorrow as well. But give me Jordan Spieth at minus 145. All right, I see we got a question here from our guy Reed Phillips Rad. Watching while I'm getting a new roof. Thanks, Hale. So is there a big plus money play you see in the future? NBA draft, Heisman, golf, etc. Reed, always appreciate the questions as always, sir. So I'm getting ready to talk some college football here in a little bit. We can dive in to the Big Ten. A Heisman future that I will give you, Reed, and I promise this isn't biased. This is just an insane number. Alabama's quarterback Ty Simpson is 66-1 to win the Heisman Trophy, right? Go through the BetMGM odds board and look at all the other guys at big name schools and what their odds are to win the Heisman. And some of these guys are unproven, right? New quarterback at Georgia, new quarterback at Ohio State, new quarterback at Michigan, new quarterback at Oregon. All of these places, and all these guys are like 10-1, 15-1, 20-1. We're getting Ty Simpson, the quarterback of Alabama, one of the best receivers in college football, Ryan Williams, one of the best offensive minds in Kellen DeBoer. He's got his guy, Ryan Grubb, back, who he was with at Washington when they were doing all those great things with Penix, Rome Odunze, and all those guys. I just think that's a crazy price for Ty Simpson because it's kind of reminding me of the Mac Jones year where Devontae Smith won the Heisman Trophy, where Mac Jones doesn't have to be Superman. He just has to be the point guard of that offense and distribute to all the skill weapons and players that he has. So I think that's the best value right now, the best bang for your buck. Looking at Ty Simpson, 66-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. Real quick, as for the Big Ten, Ryan Horvat and I have been doing BetMGM tonight the last 3 days. We've been going through some of the Big Ten teams in college football. A couple that stood out to me as I was kind of doing some research on these teams. You guys, I really like Nebraska for this upcoming year. Nebraska's win total is sitting at 7.5. And you look at Matt Rule's track record as a college coach and what he does in year 3 with the school, right? He was at Temple years ago. Year 1, they won 1 game. Year 2, 7 games. Year 3, they won 11 games at Temple. Then how about when Matt Rule was at Baylor? Year 1, they won 2 games. Year 2, they won 6 games. Year 3, they won 10 games. Now here comes Matt Rule, year 3 in Lincoln, Nebraska. Year 1, not all that great. Last year, they win 5 games. Here's year 3. I would expect like an 8 or 9 win season out of Nebraska. The schedule is pretty difficult, but it is doable. They avoid Ohio State and Oregon, which is obviously huge. They're at Penn State, which is probably going to be a loss. Also have to travel to UCLA, Minnesota, and Maryland. They're at Cincinnati in week 1, which could be a sneaky game to start the season as well. And then they're home against Michigan, USC, Michigan State, Northwestern, and Iowa as well. So there's certainly some coin toss games, but the fact that they avoid Oregon and Ohio State, I think this could set up to be a nice year for Nebraska. And with Matt Rule's track record, I think they could be worth a bet going over their win total, maybe even taking the sprinkle on them 40-1 to win the Big Ten as well. And then Ohio State, obviously the reigning national champions. This team reminds me a lot of the Alabama team from a couple years ago, that Bama team that had Bryce Young and Will Anderson, where they had the 2 best players in college football, one on each side of the ball. Just like Ohio State does this year with Caleb Downs on defense and Jeremiah Smith on offense. That Bama team went 10-2 and missed out on the college football playoff because there were only 4 teams at that time. I think this Ohio State team also goes 10-2. I still think they make the playoff, but I think they go 10-2. They have Texas week 1 at home. I think they lose that game. They also obviously have to play Michigan at home this year. They have Penn State at home this year as well. Couple of tricky road games at Wisconsin, at Washington, at Illinois. I think they get tripped up in one of those other games as well. I'm going under 10.5 wins for Ohio State at -135. So a couple of Big Ten looks that I like for the upcoming season. All right, to wrap up the show with our favorite plays of the day, you guys, let's go with going streaking again. Charlie Morton's on the mound today for the Orioles. That ballpark that they have in Tampa, the spring training park where the Yankees play, that right field is ridiculous. You just hit a pop fly out there, and it feels like it's going to be a home run every single time. Yandy Diaz, obviously a professional hitter, been doing it for a while now. I like him to get a base hit today against Charlie Morton. My prop block is going to be Aaron Wiggins of the Thunder, under 5.5 points at +100. Again, Wiggins and a bunch of these role players for OKC. They've been really good when they're at home, not as good when they're on the road. Closeout game like tonight, maybe a little bit shorter rotations for Dagnout and OKC. They can kind of smell blood and they're trying to close out the series. I'm going under 5.5 points for Aaron Wiggins. My dog of the day is going to be Indiana. We got him at 6.5. Now they're down to 5.5. I still like it. OKC's only covered 1 game against the spread so far this postseason on the road. We'll take Indiana +5.5. And then give me the Rays on the money line against the Orioles. I mean, a lot of smart people like the O's today. I don't get it. They got Morton pitching. They have no bullpen behind them as well. And just from a mentality standpoint, man, the Orioles had that game yesterday. They were up 8-0 in the second inning. They don't record a hit the rest of the game after scoring 8 runs in the second inning. Don't record a hit. 12 unanswered runs by Tampa to win that game. That was a tough one, so I'll take Tampa on the money line today, -135. Once again, Yandy Diaz going streaking. Aaron Wiggins under 5.5 points, our prop block. Pacers +6.5, our dog of the day. Rays money line -135 is going to be our best bet. Thanks to Henry Ettinger today for joining the show. Jake Hassan is going to be with you guys tomorrow. I will see you on Monday. Have a great rest of your week.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Good morning to you. We're coming at you live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up in our final hour, we will look ahead to the Knicks trying to keep their slim championship hopes alive as they welcome the Pacers to the Garden. Hear what Ben Stiller has to say about that and about being called out by Pat McAfee when they played their previous game in Indianapolis. This has gone all over the place. Then in 20 minutes, we're excited about this. A fantastic guest. You're going to want to stick around for Pam Maldonado from ESPN and Tennis Channel. She'll talk a little French Open with us. And finally, we'll bring you our best bets at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. You can stream the final hour of our show on ValleySportsLive.com and the Valley Sports Live app. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Remember when we had Joe Thomas on the show, the legendary Browns offensive lineman, 2 or 3 weeks ago, Denton? He was here to talk about Shador and the Browns. He handed off to us some beef sticks and some jerky as well. The jerky was very good. And I'll tell you something. I kept those beef sticks around, and then I tore into those bad boys this week, and they were delicious. Am I getting paid for this promotion? No. Now, would I like to be talking about these beef sticks while wearing a BetMGM robe? Yes, I would. But I have to say, you never know when you start your own business or, this big old boy, this legendary Hall of Famer, he made some beef sticks, some jerky. I mean, I feel like that's an easy sell. But I have to say, it was really good.
Well, I will be saying for the second time on the show, where's my meat sticks? I didn't get any of these beef sticks. So I would love to, talk with you about how delicious these meat sticks were, but I don't know because I didn't get any.
Have you ever tried a celebrity endorsed product that you did? I'm not asking you to call someone out. It doesn't have to be by name. But did you try something? Maybe you got gifted something. You're like, hey, listen, this is what I'm promoting. You tried it and you're like, no thanks.
Well, we were talking about celebrity restaurants earlier. So Vanderpump, I don't even know what the name of the restaurant is, but it's for Lisa Vanderpump, who is like a Bravo legend, and she has this show called Vanderpump Rules. So she opened up a restaurant in Las Vegas. And so I wanted to go because I watched the show. And one of like the hallmarks of her restaurants are that they're really strikingly pretty. Like they're like Instagram friendly. So like, of course, I'm a basic girl. I want to go see the flowers and all the decorations. So we get to the restaurant and number one, the service is just god awful. Like they act like we don't exist. It took us like 45 minutes to get our drinks. And then the food was not good either. So it was certainly a letdown. But again, maybe this is what you've come to expect from a restaurant that prides itself on the way it looks as opposed to the food that it offers.
Yeah, that's like when they had Taffer's Tavern here in D.C. John Taffer, who is the guy who comes in and does bar rescue. And he opened up a restaurant right next to Capital One Arena a few years ago. Did you ever go there, Denton? It was not good. And I used to watch that show religiously. I'm like, oh, this guy knows how to run things because a lot of people, they just let their bars go. They just want to get hammered all the time. They don't want to actually run a business. And I was like, oh, this guy's the master at running a bar. It lasted for 2 years, and then they closed because of, quote, security concerns. Whatever, dude. I went there. I sat at the bar with a bunch of people, and let me tell you, they served the most sugary drinks you can imagine. They were not good. And the guy was like putting on a show behind the bar. Hey, what's your name again? Michael? Okay, Big Mike. Okay, let's get you. I'm like, okay. This is fine. First of all, don't call me Big Mike. That's weird. I just walked in and sat down, sir. Like, I don't know what's going on here. And so it was like this whole song and dance routine, and they served you a drink, and they were just sugary and all kind of thrown together. It was, and the food was just mediocre at best. I wasn't expecting some incredible culinary experience, but it was so disappointing. And now I can't watch the show anymore because I'm like, yeah, I've been to your place. It was not good at all.
Who's the guy that does Hell's Kitchen? Is it Gordon Ramsay?
Mm-hmm.
I went to his restaurant in Las Vegas, and I didn't really like it either. And he's a chef. Like, that's the thing. Like, Lisa Vanderpump is not known for, like, her culinary, like, talents. But, like, for the Gordon Ramsay one, I was very disappointed because your expectations, of course, are a lot higher. Again, I'm not somebody who, studied any of the culinary arts, but I just didn't really think the food was that great.
Well, the food may not be great there, and food's not going to taste very good in Minneapolis if you're the Timberwolves heading back home after that loss last night. So let's recap this quickly and then talk about Knicks and Pacers. The Thunder just all over Minnesota last night, 124-94. The Thunder laying 9. They're minus 377 on the money line. Total set at 222, the under hits. And the Thunder, the best defensive team in the NBA. That's how they got it done last night.
Randall off the bounce. Caruso knocks it away. Comes up with a steal. Throws it back and gives us Alexander the unselfish play.
All calls courtesy of ESPN. SGA, 34 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists. He was everywhere, particularly in the first half.
Gildas Alexander left hand and lays it up and in.
Chet Holmgren, 22 points, 7 boards. Jalen Williams, 19 points. The Thunder rolled to a victory. This was not close. They are going to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012.
Another 30-point-plus win. As Dillingham will dribble it out. Well, the magical season continues. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going back to the NBA Finals.
Yes, they are, said Oklahoma City head coach Mark Daigneault after the game. We've got a lot of work to do to get to our ultimate goal, and this is not it. So that's all I'm focused on. I think we're both sort of surprised. Not that Oklahoma City closed the things out and covered the number here, but I personally thought that the Timberwolves would make this more competitive than we saw.
Yeah, what a disappointment for Minnesota. A team that looked on paper like maybe they could present some type of a challenge to the Thunder, but we didn't see any challenges at all, especially in an elimination game. One would think that this is a game where they would come out with their hair on fire, but instead they, started the first quarter with 9 total points. So the Thunder were up 26-9 in the first quarter, and that was pretty much the story of the game. They never looked back. It was a wire-to-wire winner for the Thunder. So now we start talking about, hey, what did the Timberwolves do wrong? Is this something they can correct? And I do think it starts with your superstar. Anthony Edwards is only 23 years old, so he still has plenty of time to get better. But if we're going to praise him for his good games, you got to critique him when he has the off nights, especially in an elimination game. The Thunder defense did a great job of limiting Anthony Edwards in this series, and he went below 20 points in 3 of the 5 games. You just can't have that from your superstar. I understand the defense was generational, and I think that's probably why the Thunder end up winning it all. But still, if you are the face of your franchise, you got to do better than 19 points in an elimination game.
Yeah, and fortunately, he's still a young guy, has a great future in the NBA. There's been a lot of talk as to whether or not he is the future face of the NBA. I would say right now, it looks to be SGA, but certainly Edwards has the talent to get there. It's just not quite what I thought we were going to get. Like I said earlier, I'm surprised it was the Nuggets that gave the Thunder a harder time than the Timberwolves did. Game 1 of the NBA Finals next Thursday in Oklahoma City. Still waiting for a winner of the Knicks and the Pacers. And we could find out tomorrow if that's going to be Indiana because they lead this series 3-1. Before we look ahead to what we expect tonight, so we've been talking about this during the break. If you saw the previous game in Indianapolis, you saw Pat McAfee do his best wrestling spiel, his promo, call out Ben Stiller and Spike Lee and some other celebrities who were in town for that game in Indianapolis. So Ben Stiller has now responded to that and did so yesterday on the Putback with Ian Begley.
Timothy, had been on his show, And I was like, oh, that's your boy. That's your guy. And then, so when that happened, I was a little bit like, whoa, that's okay. But then the WWE aspect of it, I get it. He's like, it's just not the way it happens in New York. You know what I mean? It's not what, if you go on the Jumbotron, like they're going to show him, if he comes to the Garden, he should come to the Garden. He should come to the Garden for Game 5. And, they'll put him up on the screen and they'll show him punting the ball and everybody will give him a nice cheer. So, that's how we do it in New York. But I get it. It was fun. I felt like he was just trying to get the crowd riled up. It was, a little bit out of the blue, but,
He sounds like that he gets it now, but at the time he was sort of taken aback and kind of stunned at how boisterous it was at the time. Seems that way.
Do you think this sounds at all condescending? Like, it almost feels to me like he's flexing his, like, A-lister celebrity muscle here. I'm like, oh, well, me and Timothy just didn't really understand this. We are veteran celebrities, and we just don't do it this way in New York. Like, maybe you get shown on the Jumbotron, but we just don't do it that way in New York. So maybe I'm totally off base here, but I feel like there was a little tinge of that.
Yeah, it was sort of like, I guess you're a big deal in Indianapolis.
Indiana.
Good for you. Maybe you're a stud at the hardware store in South Bend if you travel around a little bit. In New York City, we just put you on the Jumbotron and we'll show you punting. Not even your show. And it's probably going to be a squib punt. Not very good punt. It's going to be a shank that went 15 yards. Yeah, it's very interesting, the dichotomy or the juxtaposition of those two people who are very famous in their own different worlds, but those are two very different worlds.
Yeah, it does feel like Ben Stiller is still like the far and away more A-lister, and I think, maybe there's some of that thrown in there. I wish he would have done this like in character. Like if he wants to go toe-to-toe with Pat McAfee, dig into his previous characters. What he's been in Dodgeball. I don't remember his exact name. Was it Dwight Goodman or something? Where he's like this villain that's like super cocky and arrogant. That would have been so funny if he dressed to the nines in that costume and like went at Pat McAfee. That's the theater I want to see.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to see what happens tonight. That's been part of the fun of this series, is all these different storylines sort of coming together. But what is going to happen tonight at the Garden? Will they show Pat McAfee punting on the Jumbotron? Maybe. Knicks are laying 4.5 points. The Knicks are minus 190. The Pacers are plus 154. Your total is 222 and a hook. Yesterday, this was Knicks minus 5.5. If you're interested in the series price, it's Pacers minus 600. The Knicks are plus 450. Money coming in on Indiana. I just don't understand why this number is the way it is. I think there's a real strong possibility Indiana could close this out tonight and win outright. Tom Thibodeau is doing everything he can, switching up the starting lineup, trying different combinations, and still he has not been able to solve the Pacers' offense. So it doesn't matter whether it's Mitchell Robinson. It doesn't matter if it's Cat sashaying these passes around. Whatever's going on, it just hasn't been happening for the Knicks, and I cannot believe you can still get this number at 4.5.
Excellent usage of the word sashaying, especially with Cat. I did a deep dive on some of the TikToks on Karl Anthony Towns yesterday, and boy, that is comedy. But back to this game. So not only have the Knicks got it wrong in trying to defend the Pacers, so have the odds makers. If you look at these games in this recent history for the Pacers, my goodness, have they been good as underdogs. So once again, underdogs in this game, getting 4.5 points. They have 4 straight wins outright as underdogs. And 6 of their last 7 games as underdogs, they've won outright as well. So how many times do you get points with the Pacers and you say, oh, well, maybe they're the smaller team and maybe they're not going to win. Or maybe you just start taking the points and say, hey, I know a trend when I see it. I have seen these games and the Pacers look like the much better overall team. So I'm going to take the points with the Pacers.
Yeah, I would just take the Pacers outright. Maybe I'm just maybe I've just got that Indiana fever. Oh God, I was not trying to make a WNBA reference there. Lame. But honestly, the Pacers are just such a good basketball team, and still I feel like they're not getting respect from the books. I've been saying this for like a couple weeks. Maybe I'm missing something, but at this point, based on what we've seen in this series, I think the Knicks are worn out I think they are tired. I think the Pacers' depth has worn them down, and it doesn't matter what combination that Tibbs goes with in the Knicks starting lineup. The Pacers are so deep, and I think they're going to run the Knicks ragged. I would take Indiana outright.
Yeah, because that's the handicap is the deeper this series goes, the more advantage the Pacers have, simply because they have the deeper rotation and they have the fresher legs. So now sitting in game 5, I feel like this is when the gap starts to widen even more between the Pacers and the Knicks.
Knicks need something to happen. Maybe Tracy Morgan throws up or something. They got to switch things up at the Garden. They just have not been good, but something needs to change. Coming up on the show, if you follow sports wagering at all, you certainly know Pam Maldonado, the betting analyst from ESPN, and Tennis Channel is going to join us next. I'm Jenks, she is Chelsea. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Thursday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. We do it each and every single weekday. Coming up in a couple minutes, if you love betting on tennis or just betting in general, we have got just the person for you. We will bring in Pam Maldonado from both ESPN and Tennis Channel as well. Remember yesterday you were talking about being influenced by all of the things that you're seeing online? So I get a call from the lovely Catherine yesterday, and she's like, hey, guess what I did? I was like, I don't know. Guess what I bought? I bought a new keyboard, and it's arriving today. I was like, oh, well, I'm like, okay, that sounds great, honey. No. This is a great keyboard. I go, did you get influenced again? She's like, oh, yeah. The keys light up. It has an awesome clicking sound. There's a little roller bar for the volume. And it cost me, I go, how much did this keyboard cost you? She goes, $90. I go, you spent $90 on a keyboard? I know. But here's the thing. I will say, I was laughing so hard. So she goes, oh, my God, I got to show it to you. And so, I mean, now, this woman, to her credit, works about a billion times harder than I do and is always on her keyboard. But it lights up, and it has this crazy, like, clicking sound, and she's super tactile oriented. Like, she's always been that way, especially when she types, like, you'll just even see her, like, the way she touches things, like she's just very touch sensitive. So you know what? For her, she walked in yesterday. Normally I get up, give her a hug, give her a kiss. She's like, hey, let's look at my keyboard. I was like, man, you are into this keyboard. But I'll tell you what, she was proud of it. And I have to say, if that $90 keyboard makes her happy, then it does. What is something you would spend a little extra money on if it brought you such joy?
This is such a boring adult answer, but I got a really nice vacuum. And This sounds stupid, but I vacuum a lot. And I like to keep our house really clean. And I have a 5-year-old, so we use it a lot. So normally I wouldn't say, hey, you need to buy the brand name vacuum. But listen, if you find yourself vacuuming a lot, might as well make it enjoyable and make it easier on yourself, because the right tools obviously can make things easier. This goes for like gardening or landscaping. Like, things are a lot easier when you have a great lawnmower. So I agree with you. $90 sounds like a lot for a keyboard, but if she's using it every day, like, she's going to get her use out of it.
I mean, I will say, the keys were lighting up when I was touching them. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I don't know if I'd spend $90 on, but even I was like, I'm getting influenced right now watching this thing. All right, someone I watch all the time, I'm sure you do too, especially if you're on social media or you watch ESPN, is Pam Maldonado, betting analyst for the worldwide leader and Tennis Channel as well. Hey, first of all, good morning to you. Thank you for waking up with us. And I just wanted to ask, having followed you for so long, I know you're a massive tennis fan, and they honored Rafa Nadal, as we know, on Sunday. What has his influence and his impact on the sport meant to you, and to Roland Garros in particular, just having watched him throughout his career?
First of all, thank you for having me. Secondly, why y'all trying to make me cry at 7:20 in the morning? Nadal I shed tears when Roger Federer had his goodbyes. We all did, because that was like the first sign of like, okay, this is really happening. We're in it, and they're going away. And cried again for Nadal. And honestly, oh my God, I am. Because it's we grew up on the big three. We grew up watching greatness. And the only way that I've ever only felt that I can describe it is we are mere mortals watching gods live among us. And it is, I have such an obsession with tennis, because what these three guys, Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic, still doing is literally something we will never see again in our lifetime. We can talk about, Michael Jordan and all of these other great athletes, but they are a single individual who kind of took over their leagues. But in tennis, with the big three, you had three of the most competitive players in their sport competing against each other, and every single time they played, it was art on a canvas, because they made each other better, and you was never seeing the same thing twice. And it's a thing of beauty that we will never see again.
Yeah, so as a casual tennis fan, obviously I'm not super into tennis, Like, who are the next big names? Like, is there anybody who's there that's going to be taking the torch? Because right now I'm looking just at the favorites to win the French Open. Carlos Alcaraz, I know I've seen you post about him before. Yannick Sinner, Novak Djokovic, of course, he has a great resume, but maybe not the tip of his, the top of his career right now. So who do you think takes over there? Is it Carlos Alcaraz? Lay out the scene for us.
Yeah, so there's actually like an entire generation. We have players like Stefanos Tsitsipas, Alexander Zverev, even Andrei Rublev. These are the players that were with the big three, and you expected them to come on the rise, and they never did. Well, the players that came in right after them, you just mentioned one of them, Carlitos Alcaraz. Him, along with Yannick Sinner, those are the two players that said, okay, we're here, we're taking the torch, and we are moving on. Alcaraz is I talk about a thing of beauty. That's him. Everything that the big three showcases of their playing styles, the grit, the fight, the finesse. Alcaraz has all of the traits of the big three, a little bit of Federer, a little bit of Nadal, a little bit of Djokovic wrapped into one, and then out comes Carlitos. So this is why he's grown over the last few years in fanship, and he's also just very humble, and you don't have that same type of charisma from Yannick Sinner. He has all of the power and all of the fight, and he's winning every title, but he doesn't have the same personality characteristics. Yet those are the two guys right now that are sitting up at the top.
So Pam, one thing I love about listening to your reading about your handicapping is that you really go into the weeds and really do the work. So when you're talking about tennis in particular, how do you quantify something like surface? Because clearly they're playing on clay as opposed to hard court or something else.
Right. Yeah, every surface, even if it's hard court, no two hard courts are the same. There's a slow hard court, medium hard court, faster hard court, and early in the season, all throughout the year, you really have to figure out who excels on this surface based on their playing styles. So somebody like Alcaraz, he has a massive kick serve, and he loves his drop shots, and he slides really well. He has a lot of the traits that are suitable for a clay surface, especially on a slow clay surface. And for somebody like Yannick Sinner, who you would think he's great at everything, it's going to translate to clay. He has so much power in his game, and I'm going to use that word a lot with him because that's literally like the definition of Sinner, power. But weapons like that tend to get muted on slower surfaces like clay, so he's going to ramble through, the lower ranked players, but when he faces somebody like Alcaraz who can absorb all of that power, redirect, becomes a counterpuncher, well then that becomes a little bit useless. So you have to know these traits, and there's what I love about tennis is you can only look at stats for so much. Football, I look at data. Golf, I look at data. When it comes to tennis, if you're not watching the matches, you're not going to know what's going on, both with the surface, both with the weather, both with all the players. You really have to embody what are they doing on these matches? How is it working out in real time in order to get a true feel of the possible outcomes?
Yeah, so we are a betting show. So do you have any bets for us when it comes to the French Open, whether it's outright winners, matchups? What do you like?
Let's look at the outright market. Carlos Alcaraz right now, he's a minus 120 favorite right now. That number has dipped because we are a couple of days into the tournament. He was plus money, but now he's a favorite. That is still value to me because he is just unreal shot-making type of player. He has quick movement. He has the confidence of a defending champion. He won here last year. He's already won 3 of the 4 majors. He's so young. He's still in his early 20s. He is the type of player that forces you to play his tempo. He took a tough second set stride. He's pulled through. That's the kind of resilience that you want in a title run. Somebody that doesn't really get phased of okay, I dropped a set. No, he rebounds and he finds his way back. He has every single weapon at his disposal, the drop shot, the kick serve. He's strong on both wings. His draw, pretty simple. So I know that it's minus 120 and it's not exciting and thrilling to take. But when it comes to majors in tennis, you're looking for, there's really only 2-3 guys, at most 1 or 2, that truly can win. And Alcaraz for me is going to be it on the outright market.
We're talking with Pam Maldonado. She is a betting analyst for ESPN and Tennis Channel as well. So I mean, you cover it all, but I know you're also someone who likes to bet on golf and handicaps golf as well. We've got the Memorial coming up this weekend, starting today. So what are some bets, maybe some markets or some players you're looking at Muirfield Village?
Well, I want to say first, you were talking about the $90 keyboard. As sports bettors, we have spent money on worst things. And one of those things is betting a Fleetwood outright multiple times. He's just Mr. No-win, but he's so consistent for the top 20, top 10 market. So I love Tommy Fleetwood for a top 20 at minus 125. That's priced as with no ties. But I took some money on him to win an outright, but I used the without Scotty odds. So take Scotty out of the equation, and he's 18-1. But I absolutely love Fleetwood. If you watch him every single week, he's so confident out there. He makes it look so easy, and he's striping it from tee to green. He's 5th best in the field. He leads in strokes gained around the green, which is something that you absolutely need for Muirfield Village because you're going to miss these greens. They're so small. And if you don't have the ability to get up and down and recover, then that can be a big problem. Except Fleetwood is one of the best at doing that. He finds the fairways. He plays out there with finesse. And I know it's Mr. No-win, but I just feel like this is his time. There's no better tournament that fits him. There's no better course that fits his style of play. This is the absolute perfect setup for Fleetwood to finally win on tour. It's just absurd. I don't know if you saw that stat a couple months ago, but he has the most money earned on the PGA Tour without ever winning a title.
Wow.
Let's change that.
That's crazy. Right. But eventually it feels like we do hear these stories. Like Xander Schauffele is one of the guys that kind of comes to mind when it comes to like, well, he's never going to win. He's never going to win. Eventually they do win something. So I personally will be rooting for Tommy Fleetwood because I think he's like a fun one to watch. Let me ask you a fun question. It's maybe not numbers based. Who is your favorite golfer on tour? It feels like there are so many guys that are easy to root for. I know you're a Longhorn, so maybe Scotty Scheffler's in the mix. Who's your favorite guy to watch?
It's such a cop-out to say, but I do love Scotty Scheffler. Yes, he's a Longhorn. Hook 'em. But I also have a Scotty Scheffler shirt that says, "What would Scotty do?" And he would win. He just wins. That's all he does. But I love his personality because he's so humble. Like, you would never even know he's the best player in the world. You would never know that he's just like, we're comparing him to Tiger. He just doesn't have that personality of, oh yeah, that's me. I'm it. Such complete opposite of like a Bryson DeChambeau, right? He's not flamboyant. He's not loud. And because of that, I just respect him so much more. He holds on to his values. He loves his family. It's just, there's so many solid qualities. Also biased because I met him once at a Longhorn game, and he had a big giant plate of macaroni and cheese, and I was like, yes, I love macaroni too. So I was like, okay, we just became best friends. So in my mind, we're best friends.
Okay, so we got a couple minutes here. I mean, the box has been open, so I have to ask, how much fun is it going to be to watch Arch Manning this season?
So exciting. We're all excited. We were excited for him last season. Every time Texas was down, we were like, okay, let's swap out Quinn. Let's bring in Arch. It's Arch time. So all of us are waiting for it. There's signs already plastered all over the city. We're very excited for it. Also, as the bettor, let's lower some expectations. Yeah, he's still young. He's going to make some mistakes. He's not going to be as sharp as we're probably hoping that he's going to be. So let's see what happens. Let's see what develops. But I think it's a great time because I was never as a Longhorn, I wasn't the biggest fan of Quinn Ewers. So I'm very excited to see the transition of what we could be having a much more mobile quarterback.
It's going to be so much fun. The hype train is going to be unbelievable. Make sure you check her out as betting analyst for ESPN and Tennis Channel as well. She is Pam Maldonado. Pam, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, guys.
You bet. Have a good one. Oh, you shouldn't have said you're a Longhorn. That's all I needed to hear. 98 days and counting. 98 days until college football season. Oh, my God. I cannot wait.
Oh, here we go.
Double D. You know what I'll do? I won't even talk about football. I'll just talk about the number one golfer in the world, Scotty Scheffler. Oh, I don't know. Does he dominate? Yes, he dominates. And every time I see him, I turn to whoever's next to me. Maybe I'm by myself. I have to shout across the room, hey, Longhorn right there. Hook 'em, Longhorn. Doesn't matter what season it is. It's always a good time to be a Texas Longhorn. Oh, almost
man,
get the end there.
You nail that every single time, Jenks. There's a reason we continue to play that theme music. I thought that we wouldn't hear it for another few months, but I stand corrected. It's never a bad time for Jenks to talk about college football. And listen, like Pam's a big college football gal as well, so you were not off base there.
Man, Double D. I mean, all of us are thinking of Double D. I mean, he's not in hospice. He's just not feeling well today. But well done to actually have that like on the ready. I mean, I feel like that's right there. The hotkey. I'm telling you, he's got that bad boy memorized. Coming up next on the show. All right. No more Longhorn talk, at least for today. But we have a short baseball slate. Got a little basketball tonight. Where are we going to go? We'll tell you our best bets, and we're going to talk with the Donkster as well. I don't know what he's up to today, but he's got a few things to say. That and a whole lot more coming up next. We're going to wrap up hour 3 on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network when we come back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Roger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
There we go. Welcome back to the show on a Thursday. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Have your best bets coming up. We'll talk with the Donkster as well. I'll tell you one thing I don't think I'm ever doing again. I'm quitting cold turkey. I'm trying to put in my bets as I'm saying this. I don't think I'm ever going to take melatonin again.
Ooh.
I'm
really?
telling you, I usually need help falling asleep. I have been up since 1:30 this morning.
Oh, no.
I had one of the most violent dreams I have ever had, and I will spare everyone the details. But I mean, I woke up like, what in the hell was that? And I knew it was bad when I hear Catherine go, "Hey, you all right?" I'm like, yeah, I took some melatonin. I don't think I should. And I didn't take much. I took just a little bit. Like, not even a full pill. Like, this is just stuff you get off Amazon. This was not some sort of, like, crazy dosage or something. And then I was talking to ChatGPT. I'm like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? Are these things correlated? Because sometimes I believe that dreams, your subconscious can absolutely come to light when you're sleeping. But then sometimes I think dreams don't mean anything. Like, it's just a scramble of whatever's in your head. And this definitely felt like a scramble. I'm like, I don't know what this was, but I don't want to do this again. So I think I'm done. I'm out.
That's definitely a side effect of melatonin. I have noticed I have wild dreams on it. But my suggestion would be this. Go down to the kids version. I take kids melatonin. It's just like half a gram or half a milligram. I'm not sure what the measurement is, but it's a lot less. That way it gets you like a little drowsy, but you don't get the wild dreams. So there is an in-between there. I feel like people used to say this about Lunesta. Do you remember that drug where it was like the butterfly that came during the night in those commercials, and people reported like wild side effects? Like people were sleepwalking, people were doing all these wild things while they're still asleep. And now I feel like nobody takes Lunesta.
Yeah, what happened to that? It's like what happened to, what's it called? Airborne. Do people still take Airborne before they get on a plane? Remember when that was a thing for a long time?
It's still available.
Is it?
Like, it still exists. I've seen it. I just think people are like, wow, this is just vitamins.
Yeah. There was a time where it was just red hot. Oh, you got to take Airborne before you get on a plane. You got to take Airborne. And now it's just like, yeah, you can take it if you want. It's kind of fallen off. I'm not taking melatonin again. And the thing was, I was the one, I was protecting some kids, and I was using a baseball bat to keep these. I know, terrible. I'm like, am I a psychopath? Oh my God, it was terrible. I'm like, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Maybe cut back on the true crime. That would be one suggestion. Maybe
I was gonna say, what did you watch before bed?
Pause Dateline for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what it is. What did we watch before bed? We watched Murder Has Two Faces.
There we go.
It's what we watched. Catherine's suggestion. I mean, I was like, sure, I'll watch it. Yeah. So just maybe watching that and the combination of melatonin, just scatter shooting, maybe that had something to do with it. Tonight, guess what? It's Cinderella. Something very, very light. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. What's going to go on? Sammy P and Joe O. Of course. The crew is back. They're going to talk about the Thunder heading to the NBA Finals after that dramatic, I don't even say dramatic, convincing win over the Timberwolves last night in Oklahoma City. Nick Friedel will join the guys at 10 o'clock, and then Sean Zerillo from the Action Network will give his favorite plays today in Major League Baseball at 11 in the morning. I want to hear those because we have a short slate today. We have 5 games on the schedule, and I have to say, I don't like any of these games. So I can't wait to find out what you have to say because I'm just going to throw something into the wind. Let's tell you what we're going to go for and go with tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, 2-0 this week. It is all you.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of a coward because I'm not just taking the Pacers and the points here because we've been rallying all show long for the Pacers because, listen, they've been good as underdogs. But I feel like this pick is correlated. So I'm going to go with a team total for the Pacers over 108.5 for minus 135 because it feels like that's the thing that we can bank on. Even if they don't win the game, I do think they're going to score a lot of points because this is what we've seen in the postseason thus far. So if you look at this number of 108.5, they've already hit this in 3 of the 4 games against the Knicks in this series. And dating back to last series, they hit this in 4 of the last 5 games against the Cavs, who are also a team that plays at a very slow pace, supposedly has a good defense, and they still hit it in 4 of those 5 games. Also hit it in 4 or 5 games against the Bucks. So we've already had the outlier game in this series in which the Pacers scored, 100 points in that loss. I don't think we see that again. I think the Pacers are a team that knows they can run and gun. I think the Knicks are going to have to be the ones keeping pace. So let's go Pacers over their team total of 108.5 for minus 135.
You know what? Maybe I'll do it. I mean, I've been talking about the Pacers all show long, and then I'm not going to bet them after all this.
I know.
I'm a coward.
We're cowards.
I think I'm going to do it. All right, here's what I'm going to do. First of all, here's my baseball bet for today. I hate this bet. Every now and then, I'll put a bet. I hate this bet, but I'm going to do it anyway. Here we go. You can fade me if you would like. Every now and then, I just find a bet that I'm going to go with, but I'm not crazy about it. I keep going back and forth. We just don't have a big slate today. But if I am picking baseball, I'm going A's, Blue Jays over 8. So I was going to get the A's at plus money in the first 5 when I thought Jeffrey Springs was on the mound. Then they switched. Now they're going with Jacob Lopez. So he is generally a reliever. Did start last time out, was very impressive. I'm not quite a believer just yet based on a single start on a guy who has made his bones as a bullpen guy. And by the way, he will give way to an Athletics bullpen that has been the worst in Major League Baseball over the last 2 weeks. An ERA well over 9. Also, if you look at the Blue Jays splits, okay, they've disappointed. They're an under team, but they are much better against left-handed pitchers. Lopez is a lefty. Jose Barrios will go for Toronto tonight. He's been okay. Like I said earlier, I read a preview. He's been so good in Toronto. No, he has not. He has an ERA over 5 this season, and the Athletics can get to him. Obviously, on the road, not in Sacramento, which is definitely a hitter's park. We've seen that, but this is still an A's team. 6th in OPS, 7th in slugging this season. The Blue Jays, again, much better in those categories against lefties. So I'm going against the money here. I think we get an over. Let's go over 8 in Toronto.
Yeah, like you said, the A's have a good offense. I think people fail to realize that. They're also top 10 in home runs. So they've got some power to those no-name bats as well. So, Jenks, now that neither of us have taken the Pacers officially, they're definitely winning this game, and they're definitely covering. That's just how it goes.
Oh, I'm taking them. I just put them in. I'm doing it.
Oh, you are?
I'm putting them in.
Okay.
All right. I'm not yellow. I'm a guy who puts his money where his mouth is. Let's do it. Here's the thing. I don't understand this number. Could the Knicks pull it together? Sure. I just don't understand, based on what we've seen, why in the world the Knicks are still laying a number this big. The Pacers are the better team. They are the deeper team. I think the Knicks are absolutely worn out. And Tom Thibodeau has done his best to switch around that starting lineup. Okay, maybe they have a bit of a rebounding edge, but you're losing some scoring punch. It doesn't matter what they've done. It just hasn't worked. The Pacers are unfazed. The Pacers are still undervalued. And Karl Anthony Towns, banged up. That is certainly not a good sign if you're the Knicks. And this is a team that is exhausted anyway. The Pacers' depth will wear them down. I will happily take Indiana and the points tonight. Pacers plus 4.5 against the Knicks. Let's just do it.
Yes, sirs. Isn't that they're saying? Yes,
sirs. Yes, sirs. Okay, we got to get to Sammy P here. Before that, Donkster, get on in here, buddy. You've been waiting all show. What's going on?
Yeah, I was listening to your segment earlier on the Blue Zone cruise, and it sounds like such a grift.
Well, I mean, it's expensive, but, you know, you pay $1 million, you know, maybe a lifetime on a boat. That's not bad.
Dad, I know. I'm not deaf. I have big ears. I heard all about it.
It's pretty rude, Donkster.
The point is, you can set sail with someone on this show free of charge.
We're going to take people on the Potomac here in D.C.
It's not even that complicated. Just hop in while we go from one end of the hot tub to the other.
That sounds gross.
And plenty of healthy snacks are provided by my friend Stefan.
Snacks, huh?
Snacks. Okay, that's one way to put it. Donkster, do you have a bet?
I do. Astros, money line, minus 115 against the Rays.
Awful as
Nailed
always.
Awesome
as always, the handsome and lovely Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, good morning. How you doing, my friend?
What an introduction. Handsome and lovely. I thought
Yeah.
good things came in threes, though.
Oh. And erotic. You know.
Oh, no. The donkster rubbed off on you. Wrong
Sorry, how to get out of that
headspace.
mindset. How to get out of that mindset.
You forgot to change the
Intelligent.
voice there, buddy.
Intelligent,
The voice has to-
yes.
Yeah, when you say erotic, you got to change the voice.
Yeah, sorry.
Why can't we, Chelsea, why can't you pull the trigger tonight? You know you want to.
Well, I did team total instead of the Pacers getting the points because it's correlated, right? Because if the Pacers lay an egg, like that bet loses 2, but I'm doing team total over 108.5. I just feel like they're not going to slow them down, especially since they have fresh legs. So, like, that's the thing I feel like I can count on more as opposed to like sweating a spread late in the game.
That's fine. You're playing it at least in some way, shape, or form. I think a lot of people last night outsmarted themselves, seeing a big number with OKC and thinking, I don't know, everybody likes it. Sometimes everybody's right. And everybody was right last night because the T-Wolves were out of gas. It feels similar tonight. It really does.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes desperation doesn't matter. Like, people love that angle, but like sometimes the better team just wins.
I heard this quote a long time ago in Vegas. If you must win, you must not be that good.
Oh, I like that.
Ah.
I don't remember that.
I get
That's
it.
really good. That's why we have him on the. That's why he has a show. Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, thank you so much. That is going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew and Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
in and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. Also, you can watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And from 6 to 7 Eastern, head on over to the NBC Sports Now channel, available on Peacock. That's right, it's a Peacock Power Hour each and every weekday here on YBYB. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure to hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have weekdays, weekends at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Thursday. We got Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates. Nick Costos joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on tonight's Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Is tonight the final night of the NBA season? Based on my bets, I hope so. But tonight's Game 6, Nick will let us know his thoughts on the Thunder at the Pacers as Indiana tries to force a Game 7. A Game 7 would be on Sunday. Now, from a viewing standpoint, like casual sports fan Femi, I'm always up for a Game 7. But sports batter Femi who wants to win some money, let's get this thing done tonight, Oklahoma City. I think this should end tonight, and we can cash some tickets, which we'll get into later on in this segment. But as always, we're going to talk some NBA Finals. We're going to get into the NFL a little bit, go to college football. We have a lot we're going to get to over these 4 hours. And if you miss anything, make sure you check us out in podcast form. We know you're out and about. It's the summertime. I believe today might be like the first official day of summer. Maybe that was last week. I tell you what, in Las Vegas, damn it feels like summer. It's like 110 outside. And it's been like 110 for the last 4 days. So summer is here. Kids are out of school. Everyone's hanging out, going on vacation. If you miss anything, check us out in podcast form. And also, while you're there, make sure you subscribe, rate, and review. Boost us up those podcast charts. I know how much you guys love the Wagertainment. We have 4 guests who will be joining us throughout the program today here on a Thursday, starting at 4:40 Eastern. Senior NBA analyst over at Establish the Run, Mike Gallagher, will check in with us to give us his thoughts on tonight's NBA Finals Game 6, side, total, and especially the props. He is as sharp as it comes to betting NBA props. So we'll talk to Mike Gallagher about how we should be betting tonight with the uncertainty around Pacers guard Tyrese Halliburton. Then at 5 o'clock Eastern time, during the third hour of the program, college football analyst for On3 Sports, Andy Staples, returns to You Better You Bet. We haven't talked to Andy since January, since before the Orange Bowl between Penn State and Notre Dame. Excited to catch up with Andy Staples and go through the state of college football, which every week, it feels like something new is happening, potentially, with this college football playoff format. We'll try to get the lowdown on what might happen in the future with Andy Staples coming up at 5 o'clock. And then to begin the NBC Sports Now Power Hour at 6 Eastern, CBS Sports NBA insider Bill Ryder will check in with us here on You Better You Bet. Remember, like early on in the playoffs, Bill said that he really, really liked the Indiana Pacers, and he liked them to be competitive in this series against OKC. Well, mission accomplished. They have been competitive, but will they extend it to a 7th and final game? We'll ask Bill that coming up a little bit later on at 6 o'clock Eastern, and at 6:20 Eastern, our NBC and Peacock teammate, NFL and fantasy analyst Connor Rogers returns to You Better You Bet. We talked with Connor after the NBA, actually before the NFL draft. We chatted with Connor Rogers. It'll be good to have him back on the show, and he gives us his thoughts on the NFL as we're headed towards summer vacation for all 32 teams. Today is the final day of mini camps. We're going to break for a mini camp, and then all of a sudden everybody goes off for the next 4 to 5 weeks, and then in about a month, training camp will be here, and the NFL will officially be back in our lives. So we'll talk all things NFL with Connor Rogers at 6:20 Eastern time. But let's go ahead and get into last night's betting recap before we set the table, set the scene for tonight in Indianapolis for Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Now, last night, all I bet was Major League Baseball. Because outside of MLB and college baseball and WNBA, that's all we had. But I just bet 4 baseball games last night. A little bit of a frustrating night, but I can't say it's too frustrating because actually we got pretty lucky on one of the bets. So we have to acknowledge that as always. Like, acknowledge the lucky wins or lucky pushes and also acknowledge the bad beats. But we pushed on the Rockies Nationals, no runs in the first 5 between those two teams. So it's like, yeah, whatever, no harm, no foul. A loser on Twins Reds in the first 5 under. That was under 5. Ended up, I think, with 6 runs in the first 5 innings between those two teams. The push of all pushes, and this is where we got lucky. Orioles Rays first 5 with Tampa on the money line -115. Here I was like, you know what? I want to back Taj Bradley. Coin flip price against the Orioles. Like, this is a really good spot to back Taj Bradley. Gets knocked out of the game. Like 8 runs in the second inning for Baltimore. I'm like, dude, we're absolutely cooked. I stopped paying attention to the game. I'm now like watching the college baseball game. I'm watching other stuff, getting ready to watch other games, having dinner, just kind of hanging out with my wife. And then I look on Twitter. I'm just scrolling around, see what everyone's talking about, since it's a little bit of a slower night in the world of sports. And I scroll and I see the home run. I believe it was Brandon Lau that hit the home run to tie the game up at 8 in the bottom of the 5th. I'm like, hey, like somehow, some way, by hook or crook, we push on that one. One of the all-time pushes after being down 8-0 to go 8-8 after 5. Very, very thankful for the Tampa Bay Rays bats for getting me back into that one. So a push, no money won, no money lost, no harm, no foul. We will take that every single day of the week, especially when you're down 8-0 like 2 minutes into the game. At least that's what it felt like. And then finally, Astros first 5 on the money line. They get it done against Luis Severino. Astros bats really came alive last night in the Bay Area. So a shout out to Houston for cashing us a ticket last night. But let's get into tonight's NBA Finals, Game 6 between the Thunder and the Pacers. And right now over at BetMGM, Oklahoma City is a 5.5-point favorite. The total is at 222.5. You can get OKC -225 on the money line. Indiana +185 if you want to back the underdog to push it to a Game 7. Now, it's been a really interesting betting market, probably the most interesting betting market of this series, because we've seen a lot of movement due to the injury uncertainty with Pacers guard Tyrese Halliburton. Now, usually when you get to this stage, you're never going to see the markets really move because it's the 2 best teams, or at least the 2 teams who have made it here, and we all kind of have a grasp about where things should sit pending on the home court advantage. But this game, it's a little bit uncertain, which I think is fun for a betting standpoint. And Halliburton currently dealing with the calf injury that he aggravated in the first half of Monday's Game 5, listed as a game-time decision. Everything that I've been reading, everything that I've been listening to today here on this Thursday, feels like all indications are telling us he's going to try to give it a go tonight on that bad calf. Like, I feel like Halliburton is going to play. And this is a difference of how I felt about this yesterday, because we were on the show talking about this, Nick and I, on Wednesday, and I felt that, hey, Halliburton, based on what everyone's saying, sounds like he might be on the wrong side of questionable with this game. But tonight, it sounds like he might be able to play. Like, Halliburton said that he's going to ask all the right questions and make sure that he can't do like severe damage to this thing and that he can go. And if they're going to clear him, I 100% believe he will play if the medical team clears him. It sounds like that's where we're headed towards, because Indiana has been getting bet this afternoon. We've also seen the total tick up as well. Was as low as 221 yesterday, now out to 222.5. over at BetMGM. And ESPN Shams Charania earlier this afternoon was on the Pat McAfee show, and he said, quote, Tyrese Halliburton has every intention of playing tonight. So that would make you believe we're going to see Halliburton in the starting lineup. Now, how long do we see him? I'm not so sure. And I'm not even sure what the realistic expectation should be for Tyrese Halliburton, because even if he plays, I mean, you can just look at the betting market right now. His points prop, that's down to 13.5. Usually he's in that 17.5, 18.5 range. His points prop already down to 13.5, baking in the fact that, one, he's clearly compromised, and two, he probably might not finish the game. Like, if he doesn't finish the game, all of a sudden scores 6 points but can't give it a go, then boom, all those under tickets cash, which is what everyone has been betting over the last couple of days. And I would expect, just as like somebody who has watched a lot of basketball and like just kind of looks at how teams sort of attack players who tend to be compromised, at least like publicly known that they're compromised, like OKC, aren't they going to pick this dude up 94 feet? Like, I feel like if Halliburton wants to bring the ball up the court, Oklahoma City is going to say, hey, man, we're going to pressure you. We're going to make you push off of that bad calf and see if it can hold up through the course of a 48-minute basketball game. Like, I think that's how OKC is going to approach this thing. And I think at best, Halliburton, based on what we've been hearing over the last couple of days, I mean, he's got to be like, what, 70%? Like, there's nowhere close to 100%. Otherwise, I don't think we'd be doing this kind of song and dance of like, hey, can he play? Is he game time decision? We're preparing with him, preparing without him. No, like, he's nowhere close to 100%. He's probably in that 70% range. Like, I think we're going to see Oklahoma City really just try to put a lot of stress on that calf for Tyrese Halliburton. And I think based on Halliburton playing tonight, is which I believe, there's nothing that's been confirmed yet, but that's where kind of the betting market is headed. This is giving us an opportunity to back Oklahoma City. And if you didn't get in on Oklahoma City before the news came out that Halliburton was going to undergo the MRI, like, this is your second chance, in my opinion, to back the Thunder. Now, it's not 5 like it was prior to this news coming out a couple days ago, but 5.5 at BetMGM, that's not a bad price. Like, that's less than 2 possessions. That's OKC just winning by 6 and you win your bet. I think that's a good way to do it. And I would lay this number because we are getting an opportunity to lay a pretty reasonable price on the road with the best team in the NBA against an opposing team whose best player is clearly going to be compromised to some degree. So I think OKC is how you should be betting this thing. And with Halliburton's uncertainty, everyone's wondering, and I'm wondering the same thing, especially from a prop standpoint, who's going to step up for Indiana? Like the obvious choice, in my opinion, is probably TJ McConnell, because that's the guy that's going to get an increased role given the fact that he's the backup point guard. But, you know, I thought Nick brought up a really solid point yesterday during the show that, you know, it's a little bit different coming off the bench in the reserve role versus like the other team preparing for you to be an integral part of the game. Like, OKC is now ready for whatever TJ McConnell wants to do, because he was awesome in Game 5, 18 points off the bench, kind of caught the Thunder off guard. I don't think that's going to happen. And also, too, you look at McConnell's points prop, it's the highest it's been all postseason. Like, it's usually 6.5, 7.5. It's now 10.5. So is today the day to bet TJ McConnell? I don't think so. The way I'm going to be looking to bet this thing with the Halliburton uncertainty, I'm not going to overthink it. I'm betting Pascal Siakam. I'm betting Siakam to carry the scoring load for the Indiana Pacers. He usually like hovers around 15 shots per game. That's kind of where he kind of hangs out. I think tonight, given the fact that they're facing elimination, given the fact that Halliburton is not going to be able to carry the offensive load as much, I think you're going to get 18 to 20 shots tonight from Pascal Siakam. I think opportunity will be there. Now, will he make them? You know, we'll see. Like it's hard to guess if a guy's going to make shots that night or if he's going to miss shots that night. But I think opportunity will at least be there. His points prop right now, 21.5, and it's minus 105 to the over. So Siakam, given the opportunity, given the aggression that I think we'll see from him, that is the guy that I want to back on Indiana, with Halliburton a little bit banged up due to this calf injury. Now, like the Indiana side, of course, they're a part of it. OKC, in my opinion, the main story here, because OKC is the team that is one win away from winning the NBA title. They are on the precipice of winning their first championship. And the Thunder, like, they have the chance to put the cherry on top of what has been a historic NBA season. Like, they're the second youngest team in league history to make the NBA Finals. Like, that in itself is a big-time accomplishment. And the fact that they won 68 regular season games, it's incredible. And if you factor in the regular season and the postseason, 83-21 in those games. 83 wins, just 21 losses. And also, on top of that, because we all knew OKC heading into the season was among the favorites to win the NBA title, best team against the spread all season long, 63% ATS during the regular season. So if you were just betting OKC all season long, you, my friend, are very, very rich. And what makes this really special is that it feels like, at least, we'll see what happens with the second apron tax and the CBA and all these other factors that are built in there to make sure we don't get dynasties anymore. But at least this particular team, once again, second youngest ever to make the finals in league history, it does feel like it's the start of something special. And it feels that way because A, they have the front office. B, they have the flexibility with all the draft picks and all the draft capital. They also have a superstar in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is that dude MVP season. Like, it feels like this is just the start of something special for OKC in the Western Conference. And speaking of SGA, Finals MVP betting market, I think, is really, really fun because right now he's minus 650. OKC's minus 3,000 to win this series. I mean, I'm probably going to put a little something on SGA. Not going to go too crazy. Would not endorse emptying the bucket on SGA to win Finals MVP. But I want something on SGA at minus 650 because I get that J-Dub's been awesome. SGA averaging 33 points in these NBA Finals. Who do you think's going to win Finals MVP as long as J-Dub doesn't go off for about 40, 50, 60 points tonight? I think a very, very good likelihood is that it's going to be SGA as MVP, not just of the regular season, not just of the conference finals, but also the NBA Finals. On the other side, we will get to our top headlines on a Thursday here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The win total is 7.5. It is used to the over, of course. I'd be interested. And if you want to do an alt over of 8.5, yeah, this team should go 9-8 or better.
Remember, it was never them unable to win regular season games. The issue in Dallas has been they haven't won a Super Bowl since I was in second grade. That's the problem. It's postseason success. It's all these wild card losses, these divisional round losses. I mean, it's pathetic. They can't win in the playoffs. But if you take last year out, I hate being that guy, but they were just crippled by injuries last year and went 7-10. The previous 3 years, 12-5, 12-5, 12-5.
Right.
So, I mean, the wins in the regular season have been there. They are regular season good/very good, and they're postseason pathetic. But it's easy to stack wins in the regular season if you can stay healthy. They just got to stay healthy. And you go back to that 2020 season, Dak got hurt again. They went 6-10. Dak got hurt last year. Parsons is hurt. DeMarcus Lawrence is out. You win 7. When the quarterback's been on the field, they've been pretty good, man. They've been pretty good.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM network. It's a Thursday, baby. Femi Abebefe hanging out with you guys this afternoon. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Kostos with his thoughts on tonight's Game 6 of the NBA Finals. You know, the more I say that, the more I get a little bit depressed, to be quite honest. I'm rooting for my bets. I want my bets to win tonight. However, this actually is the last night of basketball. Very, very likely. And that's a little bit depressing. Now, we're going to get some Summer League coming up. The WNBA is obviously kicking into high gear as well, which I do have a bet for tonight's game between the Fever and the Valkyries, a little late night action in the Bay Area. But the NBA, I love the NBA. I love the NFL. I don't love the NBA as much as I love the NFL, but I love the NBA. And we might be bidding adieu to the NBA later on this evening between Indiana and OKC. But we still have a lot of time before we get to tip off. So we'll enjoy it while we have it right now and savor in these final moments. And all this right now might be just famous last words. I'm jinxing OKC. I'm just out here acting like we're about to go to a funeral here for the NBA, but who knows? Maybe Indiana actually wins this thing and we get a 7th game on Sunday. But enough of that. We'll talk some more NBA Finals in the next segment and all throughout the show. Let's go ahead and get to our top headlines. And with that, we bring in our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, who joins us each and every weekday here at 3:20 Eastern Time. Bill, what'd you do last night, man? I watched a little bit of the college baseball, watched a movie. I was just hanging out, man. There was no big time stuff to watch outside of what we saw between LSU and Arkansas.
Yeah, actually, spent some time with the lady. Did some family stuff. Not something that we usually are sitting there in our man cave staring at 3 televisions. But not last night. Actually, did some stuff because like you said, NBA is wrapping up. No football yet, and get ready to speak first 5, buddy. It'll be a lot
first
of those
5
bets coming up.
Hey, we are fluent in first 5, and we will continue to thrive in first 5. That is first 5 and Fangraphs. Those are the words that we'll be saying here on You Better You Bet, man. My goodness, I love baseball, but it's just I'm an awards guy, and I'll talk to Jake about this coming up in 20 minutes. It's kind of a sad baseball award season, to be quite honest, man. We're not even at the halfway point. We have entrenched favorites who are untouchable apparently, but yeah, we'll get into that a little bit later on in 20 minutes. But enough of that. Let's talk about the current and let's talk about what's happening today. Bill, hit us with the number one thing we need to know this afternoon.
Well, Femi, with you talking about the NBA Finals there in the opening segment, how about we start with a little college football? Because the leaders of the college football playoff just wrapped up meetings in North Carolina, and they have made no decisions about potentially changing the format of the playoffs, saying that, quote, all options are still on the table. So, Femi, there's been a bit of a roller coaster about how this thing is going to look moving forward, and it seems that basically no progress is being made.
Yeah, and that's the thing that kind of troubles me a little bit. I'm how has there been no progress made when it feels like for 2 months now we've been talking about, hey, do we want to do a 5+11? Do we want to do the automatic 4 qualifiers for the Big Ten and the SEC to where those 2 conferences would be guaranteed 8 collectively ahead of a 16-team playoff? There's just been so much conversation about all these different permutations about what they might do 2026 and beyond, to where all the dust settles now as we're heading into the summer months, and it's yeah, we haven't really made any progress. What? What have you guys been doing? Who's financing this nonsense? You guys just meeting and writing this stuff up, writing off meals, writing off plane tickets, writing off hotel stays to meet and then do nothing? Come on, we got to get to some kind of resolution at some point, because it's going to take a little bit of time to actually implement this stuff. It's not just going to be this time next year and be hey, before the season starts, here's what we're going to do. It's very, very strange. And I understand the political dynamics of the whole thing, because clearly the SEC and the Big Ten, those are the biggest voices in the room. Those are the conferences that are the biggest. Those are the conferences that have the best programs, especially with the revenue sports. So they're going to get their way. The problem right now is that the SEC and the Big Ten, button heads a little bit. They're a little bit no longer on the same page, because early on, I felt that they were on the same page, because everyone proposed, hey, let's do this. We get 4, you guys get 4, and then everybody else gets the rest, or in a 5+11, which would be the 5 highest ranked conference champions, and then 11 at-large bids. It felt like they were all on the same page. But the problem at hand is that the Big Ten, which I actually agree with them on this, the Big Ten is looking at the SEC and even the ACC, one of the little brother conferences, and saying, hey, so why don't you guys play 9 conference games? Like, why are you guys only playing 8? Like, if we're going to do this thing and it's going to be fair, why are you guys playing fewer conference games than what we're playing? So that's a point of contention. Another point of contention is, all right, well, what are the metrics that we're going to use to determine who actually gets in? Because if you're the SEC or the Big Ten, especially the SEC, that has a lot of depth. I mean, we just did this dance last year where the SEC only got 3 teams into the 12-team playoff because they had all those teams at 9-3, all kind of sitting in on the outside looking in, like ranked like 16th, 17th, 18th, or whatever it was. Like, they want to make sure that they get those teams in and say, hey, well, look at our strength of record. Look at our strength of schedule. How are we defining these kinds of things? Like, all of this is on the table. Nobody seems to agree with it. And as fans and as bettors, to me, more as a fan than better, because a better, I'm just going to bet on the damn games. They can tell me if it's a playoff game, an exhibition game, a regular season game, whatever. I'm going to find a way to bet on it. But as a fan, like, this stuff is exhausting to keep track of. Like, it feels like college football is now like the boardroom sport. Like, that's what we're talking about. Every year is like a new, like, it's as if like the NFL went ahead, we're going to do like a CBA, a new one every single season. Like, think about how exhausting that would be. That's what college football is now turning into. Every year, we got to tweak this. We got to do this. We got to evolve this. It's so exhausting. Hopefully they find a resolution soon. Hopefully it's a 16-team playoff. That's what I'm rooting for, because that's more playoff games to bet on, more meaningful games to bet on all throughout the regular season. I think they'll come to a conclusion. We just got to stop being greedy and start compromising, damn it. And let's get on the same page and let's move forward with our lives with college football. Bill, hit me with the next story.
All right, Femi, let's move over to the NBA. Let's talk a little NBA draft. Ace Bailey had a heck of a year last year for Rutgers, averaging over 17-7 and cementing himself as one of the top picks in this upcoming NBA draft. But Bailey at this point really seems to making things as difficult as possible for teams. There's reports now that Bailey has canceled his visit with the Philadelphia 76ers, who have the 3rd pick in the draft. Bailey's approach to this NBA draft has been a little strange, to say the least, Femi, and you really have to wonder if he's going to turn some teams off.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he kind of is already. You know, like if you read some of the draft mailbags and the notebooks that people put out there, as we're now 1 week away from the NBA draft, like this approach, I get it. It's not an apples to apples situation, because like Shedeur Sanders was never like seen as like a top 3 draft pick, at least not in the consensus opinion. There are some people maybe out there who had him that high, but the consensus did not have him that high. Like Ace Bailey, he's not going to plummet to like the 2nd round. That's not going to happen, even though he's conducting himself this way, or at least he's being advised to conduct himself this way. But it's just a little strange. You know, it's like you haven't played. You're coming off a season where like individually, yeah, you were really, really good, but the team stunk. Like you were on a team with Dylan Harper as your teammate, 2 lottery picks, 2 top 5 picks, and you guys couldn't make the NCAA tournament. Like what's going on there? That seems a little bit weird, doesn't it? And now you see this and you wonder, well, is Ace Bailey more concerned about kind of getting his shots up, or is he concerned about winning? Like, I don't think the winning part is part of the factor, because like, he doesn't want to go to one of these teams where he's going to be like the 5th banana, the 6th banana, because that would be the case in Philadelphia, because the Sixers right now, if healthy, are a really talented team with Joel Embiid, Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, Jared McCain, the rookie last year who was really good before he got hurt. Like that team has guys that are ready to compete for a title right now. If you're a rookie, you kind of just have to get in where you fit in, versus if you get drafted by like, say, the Wizards or the Hornets, hey man, there might be 15, 16 shots per night for you. You might be able to go out there and get your game off if you want to do that. And if that's what Ace Bailey wants to do, hey, by all means, we're all entitled to our own paths in terms of what we want to do with our careers. But it feels like that's kind of where he's gravitating towards, which like on one hand, you can understand it. Like you want to actually be able to develop and be able to learn how to run a team versus just learning how to be a role player. I understand that. But I mean, don't you also want to be like a top pick? Like you want to tank yourself and like to where you go like 6th, 7th overall. You don't want to be the 3rd pick or maybe even the 2nd pick in the draft. It just seems like a weird setup for Ace Bailey, who has wanted promises reportedly along the way. That's one of the reasons why he might have canceled his Sixers visit. It's because the Sixers were not willing to promise and guarantee that they'll take him 3rd overall. So he says, you know what? I don't want to do it. In fact, he's the only U.S. born guy, or U.S. based guy, I should say, that has not visited with an NBA team. The entire situation is weird, and the entire situation I think is made for a fun betting market, because if you look at the BetMGM numbers in terms of like the who's going to go 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, et cetera, like Ace Bailey right now, he's favored to go 6th overall, and that's at plus 220. That's not a rock solid favorite. That's just the betting market kind of having an educated guess as to how this draft might ultimately play out. He was seen as like the number 2 prospect heading into college basketball this upcoming season. So clearly he's done some damage to his draft stock. How much? We might not know until this time next week, but whenever those draft positions get posted, I'm sure that's going to happen over this weekend and early next week. His is going to be the most fascinating one because I think a lot of people are going to look to bet that over because we don't know how far he could fall come draft night in 7 days. Bill, hit me with the next story.
All right, Femi, the Houston Rockets, they had a great season, obviously. They ended up the 2 seed in the West after going 52-30. Obviously not quite what they had hoped for in the playoffs. But regardless today, report from Shams Charania, ESPN Zone, that the Rockets extended their coach, Ime Udoka. According to the report, Femi, this is a long-term deal that will pay him over 8 figures annually.
Wow, shout out to Ime Udoka. And he did a hell of a job this past season. You know, he was a Coach of the Year candidate. Rockets get the 2 seed. And I do wonder, because I doubt the Rockets are going to end up like selling their team or whatever like that. Because like I was listening to Brian Windhorst's podcast and he was saying, usually when you see extensions happen, like the Lakers did with Rob Pelinka, like that means like a sale could be on the way. I don't think that's happening. I don't even want to say that, but I just found it kind of like, it's interesting that the timing of the Rockets giving Ime Udoka this extension, but it does, if you're Ime Udoka, put you in a position of comfort and also gives you a big voice in terms of what the team should do in a very pivotal offseason. I think that's the key thing for Ime Udoka because there's the Kevin Durant rumors that are out there. Durant reportedly is very interested in the Houston Rockets. Like, if Durant wanted no part of Houston, I don't know if he would get Ime Udoka being extended. Or maybe Durant says, I don't want to be there because I want a new coach. And the Rockets says, you know what, Durant, we don't want you. We like Ime more. Like, whatever reason it is, Houston is telling Ime Udoka, you are our guy for the foreseeable future. Like, we believe in you to be an NBA championship winning head coach. And why wouldn't you? He coached that Celtics team to the finals that lost to the Warriors. And in 2 years, he's turned the Rockets from losers into a team that's competitive and is probably a move or two away from being like a contending team in the Western Conference. So I think it's fascinating to see how this domino kind of affects the rest of the dominoes coming up as early as next week with the NBA draft and what the trades might be down the pipeline. But for Ime Udoka and the Rockets, makes a lot of sense. He was really, really good for those young players. And I think the future is bright in Houston, regardless of what they do this upcoming summer. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, let's move over to the NFL because as we know, there's been a few teams doing their mandatory mini camps this week. One of them being the Kansas City Chiefs, wrapping that up today. And their tight end, Travis Kelce, spoke with the media, talked about his decision to come back this year, and basically what his mindset has been this offseason.
I just didn't make the plays that I thought I should have made. I didn't get open in certain situations. Blocking the right guys, having my attention to detail, motivating my guys to, get the the energy and the focus and the confidence that we needed during that game, and I just in that area I just felt like I failed my guys.
So a lot of self-reflection there, Femi, from Kelce, who did not like how his season ended. If there's any juice left to squeeze here, I think Travis Kelce plans on finding it.
Yeah, I mean, and you credit him for some accountability. Now, was it all on him? No. I know he's like the captain of the team. He's going to kind of shoulder all the blame and all that stuff. But it wasn't all on Travis Kelce as to why they got blown out by the Eagles. But I do like to hear him say, you know what? I need to be better because I need to be better in these particular areas. And being a leader, being vocal on the sidelines when things are going well. The problem for Travis Kelce, and he's trying to fix it. He says that he's lost some pounds. Maybe he feels like he's in the best shape of his life. We haven't gotten that quote yet, but maybe we do in a couple of months at training camp. But he feels that he needs to be a different body type in order to prolong his career, in order to separate, in order to be a reliable target for Patrick Mahomes. Because if you look at the way last year was, it really wasn't that reliable for Patrick Mahomes. Nowhere close to where he was 3, 4, 5 years ago when he was in the prime of his career and the best tight end in all of football. And if Kelce's not going to be the security blanket Kelce that Mahomes needs, it makes things difficult for Kansas City, as we saw last year. That was one of the reasons why they weren't as explosive or as efficient offensively. Remember, it was the defense that was kind of carrying them there. And then offensively, they kind of found some footing in the playoffs, especially against the Buffalo Bills. So Kelce, I don't know if we could expect him to get back to where he was. And if he's not, man, at Kansas City's offense, I hope Rashee Rice and Marquise Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy are ready to carry the load there, because it's not going to be from the tight end spot anymore. It's going to be those explosive wide receivers on the outside who keep this thing rolling for Mahomes and the Chiefs. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, College World Series championship is set. LSU scores 3 in the bottom of the ninth last night to beat Arkansas 6-5. Advances to the championship. They will face Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, shout out to LSU. Shout out to our guy Jake Hassan, who liked LSU last night, who are an underdog in the game. And boy, it was a roller coaster to get there. For sure, it was a roller coaster to go ahead and cash that ticket. But, I mean, it's hard not to watch that game and think that game was lost versus won. I mean, the errors by Arkansas late, ball bouncing off bodies, ball bouncing off gloves. We'll take it how we can get it, but my goodness, what a ride that was. And shout out to LSU, though, for being on the right side of it and getting to the College World Series final this weekend against Coastal Carolina. We'll talk more about the College World Series and give you an update on what's happening at the Travelers on the other side. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, coming at you on a Thursday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I love when coaches and athletes, it just cracks, which I understand. It's just funny to me when it's just a word jumble and they're not saying anything at all. It's like, look this up. Can we play this on the show sometime? Sorry, this is a quick aside. Emmanuel Acho drives me absolutely crazy. He went to Texas, and I can't get behind it. Like, Texas fans are like, dude, this guy is a killer. Have you ever seen him? It's a video of him reading, I think, from a book that he wrote, and it's the most nonsensical thing you've ever heard. It goes like this. We got to pull this up at some point. When you reach for something and it's ahead of you, sometimes you have to look behind to see the full picture. And the picture is only painted when you're holding the brush. But whose brush is it really when we're really in control of the God above us? And you're just like, what are you saying? Like, you're putting a bunch of fanciful things together and you're saying absolutely nothing. And I kind of feel like that's what's happening here, where you're putting a bunch of words together, words, answers, but there's nothing really there.
All right, one more reference, and then we'll get to this game.
Yeah.
Do you remember the one that Michael Scott had? And I just looked it up, and I think it's this one. Don't ever, for any reason, do anything to anyone, for any reason ever, no matter where, or who you are with, or where you are going, or where you've been, ever, for any reason whatsoever.
Exactly. That's totally what it is. They're not saying anything.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Thursday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, I'll be joined by Nick Kostos with his thoughts on tonight's NBA Finals Game 6, Thunder at the Pacers. OKC right now a 5.5-point favorite, that total sitting at 221.5 over at BetMGM. So we've seen a little bit of money coming in, actually 222.5. I should say. I stand corrected. A little bit of money coming in on the over at BetMGM, as that mirrors the rest of the market. So people liking the over, as it seems. Don't want to go ahead and say it's confirmed or anything like that because there hasn't been any news that's dropped, but it seems at least that Tyrese Halliburton has a really good chance of playing tonight. ESPN Shams Charania on the Pat McAfee show saying that Halliburton intends to play tonight. What does that mean? We'll find out in a couple hours. Tip-off is still about 5 hours away from downtown Indianapolis, but Thunder 5.5-point favorites. So Indiana's been getting bet today, and the over is getting bet today, which is the opposite of yesterday. It was OKC getting bet, and the under was getting bet. Now it's Pacers and the over, seemingly that Halliburton would be good to go. But let's go ahead and get into tonight's marquee games before we bring on Jay Kassan and Tyler Morales to give us their thoughts on the College World Series and the Travelers Championship happening right now, a signature event on the PGA Tour. But tonight, marquee game, Thunder at the Pacers, Game 6 between the two teams. OKC with a chance to win their first NBA title in franchise history. Indiana looking to force a Game 7, which would be on Sunday. That would be a hell of a game, a hell of a viewing experience if we got a Game 7 on Sunday. But OKC with a chance to win the title tonight. Halliburton, of course, the big story in the game. Game time decision right now, but as we outlined, it feels like he's on the right side of questionable as opposed to the wrong side, which is how it felt 24 hours ago. As for what everyone is betting with tonight's game, 58% of the bets, 61% of the handle is on the Thunder laying it. And that was at a different price than what's currently out there. That was like at 6.5. Now we're sitting at 5.5 over at BetMGM. 76% of the bets and 86% of the handle is on over 221.5. So the over, which is why that continues to tick up, and up. Is because a lot of folks are liking this to be a higher scoring environment than what the betting market originally had it as early as 24 hours ago. 75% of the bets, 52% of the handle is on Pacers money line. That's at plus 195. The underdog usually getting a majority of the money and the tickets, given the fact that people like to bet a little bit to win a lot as opposed to the other way. Most popular player props, fifth most popular. Interesting. TJ McConnell over 10.5 points. Clearly Halliburton banged up. McConnell, that point guard 2, the guy that would be having an increased role tonight if Halliburton is not able to have his usual minutes load. The fourth most popular, Pascal Siakam, first field goal, plus 650. Third most popular, Siakam over 21.5 points. I agree with that. I think Siakam is the guy that has to carry the scoring load for Indiana. Second most popular player prop, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, first field goal, plus 575. And the most popular player prop over at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas, Benedict Mathurin over 10.5 points. Remember, Nick liked that yesterday on the show. We were talking about that. Benedict Mathurin to have a higher scoring game than the betting market thinks. Also, a little narrative play. Happy birthday, Benedict Mathurin, who turns 23 today. So the birthday boy has a chance to have an increased role if Halliburton cannot fulfill his usual duties as the table setter for the Indiana Pacers. So an interesting nugget there. That's the most bet player prop at BetMGM. For me, though, I agree with the Siakam one. I will be betting his points over. I also like some other player props that I can get into right now as well. Like Siakam over. I like SGA over. It feels like the market's cool on SGA now. Like he hasn't had like his typical SGA games recently. But even with that said, I mean, the guy scored like 31 points in the last game. Like he's still really, really good. And his points prop has now ticked down a little bit, which is what I've been waiting for. Because early on in the series, 34.5, hanging out in that range. Now it's down to 33.5, which obviously is not a big difference, but I do think we're getting a little bit of value just because he's gone over this number in 3 of the 5 games in this series. And in the 2 games that he didn't go over, one of them was just a terrible shooting night and it was not good. He scored like 24 points. But the game where he scored 31, like he still took a decent amount of shots. He was just well below his usual field goal percentage. So if SGA shoots like around that 50%, which is usually where he's at, I mean, he shot 51% throughout the duration of the season. Like if he's at that 50% mark, he's going to take enough shots and he's going to take enough free throws. So I feel pretty confident he's going to go over this number 33.5. And also the fact that it's a closeout game, or at least a potential closeout game for OKC, I think you're going to get like unusual minutes from SGA to where like, hey, they're up 10 to start the fourth quarter. We're not resting you. Go out there, pedal to the metal. Let's make this a 20-point lead and close this bad boy out. Like, I think OKC is going to be aggressive tonight and trying to kind of take any chance or any signs of life away from Indiana. So I like the over on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, over 33.5 points. I also like the over on Isaiah Hartenstein on 6.5 rebounds. It's minus 118. The minutes are not that great. He's around 20 minutes or so, 22 minutes per game in this series, but he's still rebounding at a great rate. And especially now with Halliburton a little bit banged up, offensive efficiency, maybe that dips down a little bit for the Indiana Pacers. More opportunities for rebounds, opportunities for iHeart to clean the glass. So I like Isaiah Hartenstein over 6.5 rebounds. He's also gone over that number in 3 of the 5 games as well so far without even playing that many minutes. So give me Hartenstein over on the rebounds. And also finally for me, Tyrese Halliburton under 6.5 assists. I think the ball's going to be out of his hands, because if it's not, he's going to have to work quite a bit. Like, he's going to need to rely on the other guys to set the table. Otherwise, I don't see him making it through this game, because OKC is going to put so much ball pressure on him to make him have to like push off of that calf and explode and all that stuff. That's just a problem just waiting to happen for Halliburton. So I think you're going to see him leaning on guys like Nembhard, guys like Mathurin, guys like McConnell to kind of set the table for the other Indiana Pacers. So I'll go under 6.5 assists. I know that's already ticked down a little bit from where it's usually at, usually in that 8.5 range, but I don't think it's gone down enough. I'll play under 6.5 assists at even money on Tyrese Halliburton. So those are the props I like for the NBA Finals game tonight. I also have a side bet. I like OKC laying the 5, but we've talked about that over the last couple of days. We'll finalize the card coming up at 6:40 during gambling night in America. But let's go ahead and bring on Jay Kassan and Tyler Morales to break down what we've seen in baseball and in the world of golf. And Jake, we'll start with you, because I want to get your thoughts on last night's wild game in Omaha between LSU and Arkansas. LSU was in control, and then they weren't in control, and then they won it at the end in walk-off fashion. Your thoughts as LSU punches its ticket to the final to take on Coastal Carolina?
I shouldn't have been sweating, because I had both of those teams at double-digit prices for futures, but I was, because if Arkansas had gone on and moved on, I would have been way more afraid of Coastal Carolina than I am. I am afraid of Coastal Carolina. Let's make that very clear. This is a very good team, but I was just having a good time watching that game, honestly. And Arkansas's curse that they apparently were branded with in 2018 when they gave up a 1-0 lead against Oregon State to blow the series. Apparently it still holds. I mean, just a wacky game. Jared Jones, the hero on multiple occasions for LSU. Credit to them. I still think they're the likeliest to win. I agree with the price being them minus 175 or so to win the series. I think it's even longer now. We'll see how it goes. Like I said, Coastal scares me, but I think they can definitely win. But I do feel all right about LSU, and I would pick them right now to win it all.
There we go. And the betting market likes LSU as well. Minus 175, minus 180 is where they sit against Coastal Carolina. College World Series final begins on Saturday. Game 1 Saturday, Game 2 Sunday, then if necessary, a Game 3 on Monday night, which you look at the sports calendar, I'm hoping we get a Game 3, damn it. Give us something to look forward to come Monday night. Tyler Morales hanging with us as well here. Tyler, give us an update as to what's going on in the Travelers. I just have baseball on my screens here in the office. Was watching the golf earlier this morning. What's going on right now in the Travelers Championship, which is a signature event on the PGA Tour?
Well, there's a guy named Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, so yeah, I just noticed. Yeah. We got you in. I mean,
Tyler's in heaven.
He's in the clouds right now. Tyler right now in the clouds. You were saying Scotty Scheffler as we try to get your camera in focus somewhat.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler sending me into heaven. He's early death. Yeah, right now this Scheffler guy is he's playing pretty well. He's 500 through 9, and this is a tournament where you'd be worried at him running away with this because he's won this before. Don't like to see this, considering he's already 3 shots off the lead. Austin Eckroat's in the lead. We say this every week. Is he going to win? No. Right now, to me, the real lead's about 6 under with Rory McIlroy. Eckroat's probably just going to fall off on the weekend. Our guys did pretty well. Sam Burns, Cam Young, Ben Griffin all playing. Justin Thomas going out right now. little concerned if Scotty Scheffler just kind of rolls this up, because right now he's going to the back nine 5 under and can easily shoot 8-9 under, and there's the easy holes in the back. So little worried, not gonna lie. And I'm someone that tries to take Scotty Scheffler head on all the time.
Yeah, Scheffler right now plus 160 at BetMGM. The
Yep,
betting
not
market
great.
very much bullish on Scotty to go ahead and get this thing done. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? You just hope that the guy has a bad round tomorrow or Saturday, and you have a chance on Sunday, because if he's in contention, good luck. Probably not going to get your outright home if Scotty Scheffler is lurking on the course there. So, Tyler, thank you for your analysis on the Travelers Championship. Any bets that you like tonight here before we let you go?
Yeah, so apparently the Houston Astros are just as soon as they play in Sacramento, they're just the best team in the world. So I took the game over in that. The Astros scored 13 and 11 runs the last 2 days, and the Astros, the Athletics offense hasn't been great, but this is an awful pitching matchup, so I took the over 10.5 in that game, hoping the Astros can just get there by themselves, because they've done it the first 2 games.
All right, going with the over between the A's and the Astros over in Sacramento. Jake, what do you like tonight in Major League Baseball?
I can't believe we're getting Spencer Strider at minus 135 as a favorite. I think that's wrong. He shouldn't be this big of a favorite. How does it lose? Let's go back to the Mets. Can't wait to see how they blow this one, but I'll take Clay Holmes as a dog.
Going with Clay Holmes. And Clay Holmes has been good this year. Like, the Mets have turned him into a starter. He's been really, really good, putting the quality starts together and everything. So the New York Mets, who seemingly just lose to the Atlanta Braves every single time that they play, we'll see if they can get on the right side against this Braves team. I have a bet in that game as well, which I'll reveal later on during Gambling Night in America. I will say this, though, as we're coming to a close here on this 3 o'clock hour, a really interesting day in baseball, at least as it pertains to the Cy Young in both leagues. Right now, Tarek Skubal, he had his outing. He's no longer on the mound as they're taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Detroit with a big lead, up 9-2. But in the doubleheader of that game, Paul Skeens will be on the mound for the Pittsburgh Pirates. But a lot of other National League guys pitching today. Logan Webb about to take the mound against the Cleveland Guardians coming up at the top of the hour. Later on tonight, Yoshinobu Yamamoto will be on the mound as well. So a bunch of Cy Young contenders and the 2 favorites pitching today. So something to keep an eye on throughout the world in Major League Baseball heading into tonight's game between the Thunder and the Pacers in the NBA Finals. And to continue that conversation on the other side, Nick Costos joins us. His thoughts on Game 6 as we begin the 4 o'clock hour here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I mean, a true freshman, a
Yeah, I like
five-star
the under.
recruit. I think he's eventually going to be a stud if he even finishes at Michigan. Because that's the other thing, man. Right now, I do think he ends up being the starter. The last report was he's making the push to be the starter. I mean, the quarterback position was a mess last year. So I think that's going to be the case. You know, you brought up the schedule and then you said Northwestern. That's a trap game or a tricky game. I bet their win total over 3.5 games. If you look at like the last 4 seasons, 4 times they come off a losing year. Every year they go over their win total and they do it by at least 3 wins. I actually like that coaching staff, man. I thought it was going to be a mess when they had to fire Pat Fitzgerald like out of nowhere after all the weird stuff that was going on with the program. Instead, they like rallied, and they also bring in Preston Stone. And I know it didn't work out at SMU, but I think that was more SMU's offensive line had early struggles in spring, and Kevin Jennings is the real deal and more of a dual threat, could run around. But people were hyping up Preston Stone, and he was actually pretty solid. So I like Northwestern over 3.5 games, and I agree that could be a trap spot. So I'm not running out to bet the under on Michigan. I'm not betting the over on Michigan. I think it might be a little bit of a letdown of a season for Michigan, at least according to their standards.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the show where anything can happen.
Yeehaw!
It's the king of Wagertainment, the prop king himself.
Your boy has got this ish figured out like I always have.
Nick Costos.
Go eat your Five Guys burger with your 1-star take.
You better, you bet.
We need to celebrate betting on sports.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM Network.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, tremendous Sports Thursday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew. We just found out, our video producer, Mike Brown, I didn't know this. Mike, just type in the chat. What year, Mike, did you get married? 2 years ago, right? I think Mike's been married for 2 years. As an aside, my 2-year wedding anniversary. Oh, so Mike got married last year. As an aside, my 2-year wedding anniversary is Tuesday, the 24th, whatever day June 24th is. I had forgotten about it until my mom, when she came over yesterday to babysit my daughter, gave us an anniversary gift. And I was like, what's this for? And it was at that moment that I realized that I had told on myself and I had forgotten. And fellas, let me tell you something. There are many, many ways for you as a man to piss off your wife, girlfriend, significant other. Actually, I don't even know. Is it even in the top 5? There are many ways that it's close. Top 3? Forget the anniversary? Now we have a kid, so I guess I'm off the hook a little bit here, but not great. So now I'm trying to finagle some anniversary plans. For instance, I asked my wife, hey, let's go to dinner tomorrow night, Friday night, the 20th. To which she replied, I don't think I want to. I said, well, what about on Tuesday, the 24th? She said, oh, I think I'm going to be hanging out with my mom. This is what women love to do this, or at least my wife loves to do it. They're not going to let you out of your mistake. I'm going to be twisting in the wind this entire. At some point, she will allow me to book some sort of extravagant dinner or some deal as a way to say I'm sorry. But your boy's twisting in the wind right now. Let me tell you something. So anyway, Mike Brown got married last year. He's telling us in the show chat that basically, Mike, do you mind if I say this on the air? I mean, I'm going to anyway, but I just want to, just out of respect, say, do you care if I do this? I'm going to. Oh, he doesn't care. Mike married Rich. I didn't know this. Now I know Mike married his lovely wife, Maya. Mike talks about her all the time in a really positive way. I didn't know that Mike married Rich. I guess I should have known when he went to Dubai on his honeymoon. Something's up here. So Mike did really well. Mike Brown spends, I don't know how much time every day. He builds these graphics for Gambling Night in America. And if you watch the show, you see them. They are ornate. This is like the sports video producer equivalent of the Sistine Chapel. 19 baseball games on a full screen. That's on the screen for somewhere in the range of 3 to 8 seconds. And it's done. Lost to history forever, into the ether. All that hard work for 10 seconds. Insert your sex joke here, everybody, you pervs. And here's what I want to know. Mike married Rich. Why is he doing this? I mean, does he need to be putting together a Fever Valkyries full screen for tonight? If he married Rich? Go live in Dubai, buddy. I guess, I love Mike. Mike, I don't want you to leave. But man, it's a great, I think about, if you won the lottery, would you show up to work the next day? I actually really like my job. I enjoy it. I enjoy every aspect of it. But if I won and I'm talking not $1 million. You need more than $1 million to live for the rest of your life. If I won mega millions, $100 million, whatever, you'd never see me again. I'd be out of here so fast it would make everybody's head spin. I would live a quiet, rich life. I think Mike Brown could do that. And he's here with me and us. It's kind of repulsive. Also, please don't go anywhere because everyone that fills in for you isn't nearly as good. Anyway, Mike Brown's part of our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, the final hour on NBC Sports Now and Peacock. We are heard on radio stations nationwide, and we're in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment, talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM. Yeah, it's Costos, Femi, it's the crew, and you here on You Better You Bet. So much sports betting goodness coming your way, including we're 6 days away from the NBA draft, and how great is that? I can't wait to watch the NBA draft next Wednesday night. I can't wait to bet on the NBA draft and have the sweat of draft bets when the commissioner walks up to the podium. We're going to talk about this hour on the show what we're hearing as it concerns the NBA draft, the latest on Ace Bailey as it concerns the NBA draft, and why I think his situation is not even close to being the same as Shedeur Sanders, and the bets that we like in the 2025 NBA draft. We're going to talk WNBA MVP. We'll talk the Fever game coming up tonight. Femi's got a bet on it with the Fever and the Valkyries. We will preview the College World Series, which is set. The finale is set with LSU and Coastal Carolina after Arkansas's comedy of errors last night, which is just, emphasis on errors. And we bet LSU. What an unbelievable win for us. Man, if you're an Arkansas fan, what's Colin Wilson up to right now? God, the crash out must be legendary. God, you bet Arkansas, you're an Arkansas fan? That's so bad. I know something similar happened in 2018 with Arkansas in the College World Series. I think they might have to secede from the United States. Canada can be the 50th state and replace Arkansas. Arkansas shouldn't even be a state anymore after what happened last night. Or like a terrible. What they looked at the New York Yankees in Game 5 of the World Series last year against the Dodgers. Pathetic. We'll talk LSU and Coastal Carolina. LSU a huge favorite in the College World Series. And all our bets for tonight coming up in the Power Hour, the Final Hour, the NBC Sports Now hour of the show, including Major League Baseball, where it's me. Hi, I'm betting the Braves again against the Mets. And spoiler alert, they're going to win. They're going to win with Spencer Strider. I wanted to do a Wario voice there. Whatever. Spencer Strider going to hashtag shove, and the Braves will beat the New York Mets tonight. And, of course, we'll also discuss in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour Gambling Night in America, where we begin today's show. Not with Mike Brown's and marrying into money, but with Game 6 of the NBA Finals, where I like people have started saying this now. You know, everyone goes, oh, like the Cup's in the building, like Game 6 and Sunrise. Like, oh, the Stanley Cup's in the building. Now everybody's going, the Larry O'Brien trophy's in the building. It doesn't have quite the same ring to it. I don't know if I'm the first person to say that or the 50th or the 500th. The Larry O'Brien trophy's in the building does not hit the way the Stanley Cup's in the building does. Just want to throw that out there. But it will be in the building tonight because with the win, the Oklahoma City Thunder become NBA champions. If the Indiana Pacers win, we will get a Game 7 coming up on Sunday night in OKC. So history is on the line tonight. We could have the coronation of a new potential dynasty on the line tonight, or around 11:30 p.m. Eastern time, we will know that we will get this weekend the two greatest words in sports. This is usually where I throw like a curveball, and I don't say Game 7, but it's Game 7. Game 7 on Sunday night of the NBA Finals with the Thunder and the Pacers. And to make matters even juicier, we've got line movements for Game 6 of the NBA Finals. So how about an impromptu version, everybody, of It Moved?
I think it moved. I think it moved. I think it moved.
It moved. It hits different before Game 6 of the NBA Finals. So here's where we stand right now, side and total, and here's what it means for Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Oklahoma City down to a 5.5-point road favorite, although the 5.5 is juiced towards OKC. The total bet up. Okay, we can bring the music down. Thank you, guys. Hey, Mike, are you sure you want to work here? Total bet up to 222 and a half. Big difference between those two numbers, 222 and a half. So what does this mean? Tyrese Halliburton's playing tonight. Tyrese Halliburton is going to play tonight for the Indiana Pacers. I know that has not been officially announced. We might not get official word until literally like right before tip-off. I'm sure Shams will break it whenever it's official. But Tyrese Halliburton's going to play tonight. We always tell you on the show, because it's the truth. It's not to make us as sports bettors or this industry look better. It's because it's true that the betting market is the great indicator here. Bettors will know before anybody else. And the fact that yesterday on the show, Oklahoma City was a 6.5 point favorite, and now it's 5.5, a couple hours before tip-off tonight, tells you all you need to know. That this is basically the original number. Oklahoma City out a little bit from where it opened, but Tyrese Halliburton's going to play tonight. I would be absolutely stunned if Tyrese Halliburton did not play, given this movement in the betting market. And you think about it, you the listener, you the viewer. If you knew Tyrese Halliburton was out, would you be like, man, let me bet the Pacers right now? Oh, man, let me slam these bets in on Indiana. No. If you knew he was out or thought he'd be out, you'd be waiting for him to be ruled out. So Oklahoma City could get bet, and then you could wait until the last possible second and click the button on the Indiana Pacers. So this news tells me Tyrese Halliburton is absolutely playing tonight, Game 6 of the NBA Finals. So the question now becomes, how effective is he going to be? And there is also a, like, should he play part of this as well, which is less interesting, like, to us as a sports betting show. It is an interesting topic. Should he play? I mean, I try and put myself, just a quick thought on it. I try and put myself in, like, the shoes of these athletes, right? Trust me, I'm not one. But just, like, if I were him, right? You literally, not figuratively, literally, like, you work your entire life to be in a spot like you're in tonight. Like, this is what the work's for. Like, to win at home to force a Game 7. Like, this is what it's all about. Like, this is why, like, you build up that huge reserve of chips so you could cash them in a spot like this and, like, get this moment potentially. If I were Tyrese Halliburton, no way I'm missing the game tonight. So I'm not going to begrudge. He could, and God forbid this happens, he could tear his Achilles tonight, and I'm not going to criticize him on the show. I won't do it. It's up to the Pacers to tell him not to play to save him from himself. If I were him, I would absolutely play. I think he's going to play, and I won't criticize him for it. The criticism can and will, though, be levied at Rick Carlisle if the game starts and Halliburton doesn't have it. And this looks like what it did in Game 5. You get his ass out of the game. This is not like Game 5 when Halliburton's in the closing minutes, and I defended that the next day, saying, like hindsight's 20/20. No one knew how that was going to end up, right? I had no issue with it. But if it happens tonight, with all the knowledge that we have, and Halliburton's ineffective, and we'll be able to see, like, we'll see it on the court. It's not going to be a secret. You got to get him out of the game. You got to get him out of the game. Let Nembhard play points. McConnell can come in off the bench. Mathurin can shift to be the 2 guard. Like, that's the answer to the question. You cannot mess around here and let Halliburton play 30-plus minutes in this game if he doesn't have it. And we're going to end up knowing pretty quickly, I think, whether Tyrese Halliburton has it or not in tonight's game. My thing is, as a bettor, and I've said this literally since Game 5 was in the books, and we started previewing Game 6, it doesn't really matter to me. I should have done like my rock in person. It doesn't matter if he's... It doesn't matter. I like the Thunder no matter what. Halliburton could be 100%, and I would still like OKC in the game tonight. The Pacers lost this series in Game 4. This series, for all intents, and I'm far from the only person to say this, but I have been saying it. This series was lost by Indiana and won by Oklahoma City in Game 4. And the Thunder take care of business and cover the spread in Game 5. They unbelievably cover the spread in Game 4. And I think tonight's going to be a coronation. I think the Thunder win tonight, and I think the Thunder are going to cover the spread tonight. Jalen Williams took his game to a different level. Again, Batmen, plural. J-Dub took his game to a new level. Do you think Shea's going to have a bad game tonight? No, man. It's a historically great season, and everything's on the line. I expect Shea to be great. Not good. Great. Chet Holmgren, Alex Caruso, bad in Game 5? I don't think that repeats tonight. I think the Thunder take care of business. Win tonight, cover tonight, and win the NBA championship. What does this mean for props, though, in tonight's game? We're expecting Halliburton to play. How should we be betting Indiana Pacers player props? We'll talk about that and the NBA draft on the other side. You Better You Bet, Thursday, BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
look at the Colts quarterback situation. What the hell, man? What are you going to get in the passing game? So you lose 2 important linemen, and now you need to rely on Anthony Richardson, who can't stay on the field. If he doesn't cut it, you go to Daniel Jones? ? If that doesn't work, you go to Riley Leonard, the rookie.
Are we sure they don't start with Daniel Jones?
No, I'm not. I have no idea what they're going to do. I am so down on this team, it makes me nervous. I don't like them in a lot of ways. But if they can't throw the football and other teams don't respect the pass, what do you do defensively? You just throw 7-8 guys in the box and say, "Go ahead, Jonathan Taylor, beat us. Come on, go ahead. Take our cover off." I don't think it's going to happen. I don't mind their receiver room. I like Pittman Jr. I like Josh Downs out of North Carolina. Pierce is fine. But I don't trust the quarterback, and I don't trust the line. And I think it's going to be very easy to stack players in that box against Jonathan Taylor. So that would be the first guy, whether it be in the award market, in the total yardage market, or in the fantasy market, that I would want no part of, Jonathan Taylor.
I think I have to be as smart as I want to be. I have to understand the risks, ask the right questions. But I'm a competitor. I want to play. I'm gonna do everything in my power to play, and that's just what it is. But I mean, I think the answer to that is dependent on who you ask.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network.
Man, that's the voice, obviously, of Tyrese Halliburton. This is the easiest, like if you're doing like a sports radio call-in show today, it's one of the easiest days ever. You make your case as to why Halliburton should or should not play. Be like a little inflammatory about it and open the phone lines. And let everyone chime in on what they would do or what they think he should do in that spot. And you've got gold. Gold, Jerry, gold. It'd be unbelievable. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on whatever your slant is, that's not how we do business here on You Better You Bet. So we'll talk about the betting impact of Tyrese Halliburton. We think he's going to play tonight. The betting market would seem to indicate that he's going to play tonight. Again, OKC now a 5.5-point favorite after being a 6.5-point favorite yesterday. So here's what I want to do as far as Indiana is concerned, because, we're really not going to know until the game starts. And I think, I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Matt Moore. Maybe it was Drew Dinsick. Someone that came on the show yesterday, recently, talking NBA, talked about Aaron Gordon in Game 7 for the Nuggets. against the Thunder and how it seemed like there was no way Aaron Gordon was going to play in the game. Like a severe hamstring strain, and then played in Game 7. And not only did he play in Game 7, he was pretty good in Game 7. Like whatever the deer antler spray was that like Ray Lewis took back in the day. Like I'd love to know what like cocktail of drugs Aaron Gordon was on to get him through that game. My point is, I have no idea what like Tyrese Halliburton's going to do to get himself ready to play. And I'm not insinuating that it's anything illegal or sinister. Just if I were him, I would do anything I could to get onto the court. So I guess it's within the realm of possibility, right? I have to acknowledge this, that the game starts and Halliburton looks good. I still like OKC in the game, even if that's the case, but that would obviously impact props. The bet that I'm going to like for Indiana from a prop perspective, no matter what happens with Tyrese Halliburton tonight, and I just want to see if it's, because it was on the move from yesterday into today. Let's just see where it's at right now. It is interesting to me that the Pascal Siakam under is getting bet. Siakam down to 21.5. The bet that I like, and I touched on it yesterday and the day before, is Benedict Mathurin over points. Indiana is going to need his scoring in tonight's game. Now, he could go 1 for 9 from the field. He could be absolutely brutal. He could cost Indiana the cover at the end of the game and the championship after the way the end of Game 5 went, the end of Game 4 went. It could happen. It's happened 2 games in a row. They're going to need him tonight. I think he gives us at least 11 points. So Benedict Mathurin over 10.5 points, where if Halliburton's not right, I feel like that's not that it's definitely going to win, but it's a bet that I feel awesome about. And even if Halliburton's 100%, which he's not, he's close to it, whatever, on an insane amount of drugs to get himself ready to play, I'm still going to like it. So Mathurin over points will be my prop for tonight's game, and I am laying the points with the Oklahoma City Thunder. NBA draft is the next thing on the NBA calendar, assuming that we don't get a Game 7, and then obviously that'll be the center of the NBA universe on Sunday. And then next Wednesday is the NBA draft, Wednesday, June 25th. What we know about the draft is that Cooper Flagg is going to go first overall. What we also know is that it's one of the best things that's ever happened. The Dallas Mavericks getting the number 1 overall pick. Just a delicious bit of content there. Dallas trades Luka Doncic and gets the number 1 overall pick. So we know Flagg's going to go 1. The betting market seems to think it's close to a lock that Dylan Harper will be the 2nd overall pick of the draft to the San Antonio Spurs. Things can change. We'll see what happens with Kevin Durant. If he goes to San Antonio, they may take Dylan Harper anyway with the 2nd overall pick. We'll see. But it feels like Dylan Harper is going to go 2nd overall to the San Antonio Spurs. Where things get fascinating, and I am, we've had guests that have said this on the show. Matt Moore talked about it the other day. Where the draft starts is at 3 with the Philadelphia 76ers. And the player that is the most polarizing player in this draft is Dylan Harper's college teammate, Ace Bailey. We had John Fanta on the show yesterday. Fanta was awesome. By the way, his three-team baseball parlay hit last night, and I bet it. It was Guardians, Reds, and the over in the Astros Athletics game. Like a rocking chair winner for our guy, John Fanta. Now at 101% approval rating. And John Fanta kind of confirmed what everybody's been saying about Ace Bailey. John, lives in the area and is as close to the college basketball game as anybody. That Ace Bailey can be a little difficult. And that he's kind of got one of these personalities that he might not be the easiest guy to deal with. And that should be pretty obvious to everybody as these reports continue to come out that Bailey is not taking any private meetings. He canceled his meeting with the Philadelphia 76ers at number 3 overall, which doesn't mean the Sixers can't or won't take him. Daryl Morey took Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain without a private workout. So that there is precedent for it for the Philadelphia 76ers. But it goes noted that Bailey's not even interested. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to be there. And he apparently is rubbing people the wrong way. I've heard people and I've read people make the Shedeur Sanders comp for Ace Bailey. That Bailey's not playing nice in the sandbox, and maybe teams say, thanks, but no thanks. let's say the difference between Ace Bailey and Shedeur Sanders, and talk to some people in the NBA, not about this specifically, but about Ace Bailey. I think the difference between the two is that Shedeur Sanders, maybe he turns out to be a great NFL quarterback, but he was never going to be like the first overall pick in the draft. Like Cam Ward was going to go first. He was never going to be a guy that goes in the top 10. Probably not a guy that goes in the top 32, even if things went perfectly. Former Arizona Cardinals general manager Steve Keim had a great quote, and I've referenced it on the show. In the NFL, if Hannibal Lecter ran a 4.3 40, they would have diagnosed him with an eating disorder. Meaning that if there's enough talent there, you'll put up with a lot. A lot. And Ace Bailey has the talent. There's no question about it. Now, maybe he's not Cooper Flagg, and maybe he's not Dylan Harper. And I'm not grinding the film on the college guys. That's not what I'm doing. Just saying this is what people say. But Ace Bailey absolutely has the goods. Just from talking to people, I don't think Ace Bailey's slipping in this draft. The thing that I've heard the most from people, and we've had a couple guests come on recently and say it, because it's been in betting circles for a while now, is that Philadelphia likes Malowach from Duke, who famously did not have a rebound in the Final Four loss to Houston. In the game that I bring it up a lot, even though I say I won't ever again. I need to stop. I believe it. I also believe that Philly doesn't need to take Malowach at 3. So my best guess is a team goes up to 3 to get Ace Bailey. Now, it's Thursday. There's 6 days. A lot more new information will present itself. I reserve the right to change my mind. But where I'm at right now, before I finalize bets on the draft, I don't think Ace Bailey is going to slip. I think the Sixers are trading down. I think they want Malowach from Duke, and I think a team's going up to get Ace Bailey. Maybe it's the Jazz at 5, who desperately need playmaking ability. Do the Hornets want to go up a slot to guarantee that they get Ace Bailey? Because he kind of fits in next to LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller in that offense. Now, they're going to give up 120 points a game, but maybe they could score 121. It'd be interesting. I think a team's going to go up to get Ace Bailey. That's where I'm at right now. Things can and likely will change in between now and Wednesday. You bet on this Thursday. Mike Gallagher from Establish the Run stops by in 10 minutes to preview Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Femi Abebefe with me now. Femi, I'm guessing you agree with me that Halliburton's going to play tonight off the movement in the betting market. Yeah. How does this change, if at all, the bets that you want to make for tonight? And lay it out for us here how you're looking at Game 6 of the Finals.
Yeah, from a prop standpoint, it doesn't really change things, but it does make me want to bet on more stuff, and including Tyrese Halliburton and his player props. Like his assist number right now at BetMGM, it says 6.5. There's no guarantee he plays the entire game. There's no guarantee that he plays his usual allotment of minutes. I'm going to go under. I know it's been ticked down. Like it's usually 8.5, maybe 7.5 sometimes, but now we're down to 6.5 with the expectation being that like he's not going to be 100%. But still, like just think about how he's going to have to kind of operate in this game. OKC's going to pick this dude up 94 feet. They're going to say, all right, man, you're out here with a bad calf. All right, like push off that calf. Let's see what happens. They're going to be up in his grill. And if he wants to make it through the entire game, you think that he would have to kind of dish things off to Nembhard, dish it off to your guy, Benedict Mathurin, or find other ways to kind of work off the ball than being like the primary table setter like he usually is. So for me, I'm going to go under on his assists. It's plus money right now, even money to be exact, on under 6.5. But I think that's a way to play Halliburton and fade him if he's out there on the court, because it's clearly not going to be what it usually is when he's typically healthy.
Would you play if you were him? Or would you be like, yeah, I'm not risking the Achilles here. Go out and try and win without me. I'll catch you next year if you lose.
I mean, I would play just because there's no guarantee that you get back there.
Right?
It can't be up to him.
I don't even think it's a decision.
Yeah, like if you're just him and you have all the control, of course you're going to play. Like, but the control needs to be in the Indiana Pacers kind of side of it thing, because like they're the ones that need him to be healthy, not just for tonight but beyond. Like if they're thinking about him being the face of the team or whatever and being like their franchise player, you don't want that guy to be a torn Achilles where he misses all of next season. So if you're the Pacers, if you get word from the doctors that, hey man, like there's like a 10% chance that he could tear his Achilles, like that would make me a little bit nervous. But if you're Halliburton, of course you're going to play. Like, I mean, how many guys have we thought that would, this is just the beginning? No, there's no guarantee, man. This might be your only crack at it to win an NBA championship. So, yeah, hell yeah, you'd play. And you just hope that you don't step wrong, I guess.
Any other bets for you for tonight, and we'll finalize the card at the end of the show?
Yeah, for me tonight, I think Isaiah Hartenstein, I'm going to go back to with his rebounds. It's gone now down to 6.5 just because he's not playing as much. He did start, by the way, in Game 5, but he's not playing like 25, 30 minutes. He's only playing about 20, 22 minutes in this series. But still, in 3 of the 5 games, he's gone over that number, playing that allotment of minutes. And I think that just because you're going to see a faster paced game as what the betting market thinks with the total going up, but also too, the efficiency for Indiana, I would expect that it goes down a little bit, maybe some more chances for rebounds for Hartenstein. And I'm also curious to see how Mark Daigneault kind of staggers the minutes here, because I think you're going to get an OKC team that's aggressive with their minutes and how they play their starters. They want to close this out tonight. They have the Game 7 in their back pocket at home, but Game 7s are weird. You don't want to be in a one-off when your guys have never really been in that situation. You want to close this out while you have the opportunity to do it. So I think you're going to see guys play some more minutes that typically do, like Hartenstein. I think maybe you get 25 minutes tonight. The rebound rate is always high with him. He's active on the glass. I like over 6.5 at -118. And also SGA, his points prop, 33.5 now. Used to be 34.5. It's ticked down a little bit because the last couple of games, he hasn't been at that 35, 36 point level that he usually is at. I like over on SGA. I think once again, with the minutes, let's say it's a 6 to 10 point game entering the fourth quarter, OKC is up. Hey, buddy, you're back out there. Let's make this a 20-point game, and let's close these dudes out right now. This is not going to be rest and come back with 6.5 to go. I think they're going to be super aggressive. So I like going over on SGA at 33.5. I think that it's a big-time closeout opportunity for them. They're not going to go ahead and pass this up.
What's the thing that you do that pisses your wife off the most?
Oh, man. I think probably just being annoying when she asks me for help. I'll ask follow-ups, even though I know I'm going to help her eventually, but I'm just being kind of a pain in the ass. It infuriates her. She'll say, for instance, she'll be like,
can you give us an example?
So for tomorrow, for that matter, she has to go take her car to get it serviced or whatever, oil change, typical annual thing that you do. And she's asking me hey, do you think that you could follow me or whatever so I don't have to wait in the lobby? And I was like, why don't you just wait? I wait whenever I go. I don't bug you. Even though in the back of my mind, I know I'm going to do it. I'm just kind of just being a punk for a little bit there.
Why do you do that?
Just because sometimes I like to get under people's skin. I think it's,
you like
it's humorous. My wife doesn't think it's humorous.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's I'm not going to say yes 100%, even though I know I'm going to do it. But I just like to bother.
My wife gets really pissed when I do that.
Not furious, but she gets pretty today she was kind of mad. She cussed at me today. Which
What'd she say?
Every now and then that happens. But, well, I'm not going to repeat what she said.
Well, don't repeat it, but what was it?
Yeah, there was an F-bomb that was dropped this morning.
F you, or you're an effing idiot? What was it?
No. I'm not effing waiting in the lobby at the Subaru station or whatever. You're gonna follow me, and we're gonna go back home. And I'm like, all right, I'll be there. But it's an early morning one because I told them if it's 9 a.m. West Coast time, I can't do it. So let's do this at 7 a.m. where I can actually have time to do it because I do work on Friday. She's off.
Off of what you said about the getting your car the annuals. I got a new car last year, and it didn't used to be like this. I have the app on my phone, and and every time I turn the car on, I get it's basically like a nuke's about to hit. You need to take your car in for servicing. I'll take the effing car in for servicing when I feel like it. When I have a free second, that's when I'll do it. Leave me alone. God, it's you pay to be hassled. It's unreal. Mike Gallagher from Establish the Run joins us next talking NBA Finals Game 6.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I've never said this on this show, but I'm all in on Penn State this year, at least in the Big Ten, man. That would be my bet, even over Ohio State. I think Ohio State loses week 1 to Texas, and then I don't know. We'll go over the schedule here in a second, but if James Franklin can at least get to the Natty this year, I don't think it ever happens, man, right? Like, they bring back pretty much everybody. I know you lose some studs on the defensive side of the ball, mainly Abdul Carter, but offensively, Drew Aller's back, regardless of what you think about him. Still a really good college quarterback, at least in the Big Ten. Nick Singleton comes back, and Katron Allen, which I was a little surprised that both of them came back. The problem last year was they didn't really have a receiver that could create separation. They didn't have a 1,000-yard receiver, unlike Ohio State, who every year has 2. They had Tyler Warren. Now he's gone, and he played all over the place. Obviously, he was a tight end, but they lined him up in the slot on the outside at the Wildcat quarterback position. But this team is stacked, man. And they have Kyron Hudson now. They have Luke Reynolds at the tight end position, who has some experience as well. They'll be tough defensively, and they bring in Jim Knowles.
My teammates instill a lot of confidence in me and go out and be me. Mark's done a good job of telling me just be myself. I don't got to be anything more, and that's giving me a lot of confidence. Learning through these finals, that's what makes the team good, and I thought we were able to do that, and we were able to collectively get stops and win the game.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
At the voice of J-Dub. You don't have to call him Jalen Williams anymore. He's earned the nickname J-Dub after his unbelievable 40-point effort in Game 5 against the Indiana Pacers, putting the Thunder on the precipice of an NBA championship. J-Dub's points prop tonight is really interesting. 23.5 after the 40 piece that he dropped in game number 5. I've contemplated taking the over, and I feel like that's going to be a contrarian opinion, is the over for Jalen Williams in tonight's game. I think I'm going to be contrarian and take a piece of the Jalen Williams over. We talked about Benedict Mathurin. Femi talked about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and how we're betting tonight from a prompt perspective, how we're betting tonight from a side perspective, and a total perspective with Tyrese Halliburton expected to go tonight for the Indiana Pacers. The betting market seems to indicate that Tyrese Halliburton will play. The Thunder 5.5-point favorites after being 6.5 yesterday. And joining us now to break it down, the best in the business at player props, the best in the business at NBA DFS, at NBA Fantasy. Our good buddy Mike Gallagher, senior NBA analyst for Establish the Run, host of the Establish the Run NBA podcast. They do amazing work with the ETR show on YouTube as well. On Twitter, at Mike Gallagher. Mike, happy Game 6 of the NBA Finals, my friend, to you and yours. How's it going?
Doing great. I'm 100% with you. I don't think I've ever called – I'm probably called J-Dub like 95% of the time I refer to him. So 100% with you there. Excited to talk about Game 6 tonight.
Why don't we start with just Tyrese Halliburton here? We think he's going to play, Mike. The betting market indicates that he's going to play. Spread has moved down to 5.5. His points props 13.5. Assists is sitting at 6.5. We just have no idea, right? Like when the game starts – is he going to be what he was in Game 5? Is he going to be like Aaron Gordon in Game 7 against OKC for the Nuggets when no one expected anything and he looked like he was shot out of a cannon? Like, what are you expecting tonight from Halliburton, if anything? How are you betting Tyrese Halliburton tonight?
So I think he's going to be limited, obviously. For our minutes projections, we cut 8 minutes off his minutes projection because of Carlisle is going to be uncomfortable. Carlisle doesn't like playing injured players. We've seen that. So I think that Carlisle could cut his minutes, or he could just tap out, right? He could just I don't have it. He's playing with a legit injury. Shams Charania reported he could be out for weeks. This was the regular season. So, yeah, pretty low expectations. I didn't bet the under. I'm, interested in betting threes because I think he's going to play off the ball. Not going to do it because I don't have a lot of faith in Indy to score points, except for one player, which I'll get to, but which actually I'll get to now. I think Andrew Nembhard is going to pick up a big handling role. I've been waiting to see Andrew Nembhard pick up a bigger handling role because of the pressure they've been putting on Halliburton. And now that you're going to have Lou Dort on an injured Halliburton, which is already tough at 100%. So it feels very uncomfortable for Halliburton to pick up a big handling role when he's going to be attacked on defense. So I think Andrew Nembhard over 10.5 points is my favorite player props bet, just because I think he's going to have a bigger role and he's going to play a ton with the guard mid standing out. I think they're going to pressure T.J. McConnell a little bit more here. So I think Nembhard's in a better spot to be more aggressive. But, yeah, I would lean taking the under on the Halliburton stuff because the matchup's so bad and we've seen him really struggle. So that would be my lean. But I think Nembhard is by far my favorite pacer to outperform his points line.
But, Mike, where my brain goes, right, when you're talking about Andrew Nembhard in that way, and you mentioned his points prop, right? If Nembhard's going to be more of and these are my words, not yours. If Nembhard's going to be more of the point guard tonight, more of the one, and maybe Halliburton becomes more of the two, more of a shooting guard, right, playing off ball, you like Nembhard over points. Would you take a look at Nembhard over assists or recommend that play? 4.5 is the number. It is juiced to -140 at BetMGM. We would tell people to shop around, obviously. What about Andrew Nembhard assists? Because, Mike, while you're talking, I'm thinking, man, I might have to bet that tonight, Nembhard over 4.5 assists.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I don't know. I just want to rather play the points for possible just shooting over the top of the pick and roll stuff he's going to run. But yeah, I'm good with anything Nembhard. I think PR is good. I think PRA is good. I just lean the points lines. I just think it's going to be the easier one to hit. And I don't know. I don't really have a lot of faith in just Indiana creating enough open looks. We saw that kind of get cut down. They only had 14 wide open looks, which is one of their worst wide open looks games. So yeah, I just have a lot of faith in OKC defense, and I think the assists could get cut down a little bit. But yeah, I'm if you made me pick, I would for sure be into the over.
I'm going to be selfish and ask you about a bet that I like for tonight, and I'm curious how you feel about it. You mentioned, Indiana again, problems creating their own shots, open shots, etc. If Halliburton's not going to be able to do that tonight, if he doesn't have it tonight physically, who on Indiana can really do that, with the exception of Benedict Mathurin, and maybe you think Siakam could do it also. I like Mathurin over 10.5 points. Siakam over is a pretty hot bet, Mike, at least amongst content people, even though it's getting bet to the under right now, under 21.5 points. That's where the juice is. Any thoughts on those guys for the Pacers? And then we could turn our attention to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I lean under on Siakam. My concern is, as I'm kind of alluding to here, we haven't really seen his minutes spike. He's been routinely hanging in the mid-30s. I kind of think that doesn't happen. So I think you're going to maybe have to fight off an extra 3 or 4 minutes. I don't really want to do that with what, as I mentioned, should be lowered usage there. I think Matthew's interesting. Should mention it's his birthday today for the people who like the narrative. I think he's interesting. I think if Halliburton is really light or underperforming, he's probably a flip to close for the reasons you're citing, being able to create a little bit. Tony Brothers is on the whistle. He's one of the higher calling foul refs. It's a neutral kind of foul calling crew, for what it's worth. I think I kind of like that too. I think Mathurin, I'll be talking a lot about him for the DFS show after this, but I think he has a pretty high ceiling. So maybe even playing some alts on Mathurin, I think makes some sense.
This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebfe. We're hanging out with Mike Gallagher, senior NBA analyst over at Established to run as good as it gets with the NBA props. So we tackled the Indiana side. Let's get to the Oklahoma City side. I like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander over on his points. I think that this is a big SGA game, a closeout opportunity. Maybe you see them tinker with the minutes and trying to get after it. How are you betting Oklahoma City's props for tonight's game, where they're the favorite, of course?
Yeah, I don't have anything OKC yet, but I like your SGA thought because, like I said, Nembhard, I think, is going to have a bigger handling role. And maybe that affects his defense. I mean, they're pressing. They're still going to probably press him if he's bringing up the ball. And, maybe he gets worn down. So SGA still had a pretty normal shot distribution in this series for how he normally gets them, but his jumpers are down 10% from about 43% to almost 33% on his jumpers. So, and they're still getting – it's not just getting, bad looks, right? He's just missing looks he normally gets. So, yeah, I kind of am with you there. I haven't pulled the trigger on that, but I do like that. But the OKC stuff that I'm on – I haven't pulled the trigger on the 5.5. I kind of like it though, but the one thing I did pull the trigger on, like I noted, losing Halliburton's handling and then the risk of the turnovers that could come with that is really high to me. We saw those 22 turnovers in the last game. I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in Indiana scoring over 100, so I took under 108.5 team total on Indiana. I just don't think they're going to be able to generate the foul calling they got last time. I mentioned the open looks they weren't really getting. They're not going to get as much transition. That's been a pretty big trend in this series. Just think it's a really uphill climb for them to score 110. So I'm in on the 108.5 under 3 points.
All right, it sounds like you think OKC is going to win and cover, but we'll do that in a second here. Like who you think is going to win, who's going to cover, game go over under, etc. But I do want to ask you just about J-Dub. 40 points in Game 5. Everyone loves his under tonight. It's minus 135 at BetMGM, under 23.5. I want to be a contrarian and go over here on J-Dub. Mike, I don't know if you are betting it, which is totally fine, but we really like your expertise and your opinion, even if you're not going to bet something. If you had to do something with J-Dub's points, what would you do? 23.5.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think they're going to win. He's been taking it to Aaron Nesmith. One thing I'm watching from a scheme perspective, did they flip that? Did they put Siakam on him after – he's been torching Nesmith for 3 straight games now. So yeah, I think, like I said with the Siakam thing, I think J-Dub's going to play his minutes haven't spiked that much. I think they could really, really try. They don't want to play Game 7 against this Indiana team, so I could see those. You mentioned the SGA over. I could see him getting 42.5 minutes. I could see J-Dub getting 39, 40 minutes. So yeah, I'm into it, man. He's really thrived in this matchup. So I like both of them. I don't know if I would play them both. But yeah, I definitely am. I'm an OKC bull, if you can kind of get my drift here.
Are you laying Oklahoma City tonight? The number 5.5 right now at BetMGM.
I think I'm going to do it. The more I'm talking to you guys, I think I'm going to take it. I don't have faith in. I just have too much faith in their defense. I know Indiana's been great at home, all that good stuff, but I think OKC really found some stuff. I think their ability to use Hartenstein early and then mixing in. Maybe getting Aaron Wiggins. Maybe he plays well on the road this time after 2 really bad road games in Indiana. But yeah, I'm in on the. I'll take it at minus 5.5. Give me a look. Gotta have a little extra skin in the game since into it.
I love. We didn't really have to twist your arm for that one. I love it. I'll also be on it, to be fair. Would love your opinion, Mike, and your thought and your take on the Desmond Bane trade to the Orlando Magic. I came on the show on Monday. Trade consummated on Sunday. And said, I think Orlando's going to win 50 games this year in the Eastern Conference. I think, the right number for them, I think what seed will they be in the East is probably 3.5. I think they're going to be awesome this year, pending health for Paolo and Suggs and Franz Wagner and Bane himself, obviously. Are you as bullish as I am on the Orlando Magic with the acquisition of Desmond Bane?
For sure. I mean, they ran really bad. The abdominal injuries to Franz Wagner, Paolo Banchero, and, look at Orlando's offense. They've been a disaster. They couldn't crack 25th offense. So I think Bane will get him. Probably, I think 15 offensive is optimistic, but hey, maybe 16, 17, 18. Maybe they can. Bane is that good of an offensive player. The shooting and the handling he provides, I think, is massive. And a guy who's been generally pretty healthy over his career. Had a bad ankle sprain, but yeah, I'm into it. I don't think they gave him too much. I think Cole Anthony is a very overrated point guard. He's probably going to be behind Scottie Pippen. So yeah, KCP clearly was a Joker thing. We just see Joker and these guys like Luka just elevate these role players. I think that's kind of what happened with KCP. So getting off Cole, who cares? They got plenty of picks anyways. So I'm into it. I think that 3.5 sounds pretty good. Curious what the line is. If it's in the mid 40s, I'm probably taking that over.
Yeah, I think Orlando's going to win 50 games next year, 50 and 32 at minimum, pending health for their 4 stud players now. Mike has the Establish the Run DFS show coming up in a little bit. People can check that out on YouTube at the Establish the Run YouTube page. Mike on Twitter at Mike S. Gallagher, and subscribe to the ETR NBA podcast. Just search Establish the Run NBA. My friend, we love having you on the show. You are the best. We appreciate it. Good luck with the bets tonight, and we will talk to you. Oh man, the season's almost over. This sucks, but we will talk to you soon here on the show.
Yeah, sounds great. Go OKC, go J-Dub, go Nemhard. Thanks, guys.
Love it. Mike Gallagher joining us here on You Better You Bet. Femi wrote in our chat, is he betting Summer League? The answer is definitely yes. He's like a 99th percentile NBA fan and better. He's like I am with the NFL. Just in terms of I'm drafting defensive players in drafts. He knows every player on every. I'm not there in those NBA streets like he is. Hour 1 done. Hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We're going to give you some bets for the upcoming college football season to start the hour.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
On Tuesday, early Tuesday morning, 12:24 in the morning in Strongsville, Ohio, he was cited for speeding. Unbelievable. Now, he was going, though. Posted speed limit, 60 miles an hour. He was going 101 in his big bike truck.
No.
Oh, yeah. So, A, it's dangerous. B, I would not want a potential starting quarterback for my team going this fast. I mean, you're putting your life on the line. But ultimately, it's not that big a deal legally. He has one of two choices here. He either has to pay a $250 fine or fight this fourth-degree misdemeanor in Strongsville Mayor's Court on July 3rd. What are you doing, Chelsea? You paying the fine? You going to court?
Well, isn't he known for the check down? So he's going to pay the $200 fine, right? Well, $200 is nothing to him, right?
$250.
It's wild to me that this $250. But for going 40 miles over the speed limit,
it's not great.
This feels like a small fine, right? I thought this would be a much bigger deal. Going 100, that is reckless. That is reckless. And I think obviously this is a one-time thing and it's not that big of a deal. But when it comes to quarterbacks, the big deal is, okay, can this guy make good decisions? Because decision-making is a huge part of the process when it comes to quarterbacks overall. And we've seen this be the problem for a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL, where the talent is there, the arm talent is through the roof, but they're just not great at making decisions. Look at Jameis Winston. So I don't know if this is a trend. It is a one-time thing now, but let's not make it a trend.
I haven't had a car in 20 years. But now I've driven a lot because, especially during the fall, I have to get a zip car, and I'll drive out to Northwest Stadium to cover the Commanders on Sundays. So I've driven, but I haven't had a car in 20 years. I remember the last time I got pulled over. I was here in D.C. in 2005, so it's been 2 decades. You drive. When is the last time you got pulled over and cited?
Well, I did have a headlight out. Is that your banner story you were looking for?
Yeah, why not?
I have a child. I'm not going 100 miles an hour. But I had a headlight out the other day. I didn't even get a ticket. They're like, "Hey, can you fix this?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then I went about my day. So I don't drive recklessly, but I also don't own the cars that Shitter Sanders probably owns.
Biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
The tremendous Sports Thursday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show devoted entirely today to the National Basketball Association. My bets for Game 6 of the NBA Finals as the Thunder look to close out the Pacers in Indiana. Femi's bets for Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Talk the movement in the betting market. We are expecting Tyrese Halliburton to play tonight. Point spread down from 6.5 to 5.5. Do you really think people would be betting Indiana if they thought Halliburton were not playing in the game? So we expect Tyrese Halliburton to go tonight for the Indiana Pacers. And we ended the hour with bets from one of the best in the business, if not the best, when it comes to prop betting in the NBA. Our pal Mike Gallagher from Establish the Run. If you missed any of it, just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Later this hour, we will get into the WNBA for tonight. Caitlin Clark and the Fever in action against the Valkyries, which I've just been meaning to say. I love that team name. It's really, really good. Fever Valkyries coming up tonight. We will give you a preview of the College World Series with LSU and Coastal Carolina, courtesy of our friend Jake Hassan. And all our bets for tonight will be in the final hour, the Power Hour, the NBC Sports Now hour of the show on Peacock, including the finalized card for the NBA Finals. But you know, hockey's done, as you might have heard. We did like 2 hours about it on the show yesterday. Hockey's now in the rearview mirror. The NBA, possibly, we think at least, will be done tonight. And I know baseball's going on, but a lot of our attention now turns to football. Oh, baby. Football is almost here. And we've given you a bunch of National Football League content on the show this week. It is now time for us here on You Better You Bet to get back in them college football streets and start previewing this upcoming college football season. God, we absolutely love it. And joining us right now to do it, we had him on the show last season, and he was tremendous, and actually loved his thought on best food he's eaten on any campus in the country. I know that's some content that he does, which I've really enjoyed over the years. Joining us now, and we have the pleasure of seeing his handsome face on video, the one, the only, the great Andy Staples, who does an unbelievable job for our friends at On3 Sports. I was watching some of their college football content on YouTube, like 250,000 YouTube subscribers here checking out his work. People should check it out, the On3 Sports YouTube page, and follow Andy on Twitter at Andy_Staples. My friend, welcome back to the show. We appreciate it. How's it going?
Oh, it's wonderful. What an intro. I can see why Kevin Harlan and Ian Eagle want to marry you. It makes perfect sense now.
Well, Ian Eagle, to be fair, Kevin Harlan wants to marry me. Ian Eagle just wants Femi and I to be groomsmen at his wedding.
That's true. That's true. But Kevin, Kevin might be the more attractive candidate. I think your life's never boring with Kevin.
Who would you say is more attractive? Rate these three in terms of attractiveness.
Wait, if you married Kevin Harlan, does that make Sam Decker your son-in-law?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll just let that hang and let that sit. We'll move on. We'll move on to some college football here. Like what would you say, Andy, is the preeminence and the answer could be something like with NIL or expansion, whatever. As this show, a betting show, we're less interested in that and more stuff that's going to impact what happens on the field. What's the most interesting storyline right now for you that's going to impact maybe who wins the title, who wins the Heisman, et cetera, as we head into the start of the season?
Well, what's interesting is the sport's changed completely, and I think the Ohio State team you saw win the national title last year was the last of a certain kind of team, and that was massive amounts of talent stacked from freshman class through senior class, where you had these guys that waited their turn, that played in big games, that all came back to play together. Like the era of that kind of team, which would be, with that Ohio State team, the two Georgia teams that won the national title, all those Alabama teams that won the title, it's gone. It's flattened quite a bit. Like you saw Notre Dame make a run to the national title game last year. And what was Notre Dame's problem in the 14 playoff era? They never were deep enough to get past anybody who could compete for the national title. Well, now they are deep enough because the Alabamas, the Georgias, the Ohio States, after this past year, are not going to be as deep because with NIL, with the transfer portal, people aren't just sitting around waiting to play at places like that. If you can make money and show that you can play, you're going to go somewhere else. So the curve has been flattened quite a bit.
Well, I have to tell you, just hearing that term "flatten the curve" gave me like terrible flashbacks to 5 years ago. I like it much more in a college football sense than I do in a viral sense. It's flatten the curve.
Exactly.
So I'm going to go really, really macro here. But look, I'm being candid. Like we haven't done a lot of college football content.
June.
It's June. National title market at our show sponsor BetMGM. Ohio State and Texas are the co-favorites right now, and I'm sure we'll talk about Arch Manning at some point. Georgia plus 650, Penn State plus 750, Oregon 8, Clemson 13, Notre Dame 14, Bama 15, LSU at 20. This can be the ultimate pencil, not pen answer because, as you eloquently said, Andy, it's June. If I made you pick a national champion right now, who is it and why?
Texas. It's not an easy decision. They bring back quite a bit from a team that went a long way. And there aren't a lot of teams that went a long way that bring a lot back. I think Texas and Notre Dame are the two we're talking about where the rosters, the lineups will look fairly familiar. You're replacing Quinn Ewers with Arch Manning, obviously. I think that's probably going to wind up being an upgrade, which there's going to be some revisionist history questioning Steve Sarkisian about why wasn't Arch playing last year, I think, if Arch really comes out of the gate strong. But their biggest questions at Texas are replacing most of your offensive line. They feel like they've done a good job developing those guys. Interior D-line, they did have to go into the portal and get some of those guys. But they have some serious difference makers coming back. Ryan Wingo, who was a freshman receiver last year, should have a breakout year this year. Colin Simmons was awesome coming off the edge as a freshman last year. Michael Taft, the safety, is one of the best defensive players in college football. So you're going to see a fairly experienced team that can plug in some guys that have been waiting in the wings a little bit, and then this quarterback who we think is going to be very good. Now, Arch Manning, it's interesting because I think the casual fans, he's a Manning. Does he look like Eli? Does he look like Peyton? Well, he's Cooper's son. So he's their brother's son. Cooper was actually the best athlete of the three. Was going to play wide receiver at Ole Miss, hurt his neck, didn't really get to play. But if you watch Arch play, like you see, he's a different cat than the uncles. He moves a lot better. He's a very good athlete. Now, does he throw like them? We don't know yet. We'll find out. But he's a much more athletic guy that, in fact, when Quinn Ewers had a bum ankle last year, they put Arch Manning in on obvious running down short yardage kind of situations, and he performed very well. So you take that, and then the fact that he does have a pretty good arm, should have good command of the offense. Now, I don't think they're going to miss a beat offensively. Defensively, they're still going to be nasty. But I say that saying I don't think there's that big of a difference between a lot of these teams at the top. Like Clemson, I think you got plus 1,400 here. That's actually come down from where it was earlier because it was in the 2000s. And Clemson, I think, is going to be a very, very good team this year. You saw Cade Klubnik develop as a quarterback last year. Good receivers. And I think that's the biggest difference is they haven't really had a lot of difference makers at receiver. Now they've got some guys that were young last year. They're going to be much more experienced now. And a defense that was already very talented. It was not very well run last year. They bring in Tom Allen, who had been the defensive coordinator at Penn State. He's going to have them in the right place. So you'll get a good idea about Clemson, that LSU game, week 1. But I suspect that Clemson's going to be very good. And in the ACC, I would have them as the favorite. So I think they're going to be in the tournament, and they could give some people some big trouble in the tournament.
Well, speaking of the tournament, Andy, I'm very curious because you mentioned earlier that like the curve is flattening in college football. It's not going to be these teams hoarding 5 stars on the bench. And as we saw last year, a couple of dark horse teams like SMU, Indiana were able to make the CFP. Like, who's a dark horse that can make it this season that is a team that we're not really thinking about outside of the big boys that you think could be crashing the dance coming up a little bit later on in about 60 seconds?
Now, all the college football psychos already know about Illinois because they won 10 games last year. But I think the more casual fan does not realize that Illinois is coming off a great season and brought back all the best players from that team. And it's not the easiest schedule in the world. There's actually an Illinois-Indiana game early in the season. It's one of the first Big Ten games for either team. The winner of that one has a real good chance, I think, of making the playoff. Because Indiana, they made the playoff last year. It was not a fluke. First year under Kurt Cignetti. They bring back a bunch of guys that you'd think, oh, they had a great year. Everybody who was good is gone. No, they bring back quite a bit from that team. They lost the quarterback, of course, Rourke, but they bring in Fernando Mendoza from Cal to replace him. I think that's going to be really interesting to see who wins that Illinois-Indiana game because Illinois is Luke Altmaier, one of the more underrated quarterbacks in the country. Gabe Hawkes coming off the edge. They got their left tackle back thanks to the Diego Pavia ruling that allowed the JUCO guys to have one more year. So they weren't coming off the season looking like a team that was necessarily going to reload, but you saw them play South Carolina in the bowl game. And South Carolina was mostly at full strength in the bowl game too. And Illinois beat them and did it in a very non-fluky way. And South Carolina is another team we think can compete for a playoff berth this year in the SEC. So I would watch the Illini pretty close. Another one I'll give you, we thought last year was the window for Ole Miss because they went into the portal. They got a bunch of beef on offensive and defensive lines. They went and got Walter Nolan from Texas A&M, who wound up being a first-round pick. I don't think it's over for them. I don't think just because those guys are gone and Jackson Dart's gone that Ole Miss suddenly falls off the map. They have a quarterback who's coming up named Austin Simmons, who I think is going to be an absolute star. So don't forget about Ole Miss either.
Love that. And I've also, because you mentioned Diego Pavia, the Pavia versus Big Ten rivalry.
Let's go.
Like, really emerging. It's one of the great rivalries in the year of our Lord 2025. Only have a couple more minutes with our friend Andy Staples from On3 Sports on Twitter at Andy_Staples. Everyone be sure to follow On3 Sports on YouTube. You mentioned, Andy, Arch Manning. We talked about Clemson with Cade Klubnik. Those are two of the Heisman favorites, along with LSU's Garrett Nussmeier. And we can go further down the board here, but you know, like every player on every team. In about a minute, because we're running out of time, do you have an early thought on Heisman Trophy winner coming up for this season?
Well, I think Klubnik's going to put up good numbers. Obviously, if Arch is good, he's going to be in the mix. One to watch is DJ Lagway at Florida, because as he goes, Florida will go. This is the most physically talented quarterback Florida has probably ever had, and I realize they have 3 Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks in their past.
And Anthony Richardson.
And Anthony Richardson. But in terms of just physical tools and arm and the ability to layer the ball, like he is off the charts. But he's had a sore shoulder, took 3 months off this spring to get it right. His health will determine how far Florida goes. But if he's healthy for an entire season, like if you watched him against LSU or Ole Miss last year, he makes it possible for Florida to be able to win every game on its schedule, and it's a brutally hard schedule. So if he's good, he will absolutely be in that mix. So if he's healthy, I suspect Florida's going to be pretty good. He would be in the mix.
30 seconds here. Anything else for this college football season coming up that our listeners and viewers from a betting angle at least can take and maybe apply in betting markets here in about 30 seconds?
Utah in the Big 12, thank me later. Wake Forest over 4.5, thank me later.
Is Cam Rising back for like a 14th season? Or
he is not. He is not. They went out and got a quarterback from New Mexico, Devin Dampier, who's very good. But 2 offensive tackles, one Spencer Fano, definitely a first rounder. Another one who may be a high round draft pick. Nobody else in the Big 12 has that.
Love that for Utah. Over or under 14.5 days to slow the spread?
Ooh. Now you're bringing back bad memories. I don't even think about this.
Let me tell you something. Pound the over.
Yeah.
The over. What's the we only like 20 seconds here. What's the best thing you've eaten this college football offseason?
I went to Clancy's in New Orleans. My son went to Tulane's football camp a couple weeks ago. Clancy's is one of those old school waiters in tuxedos. Go get the fried redfish. It's amazing.
I love, man. That sounds awesome. There for the Super Bowl. We went to like a big company dinner and like the waiter wouldn't stop talking to us and he wasn't wearing a tuxedo. I won't mention the name of the place. Andy, you're great. We hope to get to do this during the season. You're awesome, man. On 3 Sports, on Twitter at Andy_Staples. Enjoy the rest of your off season, my friend, and we will talk to you down the line.
Appreciate it, guys.
Andy Staples joining us here on You Better You Bet. Femi, you remember the dinner I'm talking about, right?
I remember exactly
what was the guy's name?
I don't remember that part. I remember the restaurant, which we will not say right here.
Well,
but
he
yeah,
also,
he loved you,
also
though. He was a big fan of you.
He was annoying. And he also asked us like 9 times like what appetizers we want. We answered and he'd come back over and be like, what appetizers do you want? It was like an Impractical Jokers bit. On the other side, I'm going to throw a curveball at our crew.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
For the Boston Red Sox to have not one, but 2 City Connect / alternate jerseys, 2, none of which are in their traditional colors, a Fenway green and a yellow and blue, because they run the marathon in your city and it's marathon bib colors. Woohoo! and then have the gall and the nerve in the Yankees' first trip to your park all year to trot those two threads out in back-to-back games, the green and the yellow, for Yankees Red Sox in back-to-back games. Now, you might be saying, it's Sunday morning. Why are you yelling about this? I don't want this in my ears. I'm yelling about it because somebody has to stand up to society and say something. You want to sell your uniforms on Fanatics and Dicks, and that's fine. Can the Yankees and Red Sox play wearing normal uniforms? Back-to-back games, I need the green and I need the yellow? David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez would never. Are we serious? You want Yankees Red Sox to mean something again? You want it to mean something again when, J.K. Dobbins is lying about his dad and throwing pitches out there versus the Yankees last night? You want it to mean something again? Don't have him wearing yellow versus the Yankees. It drove me nuts the last 2 nights. Wear your uniforms. Green, yellow, you're the Red Sox.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Yeah, you know what? It's almost summer. Bring it up, Jake. WNBA coming up in 20 minutes. We'll get Jake's bets and breakdown for the College World Series. LSU and Coastal Carolina in the finals. I did mention just now that it's almost summer, which is technically true. Summer officially starts in 2 days on June 21st. But as far as I'm concerned, here in the Northeast in New York, where I've been bitching and moaning for a while, and it's true. The skies have been gray for like 3 weeks in New York. It's been brutal. The weather sucked, especially on the weekends. It looks like, and it's going to thunderstorm here in a little bit, and I hope I don't jinx it. Hopefully, like, my internet connection's good. Apparently, it's going to be a crazy thunderstorm coming up shortly here. The weather has been unbelievable. The bad weather is broken. It's 88 degrees today, and the weather looks amazing coming up this weekend. So, as far as I'm concerned, summer has started. Now, when I was younger, like in my 20s, I always felt like the first day of summer was when I would be in, Midtown Manhattan, working at Sirius XM at the time, and you would see, like, women in summer dresses. That, to me, was like, okay, like, we've arrived. Now it's, I get to take my daughter to the beach and, like, basically watch her the entire day and, like, not really enjoy myself. It's just, like, a little bit of different, as we reeling in the years. As far as I'm concerned, it's summer. And I'm very excited this weekend to sit outside and enjoy myself in the warm weather. And I've teased doing this topic couple times. And I figure now's the perfect time to unveil it because I will be faced with this exact situation on Saturday. And I can't wait for it. Now, I don't know when it was, a couple months ago maybe, that the topic that we did, and it was got 1 million responses on social, probably should have made this a social question today. My bad. Was you're at the bar or the club, and you've just started to feel buzzed. What is the one song that you want to hear in that moment? This question has a different spin. It's summertime, or whatever. It's warm outside, summer. You are outside, and you have either started to feel like a slight buzz outside, and it's like early in the day. Or maybe you take a hit off the joint, pre-roll, pen, you feel a little stoned. What is the song that you most want to hear in that moment? Because it's probably different than the other one, which probably late at night, and you're at the bar, and you're feeling buzzed. It's a different vibe, right? So, Femi, first word to you here, and I want to go around the horn, so everybody please be ready on our crew. What is the song that you want to hear in that moment?
Ooh. So just hit the pen or feeling that type of way.
Yeah, or like had a drink.
For me,
yeah, I mean, pot's legal. Like, it's cool.
Yeah. Outside, sunny day. Like, I always have a driving playlist that I have for sunny days. First song on that playlist is Still Dre for me. So I think Still Dre is the song that I want to hear at that time. Like what, like the dun 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 dun. That is what I want to hear. Like just chill out. Relaxing. I'm not trying to turn up. I'm trying to go up to 11. We're just hanging out. It's a sunny day outside. Give me Still Dre.
What are other songs on the Sunny Days playlist? And for all the wrestling fans out there right now, and you got to be in the wrestling streets to get this reference, the Sunny Days thing, for if you're a big wrestling fan, means something completely different. People can Google it if they want. We don't need to explain it on the air, but I just thought that reference was really funny. Please continue.
I have a top back. Like I like my beat down low.
Okay.
Like it's all like driving stuff. So like Top Back is on there. I have the Kanye remix on Throw Some D's on it, which is like a totally different meaning than the original song.
Man. Yeah. Wait, Kanye's on? I thought that was Andre 3000 was on that remix.
No, so maybe they've done multiple ones because like the original ones like talking about Dayton's or whatever. Kanye's talking about something different, but yeah, it's like throw some D's on it. Just bought a Cadillac. Like, but there's a Kanye remix.
Dude, it's such a good song.
It's a really good song. Like it feels good and it puts me back in the like late 2000s time.
The thing at the beginning, it's like, do you want me? Do you love me? Was it? Yeah. Is this really your real phone number? Wait a minute, motherfucker. Oh, dude, Andre 3 on that is unbelievable. Like that's the one.
So I'm more of a Kanye one, but I gotta listen to the Andre 3000 one. I don't know if I've ever heard that one. I think I'm more of like the Kanye. It's like what I have on my playlist.
You absolutely have to listen to the Andre 3000 one. It's I mean, and he's great, obviously. It's really good. Throw Some D's on it is an absolute classic.
It's a great song. It's a great song. That's I'm just chilling. You know, we're just chilling. We're hanging out, vibing. Like that's
those
are the
I
two
want
that
Throw Some D's on it like in the drinking scenario at night. That's
you're turning up to Throw Some D's.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You know what song's in that family for me? It wasn't as popular as Throw Some D's on it, but Cashin' Out by the rapper Cash Out, I think was his name.
Yeah.
I got a $1,000 on my wrist, girl. Condo on my wrist, girl. I'm cashing out. We went day drinking in like 2012, and we listened to that song like 100 times, and I blacked
out. What about the Trinidad James All Gold Everything? Another great song. If you want to like listen to like the gold all of my chain, gold all of my ring.
Yeah.
Like, don't believe me, just watch. Yeah, it's.
Oh yeah. It's really good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Dude, Throw Some D's on it is
Throw Some D's on it is really good. Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's riding around, sunny outside.
Man. See, like
Throw some D's on it.
See, I won't. This is
about a Cadillac.
this is totally like in the eye of the beholder. So like I won't criticize what you or anyone else likes. It's not what I would choose, which doesn't mean it's a bad choice. It's just not like the vibe that I would go for. But I love that song. I honestly,
great song.
It's going to be back in my rotation. Wait a minute, mother effer. Dude, it's a great song. Let's bring our friend Tyler Morales on. Tyler, you have just, and I think for Tyler's not a big drinker. Tyler's more like me. Tyler wants to hit the pen, wants to hit the pre-roll. Tyler, what do you most want to hear? You're outside. Maybe PJ's there.
Maybe he's there.
Ooh.
Maybe you guys
Maybe
are.
he's there.
Maybe you guys are sharing some red wine.
On the hot stuff earlier.
Yeah. You know what? I could make this really fun. I'm just go ahead.
So yeah, setting the scene. It's nice out. I had a few drinks in me. I have a playlist also with these exact kind of songs for this situation. And the first song that popped in my head was "Where the Party At" by Nelly and Jagged Edge. That's one that would come to my head immediately. Or "Take You There" by Sean Kingston would be another one.
Oh,
That's just a beautiful.
That song's terrible.
Oh my goodness, you're nuts.
No.
You're nuts.
That's
a great song.
That's a song for women. That's not a song for men.
No, it's not. No, it
Yes,
is
it
not.
is.
I've heard that out before 100 times.
I criticize that.
Sounds
choice.
like the retail
like,
store.
But yeah, girl, shorty, let me take you. That's
It's a great song. It's a great, great warm weather song.
It's
It's
on
on the playlist.
It's in the eye of the beholder. You know what?
Each their own.
It sucks. It's a bad choice. What was the other? Oh, the Jagged Edge song. See, I feel like that's a night song.
That's
like I want to hear that song.
To me, that's a
turn
turn up. Yeah. A fantastic song though. Timeless.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey,
raise your hand if you've gotten wasted to that song before. If you're listening on the radio, we all have our hands up.
Yeah.
Or I do at least.
Yes, I have definitely gotten it.
No, you can't forget about my love. Jake Assad, Tyler.
What a party at.
And all my girls up in the club. To Tyler with terrible choices. Jake, let's see if you can do better. So you've hit the pen, pre-roll, or you've had 6 Miller High Lifes. Your choice. What song do you want to hear when you're outside?
If I tried to describe it, it wouldn't do it justice. So instead, I'll just do this.
Wait, hold on. Are we going to get in trouble for you playing that on the air or no?
It's not the NBC Sports Power Hour. It's like 5 seconds.
No,
I decided to risk it
like
because it's way too good to have me try and describe it.
I mean, you could have been like Smooth by Rob Thomas and Santana.
Yeah, but that's true.
But it was better played though. It was
good.
Better, like...
Jake, here's my question for you: is it a hot one?
Oh, it is a hot one.
I was hoping you'd do the next line. Something from the midday sun. What's in your world so soft and smooth? It's a good song. That's a good choice.
Great song.
So I'm gonna give
forget about it.
My opinion is Jake has the best choice so far out of everybody.
Thank you.
I think "Throw Some D's" was my favorite song, but for this vibe, I think "Smooth" is out of the 3. That's the one that I would choose. That would be number 1 for me. Bill Zimmerman is with us. Now I think Bill will probably go with like Bing Crosby or something. Bill, what's your choice?
It's Pachelbel's Canon. I mean, that's what it was in my youth. I mean, that's the vibe. No, I mean, but it is a lot of classic rock for me. I think my vibe is I'm chilling. I don't need to get up. I don't need to move. I just want music that I can chill to. So it's it's like Allman Brothers. It's CCR, things like that. But I gotta say, the best summer music that I like, and this is going to be a little probably out of left field, Zac Brown Band, I think has great summer music. I would say either Toes or Chicken Fry. Those would be my songs.
Is Chicken Fry the cold beer on a Friday night? Yeah.
Pair of jeans that fit just right. It's so catchy. That's an incredibly catchy song.
I feel like I hate country music, but people like play country music songs, and I usually like them. It's a good song. Can't really hate on that. Mike Brown is with us. We had the revelation earlier in the show that Mike Brown married Rich, yet he puts up with me and us every single day, which is very odd, to say the least. But Mike, it is great to have you here with us. Mike, what is your choice?
All right, well, I was also going to go with an Allman Brothers Band song, but...
What song?
Jessica. It's basically just a 5-minute guitar solo.
Bill does not like your choice. I would go with
I said elite. I
You
love
said
it.
elite. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said delete. My bad. That's my fault. Please continue. That's my bad.
Well, I mean, like, it's just if I'm setting the scene, like, it's I'm out on the patio, cold beer, probably an IPA, sun setting, and just, classic, rock guitar, you can't go wrong. Just like work is over, it's probably a Friday night, I'm relaxing.
What's the % chance that in this particular scenario, you're getting ready to work BetMGM tonight?
If this is my dream scenario, -15, which means not only do I not have to work it.
Here's my question. At 6:54 p.m. Eastern, when You Better You Bet ends, and BetMGM tonight starts at 6:59:45, what song do you want to listen to at the end of You Better You Bet as you get ready to run BetMGM tonight?
Another Thing Coming, just so I can feel like a rebel, even though I, am being a company man.
Mike is the nicest person on the planet. I would have chosen Break Stuff by Limp Bizkit.
Taps.
Taps is a more dramatic choice, but a very, very funny one. Can't believe no one mentioned Bob Marley.
For some reason, I'm not a massive Marley fan. I like his music, but I'm like, I never really actively turn on Bob Marley.
Tyler's disgusted right now.
Yeah, Tyler hates Bob Marley apparently.
No, not at all. Just never play him.
Tyler, are you racist? That was pretty visceral.
I am the complete opposite of that category.
I'm joking. This is just a joke. It's
said I'm the
very
opposite.
visceral. I'm kidding. We know. I think Satisfy My Soul would be like the song I would choose, but that's not like I think people like other Bob Marley songs better. I think the jamming has to be the number one choice. Like that's probably like my 1.0 on the number one overall pick. But the way it starts too, dude, it's just I'm gonna listen to it this weekend and it's gonna be really great.
Wow.
Okay, so who good?
Yeah,
that is some serious thunder.
Is that Bill? Is that your house right now?
Yeah, that is, my house is about to float away. It's pretty serious out there.
That was
And
dude,
Noah's
that was
Ark out there.
crazy.
That was wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been multiple. I was surprised you guys didn't hear them
Midwest.
before. Yeah, it's cracking.
So it'll probably. So Bill, you live probably. What town in Long Island do you live in? There's no one cares, but whatever.
Yeah, Huntington. We're probably like 30 miles.
Huntington's a nice town, man.
Great town.
I'm not even joking. Like, it really is. My aunt growing up was like Mike Brown, like married really well. And they had a huge house in Huntington. Bill Zimmerman's doing well for himself. So you're probably, like an hour and a half from me driving? Because, the Bell Parkway sucks. So
Depending on the BQE, yeah.
I hope this doesn't hit during the show. Or maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing. Suckers. Marley, so Bob
Indiana's
Marley.
going to win just for that.
Bob Marley would be my choice. I'm trying to think of which of you guys, which did I like the most? I think I like Jake's choice the most. I think Smooth would be the choice.
Smooth is a great song.
Smooth
is a great song.
Smooth is excellent. There's so many good
That time
options.
of year, man.
I mean,
I gotta get a playlist together so I can float in my pool. Just listen to this stuff on the weekends.
Yeah, because your thing was you had a driving Top Back by T.I. It's a good song, but I mean.
I like my beat down low.
Yes, it's
low,
a good song.
Down low.
Yes. And I like my top way back.
Way back.
Remember. On the other side, bets for the College World Series, bets for the WNBA as we wrap up hour number 2.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
This year, they reload kind of as they do every year now, right? Like a couple of years ago, it was Bo Nix. Nobody really thought that they were going to be any good year one for Dan Lanning, especially after week one when they got blown out. They go on, they win double-digit games. And then last year, 12-0, but now Dylan Gabriel's gone. They bring in Dante Moore, who we think is going to be good. We thought he was going to be good at UCLA. Chip Kelly recruits him. They pretty much force him on the field because they were threatening to leave in the transfer portal, which he ends up doing anyway. When he was on the field, he looked 19 years old, 18 years old. He looked like a freshman. Now, though, he's playing in this offense where, nobody was a believer in Bo Nix, especially if you watch Bo Nix at Auburn in the SEC. People were calling him Bo Picks. He got benched a couple different times, and now he's the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos. They bring in Dante Moore. It's still obviously a pretty loaded roster. It's always going to be as long as Dan Lanning's there. The guy could recruit, dude. So they open up with Montana State. I'm going to guess they win that game by about 50. They also learned their lesson because remember last year, dude, they opened up with Boise State. And Boise State was 26.5-point dogs.
Yep.
And they were live in that game going into the fourth quarter. Turns out, though, Boise State was a pretty good football team. Oklahoma State after that, Northwestern, Oregon State. The big games for them, obviously, September 27th, they're on the road against Penn State. Then they go home the next week, or after the bye, and they play Indiana. I think they win that game, though. Where are you at with Oregon this year, man? I think minimum, they win 10 games, but I would probably say at worst they finish 11-1. I think they could lose that primetime game September 27th against this Penn State team, but they're going to be a double-digit win team, and they're going to be back in the playoff. The question is just, can Dan Lanning get over the hump? Because a couple of years ago, he couldn't beat Kalen DeBoer at Washington, and then last year got clipped in the playoff by Ryan Day in Ohio State.
This ball is hooked to left field, and a bad read. It goes off of the left fielder's head down the lawn. Both runs are going to come in, and we are tied again.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
ESPN courtesy of the call. Arkansas collapse in the ninth inning last night against LSU, allowing us to win our LSU bets, which was awesome. And Arkansas goes home, and now we get LSU and Coastal Carolina. But before we talk sports, and Jake will give us his thoughts on LSU and Coastal, we'll get some WNBA thoughts as well, or not. We'll see how this goes. There is a playlist. Do you have Spotify? I feel like people usually have Spotify or Apple for music, right?
Yeah, I have both. I use Apple more than Spotify, but I had like a Spotify playlist that I had put together for around our wedding. So yeah, I have both.
I don't even know if one's better than the other. I've always had Apple, so that's what I use. So Apple has a playlist that my wife and I will listen to when we drive in the summer called Summer BBQ, Summer Barbecue, right? I don't know why I felt the need to say BBQ stands for barbecue.
What it stands for, yeah.
What do you think of some of these choices? So these are some of the biggest songs off of this playlist.
Mm-hmm.
Heat Waves by Glass Animals, which is, people that don't know, is the popular pop song that came out a couple years ago. Sometimes all I think about is you.
Oh, yeah.
Late nights in the middle of June. Good song, right?
I realized I had no idea what that song was called. But yeah, it's a very popular song. Yeah.
Float On by Modest Mouse.
That's it. That's the all right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Great
Good
song.
Really
Good song or a great song?
I'll actually say good song. I'll say good. I'm not gonna go great.
A-OK by Ty Verdes.
That is like an ultimate vibe song.
It is,
Like,
right?
Living in this great big world.
Yeah, dude, it's
with my head up
a
in outer space. Yeah,
it's a great song.
You cannot help but smile when you hear that song.
This was a Ken Barkley favorite, and I also love it. I think like Ken's wife like loves this artist, like loves his music, and like doesn't even like. I think Ken had said that, and this was like her like 5th favorite song by this guy. I don't know any other songs by him except for this. Riptide by Vance Joy.
I don't know if I know that one.
Anyone know the crib? Baby, running down through the riptide, hanging away doing the dark
yep.
side.
I know. Yes, yeah. It's a good song. Yeah.
What else we got here? Wouldn't It Be Nice by the Beach Boys? Oh, this is a good choice. I don't know if this choice is more for night or for day. $1 Million Baby by Tommy Richmond, which is in like every commercial now, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, that's a good. I think that's versatile. That one can go both. I think that one can go both.
Yeah. Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles is great. Three Little Birds, Bob Marley. I mean, I can't believe people don't like Bob Marley.
How many movies has Wouldn't It Be Nice been in? Like, I feel like that song has been in like the over-under is like 275.
And the guy just died, right? The guy from the Beach Boys, Brian Wilson.
Yeah, he's passed away. Like this, I think it was this week.
You could choose one Brian Wilson. Would you choose the recently deceased Beach Boys singer or former San Francisco Giants bearded closer?
Probably the Beach Boys singer.
I think I'd go with the closer.
Go with the closer?
Yeah, I think so. And here would be one other one, the last one that I'll say. We actually, my wife and I, so our wedding song was Let's Stay Together by Al Green. But the song that we came out to, we were introduced by the whatever, DJ whatever, was Bill Withers' Lovely Day.
Oh, that's another one that for this category that we're talking about, Lovely Day.
It might be number one, right?
Lovely Day. It's up there. That's an elite song. Sunny day outside. You're just chilling.
All right. Let's
talk. Preempt the final hour and just go hang outside or what?
Well, we have if I had to do like a 15-minute monologue, I would say yes, but we have 2 guests. And then
That's right.
Give
yeah,
bets.
we do have 2 guests.
So it's, I mean, it really couldn't be easier for us. So today I think I can manage to suck it up.
Losing daylight
Jake
out
Hassan
there,
is with us. Yeah, Jake Hassan is with us, our stud college baseball bettor who has been riding LSU this entire way. Had LSU last night against Arkansas. So the coffers are full at Casa de Hassan thanks to the LSU Tigers. Jake, just a thought before we get to LSU and Coastal. What's going through your brain last night as Arkansas's up in the 9th inning and looks like the Razorbacks are going to win and force a do-or-die game today? What would have been tomorrow, but today.
Well, honestly, I was sitting pretty either way because I had Arkansas from midseason at 10-1, so we were kind of sitting fine regardless.
Okay, great. Yes, I didn't intend for the question to be like talk about how great you are and how great your betting.
The market cornered, man.
Yeah. Okay. We'll move on. What were you thinking when Arkansas blew it? How about that?
Here we go again. This is just a repeat of how Arkansas's tournament runs have gone since 2018 when they blew the game against Oregon State and then Oregon State won the series and went on to win the College World Series. This is just how it is for every year seemingly for Arkansas, where they have a really good team. Everybody's high on them. They have really good pitching. Their manager, Dave Van Horn, is awesome, and everybody thinks that they're a contender, and they get to Omaha, and then just weird stuff happens where they just blow it. They shoot themselves in the foot. Happens again yesterday where the left fielder gets caught not knowing if he should let the ball drop or if he should try and catch it. It bounces off his body. LSU scores, it ties it, and then goes on to win and walk it off. And it's just, here we go again with Arkansas. This has just been the story of their postseason for the last few years.
And obviously it's a terrible play by the left fielder, but the game-winning hit by LSU, the ball bounces off the shortstop's glove. You can make the case the shortstop should have had that ball also. It's not as egregious, obviously, but I think you should have had that. And it's really funny, and I'll do my second Ken Barkley reference of the segment, because I saw Ken tweeted. So, and I swear, and if I didn't think this, I would just give credit to Ken and would say, this is a great thought by Ken. I actually thought the same thing that he did, which was, that's one of those that's so bad, where if you're on the team, I actually don't, you can get over and, be happy with your life, obviously, but you'll be thinking about that for the rest of your life. like that half inning forever. Those kids will be thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely ridiculous. LSU is a big favorite, Jake, to beat Coastal now. Game 1 is coming up on Saturday. LSU, a pretty big favorite in Game 1. Minus 190 for the series. Coastal plus 155. Jake, how are you betting the College World Series? So what's this round called? The whole thing's the College World Series, right? So what's this called?
Yeah. Championship. This is the championship series. Finals, etc.
I'll nominate you for the position, czar of like naming things with college baseball postseason that makes sense. I don't like the regionals and the super regionals, and then the World Series has 8 teams. Like, we need to do better than this.
I'll work on it. I'll make some phone calls, get our people on it.
Okay, great. I appreciate everyone committing to the bit here. Give us the bets, please.
Yeah, I think it's right. I think LSU should
God
be favored.
Almighty, can someone throw me a freaking bone here? I'm out here drowning. I got the 2 of you here on the screen. No one throws me a life preserver? What, Jake, what are the bets?
I think Coastal Carolina is getting disrespected a little bit here. I think this should be a little bit closer. They're on a 26-game win streak, for God's sake. Like, they swept Auburn. They swept the Super Regional to get here. People are calling them a Cinderella, but year after year, Coastal Carolina is a contender in the College World Series. Their baseball program is a powerhouse every single year. I do think LSU is going to win, but if you have nothing in this series, if you have nothing on any college baseball, I think there is a little bit of hashtag value on Coastal Carolina. I think that there is a chance that they could win. I'm scared of them. Honestly, they have 3 legitimate pitchers in their rotation, and that covers you because it's a 3-game series. LSU has 2 guys who are awesome. Cade Anderson and Anthony Einson are going to go top 10 in each of their respective drafts this year and next. But Coastal has 3 guys. If this gets to 3 games, I'm going to be betting Coastal in the final game because LSU is going to have to do a bullpen game. They got lucky last night. Let's call it what it is. Let's call a spade a spade. They got really lucky. Their bullpen almost blew that. So if that's what it's going to be in Game 3, should it get there, I think Coastal Carolina has the upper hand. So if push comes to shove, obviously I am hoping LSU can finish this in 2. But if we get to 3 games, I'll be betting Coastal Carolina in that elimination game.
Wow. So LSU is your thought in Game 1 or no?
Yeah, I think LSU is the thought in Game 1 and Game 2. But if they get to Game 3, if weird stuff happens, if Coastal steals one, I'm going to like them in Game 3 and in the series.
So the only Coastal bet that you want to make, like, is Game 3. Otherwise, you'll be betting LSU in Game 1 and Game 2?
1,000%. And I think this is going to be overs all the way, too. These are offenses that can put up runs like that.
Okay, love it. All right. Bill, are you with us here? Bill, you said that you thought your internet was out, but then you logged back in. What is the weather situation right now, Bill, in Long Island, if you were here with us?
I am back. Yeah, it looks like the main thunderstorm has passed, so it's just some trailings here. So yeah, internet has restabilized. We're all right.
All right, which means that the storm is probably now. Where am I? I'm west of you, right?
Southwest, yeah.
Headed your way.
Do you remember like what we used to do like before? Do you have Waze?
Waze?
Like it's like the traffic, like it's like maps, but gives you, it's way better.
Oh no, I don't have that.
So if you need to get somewhere, it'll take you like in like an alternate way, and it'll shave time off of the route. Like it's great with that. It's a great app. WAZE.
Look at that.
Do you remember? Do you remember another good choice?
Hey, the 21st night of September.
Do you remember when you would have to like even like pre-MapQuest? You'd have to like I used to have to write directions down.
Yep.
Or like print stuff off of MapQuest.
Mm-hmm.
Remember what it was like before the
that.
internet?
It sucked. Is what it was like. Now, luckily, like it came very quickly. Like I'm younger than you, so like it was just for me in high school. Like when I was like just learned how to drive, and like here I am like trying to like drive to my friend's place and say, oh, like send me your address, text it to me. Which even text messaging back then felt like it was like the wave of the future. And I'm like really writing out on a Post-it note. Turn left on this street. Turn right on this street. Like this many miles. It was a pain in the you know what, but you know, times evolved. And now we have things where I don't even know where to go anymore. I just use my Google map. Like that's
I have no idea about directions at all. In 2012, for the Sirius NFL radio at the time, Sirius XM NFL radio training camp tour, I traveled with Bill Polian to a couple stops.
Hall of Famer.
And yeah, and he was awesome. He was really cool. And I printed out all the directions for all the different camps because we were driving everywhere. And I remember I was like really impressed because I'm like a moron and like I'm not organized. And I like was organized. I showed it to him. So Mr. Polian, sir, like got everything here. It's all set up. And he looked at me and I don't remember exactly what he said, so I'm not trying to dramatize it, but it was something to the effect of like, you should have color coded it. And then he stared straight ahead. And I think I tried to ask him, like, so what was it like working with Peyton Manning? Final hour, Power Hour, NBC Sports Now hour coming up on the other side. We will talk NFL with Connor Rogers. We'll give you all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. But we will start the hour getting bets for Game 6 of the NBA Finals with Bill Ryder of CBS Sports.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I'm going to say way overvalued. We just talked about those, like the wide receiver room, and already you have quarterbacks that can't get the ball to the wide receivers. Now, what I would like about his fantasy value would be just how they used him at Penn State. And without a real quarterback, I guess maybe you could do the wild card stuff. The wildcat stuff. Wow. You can line him up in the slot. I would have a man outside the top 10 right now, though. I think that's way too overvalued for a rookie.
I don't think he's going to be even a top 15 guy.
I don't think so.
This is it's bonkers. It's bananas. He's going top 8 right now in fantasy drafts at tight end position. Much better values you can get later on among TEs. I mean, look at what Mike Clay's projection is at ESPN. He's got him a tight end 18. And I think, honestly, it's kind of right. 51 receptions, 551 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Now, he may surprise us with some rushing data. Because he was utilized in that capacity at Penn State. But Anthony Richardson sucks. He was number 44 of 44 among quarterbacks in adjusted completion percentage last season. Daniel Jones, if he got the opportunity, he was number 14 adjusted completion percentage. I think that would be a boost to the Colts offense. But how long will Richardson, be the starter? How long is the leash? 6 games, 7 games? That's going to drag down everybody. I'm not buying Tyler Warren on the hype.
tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Bring it up, Jake. NBC Sports Now Power Hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. You better you bet's NBC Sports Now Power Hour, presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. You should download the BetMGM app, and you should also visit BetMGM.com. Coming up 20 minutes from now, Femi Abebefe, and yours truly, me. Got a great haircut. You're listening on the radio right now. Sucks to be you. Also, thank you very much for your patronage. Me, Nick Costos. We will be joined by the great Connor Rogers, NFL analyst, NFL draft analyst, fantasy football happy hour with Matthew Berry and Jay Croucher. Does great work covering the National Football League for our friends at NBC. Connor Rogers joins us in 20 minutes to talk Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jair Alexander joining the Baltimore Ravens, Travis Kelce's pursuit of another Super Bowl ring, and more. Connor Rogers stops by in 20 minutes. And 40 minutes from now, you know who we are, and you know why we're here. To get you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, set to bet and win tonight in the world of sports, gambling night in America. All of our bets, all of the handicaps, all of the analysis. For Game 6 of the NBA Finals, Thunder and Pacers, we think Tyrese Halliburton's going to play. Betting market seems to indicate that with where we're at side and total. We'll get to that in a minute. So all our bets, side, total, and props for Game 6 of the Finals, Major League Baseball, and more will close the show. It is all on the way in the fastest hour in all of Wagertainment, and it starts with an interview with our good friend, the great, the handsome, I got to say, his hair looks great, and I mean that sincerely. Our friend Bill Ryder, who's the national NBA insider for our friends at CBS Sports, star host of the Infinity Sports Network, on Twitter, @SportsWriter, one of the best guys in the business, super plugged in, massively talented. We love having him on You Better You Bet. My friend, welcome back to the show on perhaps this, maybe, the final day of the NBA season. Maybe. How's it going, my man?
I feel like it. Haircut looks good. I once did a fro test where I got a job I didn't want at a place I worked, and I wouldn't cut my hair till they gave my old job back. And my boss, she asked me, "What are you doing?" I said, "It's a fro test." And she said, "What's a fro test?" And I said, "It's my fro in protest." So this is it's summertime. Let's bring it back.
Did you invent that, or is that like something that existed?
I did.
Predated you, a fro test?
No, I came up with that. I mean, maybe it was out there in the universe, but certainly in my own mind, that was mine. And she thought too in that moment.
Can I give you, like, you're really smart, not that you need my advice. Like, you need to, like, sell that to, like, Shane Gillis or somebody. Fro test. Like, that needs, I'm dead serious. Like, I don't know if you watch, like, the Shane Gillis show Tires on Netflix. This is like a bit on an episode they would do. Like, someone would grow an afro in protest of something, and they would call it a fro test. And it would be hysterical. I'm not kidding. This is a great idea.
I will pick it out next time I come on, because I have a photo. I mean, it gets, like, my hair gets big, man. Like, the hair can grow. Okay.
Oh, man.
Okay. I like it.
Betting market for tonight, Bill. Thunder, 5.5-point favorites. Total right now of Game 6 of the NBA Finals is 222.5. Femi and I took this news to mean, and by news I mean the betting market coming down. For context, this was 6.5 yesterday, now 5.5. We think Tyrese Halliburton's playing tonight. That has not officially been announced, but we think Tyrese Halliburton's going to play. The betting market tells us that. You're super plugged in, and not that like that you know for sure one way or another, but you talk to a ton of people. Is it your opinion, Bill, that Tyrese Halliburton will take the court tonight for the Pacers? And if the answer is yes, what level of effectiveness do you expect him to be at?
It is my opinion that he will play. I think your analysis, guys, is spot on. Now, the people I'm talking to are actual movers and shakers in the NBA. They're speculating. They think he's going to play. I talked to somebody today who's really close to the Pacers front office. he thinks he's going to play, but there's a lot of doubt about whether or not he's actually going to be effective. I don't think he will be. I think he's more of a decoy. Look, I understand it's literally a must-win game. It's an elimination game. The problem is that he has the kind of injury that can lead to real problems, and it's not a win this game in your champions game, right? Even if they find a way to win this, and I think they have to thread several needles to get there, he's got to be out there in a Game 7, I think, if there is a Game 7, for this Pacers team to have a chance to actually win an NBA championship. So, yeah, Nick, guys, I think he'll play. People think he'll play, but there's a lot of doubt to the degree about whether he can be effective and how long he'll actually be out there if, like last game, it starts to look ugly, just in terms of what he can physically do.
So when Bill said, and I know this because I know Bill, when Bill says he's talking to movers and shakers, he's talking to general managers, talking to coaches, talking to like big-time scouts on teams. So I'm curious, and maybe no one has said this to you or like offered their opinion on this matter, because it is kind of like, it's more of like a general sports radio topic than a topic for a betting show, but I think it's really interesting because a huge thing has been, like, if he can play, should he play, given the risk for potential, potential Achilles? Is there a sense that you've gotten, Bill, from the people you're talking to in the league that, like, oh, even if he can play, maybe he should shut it down, or, hey, it's do or die season on the line, you got to go out there? Like, what are people saying to you about that, if anything?
It depends who you're talking to. It's a really good question. So to the people I know that are sort of close to the Pacers organization, that are Pacers adjacent, they think he should play. People that are maybe a couple degrees removed, guys that don't have a dog in this hunt, that don't have a dog in this fight at all, are more on the side that I'm on, which is I don't think it's – look, we don't know how seriously injured he is. I think it's pretty serious. And we know that these kind of injuries, these kind of calf strains, see Kevin Durant, see a lot of examples, can lead, as you noted, Nick, to serious injuries. Most people I've talked to that are not a part of the Pacers world at all think that you should be really cautious with them. And I'll just double down on what I just said. You have to win 2 games. And so without knowing the actual inside of the medicals, what the doctors are telling the Pacers and Tyrese Haliburton, I would err on the side of not playing him a lot. And you probably start him, right? Maybe you decoy and lean into TJ McConnell, lean into some other things. And you have to get lucky, I think, on 3 or 4 fronts for the Pacers to win a game without Tyrese Haliburton. But I want to give him the extra time, because who cares if you win this game, if you get lucky, if he helps a little or doesn't help at all, but you still win. And he's so beat up now from this injury that he can't play at all and be effective in a Game 7 in Oklahoma City. So, yes, there are people who think he shouldn't play, Nick, because of injuries. And there are people, and I buy into this, who think unless he's really okay, and he's not, that he shouldn't play much anyway, because you need him to have the 3 days between now and Monday to rest up and try and play in a Game 7 if somehow the Pacers can force that.
Yeah, it's incredibly fascinating. We'll get to Oklahoma City in a second, but the way my brain works, right? You're saying that they need 3 or 4 things to happen, right? It's almost like it's like a parlay, right? That you need like this to happen, and
like
this to happen in order for Indiana to win. So I'd love for you to kind of like give your thoughts on like what Indiana needs to do to win the game, but also maybe focus in on and look, this doesn't have to be Bill Ryder's best bet, but you have a really beautiful basketball mind. You're following this from the start of the season to the end of the season, right? So Halliburton's points prop is at 13.5, and it's been bet down, obviously. It's usually 17.5. The expectation is he's not going to be as effective as he normally is. You know, you can make an intelligent case, you being the Royal, anybody could make a case for Pascal Siakam to step up, right? 20.5 points right now, and that's been bet down a little bit. Maybe for Andrew Nembhard if he's going to handle the ball more, if Halliburton's going to be a decoy. I personally like Benedict Mathurin to maybe score more in tonight's game. So if Halliburton's going to be a decoy, Bill, and maybe it's a little less Halliburton on the ball, who do you think steps up for the Pacers? And what does Indiana, in your estimation, have to do in order to win tonight's game?
Yeah, look, I think he is a decoy. By the way, I have been up until now extremely bullish on the Pacers. I took the Pacers in this series, and a bunch of my buddies started betting Pacers on the money line every game until Halliburton got hurt and won a bunch of money. So I am sort of biased toward Indiana. I think they would have won the series had Halliburton not got injured. So, okay, it's Pascal Siakam. He is the only guy, at least on this Pacers team, who's won an NBA championship, and he's got to be extraordinary. And we saw some flashes of that in the last game, late in the game. And it's not 20.5 points. He's got to score 30, 35 points. And then the way that Carlisle runs his team, could be Mathurin, it could be any of these. It could be TJ McConnell, who I think will get more minutes because they tend to play the hot hand. I think the recipe for the Pacers to win, and you said it, Nick, it's perfectly said, it is a parlay. They have to have an off night from Jalen Williams, and he has not been inconsistent in this finals. He has been inconsistent at times in the postseason. They need to revert to form there. They need to somehow contain SGA, and that probably means, and they've done this, they got to pick him up basically full court and just wear the holy hell out of him and hope he doesn't get to the free throw line 48 times in the fourth quarter and has a relatively off night. They need a superstar turn. I don't think they'll get it from Halliburton, so that's why I think Siakam has to be the guy. And then I think the Pacers probably have to have, this is really hard to do against the best team in NBA history at turning over. They have to have 15 or fewer turnovers, and they have to have one of these nights where they hit, 44% of their three-point shots. And I don't know that they need a singular guy to go super atomic other than Siakam having a great game. They just need to move the ball like they've done over the course of this run going back to mid-December when they've had a top 3 offense, and the open guys got to hit those shots. So you need an off night from one of the co-stars in Oklahoma City. You need Oklahoma City to lose the turnover battle, which I think only happened once in this series. Oh, I had to throw in rebounding. You got to try to at least be even on the rebounding battle-ish if you're the Pacers, and you need to hit a ton of three-point shots. And so if I'm the Pacers, knowing that it's, as you said, a parlay, why risk Halliburton when it's not? You're not going to be able to beat them strategically. You're going to have to, in some ways, get really lucky and have an off game from the Thunder to have a chance to push this to 7.
Well, you set the table and I guess gave the formula of what Indiana needs to do to win the game and force a game 7. But let's talk about what's actually going to happen later on tonight. OKC's a 5.5-point favorite. Do you think the Thunder cover tonight, or does Indiana keep it competitive, if not pull off the upset?
I think the Thunder blow them out of the water. And this is an Oklahoma City Thunder team, as you guys know, that have had some massive, massive victories. Most of those victories have been at home, and it's fair to point out they have not been a particularly good road team, Oklahoma City, in this postseason. They've been amazing at home, but they won that giant game in Game 4 to be able to basically take control of the series. And I think the Thunder now have sort of shaken off whatever doubts there were, whatever youth, whatever inexperience. They're the best team in the NBA, obviously. They're historically great. I know we say that it feels like every year about whatever team's about to win an NBA championship, but literally Shea is having a historically great year. It's a historically great defense. All of it's just to say, I say all that to say this. Yeah, dude, I think they're going to destroy the Pacers. I think not having Halliburton's a huge problem. He is their heart and soul in the fourth quarter, so even if the Pacers kind of keep it close, they don't have a guy they can turn to. And I like this sort of like everybody contributes model, but it only worked as Halliburton at one point was 13 of 15 on shots with 2 minutes or less to take the lead or tie the game. So it's like they don't have any of the things they need. I could see the Thunder winning this thing by 14 or 15, and the Pacers give up the ghost late in the third quarter.
A couple more minutes here with our friend Bill Ryder, Infinity Sports Network host, CBS Sports National NBA Insider, on Twitter at Sports Ryder. If I made you choose, my friend, between Shai Gilgeous-Alexander over 33.5 points, or J-Dub, Jalen Williams coming off his 40-piece in Game 5, Jalen Williams over 23.5 points, which would you choose and why?
I would take Shea, actually. I think he's more consistent. I think I don't know if he's gifted. You guys don't want to have the officiating conversation probably, but whatever. He's going to get 8 to 10 free throws, whether he earns them or he doesn't.
Correct.
Yeah, he's going to the free throw line 10 or 12 times. He's going to hit most of those. And the thing is, Jalen Williams can do that, and he's amazing. I know he's been amazing in these finals. There is still a certain level of inconsistency, and closeout games feel different. They just do. It's a different reality altogether. SGA has been unfazed at every step of the way through this postseason. Whatever comes, whatever's thrown his direction, he gets it done. I think he's going to take a ton of shots. I think he's going to attack the rim. I think he's going to get to the free throw line. And again, I think there's a world where the Pacers just aren't able to compete, and the Thunder put their foot on the pedal and bury them early. And if that happens, early being the first 35 minutes of the basketball game, whatever it is, 3 quarters or so, I think it's Shea who is driving that bus.
Final question here, my friend. About 60 seconds for the answer. You're a student of basketball history, right? If the Thunder, and I don't mean this question to be disrespectful to the Pacers, but the Thunder are favored to win the game tonight. If they win the championship. Do you feel like we're on the cusp, on the precipice of something historic with this young Oklahoma City Thunder team? About 45 seconds for the answer.
It should be historic because they are positioned to do that as their current roster and what Sam Presti, the GM, has put together. But I'll just say that Wemby is coming, and this new ownership group of the Lakers are going to surround Luka with all kinds of money, and Nikola Jokic is still the best player on the face of the earth, and we don't know if Kevin Durant's going to end up in a place like Houston or even San Antonio, who I just mentioned, and I know Giannis says he's not leaving, but he may. So I think they're going to be as good as past dynastic teams, Nick. I just don't know if the landscape's going to allow them to win 4 or 5. Maybe they get 2 or 3, and when we look back, we go, wow, that was a lot for a 10-year run.
5 seconds for this answer. The Los Angeles Lakers' big move this offseason will be what?
Their big move already happened. It was Jeannie Buss getting out from getting $10 billion and a really impressive organization taking over. But that'll hit 4 or 5 years from now.
All right, awesome. Bill, great job. On Twitter, @SportsWriter. Writer spelled like his last name, Reiter. CBS Sports National NBA Insider. And you got to check out Writer Than You on the Infinity Sports Network. Bill, we appreciate it. And if this is the end of basketball season, it's been awesome. We will catch up with you down the line, my friends.
You guys are the best. Love you guys.
The great Bill Writer joining us here on You Better, You Bet. All right, more NBA coming up to end the hour. Femi and I will finalize all our bets for Game 6 of the Finals, but on the other side, we'll talk some National Football League with our NBC teammate, the great Connor Rogers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I'm going to say way overvalued. We just talked about those, like the wide receiver room, and already you have quarterbacks that can't get the ball to the wide receivers. Now, what I would like about his fantasy value would be just how they used him at Penn State. And without a real quarterback, I guess maybe you could do the wild card stuff. The wildcat stuff. Wow. You could line him up in the slot. I would have a man outside the top 10 right now, though. I think that's way too overvalued for a rookie.
I don't think he's going to be even a top 15 guy.
I don't think so.
This is it's bonkers. It's bananas. He's going top 8 right now in fantasy drafts at tight end position. Much better values you can get later on among TEs. I mean, look at what Mike Clay's projection is at ESPN. He's got him a tight end 18. And I think, honestly, it's kind of right. 51 receptions, 551 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Now, he may surprise us with some rushing data. Because he was utilized in that capacity at Penn State. But Anthony Richardson sucks. He was number 44 of 44 among quarterbacks in adjusted completion percentage last season. Daniel Jones, if he got the opportunity, he was number 14 adjusted completion percentage. I think that would be a boost to the Colts offense. But how long will Richardson, be the starter? How long is the leash? 6 games, 7 games? That's going to drag down everybody. I'm not buying Tyler Warren on the hype.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
All right, coming up 20 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, gambling night in America, including all our bets for Game 6 of the NBA Finals. This is awesome. Let's put Connor on video right now here, please. Joining us right now is our NBC Sports teammate, star NFL analyst for NBC. You watch him on the Fantasy Football Happy Hour, covers the NFL Draft as well. The very handsome Connor Rogers on Twitter at Connor J. Rogers. Does great work locally on TV here in the tri-state area where I live as well on SNY, so people in the tri-state area should check that out. Connor has a mustache right now. We talked about it off air a little bit. For the people that have not yet seen it, how would you like to explain yourself to the viewing audience?
Listen, I can't grow a beard. You can only work with what you got. All right. So while it's the quiet time, the NFL calendar, you get about 4 to 5 weeks where there's not 95 things going on at once. I feel like this is the one time I could do it, and then I'll go back to work and I'll have my hair cut, the mustache gone, no fun zone completely. To the detriment of my wife, though. She's not a fan. Sorry.
I'll say, and I wouldn't say this to an ugly person. Connor's like Connor's like obnoxiously handsome. Like he's a handsome guy.
You're
like,
too kind.
Objectively, well, it's just the truth. Connor's a handsome guy. So I can say this to you because you're very handsome. It looks like a freaking caterpillar died above your eye.
Right? Yeah, because it's not a real mustache.
It's horrible.
It's a bad mustache. It's I'm going on a bachelor party trip this weekend. We're going golfing, so I figured, why not actually look like a total hooligan one last time before I have to really be an adult? Like, I don't have kids yet. I could still kind of get away with just being an absolute goon at this point. And then after the trip, I made a promise. It's gone.
I don't think we talked about this on the air earlier. We'll get to the NFL in a second. We were talking about Seinfeld, I think off air earlier at some point, or it was on the air. I don't know. We're on the air all the time. I don't know. And Seinfeld is a famous episode, right, where Jerry wants to leave his barber. And it's a very funny bit that they do. And we were talking off air. Like, you go to a barber, I think you should go to a salon. I'm very foofy and bougie. I go to a salon. But you don't want to break up with your barber. Why not?
No, I don't. I'd love to go to a salon. I feel like it's the good life, right? And I feel
but you can do it, right? There's there's nothing that says you can't do that.
No, there's no rules at all. It's just the fact that I would just feel bad, man. The same guy. I've had 2 barbers over the last, I feel like 13, 14 years. And it's only because I moved once that I got a new one. He doesn't even, we say about 4 words to each other because he doesn't speak a lot of English. And the bond it's a real bond. Like, there's a real trust level there. There's a respect level there. I can't do it. I'm not ready. Maybe I'll grow into the salon, but I can't leave him. I feel too bad.
It's unbelievable. It's like a societal thing in the United. I don't know if it's like this in other countries.
You can't say
you're
bye. You're just like, hey, I got news. No, you're not breaking up with them.
When I first moved to Staten Island, where my wife lives, I went to a barber for 2 years, and it's not that he did a bad job, but I was like, I want to go to the salon. I just said to him, I'm doing something different with my hair. See ya. You know what? He unfollowed me on Instagram.
Of course he did. Yeah. You're lucky you're not blocked.
Yeah, if he ever saw this, he's way bigger than me. He'd kick my ass. I miss you. You did a great job.
Not easy.
They're like Supreme Court justices. They don't have the job for life. You can leave if you want to.
I think it's an unwritten rule. It's a little bit like baseball has a lot of dumb unwritten rules. The barber thing is a big unwritten rule.
Well, you know what I would like you to do? Hit a moonshot off Madison Bumgarner and then do the DX crotch chop in his face. That's what I think.
Throw the bat into the stands and walk around the bases.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Guess we should probably talk some football, although I am enjoying this. We haven't had John in a little bit. Pittsburgh Steelers signed Aaron Rodgers, you might have heard. Our audience has. I'm kind of bullish on Pittsburgh this year. Win total's 8.5, so it's the Mike Tomlin special, right? Above or below 500. Now, it's juiced towards under 8.5. So the betting market, Connor, anticipates Pittsburgh maybe finishing below 500 this year for the first time in Mike Tomlin's tenure. When you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers with Aaron Rodgers under center, how do you handicap and look at this team this season?
So the issue is, and of course this is the wagering world, baking in injury I think is different here. I think one of the biggest problems or reason he was a detriment to the Jets for a large part of the season was
Rodgers was so hell-bent on proving that he can get through a season that he was playing hurt all the time. And a lot of people like to look at an injury-riddled season previously and project more positive results going forward because, it won't happen again. This is what he's going to be like when he's healthy. In his 40s right now, this is just who Aaron Rodgers is. Think of the last season when he hit his hand on a helmet for the Packers, hurt his thumb, and really his play, trailed off from there. Then he tears the Achilles with the Jets week 1. And then last year, it felt like he had 7 different lower body injuries at once that he was playing through where he was no longer an effective quarterback. If he gets hurt, am I buying into an over win total for the Steelers where that's on Mason Rudolph or Will Howard? And if any team can play an ugly brand of football with a guy that should be a third-string quarterback, it is the Pittsburgh Steelers. But Rodgers' play has tailed off, and I think it's largely just because the guy can't stay healthy any longer. And they don't have a top pass-protecting offensive line that gives me all the benefit of the doubt that that's going to change this year.
You watched him last year with a close eye, obviously, with
Way
the
too
work
much.
you do.
Like every press conference I sat there on postgame and listened to, I've opted out of the Aaron Rodgers experience for the most part this year.
So I guess I feel like, well, I mean, that's kind of like an off-field answer as well. On field, if he's healthy, do you feel like he's still got it?
No, because he can't move. What made him so special was his ability to create out of structure. I think the arm talent is still there. Like there's a lot of guys when they get into their upper 30s, the arm, the velocity on throws, driving the ball outside the numbers, hitting the deep ball with consistency. That's what tails off naturally, right? It's not surprising. But with Rodgers, that's not really the case. He still throws with really good velocity. But the issue is he just can't escape like he used to. And that's such a big part of his game. And when teams went heavy, the book is kind of out. If you are a team that can rely on man coverage, you can absolutely shut down Aaron Rodgers. And the teams that play man, he can't beat man coverage because of how long he's played in the NFL and how cerebral he is as a quarterback. He can see zone, find the soft spots in zone, and attack zone by getting the ball out before the pass rush gets home. When the clamps are on and you got to deal with man coverage, he's not a guy that could buy the extra second or two to use that magical arm to make plays. So I just, I think Freiermuth will be okay because Rodgers traditionally is okay with tight ends. But overall, I don't think Rodgers still has it. And I'm a little surprised this is the wagon that the Steelers are willing to attach themselves to this year.
You better you bet on this Thursday. Connor Rogers, our guest on Twitter at Connor J. Rogers, NBC Sports NFL analyst, Fantasy Football Happy Hour, Jets pre- and post-game live on SNY in the local tri-state area in New York where I am at. Let's talk Ravens here. Love the signing of Jair Alexander. That secondary should be awesome on paper, at least if everybody stays healthy. Lamar Jackson saying that they will enter this season, quote, with a vengeance following their division round loss on the road in Buffalo. Win total for the Ravens, Connor, is 11.5, and I think they're going to be awesome. Like, my concern with Baltimore is more when it gets to January. How do you view right now, and they're obvious favorite to win the AFC North minus 145, how do you view right now the 2025 Baltimore Ravens?
I'm obsessed with the roster construction of this team and the DNA of this team, the coaching, obviously a superstar quarterback that is doing things in terms of balancing just the pass and the run that we just don't get to see in a lot of different generations of football. And I think that they have finally had enough adversity that they're kind of built for it this year. It breaks my heart a little bit that they're the favorites right now, I believe, to win the Super Bowl, because that doesn't make it very fun to talk about. But what I do with the Ravens is, one, just play the win total over 11.5. I would, as a single bet, I would just smash that all day. I've actually had some fun where and I don't like parlays, but I use that in some parlays. If there's another long-term bet you feel really, really good about, if there's a future that you really like, parlay the Ravens over 11.5 wins, because I think they're a lock to win 12, 13, 14 games this season. I think they are so prepared for the regular season. They have an absolute superstar at quarterback. The secondary is loaded. They're 4 deep at corner. They figured out their safety woes. They got beat over the top a lot last year. Well, then they go draft Malachi Starks from Georgia, who is a fluid mover on the back end, a very smart player. He's going to help them with those big play woes that they had last year. The Ravens are going to be an absolute wagon this year, and I think this should honestly, it maybe sounds egregious, but I think it should be 12.5, their win total.
Oh, high praise for the Baltimore Ravens, which, like, you look at Harbaugh and Lamar, they win every single year, like double-digit wins. You can just write it down. You can take that to the bank. Well, one of the teams that they're trying to get past, probably the team they're trying to get past, of course, the Kansas City Chiefs, wrapping up their mini camp this week as they break for the summer. Sounds like they'll have Rashee Rice and their first-round pick, Josh Simmons, ready to roll for training camp, which is good news for the three-time defending AFC champions. But it does seem like the rest of the division, when you look at the AFC West, is kind of not really caught up to the Chiefs, but are starting to close the gap a little bit. Year two with Harbaugh and Herbert and the Chargers. The Broncos have gotten better. The Raiders, new head coach, new quarterback with Carroll and Geno. I guess for Kansas City, is it as easy as the Chiefs are going to win it again in the AFC West, or have those teams caught up enough to really make the Chiefs work, who currently have a win total sitting at 11.5?
They deserve to be the favorite because they're the Chiefs, right? And let's see somebody else do it. Until further notice, it is the Chiefs division. I think the issue is those are some brutal battles that you're going to have to deal with. Not just twice, right? It's not just the Chargers, who play a very physical brand of football, but the Broncos, who might have the best defense in football. And they're a team that they're hell-bent on getting their run game going as well to help their young quarterback this year. And then the Raiders. Nobody talks about this enough. The Raiders have risen their floor a lot because they have a serviceable quarterback under center in Geno Smith. They have a guy that I think could be a top 3 running back out of the gate as a rookie in Ashton Genty. And Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll is the biggest reason. Pete Carroll is a floor raiser. They will be a well-prepared, well-coached football team. They have a good pass rush. It's not just Crosby, but they're getting back Malcolm Kuntz as well. This is a team that has plenty of talent where, listen, I don't think the Raiders are going to win this division. I think there's a good reason why it's the Chiefs. You look at the Chargers being, obviously a challenger, and of course the Broncos as well. But those are games that just wear you out throughout the course of a season. So the Chiefs deserve to be the favorite, but I think at the end of the day, there should be 3 playoff teams from this division because they're just that loaded. And then you have the Raiders, who are good for an upset or two. They're another team I really like the over on their win total throughout this offseason.
In 30 seconds here, I find this to be really interesting. I got asked recently by someone about the NFC North and about the Bears, and my answer was, I think you could reasonably construct any order of the 4 teams finishing order, and it could happen. Like the Bears could come in first, the Lions could come in last, Packers in first, Vikings in last, whatever. Lions plus 120, Packers plus 275, Minnesota plus 400, Chicago plus 500. As of right now, Connor, who do you like to win the NFC North in a pencil, not pen answer?
I still like the Lions. I actually like that you're getting some plus money value there because I think this roster, it's amazing how far they made it with the abundancy of injuries they had last year. Now, the big change is they have 2 new coordinators, right? And they lost Ben Johnson now in this division, Aaron Glenn off to New York. Those guys are really, really good at what they do. But Dan Campbell's been building this staff and preparing guys to take the reins for a while. This offense is still going to be able to run the ball with 2 different running backs and feed the ball through the air to Amon-Ra St. Brown and Laporta as well. And Goff is serviceable. The defense will be healthy, especially up front, which is where they really, really took a toll with injuries last year. The Packers, I have some questions about the roster and Jordan Love being consistent. The Bears, once again, a team that I have to see it with Caleb Williams this year before I just buy totally into it. And this is a take that's not very popular, but I'm just not ready to bet it all on J.J. McCarthy right away. He's coming off an injury. He's a guy that hasn't played NFL football yet besides the preseason. I think it's a big ask to just say, hey, go out and win the division just because we're that talented. So I'll go with the Lions.
Lightning round to close here. I live in New York. A lot of people here think the Jets are going to be good next year. I don't know why. I've seen Justin Fields play, and I think the Jets could be good down the road. I like what they did this offseason, team building wise. I think Fields is terrible. Win total's 5.5. I love the under. Where are you at on the Jets win total? 20 seconds for the answer.
I think they win 6 or 7 games. I just think it's amazing how poorly coached this team was last year. They're not going to ask Fields to do a lot. The offensive line is going to be really good. 6 or 7 games is still a really low mark. So I do like the over for the Jets. But I don't think the Jets will be good this year. That's a little bit of an overstep.
Do you have a fantasy football take that you are percolating on? I know you're on vacation, and maybe just hearing that is going to make you spasm a little bit. Yeah. You have a fantasy football take that you're percolating on for this coming season?
Yeah, and it's starting to go this direction, but you can't draft Travis Hunter, almost early enough. It's people were so afraid of him playing so much corner. Jacksonville wants him to be their number 2. No, not at all. He's playing number 2 wide receiver for them in an offense that's going to be really, really good under Liam Cohen. Brian Thomas Jr. is going to garner a ton of attention across from him where there'll be opportunities underneath. His ADP was just ridiculously high. If he starts to become a second-round pick in fantasy, you don't take him. he was going in the 4th or the 5th round. Travis Hunter is going to be a steal, and I think he can win Offensive Rookie of the Year, quite frankly.
I don't know how he's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year when the Offensive Rookie of the Year is going to be on his own team and not Travis Hunter. My guy, Bashal Tootin. I don't know if Tootin's
I like
gonna win,
Bashal Tootin. They better give him the ball and not screw around with, Etienne and Tank. And
I'll tell you what, I have heard good things, and I picked him up in a dynasty league about LaQuint Allen, the 7th rounder out of Syracuse. Well, we're deep in these streets, man. We're deep in these streets.
LaQuint, if he stayed one more year at Syracuse, I thought he could have been a 3rd round pick. Honestly, I don't know why he declared early, but everybody's got to do what they got to do.
They do, and you grew a mustache, and we love it.
Clearly a poor choice.
No, I mean, dude, you get away with it. You're good. At Connor J. Rogers on Twitter, NBC Sports NFL analyst. Be well, my friend. We'll catch up soon.
Thanks, guys. Always a blast.
Connor Rogers joining us on the show. On the other side, all our bets for tonight. Pacers, Thunder, and the rest of the night in sports. Gambling night in America.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I just found a quick search, took me to tasteofhome.com.
Mm-hmm.
Here are 9 foods NHL players have eaten out of the Stanley Cup. Okay, let me blow through these real quick. Number 1, poutine. Number 2, here you go. Marian Hossa and the 2013 Blackhawks ate a feast of pierogies out of the cup.
Let's go.
I
mean, you got these first 2 so far, A+. Poutine and pierogies.
Number 3, the 2019 Blues and Patrick Maroon toasted ravioli.
Okay.
Number 4, Wade Klippenstein of the 22 Colorado Avalanche filled the Stanley Cup with borscht.
No. No.
Number 5, Phil Kessel and the 2017 Pittsburgh Penguins ate hot dogs out of the Stanley Cup.
What? Like boiled them in there?
I don't think so. I think they just laid them in there. They took it to a golf course and filled it with hot dogs.
Okay.
Number 6, David Savard and the 2021 Tampa Bay Lightning put caviar in it.
Ugh. Okay.
3 more. Eric Johnson and the Avalanche in 22 drank Bloody Marys out of the cup. There's the Lucky Charms. They were eating Lucky Charms. The Florida Panthers that won it last year were eating cereal out of the Stanley Cup. And then number 9, I'm sure this is the most popular one, beer. Because, of course, why wouldn't you drink beer out of the Stanley Cup? Pierogies got you excited. I imagine you, Hossa, going to town on pierogies out of the trophy.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Kostos and Femi Abebefe. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
All right, some thank yous to Dolab before we wrap up the tremendous Sports Thursday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for actually, before we do that, Femi, what'd you think of Connor's mustache?
Yeah, he just needs a little bit, like, I don't know if he can ever grow it out to be thicker, but yeah, it's like, it looks a little ratty, the fact that it's like thin. And
Ratty.
He's a good looking guy, so it's.
Ratty's tough.
I mean, you asked me what I thought. like that's what it looked like to me.
See,
at least.
I would, so like if I shaved my beard and just kept my mustache, I feel like my mustache would be ratty. I feel like ratty implies it's like long and unkempt. No?
No, I thought ratty was just like that. It's like not really like defined. Really, I mean, maybe I might be using ratty wrong. I don't know, but it didn't look.
I don't think
it's in between.
I would say it's probably not in Oxford's English dictionary. Let's say it's probably like whatever you want it to mean. Would be my guess. I don't know.
That's where I'll go with then. But yeah,
Let's
I mean, he shaves it off.
Ratty.
He's a handsome guy with it or without it. Like, he's fine. But
okay, ratty.
Yeah. I can see why his wife is not a fan.
Resembling or characteristic of a rat, which is not what we mean. Bad-tempered and irritable is not what we mean. So we need ratty in, what is ratty slang? Shabby, dilapidated, or in poor condition. Okay. Yeah. Shabby is the word. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, shabby.
That's the word you're looking for. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that killed about a minute.
He's got a great head of hair, though. He's got that. I'm jealous.
Yeah, did I say on the air, it was off air, right, that I said I'm prejudiced towards bald people, right? We were talking to Bill Ryder.
Yeah. Yeah, that was off air. On the air, you just call people bald freaks. But yeah. So I mean, I guess it doesn't matter.
Did you do you take as a bald person? Do you take offense to that?
I'm not bald. First of all, I am not bald, and bald is beautiful. So whenever I do get there,
you call yourself bald. I literally defend you all the time. You're the one you say that you're bald.
I'm getting close to getting there. But I'm not there yet. We're not there. I need to decide if I want to get there like proactively or just like really like let this thing thin out.
Yeah, take us through, because would you say you're in like, are these like the death throes of your hair? Like they said in Seinfeld, what's the line? The soldiers of a once great nation, the citizens of a once great nation. Like what, like are we getting to that time, or you think you've still got a little bit?
Let's just say if I'm playing Augusta, we've made our way through Amen Corner. So we're definitely like, we're like approaching like the 15th tee shot. Like the we got the par 3 16 coming up in a little bit. We're
2 minute warning.
No, I think we're running 4 minute offense right now. 4 minute offense.
But we're in the fourth quarter.
But we're in 100% in the fourth quarter.
Oh
yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 4 minute
1
offense,
year.
Which we're gonna salt the game away.
June 19th, 2026. Are you bald or not? Are you shaving your head or not? 1 year from now.
I would make that like minus 150.
Wow.
The betting mark.
Will it happen during football season this year?
No, I'm not going to change up during football season. Whatever I go into football season with is what I'll come out of football season with. But like this time next year, though, yeah, minus 150.
Bald freak?
Bald and beautiful freak.
We'll see. All right. Thank you, Dolab, before we give you all our bets. We had 4 phenomenal guests on the show today. Mike Gallagher from Establish the Run, best in the business with NBA props. He's amazing. How about Andy Staples from On3, breaking down college football, giving us a win total, giving us dark horse college football playoff contenders, a national champion, Heisman Trophy thoughts. Andy Staples was magnificent on the show today talking college football. And here in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, my friend Bill Ryder from CBS Sports and the Infinity Sports Network, and the obnoxiously handsome and poorly mustachioed Connor Rogers on the NFL. And if you, dear listener and dear viewer, if you missed any of the show today, and it was a banger if I do say so myself, I got good news for you. All you've got to do is search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Odyssey app, Spotify, Apple. It's like the great 21st century philosopher Curtis Jackson once said, better known to you and yours as 50 Cent. In the 2003 mega smash hit Into Club, go shorty, it's your birthday. We're going to party like it's your birthday. We're going to sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give an F, because all you have to do to find You Better You Bet is search You Bet wherever you find your podcast to get all the wagertainment we bring you on a regular basis. Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director is PJ Glasser's best friend, Tyler Morales. Our engineer is the heartthrob, Jake Hassan, and our video producer is God's perfect creation, downtown Mike Brown, who married Rich, we found that out today, and still shows up to work every day. I both have a massive amount of respect for him and a massive amount of disrespect. BetMGM tonight is coming. Yeah, it's something. BetMGM tonight is coming up after us here on the BetMGM Network. All right, we got to get to all the bets for tonight, so we need our friend Jake Hassan. Jake, kindly drop the dope-ass beat. All right. Our show sponsor is BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. And BetMGM wants to, I'm being serious right now. Jake, you just pull the music down. Okay. I'm going to do this a cappella. You're watching the show right now. You're listening to the show. If you're watching, look at the screen. Don't be an idiot. You're here because you either bet on sports or have an interest in betting on sports. And if that's the case, BetMGM wants to give you a bonus bet. They are actually saying, we will give you a bonus bet. All you have to do to get the bonus bet is log on to X or Twitter or whatever they're calling it today. Follow at BetMGM Network and at BetMGM. Tag a friend in a tweet to those two entities, and you will get a bonus bet courtesy of BetMGM. I will do the other read, and then we'll get to the breaking news. Jake, you can bring the music back up here. Fantasy football season. Our team of experts on the Roto World Football Show have you covered. Stay up to date on everything. Subscribe on the NFL on NBC YouTube channel or follow wherever you get your podcasts. Sorry to shortchange Roto World, but we have major breaking news. We're feeling patriotic. Let's just get to it here. Play the music, please. Per Sham Sharani of ESPN, Femi, Tyrese Halliburton is in tonight as expected. We touched on it to start the 4 o'clock hour of the show. You talked about it in the 3 o'clock hour Eastern time. We talked about it with Bill Reiter to start the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. It is official. Tyrese Halliburton will play tonight for the Indiana Pacers. Now, we don't know how effective he's going to be, but Halliburton will play tonight, and we're guessing that he will start as well for Indiana. Betting market right now, as I refresh BetMGM, this is where, the total's getting bet up. The side stays the same. Oklahoma City minus 5.5, so that's the same. The total has been bet up now, Femi, to 223.5 with Halliburton in. Halliburton's points prop remains at 13.5. Halliburton's assist prop is now currently being bet to the over at 6.5. So lay it out for us, man. All your bets for Game 6 of the NBA Finals, and focus in also on your expectations for Tyrese Halliburton tonight.
Yeah, this was the expectation, I think, when we woke up this morning, that it was going to be Halliburton playing in the game. Now, what percentage is he going to be? We're all going to find out in real time, so maybe a live betting opportunity as well with tonight's game. But for the side, I like Oklahoma City. I'm laying the 5. I would still lay the 5.5. I think Oklahoma City wins this by double digits. I think we see them finally flex their muscles on the road and just kind of run away from the Indiana Pacers in this game. Partially and due because Tyrese Halliburton out there, he's going to be compromised. Probably, 75%, I think is what we can guess for Tyrese Halliburton, and just the way that OKC can pressure the ball handler, this is not going to be a good Tyrese Halliburton game just based on how I'm handicapping it. I think he's going to have to play off the ball quite a bit. Otherwise, they're going to force him to really press against that cap, which he does not want to do. He wants to make it through this game and hope that he can get to Sunday, which is where Indiana hopes that they can force this thing with a Game 7. So Thunder laying the 5. I do like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander over 33.5 points. I think SGA plays some more minutes, especially in the fourth quarter, as OKC tries to go pedal to the metal to close this thing out tonight. I also like Isaiah Hartenstein over 6.5 rebounds. Hartenstein's been playing about 21, 22 minutes per game. I think that rebound number prop used to be 7.5, now down to 6.5. Let's take advantage of that because Hartenstein cleans the glass. I like Siakam over because he's going to have to carry the scoring load for Indiana tonight, over 20.5 points for me with Pascal Siakam. That's minus 125. Look, I don't trust the other guys to do it, so I'm not going to overthink it. I'm rolling with Siakam. And then finally, to kind of put a bow on this thing with Halliburton, I'm going to go under 6.5 assists because once again, I think he's playing more off the ball than on the ball as the typical table setter that he is for the Indiana Pacers. So great that he's back. Hopefully he makes it through the game healthy, but I think he's going to be compromised. I think he's going to go under his assist number.
Per Pacers head coach Rick Carlisle, this just announced, Halliburton will not have a set minutes limit, but will, quote, be monitored closely. I'm going to translate that for everybody. If Halliburton doesn't have it early, he's getting pulled from the game. Like, Pacers cannot mess around here. They lose, the season's over. So I don't think you can bet Halliburton overs with any confidence. I love Oklahoma City in the game. I'm laying the 5.5, the 5 with Oklahoma City. I think they win no matter what. I think they cover no matter what. My one prop for tonight, if Halliburton's going to be off ball, that's my expectation. Andrew Nembhard will be more of the point. You can play his assists over. You play his points over. I like Benedict Mathurin over points tonight. He's someone on Indiana that can create his own shot. Doesn't have to be set up for him. Mathurin over 10.5 points for me tonight is my prop. I think the season ends tonight. I think the Thunder win, are NBA champions, and Oklahoma City covers the spread. All right, to Major League Baseball. Not a huge slate on a Thursday night. Padres, Dodgers in L.A., and we've got the Mets and the Braves as well in Atlanta. And I'll go quickly here. I'm betting Atlanta. Bet them in the first 2 games of the series. It's a big series for the Mets with the Phillies on deck. You knew they were going to lose to Atlanta because they always do. Spencer Strider pitching tonight. I will lay the price, Femi, with the Atlanta Braves against the Mets. What about your baseball bets for tonight?
Yeah, we're in lockstep. I'm going to go Braves first 5 on the money line. Strider starting to show signs of being the old Spencer Strider. I know it was the Rockies with his last outing, but he had 13 strikeouts, 6 innings, no earned runs. I think he's now getting a little bit more comfortable now that we're like 4 or 5 starts removed from the IL stint. And also Clay Holmes, a little regression is due for him negatively because like his xERA, if you want to get into those weeds, full run higher than his actual ERA. So I think he comes back down to earth, and the Mets continue their struggles against Atlanta.
Give me 15 seconds here on your WNBA bet for tonight for the Fever and the Valkyries.
Home dog, baby. We're barking tonight. I'm going with the Golden State Valkyries. Give me Valkyries first half plus 7.5. I'll take the 11.5 and also a small bet on the money line with the Valkyries plus 535. Their arena, the atmosphere is insane. They've been covering crazy numbers. 5-1 ATS as a double-digit dog. They're very competitive in these games against elite competition. Indiana fits that bill. I think this is a competitive game. I think the Valkyries might be live to pull off the upset.
Last night, I gave a soccer winner for everybody with Juventus on the Asian handicap against Al Ain. Tonight, Atletico Madrid is on the road at the Seattle Sounders, so Seattle's hosting the game. This is one of La Liga's best teams against an MLS team. We'll go back to the well here. Asian handicap, Atleti -1 and -1.5, -115. Atleti against the Seattle Sounders. As the lights are flickering in my house, which means the storm is now overhead. That does it for tonight's show. I'm off tomorrow. Femi's got you covered on a Friday. Until we meet again, dear listener and dear viewer, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Thunder up.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Call me crazy. I played the Steelers. They were plus 750 a month ago. Now they're 6-1. I said that's the Mason Rudolph price. 6-1 is the Aaron Rodgers price. And the price is because the Steelers, it's not the most talented roster, but you know Mike Tomlin's going to get the most out of them. He's never had a losing season. And you could say Aaron Rodgers is washed, and maybe he is at 41 years old. But the last 5 games of the season, he had a 98.3 QB rating, threw for over 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns and 3 picks. That game against Miami, the last game, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, almost threw for 300 yards in that game. And I know it's against the Dolphins, man. And I know that the Jets didn't have anything to play for. But 2 years ago, at 40 years old, he suffers maybe the most devastating injury you could suffer, and then he comes back. Obviously, clearly wasn't himself. Same thing with Kirk Cousins. Cousins came back and we were like, oh no, he's washed. Rodgers came back, didn't look like Aaron Rodgers. Compare his numbers to even like Pat Mahomes, or Matthew Stafford last year. Rodgers, statistics tell you he could still play the position. I know there's some bad tape, but those last 5-6 games of the season, he looked good. And here's the thing, man. He doesn't have to show up to Pittsburgh and be Aaron Rodgers from 2004, 2005, MVP Rodgers. He has to manage the game, get the ball to DK Metcalf, and that's how it's got to go down. So it's 6-1. Call me crazy. Sign me up for the Steelers. The Ravens, what's their big offseason move, man? Bringing in D-Hop? I said you got to surround Lamar with more weapons. I want Lamar with a 6'3", 6'4" outside weapon. And I like the Ravens defense enough. And I love Lamar Jackson. And I know Derrick Henry he's never going to look 30, 31 years old. But I'm not playing minus 135. I'm not playing 2-1. But I did take some Steelers because I believe in Aaron Rodgers still. And I know you're going to see the fat head and just say you're a Rodgers homer or a Rodgers fan. But it's Mike Tomlin. It's Aaron Rodgers. Hopefully TJ Watt shows up to work. And I think this team could win 11, 12 games and win that division. Am I crazy?
That packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Well, if you made it through that intro, welcome into BetMGM tonight. Ryan Horvat with you here on this fabulous Thursday, June 19th. We got a big show for you because it could possibly be the last game of the NBA season as the Indiana Pacers do look to keep their season alive in Game 6. They're back home, and we have some breaking news as we do take the air tonight, as Tyrese Halliburton, as expected, is at least going to give it a go in about an hour and a half here as Game 6 will tip off. We got Ryan Stiles. He's going to join us in about 20 minutes, talk about Game 6, everything else that's going down in the NBA. Big offseason coming up, and we'll also talk some college football in the second hour with Adam Rittenberg as well. The season right around the corner. Not close enough, but right around the corner. And Mark Willard will join us as well out in San Francisco. We'll talk about the Giants if they're live in the division, maybe, able to make a deep enough run in the postseason after what they were doing, or what they were able to do with the trade for Rafi Devers as well. You could follow us on X at BetMGM Network. You could give us a follow on Instagram as well, BetMGM Network, and TikTok at, again, the BetMGM Network. And you could also watch the show, of course, on Twitch, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network, and live on YouTube. All you got to do, search the BetMGM Network and make sure to hit the subscribe button. That's where you can catch all of our shows, Daily Tip, Bet Sweats, You Better You Bet, all of our great weekend programming, and, of course, us here at BetMGM tonight. Rob Brown will be joining me. Brad Evans on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. I believe he's out in Las Vegas. Brad's been all over the place. There's Rob right there. Rob, we got some NBA action, obviously. I got a couple bets. I'm going to get these right off, because we don't have the luxury of just letting it breathe. We got games that are starting off right now. So Mets Braves. I actually lean Braves here, but I don't want to do that with my money, even with Spencer Strider on the mound. So instead, I'm going to play a player prop. I think there's a few different looks that you could go with here. I'm going to go with Brandon Nimmo over 1.5 total bags. It's plus money right now, plus 120 over at BetMGM. He's 8 for 16 in his career against Spencer Strider, the one guy that's had some success against him in this lineup. 2 homers. The home run tonight is a plus 450 home run price, and he's got 5 RBI, which is plus 180 over at BetMGM. This season, 13 homers, 49 RBI. But I'll go with that. Over 1.5 total bags to be safe, plus 120 against Spencer Strider. Again, I do lean Braves, but I don't want to play them tonight as favorites over the Mets. And then one other one that I have in Major League Baseball, we'll go with Fernando Tatis against Yamamoto, minus 105, over 1.5 total bags. Plus 350 is a home run price. I'm just going to go with the 1.5 total bags. He's got a 600 batting average against Yamamoto. Short sample size, but he's also got a 305 batting average against righties this season. So 2 player props in Major League Baseball. I got plenty in the NBA Finals. What about you? Anything in baseball or any looks? The College World Series, by the way, man, you were right. Probably the best postseason. We've had just instant classic after instant classic the last couple days here.
First off, Arkansas, just take the double play. What are we doing? Just take the double play. What are we doing? What are we doing? It's very rare that I pull against a team to lose because of what they did on the field, boys. Like, I'm going to keep it a buck. Now, in fairness, Rob Brown is from New Orleans, Louisiana. Originally, Ryan Horvat, I grew up in Southeast Louisiana. The fraction of my family that was intelligent enough to go to college all went to LSU, so I grew up a Tigers fan, a Bayou Bengal guy, a Joey B guy, a Coach O guy. So, yeah, I had a little rooting interest there. But Arkansas, I'm begging you, for the love of God, have a little elementary baseball knowledge. You just turn the double play. The game's over. The game's over. The game's over. What are we doing? The game's over. And you blew it. That being said, number one, Horvey, you, Cody Decker, and millions of people around the world, I'm glad that I have finally won all of you over to the belief that college baseball's postseason is the best postseason in all of American sports. You're welcome, and welcome to the show. It's the absolute best. First off, number 2, Rob Brown filled out an Omaha bracket. And do you know what 2 teams Rob Brown had playing for the national championship this year? That's right. The Coastal Carolina, say it with me, Chanticleers taking on the LSU Bayou Bengals. I had LSU as a preseason 16.5-1 favorite to win the Natty. And if you want them live right now, Coastal Carolina's plus 155. So if you join me on the LSU line, you can grab Coastal as a bit of a hedge bet, which I did. I am sad to my core that there's no college baseball on tonight, but there's a reason there's no college baseball on tonight, Horvey. It's because the 2 best teams in Omaha, Coastal Carolina and the LSU Tigers, both closed out their semifinals opponents, their bracket championship opponents, and are set to do battle over the weekend. This is going to be spectacular. Also, hell of a job on the millennial smash that like and subscribe button to open up the segment, pal. That's just great work.
Well, the people, they got to follow all the content, right? We got you and Cody on Saturdays, Bet for the Cycle, right? We got You Better You Bet, the number 1 sports betting show on the planet. And even on Mars, I'm hearing. We got Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P. Doesn't get more Chicago than that. We got the Daily Tip, bright and early, with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger. So you got to make sure to smash that subscribe button. Thunder Pacers, obviously, is why we're here tonight. Game 6 coming up here, 8:30 p.m. tip-off, which you got to love on the East Coast. ABC, that's where you can catch that game. Make sure to leave that on mute, though, so we can pay our bills around here. Pacers catching 5.5 at home in Indiana. That's actually come down a little bit from 6.5. And like I said, we had breaking news. I expected Tyrese Halliburton to play. The total in the game comes down a tick, 222.5. Thunder on the money line to wrap it up tonight, minus 220. And the Pacers are plus 180. BetMGM also has a couple different odd boosts right now. You could take a first half spread boost. The Thunder to cover 2.5 in the first half is minus 105. I would probably roll with the Pacers in the first half, actually, to be honest with you, Rob, plus 2.5. And it's plus money, plus 105. But instead, like a lunatic, we got Mario in the room, right? He's all fired up for this game. And there's a good chance maybe it's the last game of the NBA season. So I'm going to go down with the ship, with the Titanic tonight and with Mario. I grabbed this earlier. We talked about it last night. Took the Pacers at 6.5. I still like it at 5.5, but maybe you wait, you get a good live number. But even if Halliburton could give him 80% tonight, man, of what he's been able to give him during this postseason run, and if they're able to get some scoring off the bench like they have, score points off of turnovers, knock down some threes, I think they're live in this game at least to keep it within 2 possessions. So Indiana for me, not a big bet. I do have a couple player props that I really like. I'll throw them out there right now since we got Rylan Stiles coming up here from OKC to talk about the Thunder. I'm going to go with Andrew Nebhard, under 4.5 assists, plus 120. He's went under this number the last 4 games of the series. I think the thinking is the reason that the over's minus 140 is he's going to play with the ball in his hands a lot more. Tyrese Halliburton will probably play off the ball with the injury, but he's had 3 assists, 2 assists, 1 assist, and then 4 the last 4 games. And I expect Halliburton to play a lot in this game, 30-plus minutes, man. I think they're going to shoot him up with the good stuff. I don't know that for sure, but I would definitely take a little Toradol sandwich before this game. So I'm going to go under 4.5 assists on Andrew Nebhard. I'm going to go under 4.5 assists as well on TJ McConnell, minus 105. If anything, I would play his points over 10.5. He had 4 assists last game, even with the bigger role without Tyrese Halliburton. 2 in the game before that. He's only went over 4 assists in 3 of the 10 games here in the playoffs. So I'm going under on both of those guys. And I'm going to go back to the well. Over 15.5 points for Chet. I bet it at minus 115. I'd find the best price. He's killed me this entire playoff run. He only had 9 in Game 5, 14 in Game 4. I just got a weird feeling, man. And if you look at SGA's points, prop tonight is priced, I think, pretty fairly. 33.5. I don't want to touch that. Jalen Williams, 22.5. Too popular for me. So I'm going to go with Chet over 15.5 points. If he burns me, never again. And then Tyrese Halliburton, now that he's officially in, Rob, the points prop most places is 13.5. Dropped at 12.5, minus 120 if you shop around. I'll take a little bit of that, man. I know he's hobbled. I know some people don't even think that he should be out there. I figured he was going to be out there. Have you seen this guy's dad? Right? Like, there was no chance he was sitting in this game. It's Game 6 of the finals. His dad was on the floor a couple months ago holding a towel in Giannis's face. Giannis is 6'11". His shoulders are bigger than Tyrese Halliburton's dad's head. But he scored over 12.5 points in 8 of the 10 playoff games. So I'll buy low, dude. So that's all the player props that I have. And I'm taking Indiana tonight. Your thoughts on this game? Anything that you like before we get to the break and Rylan Stiles coming up?
Yeah, I'm gonna break Mario's heart. Give me the Thunder in the cover,
no.
man. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I want it to be live. I want it to be a Game 7. I am playing live numbers in this game. There's nothing coming up beforehand. I would like a little pacer run out of the gate to kind of give me a friendly Thunder number here, but I am sorry. Like I think if we are talking about, and this is where I'm going to get myself into a little trouble, or I'm going to look like a stinking genius when it's all said and done. If we are talking about a Mike, if we are talking about a Kobe, yes, there's no chance Halliburton's not playing in this game, but there is a difference in playing in this game versus succeeding in this game. We saw what he did on the injury 3 nights ago. 0 field goals made, 6 assists in the game. And do you think he wasn't playing with desperation in that minute, right? Like, I think sometimes, Horvat, we all kind of buy into the narrative. And there are times when buying into the narrative is a good thing. There are times when buying into the narrative is the right play. But I think sometimes we buy into the narrative, and I think this might be one of those times. Oh, where the Pacers are desperate. They are playing. Yeah, of course they were. They were also desperate the other night when Tyrese went for 0 made field goals and 6 assists. You think they weren't desperate that night? Of course they were. So I think that it basically is, we're buying into the narrative, and unfortunately, or fortunately, if you're a Thunder fan,
we saw what Tyrese does on this. And yes, he's had a couple of days of rest and rehab, but a calf strain, ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever had one, a calf strain isn't a pop a couple of Tylenol, have yourself a Toradol shot, and everything's okay. That is something that is lingering. It's painful. It constantly reminds you that it is a thing that you are fighting through. When you add into the fact, and have you seen the viral clip going around, the compilation of every Tyrese Halliburton field goal that he's made in this series? They're all from the right side, right? He's made 2 field goals in these finals from the left side. Everything else is to the right. Dagnall's not a big dummy. Everything is going to be get to Tyrese as soon as he crosses the half-court line, force him left, take him out of his comfort zone. We've already seen what he can do hurt, which is not very much. We're not talking about Kobe. We're not talking about Mike. I love Tyrese, but he's not in that upper atmosphere, upper echelon of great players. I just think, unfortunately, tonight, the Thunder are going to be way too much defensively, and the Pacers even playing with desperation. Unless, like, Pascal Siakam's going to give me a 40-point night. If you want a Thunder or a Pacers bet, the Pacers prop is Siakam on the over points, rebounds, assists, or just the over point, because if he doesn't get that, the Pacers don't have a chance tonight. I am pulling for Indiana. I am pulling for a Game 7. We've seen what Tyrese does hurt, and the answer is it ain't much, Ryan.
Rob, I love you. Every time we do the show together, you're always going against my bet. So I'm going to say this. Mario, I got to get your thoughts on this game, obviously. We got plenty of time. We got 90 minutes because it's 8:30 p.m. for whatever reason that we have to wait until. We got the Jimmy Kimmel special before it, of course. But so Mario and I, we really want to go out tomorrow night, to be honest with you. And we don't want to go out at 11 p.m. But I definitely want to do the show with you. But I decided if every single one, I'm this confident. All my bets, we're nice Midwest kids, so if we ask for time off, we have to give you 2 months ahead of time, and then we remind you. We give our 3-week notice, but we both want to go out tomorrow. If I hit all my bets, whoever you want to co-host with you tomorrow, I'm going to pay him out of my pocket, and whoever you want to produce the show, I'll pay out of my pocket. That's how confident I am that the Pacers not only cover tonight, but they're going to win this game outright. You just talked me into a money line, and Halliburton, we're doubling up. Over 12.5 points. And Chet Holmgren, over 15.5 points. All those are going to hit. That's a guarantee. And then me and Mario will be in the boom boom room tomorrow. Mario, am I right or am I wrong? Are you siding with Rob here? Or are you going against your boys? Because I think the Pacers win this game outright.
Listen, Kurt Herron, he's got the blue shades on. He's in Gamebridge. He's had about 3 Mountain Dew vodkas.
Wow. Mountain Dew and vodka? Is this heart okay?
Dude, somehow it's jumping along, man. Shout out Kokomo, Indiana.
Oh.
Yeah, 63 years old in his prime.
Let's get him on some rum and cokes or something.
Dude, he doesn't do it. He only likes some Mountain Dew vodkas. That's what he pounds.
All right.
It's a good time. No, but he's got the blue shades on. I think Thunder are in trouble tonight. Realistically, I think Tyrese, the point total went down to 12.5. We were talking about this before, Ryan. We both jumped on it. That's at 13.5. I probably still would take it. Look, at home games this series, I should say, he averages around 20 points. He's going to get his shots. He's going to play better at home. They're going to have more momentum. Pacers are going to cover this game. They might even win this game. They're not going to go down without a fight. They're going to go down swinging like the Rocky Bambola.
That's what I'm saying. Rylan Stiles joins us next.
Again.
Yeah, Rylan Stiles joins us next. Lead beat writer for the Thunder on SI. He'll tell if we're crazy or if we're right or something like that. BetMGM tonight.
Rocky Bambola. Moron.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
So this is our. So this is it. Oh, well, that made me.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. We got Rob Brown filling in for Brad Evans. Brad will be back with us on Monday out in Las Vegas. Ryan Horvath with you here. We got Mario producing the show. And we could maybe, just maybe, have only one more game in the NBA season. Right now, 6-point favorites OKC is to wrap it up tonight on the road. The total in the game now sitting at 222.5. Right before the show, we had the breaking news that Tyrese Halliburton will give it a go tonight. OKC on the money line, the best price is minus 205. For Indiana to pull off the upset and to force a Game 7 on Sunday night, they are plus 190. To talk about that and more, we welcome on Rylan Stiles here on BetMGM Tonight, host of Locked On Thunder podcast and lead beat writer for Thunder on SI. You can give him a follow on X, Rylan_Stiles. He's out in Indianapolis getting set for the game. Let's start off with just Indiana tonight, 6-point underdogs, man. You obviously cover the team. If you were a betting man, do you think this is the night that OKC wraps it up, wins the title, and does it on their home floor?
If you were in the betting market, I would suggest kind of laying a little bit on Indiana just for the simple fact of they're at home. Role players typically play better at home, and they're going to have that shooting variance game that you would expect. I really think that the Pacers have proven to you who they are from three-point land this postseason, being at the top of the class in that category. The Thunder are 13 of 16 teams in the playoffs from beyond the arc and have shot horrendously on the road. To where, on top of having the better odds, the better juice, so to say, you get a realistic outcome that's better bang for your buck. So I think that there's no harm in putting somebody down in Indiana to get this win, or at least to cover, and make it a one-possession game.
Ryan, Rob Brown, great to talk to you, buddy. Talk to me about Tyrese Halliburton. We obviously got the breaking news just a little while ago that he is going to give it a go tonight. He's had a couple of days rest, but obviously after the injury in the last game, he was just unfortunately completely ineffective. What can we expect out of Tyrese? Does he feel better? Is this just it's elimination game, I have to go? Has it made progress? What do we know about the injury to Tyrese Halliburton and how it's going to impact his game tonight?
Yeah, yesterday at practice, he was moving noticeably better, both in his everyday life and also the tiny bit of practice that we got to see. But even walking to the podium yesterday at practice, he was moving a lot better. And the mindset and the tone of his voice was very clear that he's a competitor and truly wants to play. Rick Carlisle pregame confirmed he's going to play and confirmed that he had a really great testing session at 5 p.m. So I think that with Tyrese, you would expect him to have a good game, again, being at home. And like he's had a couple of days of treatment. He's also going to have the adrenaline of like your season being on the line. I think that if you can get anything with the first quarter odds, that'd be a really good bet because I think that he would be at his best in the first quarter with all those factors at play. But I do expect Tyrese Halliburton to look more like himself than he did on the initial impact of Game 5, where he was completely reduced due to the injury. I think that they wouldn't put him out here unless he did, like Rick said, test really well at 5 p.m. and have a really good response to the treatment over the last few days. You just can't do that to your franchise star, and I don't think that they would. So I think that the fact he's playing means that he's going to have a good game.
Shea has obviously been great all season. That's why he was the MVP of the league. But Jalen Williams has been excellent. Really, the last 3 games. Had 40 in the last game, 27 before that, and then 26. Tonight, his point prop is 22.5. Do you like him to go off? Would he be your X factor, or is there maybe somebody else other than Shea that you think could pick up the scoring load tonight for OKC?
Yeah, I think so. I think that these are the moments where, that he's going to have to take over. He's going to have to grind this thing out offensively because there's not going to be a more desperate game than this one for Indiana, except for if they can force a Game 7 on Sunday. Like, your season is on the line. We've seen in spurts this series where Indiana's defense is fast, athletic, physical with OKC and kind of bogs down their offense to where you look at Shea as the only guy who can try to shake loose. And so just by product of what you would imagine will happen. So you imagine that the Thunder will shoot bad from 3 on the road as they have all playoffs. You'd imagine that Indiana is going to shut down a lot of the different actions OKC likes to get to because they're playing with that sense of urgency and desperation. That really just leaves Shea to get the scoring done, and we know that he's capable of hitting tough shots and being that steadying force for OKC, so I think it's a good bet.
Ryan, hindsight is 2020. There was a lot of conversation after the last game about should Rick Carlisle have left TJ McConnell in? Do you ride the horse that got you there and go with Tyrese even if he's not an effective cat? we obviously got to move on past the past, but is TJ McConnell a guy you expect to be live tonight? Is there a couple of bets we should be looking at? Do you expect him to have a major impact in the game, or do you think that was kind of a standalone performance from TJ McConnell last time out?
Yeah, I think that you should take the over on his points only because you have Tyrese Halliburton out there. I mean, like, Tyrese Halliburton was out there in Game 5. He was nowhere close to what he was, accustomed to doing, and they still didn't switch over to defending TJ with their primarily great point of attack defenders. So I think that when those two share the floor together, he'll have a unique ability to impact the game as a scorer. And when TJ's out there by himself, his archetype of player is just so unique with his ability to get to the rim and slither his way past an overzealous defense and help. And so I think that it's a unique matchup for Lou Dort. They have like Lou Dort, who's this short, stocky, but very physical defender that can't necessarily keep up with TJ. And then they also have Keeson Wallace, who's a more athletic, quick footwork guy who at times can get bumped off his spot by TJ. So TJ is this interesting matchup against OKC that I think it's partly him being a really good player, partly him being the right recipe to attack OKC, that I still feel really confident in his over on points tonight.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight. We're talking right now with Rylan Stiles. He's out in Indiana getting set for the game, covers the OKC Thunder. All right, so like a lunatic, man, like definition of insanity, just doing the same thing over and over. But I have this thing with Chet for whatever reason. They keep putting his point prop at 15.5. Last game he had 9. Game before that he had 14, and he blew a bunny. I thought he was going over in that one. Did have 20. 2 games ago, but what kind of night do you expect from him? Do you think he's going to be more aggressive on the offensive end? Would you maybe just look at the rebounds or blocks, or do you think he does look to score the basketball tonight?
Well, I would for sure look at the rebounds just because he's had such a great series, rebounding the basketball almost at 10 rebounds per game in this set, which for him, like, that would rank as a career high mark. I mean, this is a guy that has been consistently the last 2 years at 8 rebounds per game, so he's really put an emphasis on the glass in this series. But I also I don't blame you. Maybe we're just fools. Maybe we are just buying into the definition of insanity too much. But this is a guy that's consistently shot the ball well from beyond the arc at every stop, and even this season through a broken hip is shooting 37% from 3. And he has not had a game this series where he's just been able to knock down a couple shots from distance. So I think that you should expect him to be able to be a play finisher in this game. He's kind of due, if you will, if you buy into the due theory for a nice game scoring the basketball. So I don't blame you. I would try my hand at the over.
Ryan, let's talk a little bit about the coaching setup tonight for Rick Carlisle. I don't know that it being an elimination game, it changes the way that he approaches this game. I don't know that this changes the way that he decides to attack. But are there any, over the past couple of games, are there any indications that there has been a tinkering with the lineup? Has anything changed from that game one shock to where we are now? And do you expect there to be any changes, whether it is in the lineup to protect Tyrese, whether it is in the tactics on the court to cover him up, whatever? Do we expect any major changes tonight that might impact the way that this game just looks on the court?
Yeah, I think that the first thing would be like his complete abandonment of Thomas Bryant, which is not a huge deal, but they did have to put Tony Bradley on the floor in Game 5, and I think that he's just proven that you cannot play Thomas Bryant. That's not to say you can play Tony Bradley. So then that opens up the door for, with your season up against it, if you try to get on the market of like an Obi Toppin, who I would expect the Pacers at all 48 minutes of this game, as so long as they're competitive, to always have one of Turner, Pascal Siakam, and Obi Toppin on the floor. That produces more minutes, I think, for Toppin, thus more ability to have production. I think that you're going to see Thomas Bryant completely erased. I think that you're going to see Tony Bradley fade off of that rotation because they tried him as just a little junk pitch, so to say, in Game 5 that didn't necessarily have the impact that they probably desired from it. So those minutes elevating could change how you view this game, maybe not even in the outcome of who's going to win and lose, but in the outcome of the betting market, especially for Indiana. And then I just would wonder what Rick Carlisle has up his sleeve. This is a coach that has routinely maximized his teams and got every ounce of them, especially defensively, out of them. And now you have to deal with a guy in SGA, who's the MVP scoring champion, goes without saying, and J-Dub, an all-star who has had 3 straight games of great performances offensively. They're both averaging over 30 points for the series. How do you try to throw them off kilter at home? This is where you have to pull out all your stops. I would imagine that Indiana goes to more of a zone defense tonight, which historically has given the Thunder trouble. So maybe in a closeout game where we're expecting one of the two teams to not shoot the ball well at all and expecting the Indiana defense to throw a different pitch at OKC, maybe the under as the total of the game would be the best play of the night.
If and when OKC does wrap up this series and win the NBA Finals, SGA has to be the MVP, right? Or could you make the case for Jalen Williams, especially like you said, like if Indiana's live tonight and he scores 35 and then in a clinching game scores another 35 and they throw the kitchen sink at SGA, do you think that you can make the case for him, or do you think SGA being the regular season MVP would be the MVP of the Finals as well?
Yeah, J-Dub is for sure not out of the running yet, but I think that right now it's SGA's NBA Finals MVP to lose because we kind of get caught up in what he did with that 40-point night, and that takes nothing away from him. But we forget that in Game 2, to avoid a 2-0 hole, SGA was magnificent. He played as close to a perfect game as you possibly could play. In Game 1 when they lost, he was the only guy who lived up to his normal production. J-Dub was disappearing act. Chet Holmgren was not impactful. Like, none of these guys, from Casey Wallace down, none of these guys were who they should have been in the 1-point loss in Game 1 except for Shea. So, like, that, I think, bodes his case very well. The storyline, like, let's face it, the voters in this have a human element, and the human element of, like, seeing a fairy tale go from regular season MVP, Western Conference Finals MVP to NBA Finals MVP is a big leg up, too. Obviously, J-Dub has put himself in positions where he has a tremendous game tonight, and they win it in 6, and it's in large part because of the last 2 games from J-Dub. He can't swing the vote, but I think that right now, if you're a betting, you still have to bet on SGA.
As far as moving forward for this team, because I think we all kind of expect that that this team is going to be around for a very, very long time. What's the off-season moves? And I know we don't want to talk off-season when there's 48 minutes between the Thunder and a world championship, but I also think the best teams are doing that. What's the offseason look like for the Oklahoma City Thunder so that those of us that have said this team might be on the verge of a dynasty are proven correct?
Yeah, I think that it's a fair question. I think that with everyone under contract for next season and how well this team fits together, you would kind of try to clean up the margins. Like you tried the Dylan Jones thing, you tried the Usman Jang thing. Like you try to clean those guys up with these picks that you have in this draft here in a couple of days. You have the pick 15, you have pick 24, you have a very good second-round pick with pick 44. Can you combine some of those picks to get even higher in the draft and get a guy like Thomas Schwarber who could really impact things right away next season? So I think that it's really going to be heavily focused on the draft and not necessarily a big signing because they've only had one in their whole team history, which was last year with Hartenstein, or even a player-for-player trade at the NBA scope. But I think it's going to be recycling some of these guys, like even a Dylan Jones, who's just a rookie but hasn't really shown much potential in the NBA, recycling some of these guys to give you more shots. Because right now at this stage, the Thunder have everything in place. They have the coach. They have the top talent. The only thing that they have to continue to do to prove everybody right is continually hitting on cost-controlled talent that can allow them to pay the top of this roster while filling in the gaps with guys who you're paying dollars to donuts on for the length of their rookie scale deals. So recycling some of these bottom and a half roster guys and getting in highly impactful players in this draft is the biggest thing in the offseason.
Rylan, we only got about 60 seconds here. Mario, our producer, big Indiana guy, and he says just best place to see a game. So I just got to ask you, because you got boots on the ground, what's the atmosphere like? Obviously, we still got about an hour until tip-off, but what's the crowd like tonight?
You know, I think it is the hokiest thing that in 49 states it's basketball, but this is Indiana. However, I will say that they understand basketball better than any venue I've been to. I've covered every single Thunder playoff game in the last 2 seasons, and this place gets it. They just get it when their team needs a little boost. They get it whenever their team's on a big run, how they can help carry the momentum. And Alex Caruso talked about it. I think it summarizes it perfectly. The Thunder would go to a timeout at Game 4, and the crowd would make them feel like they were down 20. They look up and they're down 3. And it's like it's only a one-possession game, but you'd never know it based upon how great this crowd is. So there's a nervous energy, but a positive one here in Gainbridge Fieldhouse, and everyone's excited to see what's going to happen.
Checks in the mail, Rylan. That's all I needed. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
man.
he stood up.
That. Yep.
He stood up and made a field goal sign, like the field goal was good when you said that. Thanks so much for giving us some time, man. I know how busy you are. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Rylan Stiles right there does great work. Locked On Thunder. Check out their podcast. Also the lead beat writer for Thunder on SI. Give him a follow on X. Rylan_Stiles. Even he said, man, maybe take a little stab with OKC. I had an uncle I have an uncle still. He's still around, unfortunately. I'm kidding. But he's a degenerate gambler, like a lot of people in my family. And he would always tell me, like, when we would get to a game 6, he'd be like, oh, no, they want to win it at home in front of their crowd. And I'd be like, guy, no, they don't. Like, they want to wrap it up. They don't want to, like, take the chances of going to game 7 and then have an SGA's knee blowout or anything like that. I don't even want to put that in the atmosphere, but you get what I'm saying? But, man, I do want a game 7. Selfishly, on Sunday, my wife has to work. My kid is in Chicago for the next 4 to 6 weeks. I'm going to be alone by myself. I want to sit on the couch. Mario, you're invited. And I want to have the sound on, and I want to just enjoy Mike Breen's voice. Bang! Just like that. Sorry, but you guys, I'm just getting you set for Monday. Let's get loud in here. When we come back, let's look at what the public's betting, and let's fade them because they're a bunch of idiots. BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. You could watch the show on Twitch, on YouTube. Tell a friend, tell a friend's friend, tell your aunts, tell your uncles, anybody, your father, your mother, brother, cousin, buddy, guy you haven't seen since high school, anybody. Just tell them, watch the show, check out the podcast, like, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. Brad Evans is out till Monday. We got Rob Brown filling in tonight. I'm Ryan Horvat. Mario's producing the show. Coming up, we're going to give you all the public bets from our guy John Ewing, who does data and PR for BetMGM. He gives us the 5 most public bets, that's a word or a phrase. And what you could do maybe is you could actually fade all of them, and maybe you could do an SGP. I'm not really an SGP guy, but everybody else is. And if you want to be an SGP guy, the best place to do it right now, of course, especially for the NBA Finals, would be BetMGM because they have the NBA Finals SGP Boost token. Snag this SGP Boost for the NBA Finals. Use your SGP Boost token on any NBA Finals matchup and score a bigger payout if your SGP wins. All right, so my bets tonight. And it's been a great day for me, Rob. Not to toot my own horn, but beep, beep. We are 3-0. We even had a parlay today. It was the most chalky parlay. You want to talk about the public, man. I had the Yankees minus 282, parlayed with the Tigers with Scooble on the bump, minus 325. Never really a sweat. Yankees win 7-3. Detroit wins 9-2. Scooble, still really good at baseball. I had Carlos Correa today to have over 1.5 total bags. He had 3 hits. So let's try to keep it rolling. We got Nebard under 4.5 assists, plus 105 is the best price you could get right now. TJ McConnell, I like the over on the points. I bet that during the break because it dropped from 10.5 to 9.5 with Halliburton in. Over 9.5 points, under 4.5 dimes though, plus 105. Oh, I'm sorry, minus 105. Halliburton over 12.5 points. I know it's scary, but, you know, some like to live dangerously. And then the one that's probably dumb and I'll be regretting in about 3 hours, Chet Holmgren, over 15.5 points. But Rylan Stiles, who covers OKC, says he would take a chance with them too, and he would also take the Pacers tonight. So Rob likes OKC. He was right about the Panthers the other night, that son of a bitch. So I'm going to fade him, though, tonight again, and I'm going to take Indiana big on the spread, big. That's our drink money for tomorrow. And small on the money line, a little trickle on the money line. Rob, guess what the most public bet prop is tonight?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm going to go... either a Tyrese under or a SGA over.
No, actually, Benedict Mathurin, Arizona legend.
Wow.
Over 10.5 points. He's been cooking lately. I would fade the public here, but I saw our guy and friend of show, Joe Delera, Action Network. Great follow. I saw he posted today that he's actually laddering the points for Benedict Mathurin. So I don't know that I want to go against him. He's pretty sharp, man, but Benedict Mathurin over 10.5 points is the most public bet prop. Would you follow that? Would you go over or would you go under? Mario, I want to get your opinion too because you're our Pacers expert.
I got to tell you, man, like it's hard for me. All right, so I think that the thought there is, and I think a lot of people, Mario, correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm not. I think a lot of people look at these bets and they go, well, if the Pacers are going to win, then blank has to happen. I was listening earlier and I don't remember which ESPN talking head, if it was the real big one or the guy who plays solitaire instead of watching the NBA Finals at the NBA Finals. I don't know which one it was, but one of them said, well, if the Pacers are going to win, Pascal Siakam's got to have, 22, 23 plus field goals in this game. And it's like, yeah, if the Pacers are going to win. I can't see a path for the Pacers to win the game tonight unless Tyrese Halliburton is just absolutely miraculously 100%, and they've done the best job in the history of public relations in keeping that a secret. All of the Pacers bets that people are riding on are all the if the Pacers are going to win theories, and unfortunately, I just don't see that playing out. I'm not saying there's not going to be an overhit. I just don't know that I'm willing to take the dice roll on one of them doing so.
Yeah, Benedict Mathurin had 7 in the last game, 8 in the game before that. Then he had that 27-point outburst, but that was 2 games ago. So he's went over this number, over 11.5 points in 4 of the last 10 games, if you're into the trends. Mario, what are your thoughts on him tonight?
Yeah, he's one of those guys that he's either a boom or bust. Like you mentioned it, he went from scoring 27 points to 8. He also had an 8-minute reduction in those minutes as well, so maybe if he has more time, he does score more. This is a guy, too, that he never sees a shot he doesn't not like. He's very aggressive with his shot-making, his shot-taking abilities. I actually do like his overtime. This is somewhere I would route the public. Look, the classic saying of role players play better at home. Like, that is so true for the Indiana Pacers. Like, these guys step up in so many different ways. And if you really do believe that Tyrese Halliburton's going to be not 100% tonight, that he's not going to be able to get to his spots, then the guys he's going to set up on these backdoor cuts, or that Siakam's probably going to be able to set up because he needs to get more attention, isn't Benedict Mathurin. His off-ball movement is exceptional. It's very, very good. The problem that he runs into is when he thinks that, hey, I can take, Lou Dort one-on-one, and that's when you're like, all right, buddy, that's one of the best wing defenders in the league. That's going to end up really bad for you, but I would probably go with the public on this one.
The Dorcher Chamber, one of the best nicknames in all of pro basketball.
Incredible. Also, probably top 5 player in the NBA I would rather not see in a ring.
Lou Dort?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Who's number 1?
Oh, James Johnson, the Muay Thai champion.
Yeah.
I'm all set. So that reach, good luck.
You think you could take Luka one-on-one? Fat Luka?
Fat Luka?
Yeah.
I'd sweep the leg.
Yeah.
It's a lot to grab.
What about skinny Luka?
Still a lot to grab.
You think you could take Ben Simmons with the jumper or without it?
Neither.
What do you think about SGA? The second most public bet prop is the same one every night, I've noticed. SGA first field goal plus 575. Do with that what you will. I would never bet that, but to each their own. Third, Pascal Siakam over 21.5 points. Rob, you said you would take the over on the PRA. He had 28 in Game 5. He's went over this number in 5 of the last 10 playoff games. Before that, he had 20, 21 before that. I like him, too. I know that the public's on him, but I definitely wouldn't take an under, man. He's been the best player for Indiana, and he's the only guy with finals experience, so I kind of expected that. And Halliburton's ding tonight. Your thoughts on Siakam's points tonight, over 21.5?
No, I mean, if I'm going to take a Pacers over, that's the only one. And honestly, even if I think the Thunder are going to win, that might be the only one. I brought it up a minute ago. The shot chart for Tyrese Halliburton is almost exclusively to the right. We're 5 games deep. I think he has 2 made field goals from the left side of the court. That's where Siakam's living his best life right now. So especially if Tyrese is going to be encouraged to go left, then it's going to be a lot of dumping it off to Siakam, dribbling into double teams, trying to pull guys to him, and then giving him over. So if you want me on a Pacers over, that's probably the only one you could talk me onto at this point, to be honest with you.
Mario, who would you rather bet? Siakam over 21.5, which is the third most public bet prop. Number 4 is him to have the first field goal of the game, plus 650. Again, good on that. Or TJ McConnell over 10.5. And again, this is dropped to 9.5, so you could get a better number on McConnell. I like the over on the points, the under on assists, but who would you go with, Siakam or McConnell tonight if you had to pick between the two that the public likes?
Siakam's going to get the volume. I think he's also probably just going to take a good amount of, probably not like the best shots, just shots that you have to deal with and like get in the moment where, clock's winding down and you have probably 2 guys in your face, but no one on the court's really hitting their shot, so you just have to throw it up. So that's where I lead in Siakam. But there's a third option. Can I throw a third option, a little curveball in there for you? A little something down?
Ben Shepherd?
No, but I don't know why. I just did not see that one coming.
Ben Shepherd?
Yeah, that got me. What about Obi Toppin over 10.5?
I played it last game. He had, 14?
I think he had 12 last game. 12 last game.
Oh,
17 before that.
It hit. Yeah.
But he's been shooting the ball. He's short a little bit in this series, but he's been overall in the playoffs. He's been shooting the ball really well. You can count on him every time in Indiana for at least 2 or 3 electric dunks.
Yeah,
where the crowd just goes nuts. He gets them going. So if he gets 3 of those, 3 times 2 is Rob.
Did you just ask me what 3 times 2 is, and then finger gun me?
I was trying to do the money ball thing. Trying to do the money ball. You know the money ball?
I just want to be. You're asking me what 3 times 2 is.
The money ball thing.
This is what I do to my son every morning at breakfast. Try to catch him off guard.
Quit this show 51 minutes into it, Mario.
He's like, Daddy, did you watch SmackDown last night? I'm like, 4 times 4. That's what I do to my kid. Need big brains in the Horvath house.
My dad would do that to 85 Bears players. He'd point at me. He goes, "Who is the starting safety?"
I said, "Buddy, you want to be betting Nerfies and Yerfies, or you want to be playing college football win totals and draft props and making money at the end of the year?" And he said, "Daddy, I want to be like you." And I said, "Okay, follow along, buddy. You want to waste your money on home run props? Be my guest." Rob, who's your pick to click tonight? Everybody on the show has to have a pick to click for OKC because if you've noticed, all the public bets and every bet is all on the Pacers. You got SGA over 33.5 if you want to be boring. You got Jalen Williams. That actually went up from 22.5 to 23.5. Then you could roll with me with Chet Holmgren, Gonzaga legend, over 15.5 points. Alex Caruso, over 9.5 points, Bulls legend. Lou Dort, the Dorcher Chamber, over 8.5 points. Or Mario's pick to click. He's got the jersey on under that shirt.
Yep.
Isaiah Hartenstein, over 5.5 points, minus 105. Who's your pick to click tonight, Rob, for OKC, since you think they're going to win in and a rout?
Are we all on board with the fact that Mario asked me 3 times 2 so that he had time to write it down and figure it out because he didn't want to do the answer?
No, I knew it was.
We're all on board with the.
I thought it'd be funny. I thought it'd be fun in the moment.
He's just trying to keep you, he's trying to keep you on your toes. You know, you had the morning show today. You've been up since like 4 a.m., so he was like, how do I mess with this guy? There are some times tables, some multiplication at him.
I wanted to enjoy a moment with my good friend Rob Brown. I thought it'd be a fun thing, and then he would, we could drive.
Alex Caruso over 1.5 made threes at plus 105. I think there's going to be some space to operate in the third quarter. Yeah, I think there's a very good chance that they may ultimately have McConnell playing extended minutes late in this game. And if that is the case, I like Caruso from the outside. Give me Alex Caruso over 1.5 made threes at plus 105. Mario, it's 6. Put the iPhone down, buddy. The answer is 6. This is third grade stuff. I believe in you.
All right, so we got our math down. Coming up, hour number 2, we're actually going to talk a little NFL. We're going to talk a little bit about the schedule. We'll have the NBA Finals going on, so we'll keep you updated what's going on in the game, Major League Baseball. Maybe talk a little College World Series. I don't know. I don't know if we'll have enough time. And also coming up, hour number 2, now that we've cleared mathematics from the schedule, we may get to some spelling as well. Cat, Rob, that's what we're going to need you to prepare for the second hour. We're going to need you to do some spelling. What do you think about that? Huh?
K-A-T, and it was not his fault the Knicks lost. You just weren't as good of a team. Stop it, all of New York. Stop it.
NFL talk on the other end, and hey, we're a half hour closer to the NBA Finals here on the BetMGM Network, so don't go anywhere. Rob Brown, Ryan Horvat, Mario, Kenny, the whole gang's here. BetMGM tonight.
4 times 3, Mario.
12.
BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
3rd and 4. They'll run out of it. Big opening, Barkley. There he goes. Barkley going to ring the bell again. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Ladies and gentlemen, people with jobs, people without jobs, cats, snakes, chickens, ducks, BetMGM tonight. That was Saquon Barkley. I had to look for the highlight. That was NBC on the call. You should know that, Ryan. Also, that's a Lil Wayne, Manny Fresh reference. If you know, you know. The best rapper alive since your best rapper retired. We're going to talk some NFL, Rob. That's why we heard the Saquon Barkley clip. You know, if you listen to the show, and if you were listening last June when I didn't take a whole lot of vacation, I will be on vacation coming up in 2 weeks, and I'm really excited about it. My aunt's getting married. Shout out to my Aunt Chris and her soon-to-be husband, Jeff. And then I'm also going to be on vacation on the 15th and 16th. And shout out to my friend Nick, who's getting married for not the second, but third time already before he even hits 35 years old, which is really, really impressive. I'm the best man for the second time. Probably shouldn't just threw his business out there, but you know what? He tried to give me a losing bet the other night, betting a horse, so had to throw him under the bus. Rob, the reason that you should have been listening in the summer, you know, when people say it's the dog days of summer, is because I told everybody that Saquon Barkley was going to win Offensive Player of the Year and that the Eagles were going to win the Super Bowl. And everybody's like, hey, Nick Sirianni. And I was like, yeah. But, like, Vic Fangio's coming in now to call the defense, right? And Kellen Moore is calling the offense. Now, Kellen Moore is gone, but I was right. Everybody else was wrong. And I just wanted to toot my own horn because if you were listening to the show in the 7 p.m. hour, and you should be listening every single night, at least when I'm here, then you would have had the Brandon Nimmo over 1.5 total bags, plus 105. That already hit. He's 1 for 2 tonight, has a double against your guy, Spencer Strider. So we're both winners right now because, actually we're not. Mets are up 1-0. My bad, dude. But the Braves are favored, and I still think that they're going to win this game. Bottom of the third, but I already cashed one bet, plus 105. So shout out to me. How you feeling about the Braves, man? Right? Like, do you think they got to run in them at least to be a wild card team, or do you think, nah?
I think nah. Now let's go back to what's more important than that because the Braves stink, and I'm
Manny Fresh.
Yeah, they beat the Mets. Number one, shout out Jeff. I'm not saying you said that with any sort of like something behind the tone there, Horvath, but shout out Jeff. And number two, did you really just you didn't throw your boy under the bus, Ryan? You laid him on the train tracks. You ran him over with a whole ass train. Then you put the train in reverse. I don't even know if trains can go in reverse, but you put the train in reverse. You backed over him the other way and then went forward with the train again. Like, I know he gave you a losing bet, but like, are y'all good? Is there like, do we need some couples therapy here or something?
Yeah, he's one of my oldest friends. I also covered up his name. I used a fake name, too, to cover up his identity.
Can we guess his real name?
No, I wouldn't. If you know what, you can. I don't think I'll give it to you, though. But the reason I'm angry about this, right? So this is the same friend. I think I've told this story on the air before, where when I got married, man, my wife was bridezilla, especially the, as I like to call it, the final 48. The last 2 days as a single man, she was just everything was wrong. Nothing was going right. The cake, the napkins, the white shoes that I wanted to wear. I wanted to wear an all-white suit. She told me that, and this happens every wedding. Like, coming up, I wanted to wear all white, and my wife's like, you can't. Only the bride could wear white. I disagree. I think I could have pulled it off. But anyway, so everything, she was like complete bridezilla. And my buddy was dating, he was... Well, it was a soon-to-be ex-wife at the time, and so he wanted to bring they were like breaking up like every other week. So Amanda was like, I don't even really know that I want him at the wedding, let alone her, and so he can't bring a guest. And I was like, well, that's not going to work. They've been together for a couple of years. He has to bring her. So I talked my wife into allowing him to bring this girl. We'll call her Jenny. So on the invitation, it says, what did I name them? Eric and Jenny, right? And so then he calls me, I swear to God, on my grandmother, 24 hours before the day before my wedding. And he's like, hey, we broke up, but I'm bringing somebody else that I met on Tinder to the wedding. Can you change the name? And I was like, do you want to call my wife? Do you want to call my fiance, Amanda, and ask her that? And he was like, no. So then He brings the other girl, and she gets mad because she sees the other girl's name on it, and they start fighting at the wedding. And again, I've already been the best man in this guy's wedding, and I have to spend money. It's a destination wedding. I've now spent more money on this guy's wedding than I did my own. So that's my beef with him. But again, I covered up his name. His name's Eric. It works out though good because I'll get to go on vacation, golf a little bit, have a couple tequilas, and I'm going to sneak away to a Dave Matthews concert because it's within 250 miles. So I get to see show 160 in my career. How do you feel about that, Rob?
So number one, your buddy's a terrible decision maker.
Yes.
When I moved here to Greenville, I did the Tinder thing for like 30 seconds. And within like my third Tinder date, I was like, all right, let's just go ahead and delete this app. Nothing good is ever going to come from this. And I met the wife like 3 days later. So your buddy's a terrible decision maker already. And I respect that and appreciate that. But my man, you are not throwing strays at this guy. You are lobbing full out artillery assaults at him on the radio right now. And like, yeah, I appreciate your use of a false name for anonymity's sake, Horvey, but like everyone in your life knows who you're talking about right now. And you're not worried about the retaliation because my man very clearly is working with 3 to 7 screws loose right now.
Nope, I have no skeletons in my closet, and the ones that I do have in my closet, everybody knows. I went out one time in Las Vegas and stayed out until 4 a.m., and that's about the only thing that I've ever done wrong. And I leave towels on the ground occasionally, which is why my wife is always mad at me. Take my eyes, but not the towels. Anyway, my guy Bill Spiros, who we got to give a shout-out to because I saw that he tweeted this out, man, and let me get the exact tweet. Mario threw it in the rundown, but I got to shout out my guy here because I saw this pop up out of nowhere. He's the senior betting analyst over at Bookies. He follows me, so I follow him, obviously. And if you guys want to follow me, I will actually pay you $20. The more followers I'm finding out that I get on Twitter, the more money I could actually negotiate on my next contract. So at Ryan Horvat, you guys all follow me, and I'll DM you all my bets, all my football bets. And Mario will buy you guys a drink if you come out with us tomorrow night to MGM National Harbor. Me, him, Allen Iverson, all three of us will be there. Allen Iverson, I don't know about, but at least Mario and I will be there. You guys are all invited too. Kenny, we'll fly you down, buddy. Rob, we already invited you. You said you couldn't make it. You're hosting too many shows. You got the Saturday show. But Bill tweeted out.
Wait, Ryan. I'm literally hosting this show tomorrow night. Like this one. I'm not hosting another show. I'm hosting this show.
We could do it from National Harbor. We've done it before. Me, the gang, Nick, Quentin, Trista, we've all hosted from MGM National Harbor. Mario's been there before. We've done the show. We'll just do it right there in the sports book. I'll do it on the Marty if I need to.
I'm a big believer in team chemistry. I'm a big believer in like being able to work off of each other, whatever. So if Andrew and Mitch are listening right now, if you guys will buy the plane ticket, I will be on a plane tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. and on my way up to head up and do the show in person because let's be real, it's Friday night. It's the night after the NBA championship comes to its conclusion. It's a handful of days after the NHL Stanley Cup has ended. We've got the best postseason in sports and college baseball. It will be a phenomenal night of bets. So Andrew, Mitch, if you're listening, if you'll put me on a plane tomorrow, I will come up and we will do the show live together tomorrow, Ryan Horvat. I will commit to that right now. I'm not buying the plane ticket, but I'll get on the plane.
All right, Pacers cover and win outright tonight, and all my props hit, and I'll pay half of your ticket. We'll see who could pick up the other half. Anyway, though, my guy Bill Spiros, check him out. Give him a follow on Twitter. Great follow, in my opinion, and in your opinion. Tweeted out the NFL Watchability Index, the top 20 most and least watchable games in the NFL this season. His ranking used team win totals, Super Bowl odds, point spread, atmosphere, national TV, and the storyline. We even threw it up right there for him, right there if you're watching us on Twitch or on YouTube. So let's start with the top games, and we even have point spreads, man. The number one game of the year, Week 2, rematch of the Super Bowl, which would make sense, right? The Philadelphia Eagles taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. The Eagles, as of right now, and a lot could change, injuries, rosters, but they're 1.5-point favorites. That game will be on Fox. Again, Week 2, we get a rematch of the Super Bowl. How do you feel just about both teams coming into the season, Rob? Because I feel like a lot of people, man, are down on the Chiefs. I've heard people make the case for the Broncos to win the division, the Chargers to win the division. I do like both teams. I would not bet either to go under their win total, but I'm also not betting anybody to win that division other than the Kansas City Chiefs until the Holy Trinity is gone. And the Holy Trinity is Pat Mahomes, Andy Reid, and probably the best defensive coordinator in the last 20 years, I would say, other than Bill Belichick, who was a head coach. So I like the Chiefs this year, man. I think offensively they're going to be even better than they were last year, because last year I know Mahomes' numbers were down, but Hollywood Brown wasn't healthy until, week 14? Rashee Rice should be back. Travis Kelce doesn't look like he's been partying all offseason. I don't know how much he has left in the tank, but with Spags, Andy Reid, and Pat Mahomes, I still like Kansas City. I like Philadelphia too, but I'm not running to bet their win total over this year, man. But I do like the Chiefs quite a bit. What do you think about that matchup week 2 and just kind of your outlook for both teams this year?
No, I'm with you on the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs had a bad game. I think the Chiefs had a bad game against a team that was just dynamite last year in Philadelphia. I still think the Eagles are going to be very good this year. I think we're going to get a really early indication on Philly of how important was Kellen Moore, right? Like, I am really hoping, as a Saints fan, that Ryan is correct and Kellen Moore was a big part of the success last year. We'll find out that real early down in New Orleans. We'll also find out what happens to this offense. But at the same time, you don't exactly need anything more than the Ask Madden button when the offense is, hey, give it to Saquon and then watch him up on the Jumbotron while he's doing Saquon stuff. Like, I can run that offense. So I listen, I think the Chiefs come into this game. I think the Chiefs are out for a little bit of blood. I think the Chiefs hear the doubt. I think the Chiefs hear the thought that the run is over, the dynasty is over. I don't think it is. I think that he's still Mahomes. That's still Travis Kelce. If they can get a little bit more out of the run game, I think they're going to be fine. Defensively, I think they had a letdown last year, but again, it was against an offense that was just an absolute wrecking ball at the time. I think people are overreacting to that Super Bowl, Horvey, and I think that is I think that's a way that's going to help us make a little money on Kansas City next year.
If Kansas City doesn't win the division, or if they have like a letdown of a season, which again, I don't think that's them missing the playoffs. I would not place that bet. You can do with your money whatever you want to do, but I heard like that take. It would be because of that schedule, man. I mean, week 2, you get the Philadelphia Eagles. Week 4, you get the Baltimore Ravens, which is actually the number 2 game as far as what Bill's got on the watchability index. And Kansas City, a 1.5-point favorite in that game as well. That'll be a CBS game. Week 9, you get the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo's actually a 4.5-point favorite as of right now because that game's played in Buffalo. Week 6, they get the Detroit Lions. They also have to play like all these crazy primetime games. Like, they almost play every single night of the week, legitimately, man, because they have to play the Christmas game, which I don't like, by the way. The whole, like, Netflix. Christmas is meant for family and for NBA basketball. I want to bet some NBA basketball, not pay any attention until the fourth quarter. With the NFL on Christmas, man, it almost takes away because I have to sit in front of the TV for like 8 hours. My wife, not a huge fan of that. So I know, and trust me, I want more football. I'm a big football guy like the rest of us in this country, but Christmas should be sacred, damn it. But the Chiefs, man, got absolutely hosed with the schedule. But I feel like they're the kind of team, especially because they have the Super Bowl rings and they're there every year, that could probably like rally around that, right? It'll be like them against the world because you know they love that. What do you think about Baltimore, though? I brought up that week 4 matchup. Kansas City will be a 1.5-point favorite over on CBS unless anything changes, which it probably will. What do you think about the Ravens, though, especially after yesterday they pick up Jair Alexander for my boys, the Green Bay Packers?
No, I love Baltimore. I will have a Super Bowl ticket out on the Ravens. I think at some point they've got to break through the wall. I think that there are 2 teams this year out of the AFC that I will probably have a Super Bowl championship flyer on. I think it's them in Buffalo. I think in Buffalo, like, this is it for Josh Allen. Josh Allen's got to do it this year. And it's not on Josh Allen. It's on Buffalo. So I should rephrase that. I think it's get it done or bust for the Bills. I've got to assume that at some point, if they can't get it done in Buffalo, as much as I think he's all in on the Bills as anybody else, I think at some point Josh Allen's going to be like, we just can't do it here. I got to go. You can blame it on McDermott. You can blame it on the wide receiver game, whatever you want to blame it on. I think at some point Josh Allen's got to say, it's not happening here. I'm out. So I'll have a ticket on Buffalo to finally break on through to the other side. And I like Baltimore a lot. In fact, I saw Lamar the other day say, like, they're out for vengeance this year. They're out for blood. Like, Lamar Jackson sounds like a dude who's going to be on a heater this year. Already have won a ton of money on Lamar the last couple of years. I'll do it again this year. So I like Kansas City. I do think it's a 3-horse race, but I don't think you're going to go wrong having a Super Bowl champs ticket on Baltimore and on Buffalo, because if it's going to happen for those 2 teams, I think it's got to happen this year. So I'm very high on the Baltimore Ravens this year, especially with the Alexander pickup.
Yeah, man, that secondary is going to be really damn good. Last year they had their struggles. They made some adjustments. Second half of the season they were much improved, but this year that secondary is going to be a strength. I was hoping that they could get another weapon for Lamar other than D-Hop, but Lamar's so good. I mean, last year he threw 40 touchdown passes. If it wasn't for Josh Allen, he would have been the MVP of the league, and many would argue he probably should have been the MVP. Maybe you could say like Derrick Henry finally looks his age, but I don't know, man. Kind of like we did with Adrian Peterson for years. Like you were like, no way he could do this again. And then there he is rushing for 1,000 yards. But that's the number 2 game. Also, Eagles, Bills, another good one. That's week 17, though, much later in the season. Eagles are 1.5-point favorites. Who knows if either team will even have anything to play for at that stage. We'll take a quick break. We'll talk about some of the most unwatchable games, but we'll probably be betting them anyway because we're all degenerates. And 15 minutes away from the tip-off, Game 6, again, the Pacers, 6-point dogs tonight looking to keep their season alive at home against OKC.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Yes, it is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Ryan Horvat. We got Rob Brown filling in tonight for Brad Evans. If you're missing Brad, he's back on Monday. And we will maybe be talking about what went down Game 7 of the NBA Finals on Sunday. At least that's what I'm hoping, because I bet the Pacers. Rob's on the Thunder. Also, selfishly, I just want something to watch on Sunday, with the volume on, preferably, on my couch. And that would be really enjoyable. You know what else is enjoyable? College football. We'll talk about that a little bit later on with Adam Rittenberg from ESPN. He's going to join us. We'll talk a little NFL here in a minute. Mark Willard also going to join us tonight. We'll talk about Devers and the San Francisco Giants, the trade that went down a couple days ago from the Boston Red Sox. He's the host of Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. And, of course, we have some True or False, which is always great as well. And I just can't wait for this basketball game to start. To be honest with you guys. I also have a free bet, but it has to be on the soccer game. We were talking about this a little bit during the break. USA tonight taking on Saudi Arabia. 53 minutes away. That one broadcasted on Fox Sports 1. I recommend if you watch it to leave it on mute, though. So, again, my child could go to private school next year. Got to pay the bills, so watch us. USA tonight, minus 200 now on the money line. The draw, plus 333. Saudi Arabia, to pull off the upset, Rob, plus 475. Total in the game, 2.5, minus 135 to the over. The under, 2.5. You said during the break you kind of like the over, minus 135, over 2.5.
I like the team over for Team USA. Like I was very impressed. Yeah, no, I'm going team over for the United States. I was very impressed for a team for somebody that has been absolutely bashing this team on the mic for the past couple of weeks because of their performance in the friendlies leading up. And it wasn't that I wasn't expecting to beat Switzerland, for instance. That's a damn good side. It was more along the lines of it looked like a team that couldn't be bothered to show up. But in that game the other night, in the opener of the CONCACAF Gold Cup, like it looked like a group of MLS dudes who understood there's going to be a couple of roster spots available for the World Cup. And if you want to have your name in contention for those roster spots, you better show the hell up in this tournament as your last chance to make it. So I think at this point I'm pretty comfortable saying you got some dudes that want to make sure that they are in contention for a World Cup spot when we figure out who of the guys that are sitting out, the Reynas, the Pulisic's, the McKennies, etc. Once we know who is not going to be available, who can't go, who's hurt, whatever, some of these MLS guys are going to be competing for a spot, and I think that they are going to be busting ass for that tonight. So I like the team over. I caught it, I think, at 1.5 at like minus 110 last time out. They put up 3. If it's around that same number, I would go with the team over tonight too.
Yeah, you can still get 1.5. It's a little more juiced right now, but you can find, I think, minus 140, so I like that look as well. I'll throw them in a little SGP and use my free bet. Why not? We talked about the most watchable games. This is from our buddy Bill Spiros. I guess I could have probably sent him a DM and asked if he wanted to come on the show instead of just stealing his content, but I'll send him a nice bag of, something. And he has the Eagles and the Chiefs. Week 2 is the most hyped up game, obviously. It's a 1.5-point spread. It's pretty much a pick. Also on this list, Eagles Commanders, where the Eagles are a 1.5-point favorite. The Eagles is 3.5-point favorites at home against the Lions. Ravens, Lions, a bunch of good games. But I thought this was more interesting, man. As far as what they have over at bookies.com, watchability index, the bottom 20. Number 1, Rob, features the Tennessee Titans and the Jacksonville Jags, with the Jags as 4.5-point favorites, Week 18. I think the reason that they're going Week 18 for this matchup, this divisional matchup, is they probably figure neither team will be in contention. But I disagree, actually, man. I'm kind of high on the Jags, or maybe I'm just high when I made this bet, but I bet them over 7.5 wins. I didn't do anything with them to win the division. I'm not as high on the Texans as everybody else was last year, but I'd probably still pick them. But I do think that the Jags at least have to win 8 games, man. Like, if Trevor Lawrence is that dude, he's got to prove it this year. And I like Liam Cohen. Mario had to hear me talk about him even like week 2 when nobody knew who this guy was. I loved him at Kentucky. I loved him last year at Tampa Bay, the way that he used his running backs. I thought that Baker Mayfield was going to have a dip-off in production after what he did with Dave Canales, going to a new OC. But instead, he was better. He threw 40 touchdown passes, man. So if Baker Mayfield can throw 40 touchdown passes, Trevor Lawrence, who a couple years ago we thought was like the next big thing, he's got to at least throw, 23, 24? His prop is 21.5. I bet that as well. So I'm kind of higher on the Jags, man. I don't know that that would be my number 1. And also the Titans have Cam Ward. I don't know if they're going to be any good, but they should be a lot more exciting than they were with Will Levis throwing just crushing interceptions every fourth quarter last year, costing me money. Agree or disagree about those two teams?
Totally agree.
Right?
I first off, I'm super high on the Jags this year. I am high on Liam Cohen as a head coach. He's kind of got those Dave Canales vibes. Canales has done good things in Carolina. I don't expect any different from Liam Cohen in Jacksonville. I'm very high on Trevor Lawrence. You went out and you got him Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU. That's a big pickup. You went out and got him Travis Hunter out of Colorado, who was, I mean, you can make the argument he was hands down the best wide receiver in this draft, if not behind Tet McMillan as the best wide receiver in the draft. And on top of all of that, and I've said this a few times, I think I've said it on this show a couple of times, this is Trevor Lawrence's year to prove that he is or that he ain't, right? And you've done everything around him that you can do. You've gotten him not one, but two playmakers at wide receiver. You've got him paired up with a Clemson fella back there at running back in ETN. You got him another running back in the fold. You got him a head coach that very evidently, again, it's a 1 year sample size of knowing how to work with a quarterback, but I was with you. I thought there would be a dip for Baker Mayfield after Dave Canales left to go to Carolina. There was not. In fact, quite the opposite. He looked like a quarterback worth playing under that offense. I think that shows you that Liam Cohen knows how to get the best out of him. I'm actually high enough on Jacksonville, Horvat, that I have taken out a flyer on Jacksonville to win the AFC South this year. I think that they are one of the long shot bets that could ultimately pay off, because if they pay off, it's going to be because Trevor Lawrence finds his stride. It's going to be because Liam Cohen got him there. And on top of that, listen, the Houston Texans, I like CJ Stroud a lot. They got one of the worst offensive lines in football. At the end of the day, CJ Stroud's going to be running for his life a lot more than he's going to be running for the end zone this year. I think there could be another fall off there in Houston. I got no idea what the hell Indianapolis is doing. And I got to tell you, and I think you and I may have butted heads on this up to the draft a little bit. I'm not a big Cam Ward guy. I think he's got the right attitude. I mean, all the stories we're hearing is he's that first in the locker room, last guy out of it, and that's all well and good. But I didn't see a lot out of Cam Ward at Miami that made me go, that's the leader. That's the guy I'm all in on. So if you're not in on Tennessee with the number 1 overall pick at Cam Ward, I think Jacksonville's a good long shot bet to win the AFC South. I'm in on it.
Even if Cam Ward is good, man, I don't think that the Titans roster is good enough to win the division. I mean, even if it's a weaker division, I don't think that they're good enough. So, yeah, I would stay away from them. Colts, ultimate boomer bust, especially if you're a believer in Shane Steichen. But, I mean, are you really willing to bet money that Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones could get you 10, 11 wins and win a division? I don't know about that. The Texans, on paper, roster-wise, have the most talent, but also injuries, like Tank Dell can't stay healthy and won't be ready. They traded away Laramie Tunzel. And I know it looked like he lost a step. He was the second most penalized offensive lineman in the league, and most of those were false starts. I guess everybody at Commanders camp says he looks good, but they were also telling me Debo looked good. And then I saw the clips of Debo. He's running like me, like right now. And I need a new hip, so I don't know how good Debo looks right now. But yeah, man, I'm going to join you. Rob Brown, Ryan Horvat, believers in Jacksonville, still believers that Trevor Lawrence has not played his best ball. I like the way that Liam Cohen uses his running backs, and you have two good backs, like you said. I know Travis Etienne, might not be what people thought he was a couple years ago when he came out of Clemson, but he's still a really good back. And you have Bigsby as well, Tank Bigsby. So, yeah, I'm a little bit higher on them. The second most unwatchable game they have is Carolina taking on Tampa Bay. Again, I think Carolina is going to be much better. Tampa Bay's won the division the last couple years. They are going to be 7-point favorites, and that game is Week 18. I wanted to get your thoughts on this one. The fourth most unwatchable game, Week 2. San Francisco, and you're saying San Francisco, as of right now on the road, 7-point favorites. Any chance the Saints could at least cover that game? Everybody's so down on them, betting them to have the worst record in the league, betting them to go to winless, man, that I think that maybe you guys might be a surprise, like 7-8 win team, to be honest with you.
Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
I didn't need
Seriously,
the ego boost, but I appreciate you giving it to me. No, this team's cooked. You spoke about the injuries. Like, I think Chris Olave's got the talent to be one of the best wide receivers in the league, unfortunately. And last year was kind of the anomaly because the hit that he took that knocked him out last year in a road game at Carolina, I was at that game, was just a brutal hit. It was a high hit. It was an unnecessary hit, and it took him out for the season. Problem is, once you get one of those concussions, right? Like that becomes a thing you deal with the rest of your career. So I don't know if I'd trust him to stay healthy. The one bright spot, if you're looking for a silver lining for New Orleans, is that you got 3 young guys in that quarterback room right now. You got Tyler Shook, who you just spent the draft pick on. You got Spencer Rattler, who I was high on before he was a New Orleans Saint. So don't think that this is me second guessing. I think Spencer Rattler's got the talent in him to be a very good quarterback. But then of course you got Jake Haener in the background, who, you know, we really don't know what Jake Haener's going to be yet. So I'm waiting to see if he's going to develop or not. He's been there 3 years, hasn't really gotten a shot yet. So, you know, if one of those 3 guys works out, then I think maybe you're looking at like a 5-6 win team. But I know we've already butted heads on San Francisco. I don't think they're going to be that good. I think that you're going to find out very rapidly just how important Debo was to that offense, and you're going to see it twofold. One, with San Francisco taking a dip, and 2, with the Commanders winning the NFC East this year. Shocking, I know, go for it. But I still think they're still a very good San Francisco team. And even if one of those 3 Saints quarterbacks does turn out to be a dude this year, I think you're looking at a 4 or 5 win team at its absolute best. I appreciate Kellen Moore coming down. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm giving Kellen Moore like 4 or 5 years before I'm running him out of New Orleans, because the turnaround is going to have to be like a big one in New Orleans. I would just say that, Horvey, the top 17 unwatchable games in football might just be the Saints schedule. It might just be us as
last year, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially the game against Green Bay. That was brutal, man. Like, everybody was just celebrating.
Was
my
it?
house.
Was it bad for you, Ryan? Was it tough to watch for you, Ryan? I'm sure it was just awful for you, Ryan.
It was, because I had to do the show, and I didn't want to that night, not going to lie, because I was back home, and everybody was going out, and I was like, can't believe I'm doing this show during this game. There's nothing to talk about here. The Packers just, you know. Anyway, you know what's funny
Ryan,
about this,
I want
man?
you to know right now in advance, I would volunteer to fill in for you during every Saints Monday night, Thursday night, Friday night game, except for we don't have any, so don't worry about it. I can work any night you want. I'm not going to miss a damn game. If it ain't Sunday at 1, I ain't missing nothing.
It was during Christmas, Santa's Day. By the way, that was my jab. I'm just getting the arm back going, you know? Physical therapy, keeping it rolling. So, you know what's funny about this, man, compared to every other sport, when you talk about games that aren't watchable, or like the most, I don't even know, the least watchable, I guess is how they describe it, is I would take any of these games. Maybe it's just because it's Thursday, June 19th, and we're watching Major League Baseball, and I'm getting set for what could be the last NBA game of the year. But I would just kill right now. I would pay actual money to sit and watch the Titans and the Jags Week 18, or the Panthers and the Buccaneers, or the Browns and the Bengals, with the Bengals as 8.5-point favorites, or your Saints getting trounced by the 49ers, or the Saints and the Bills. You know what's funny, man? You said all 17 games. The Saints are on here, 1, 2. They're on here against the Niners Week 2. They're on here against the Bills Week 4, where they're 12.5-point dogs on the road. They're on here Week 1, against Arizona. Arizona's only a 3.5-point favorite. That's going to be a slam dunk bet for me, by the way. I love the Cardinals this year, and the Saints have a brand new coach, brand new maybe quarterback, so I don't know who the hell is betting them at 3.5. Although Week 1 is always crazy. We got to remember the Patriots destroyed everybody's survivor bracket last year by beating the Cincinnati Bengals when everybody thought they'd be the worst team. They're on here against the Panthers Week 10. They're on here the Bucs Week 14. Yeah, they're on here more than any other team, man. So people are really low on Kellen Moore and the Saints. The surprise that I have on this one, a game that I think might be sneaky good, Giants-Bears Week 10 with the Bears at home at Soldier Field as 5.5-point favorites. I don't think the Giants are going to be very good, but I'm intrigued by them, right? Like, will we see Jackson Dart by Week 10? Is it Russell Wilson? Is it Jameis? Is it, God forbid, Tommy DeVito? But that defense is going to be fun to watch, man, with all those pass rushers and Abdul Carter. And I do think that the Bears are going to be good. You know, maybe you don't want to run out and bet their win total, but I definitely think they're going to be improved over anything that we've seen the last couple of years, now with a real play caller in Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen as the defensive coordinator. I know he's not a great head coach, but he's a pretty good coordinator in my opinion. So that was the one that kind of caught me by surprise, the Giants and the Bears. Are you high on the Bears this year, Rob? We had PJ in here the last couple nights. He's not buying the Bears because of their schedule, but I think they're going to surprise some people, especially in the North.
You know, I came in here today really excited to do the show. I was like, hell yeah, night with Horvey, night with Mario. We're going to have a good night tonight. And then Ryan decides he needs to make a whole segment about my football team stinking. Why don't you just call my dog dumb and my mom fat while you're at it, Ryan? We can just knock all of it out in one go. I don't understand why any of this is necessary. I actually am high on the Bears. I'm opposite PJ on this one. I heard his BetMGM Tonight promo the other day. And I'm opposite. Yeah. I'm going with the over. I really do think, and I've said this a few times, I really do think, and I'm using the phrase about Justin Fields. I'm using it last year about Caleb Williams. We talk about the concept of franchise quarterback, and I think a lot of people just focus on the quarterback and not enough on the franchise. This team has been run with just the dumbass mentality the last, I don't know, as long as I can remember. And it feels like they got out of the way and are letting the football dudes make the football calls now because of that. And because I do believe that a lot of Detroit's success was because of Ben Johnson. I'm on the over on Chicago, and I'm on the over on Chicago, and I'm teetering on the under for Detroit because of the loss of Ben Johnson, to be honest with you.
Yeah, same page, man. All right, Game 6 of the NBA Finals finally tips off next on BetMGM Tonight.
BetMGM Tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Thought this was Stilettos Pumps in the club when we were coming in. BetMGM Tonight. I'm Ryan Horvat. Rob Brown filling in tonight for Brad Evans. Mario producing the show. Big Pacers fan. He was all fired up. During the commercial break, we put on the volume in the room, which we forget about sometimes, and they got to continue to do this, too. I love that ESPN, ABC, I rag on ESPN a lot, but, man, I love that they're actually showing the starting lineups once again. Tyrese Halliburton, by the way, goes to the charity stripe. He could do that still. Knocks down a free throw. Don't know what happened there. But it's 2-1 right now, early, 11:35 to go in the first quarter. Now we only need 13 points from Tyrese Halliburton, and we cash that bet. 2-1 early, though, OKC. Like I said, 11:30 to go. Rob Brown, Ryan Horvat, Mario producing the show. Still coming up in about 20 minutes from now. I'm really excited about this. Adam Rittenberg is going to join us, senior college football writer for ESPN, and we'll talk, college football, because that's what he talks about. Hold on, Halliburton, wide open look, and he misses it. We are screwed. Also probably screwed on check, too.
That's the second board, though.
Oh, and Hartenstein had the first point of the game. So if you bet Shea for the third consecutive game, it was the second most public bet prop. You're out money just like that. So I don't think that's a very smart bet, but what do I know? I'm just a bloody doctor. Let's go, Pacers. Win this. Prove Rob wrong. You know what, Rob, didn't you bet the Pacers in this series, and then tonight, now you turn around, you turn your back, couple rough games, and you just turn your back on the Sirs?
Buddy, I want to be clear. If the Pacers find a way to win this thing in 6, I'm up 3-1. If it goes to 7, and this would be the most fantastic thing in the world, they win this thing on the road in 7. Daddy's bringing home a 10-1 ticket. I'm going to tell you right now, you said earlier, if the Pacers win and all your props hit, I believe what you said was you are flying me up there for an all-inclusive, entirely paid for by Ryan Horvat's bank account weekend to hang out with you and hating-ass Mario. I believe that's what I can quote you as saying earlier in the show. I'm all in on a Pacers 7 gamer, to the point that despite how much fun it would be to poo-poo all over Mario's hopes and dreams, I am team Pacers in this series, but Tyrese Halliburton is hurt, and he went 0 for the game last time out. You're just going to have to convince me how that's going to get fixed when the man couldn't go left when he was healthy, and now he's not healthy, and the foot he would need to go left is busted up. What are we leaning on here that the best team in basketball is going to lose to a team whose superstar is banged up? I can't see it.
He's moving all right. He's 0 for 2 from the floor. Again, he has the one free throw, but he's 0 for 2 from the floor. He missed the step-back 3, and then he missed a little floater. Chet, by the way, comes down on the other end, gets his first bucket of the game. 4-1 right now, Thunder, 9:40 to go. We will try to do like segments and stuff, but hey, this might be the last NBA game of the year, so I'm going to watch it. Mario, let's do a little true or false, and let's do it here on this beautiful Thursday, June 19th.
Yeah, let's do it. A little live inside the stadium access for you guys as well. Lisa Heron would like to report to me that everyone's standing and she can't see. She's
Really?
too short. Yeah, she's about 5'2", so shit's a problem.
You know what she should do?
What?
Start talking politics. And then whoever's in front of her will just want to leave.
She's a pretty mean woman. She might just hit him. She's got wears a lot of rings.
Go, hey, what did you guys think of the parade last Saturday? Tell her to do that, and then just see how it goes.
That's you're in Indiana. You're in Indiana.
They'll be like, oh, no,
yeah, you're in Indiana.
I was there. I'm kidding.
That might backfire
I'm kidding. This is
on you
not a political show. The only thing that I want you guys to vote for is my son to be 6th grade president because he decided he's going to run for that.
True or false? Katie should want to go to Minnesota. Recent reports come out that he's all set on going over there. Doesn't really make sense to me, but what do you think, Ryan? True or false?
I got to be honest, though, out of the other teams, dude, like Miami, are we still trying to make heat culture a thing? Like, who's KD going to play with in Miami? Tyler Hero? Did you guys see that podcast video of Tyler Hero? He doesn't believe that anything occurred before 1950. That's who you want to go try to win a chip with the final 2-3 years of your career? I'm good on that, right? Who are the other teams even, bro?
It was Rockets and Spurs.
No, yeah. I would actually want. So everybody's gonna say the Spurs, but are the Spurs ready like right now? I mean, so Wemby had the crazy the thrombosis thing. I'm not even gonna try to say that. So he should be back next year, right? You have Steph Castle for right now, although you might have to move him for KD. Yeah, Minnesota makes the most sense. They were just in the Western Conference Finals. Ant, you're his hero. He wants to play with you. And at this stage of your career, I don't think KD is a number one. In fact, I'm pretty sure that he's not. Ant is a number one. KD could at least be a 1B. I like that, man. And they need another scorer. Minnesota needs something else to get over the hump. So, yeah, I think he should want to go to Minnesota the more I think about it. Spurs always make sense, but Pop's not there anymore. And I just don't know that they're ready to win right now. So I think Minnesota probably makes the most sense. What do you think, though, Rob?
I like Minnesota. I'm really high on San Antonio. I think he fits in well there. I don't think you're going to have a massive departure from the Pops culture. I agree with you on the concept of Heat culture. Let's keep it a buck. Jimmy Butler was Heat culture when he was there. As soon as he left, the Heat culture fell apart. And while I appreciate folks standing up for Tyler Hero in the background, no. Guy who says nothing before 1955 is real. That's not slander. That's just a dumb thing he said that we are going to talk about because it's radio and we're almost in the football offseason. I like that pairing. I like putting him with Ant. The only question I'm going to have is, what is KD's role going to be? What does he believe his role is going to be? Does KD go there thinking he is still the number one, that he's the marquee guy that he's the star? Because if KD is going there thinking that it's going to be his face hung over the doors of the arena walking in every night, he's going to be disappointed. So I think a large part of this, and if I'm a GM of any team, like, I want to sit down with Kevin Durant to find out what your mentality of what your role on this or any other team is going to be. He could go to San Antonio, and this is part of the reason I think the Spurs are the right pick. He could go to San Antonio, and he could be that number one, even if it's only for a year or two while Castle continues to develop. I like Wemby. I think he's fun to watch. He's a freak show. I'm all in on seeing whatever he does next year. But Victor Wembanyama is not going to be your, number one scoring guy, right? He's going to be the guy that takes advantage of the opportunities created by your number one scoring guy. So if they're willing to let KD have a year or two while Stephon Castle continues to grow, I think the chemistry fit in San Antonio might be the right play there.
Mario, what's your opinion on it? You think KD should want to go to Minnesota, or is there somewhere else?
I mean, if KD truly wants to win a title right now, and I think Minnesota, out of the teams we've mentioned, is probably the best option, right?
Right.
The Knights, you're older. You've had a lot of injuries, a lot of surgeries throughout your career. The team that you can go to where you can take nights off and everything's going to be okay and the team's probably not going to miss a beat is Minnesota because you have Ant. San Antonio is extremely talented, but they're very young. And I don't, like what you guys were saying, I don't know if they're ready to just take that massive next step. Wemby got hurt this past year, missed a lot of time. He's exceptional. Probably the best player in the NBA in 3 years. But, Katie, do you have 3 years to wait for that to happen? Because you can't lead a team, not in the West. That's the other thing I don't get about KD right now either. If I'm his age, and again, I truly want to win a title, I want out of the West. And
I'd go to the East, dude.
I would go to the East.
Try to pair with Giannis, although I don't think Milwaukee could do that because they,
yeah, they can't do
no
that.
money
But
whatsoever.
Why not talk to Phoenix and you go, you're probably going to get an easier package because Phoenix goes, okay, then you don't play against us because, you're on the other side. Why not go to maybe a Detroit where they looked really good this year? They have some pieces they can toss over there. Why not go there? Miami Heat makes no sense. You want to go to Rick Pitino and him weigh you until you need to gain 10 pounds or lose 10 pounds?
Yeah, I'd play with Cade, dude.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Go to Detroit. That makes a lot more sense. Indiana, you would never. But, Indiana has a better system than, what you have right now, if you really think about it. New York said they're not into it. I really doubt that. I feel like New York's just a week away from going, actually, you know what? We do want KD. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But the whole just staying in the West is the craziest part of this whole thing. Just get out of there. I would go to the East and go, hey, I'm going to go ahead and face a Jalen Brunson-led team that he's a failure on defense. I'm going to face a Pacers team that's very talented, but I think we can beat out. Bucks team that's a mess. Boston that's hurt. I'd rather go that route. But
I agree. I agree, dude. Houston was the number 2 seed in the West, and they obviously need a guy that could get buckets because you can't rely on Jalen Green in a playoff game, it appears. But still, man, I'm with you. I would want to be in the East. I think the Pacers are in the finals right now.
I think, too, a lot of guys love playing for Ime, and I think in Houston, he would be the undoubtedly number one guy, and I think he still really wants that.
Yeah.
If you watch this past year, the possessions when it was obviously hey, Booker's got this one, Durant wasn't, he doesn't love that. Why do you think he doesn't want to go to Golden State? As much as, it's great playing with Curry, Durant's ego gets hurt. He's like, oh, well, this is Curry's moment. I got to sit over here. Let's just wait
Exactly.
this out. Like, that's a draw to Houston along with Ime. So, I don't know. But again, the West.
I agree. I agree with you, dude. Siakam with, I believe that's going to be an and one. Yes, it is. Chet has 4. The Pacers started 1 for 9 from the field, now 2 for 10, I believe. 10-6 game, and Siakam's going to go to the charity stripe to try to make it a 3-point game. Still really early, 7:31 to go in the first quarter. Hit us with one more if you can before the break.
Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit, but we'll bring it up again because it is the summer. But true or false, Clemson is the only option to win the ACC. They're odds-on favorite, I believe, at plus 120. And our great sponsor, BetMGM. I mean, what a great sports book.
Yeah,
but
fave.
true or false, Ryan? What do you think?
My faves. I bet Clemson not only to win the ACC, huge too. Like, I'm talking life-changing money. Kidding. But also, I bet them to win the Natty this year, dude. So I'm still, as Rob and I have talked about, I'm a believer in Dabo. Say what you want about the guy, man. His locker room, his players believe in him. He's adapting a little bit too, right? I never thought that he was going to dip into the transfer portal, but it turns out you have to go out and you got to get some guys. They just haven't had a wide receiver like a Sammy Watkins, T. Higgins, a guy that could create separation and forever. I like Cade Klubnik, balled out towards the end of last year. I think he could legit win a Heisman and be a top 5 pick in the draft, man, and one of the better quarterbacks in the nation this year. You have T.J. Moore. You have Bryant Westco Jr. The last couple of years, their best players, skill position players, have been the running backs. Will Shipley, Phil Maffa. Now you have some actual weapons for Cade. The defense has never been the problem. Non-con, you kick off the season with LSU. When's the last time Brian Kelly won a week 1 game, like a big game? So I like Clemson, man. I think they win at least 11 games and they win the ACC.
So I'll make it short and sweet. There's one team in the ACC that might make it interesting, which is SMU, the team that made it interesting in the ACC title game with Kevin Jennings coming back. I really like Rhett Lashley a lot, fellas. But the thing that made them a danger to Clemson last year was that they were able to run the ball, especially with Jennings out of the backfield. Clemson's defensive front seven is going to be one of the best in the country this year. Around Peter Woods, this team is going to be a menace to society. Scratch that, menace to quarterbacks everywhere. So I don't think they're going to be able to do what they did last year unless Mike Norvell has some sort of like religiously inspired miracle that we're unaware of yet. No, it's Clemson in the ACC and nobody else.
Perfect transition. We'll talk with Adam Rittenberg, senior college football writer for ESPN next. We'll ask him, is Clemson the real deal? Is Arch Manning the rightful favorite to win the Heisman? All up next, hour number 3, BetMGM Tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Ryan Horvat with you here per usual. We got Rob Brown filling in for Brad Evans. Brad enjoying a little vacation. He'll be back with us, though, on Monday to maybe recap, hopefully, Game 7 of the NBA Finals, because right now in Game 6, all of a sudden, the Pacers on a little bit of a run here. 24-17 is the score. We got a timeout in the action, 4:15 to go in the first quarter. And, Andrew Nebhard right now has 8 points. He's 2 of 2 from 3. Pascal Siakam's got 5. Tyrese Halliburton just knocked down his first jumper of the game. Had a free throw earlier, but hit a 3 from the top of the keys. 1 for 5 from the floor. But as Mario said, he just had to see one go through, Rob. He's got 4 points, and then Obi Toppin off the bench has 6. Again, Indiana has a 7-point lead, 4:15 to go in the first quarter. We know these games don't matter until the second half. So let's talk about my favorite sport, college football, which I'm not counting down the days or the hours or the minutes or anything, but we're 64 days, 15 hours, 59 minutes, and 7 seconds away from week 0 of the college football season. To talk about that, we welcome on one of the best, Adam Rittenberg, senior writer, college football for ESPN. Adam, right before the break, we were talking about Clemson and their odds to win the ACC. The last couple of years, they just really haven't had a wide receiver that could create separation. They haven't had that Sammy Watkins or T. Higgins, but I really like Cade Klubnik. The defense is never the issue. We're really high on that secondary. Where are you at with Clemson this year in the ACC? Do you think that this is a team that legit, I mean, they were in the playoff last year, could win it all? Your expectations for them coming into the 2025 season?
With I think they're a team that you have to watch as having that potential. They won the ACC last year. They bring back their quarterback, one of few teams that was part of the 12-team playoff that returns its starting quarterback. And with Clemson, I always look at 2 historically strong positions to see if they actually are up to snuff, and that's defensive line and wide receiver. And you look at their defensive line with T.J. Parker and Peter Woods and adding Will Helt from Purdue. Dabo doesn't do many transfers, but he did pick up a key defensive lineman there. That should be one of the better defensive fronts in the country. And then at wide receiver, that was a group that had really sagged off in the last few years. And now with Antonio Williams and other coming back, they should look a lot more like a Clemson receiving corps. So I think they're absolutely the clear favorite in the ACC, and not just to get to the playoff and lose and go home early, but possibly make a deep run. Are they, where some of the other traditional national championship contenders are going in? And then I would probably throw Penn State in that mix as well. Probably not quite there, but they have that opportunity to get there by the end of the season.
Adam, Rob Brown, great to talk to you, buddy. I know we usually talk about teams that are, good and not teams that aren't. Is there any chance, because the question we got asked was, is there anybody that can threaten Clemson in the ACC? And my answer was, I don't know if SMU is going to be able to get back where they were. So unless there is some sort of miracle up Mike Norvell's sleeve to get Florida State back into the mix, then the answer is no. Is there any sort of miracle up Mike Norvell's sleeve that could get Florida State back into the mix?
Well, I don't think so. I think that they're a team that could certainly get back to being, 7-8 wins possibly, but to go from 2-10 all the way back into playoff contention is asking a lot. And Florida State has really lived and died by the portal. They have not recruited high school, at the level of even the Miami and Florida within the state, and certainly some of the other programs nationally. And so, that concerns me a little bit when you're so portal dependent, and you're coming off such a miserable season where everything went wrong. But I would say, to your larger question, that Miami can challenge. And I know Miami, we've been here before, and they always find ways not to win the ACC or contend for that league's championship. But, talent-wise, they have one of the better rosters, certainly in the ACC and even in the country, especially if Carson Beck is healthy at quarterback. So that would be the team that I would look for, at least talent-wise on the field, that's closest to Clemson. I don't think Florida State is there this year.
When the win totals came out, the first one that caught my eye was LSU, and I figured it would be 9.5, but instead it was 8.5, and that's a really tough schedule. But they bring back Garrett Nussmeier. They have a ton of talent, man, but I feel like this has to be a big year for Brian Kelly, especially the way that he left Notre Dame and the comments that he made. Finally, he has the resources to compete for a national championship. And then last year, Marcus Freeman has them in the title game, and LSU, once again, not in the playoff. They've made changes at coordinators. I know they've had some bad defenses, but where are you at with LSU this season? They're 20-1 to win it all. I feel like a lot of people are kind of sleeping on them a little bit in the SEC. Do you think they're at least a 9-10 win team, and do they have a shot to make the playoff this year?
Well, if they don't make the playoff, there's a real problem because the last three coaches that have occupied that seat at LSU by the end of year 4 have won a national championship. And so, Brian Kelly, came in with, certainly more accolades than Ed Orgeron or Les Miles, probably not as many as Nick Saban, but maybe pretty close. And all three of those men won national championships by this point. So I think making the playoff is a baseline expectation for LSU. We at ESPN ranked them as the number 1 offseason in the country. They retained Garrett Nussmeier, they retained other really good players, and then they added from the portal, at key positions. And you mentioned the defense. Brian Kelly was pretty honest about the fact that they have not looked like a traditional LSU defense, especially in the back end, his first few seasons there. That should change this year, and they do have continuity with their coordinators in Blake Baker and Joe Sloan both coming back. So this feels like a big year for LSU. Now they have to go to Clemson, team we just talked about, to open the season. You mentioned the SEC schedule, which is never easy, but if they're lingering around 7 or 8 wins, then you're really starting to question whether this is going to work for Brian Kelly on the Bayou.
Adam, let's talk about another SEC team. I'm very high on them. I know Horby's got a Heisman ticket out on Lenora Sellers in that South Carolina. I like what Shane Beamer's been doing a lot. They've got guys on the outside like Nick Harbor. A lot of question marks about defense, but they go get Tom Allen out of Penn State, who a lot of people are in love with that hire. Is South Carolina an outside possible playoff team this year? Do you think Lenora Sellers can get them there, or am I riding a little high on the Gamecocks right now?
Well, no, I was there this spring, and I think there's a lot of optimism in that building that they can take that next step. Now, they're going to have to replace a lot of really good players. They had a record number of players go to the NFL Combine. I think it was 11. It may have been even higher than that, guys. You have to check me on that. I know they didn't have as many of them drafted, but that's a lot of really good players going out the door at a program that, other than the Jadeveon Clowney years, didn't have a ton of elite level NFL type players. So you still have Lenora Sellers, huge, one of the best quarterbacks in the country. You mentioned Nick Harbor. I know that Shane Beamer has a lot of high hopes for him in that receiving core. They do have to replace their running back, who is a really nice player coming in from Arkansas. And, they bring back Dylan Stewart on the defensive line as one of the best pass rushers in the country, but they lose a lot around him, really at all 3 levels of that defense. So in talking with Clayton White, their DC, he's going to be leaning on some new guys, transfers and returning players to occupy some of those big roles, because I had coaches in the SEC tell me last year that South Carolina's defense was one of the better looking groups in the entire conference, right up there, with Georgia and Ole Miss and the teams that you typically think of as being the most talented, and a lot of those guys are no longer there. So this is the type of year, guys, that's going to be the real test of how strong of a program Shane Beamer has built, because he has done a great job so far, but now can he follow up a good season with a playoff season, having a quarterback like Lenora Sellers? We're going to find out this fall.
Adam, I'm a really big Sark guy. I thought last year could have been the year. I still have nightmares about that 1st and goal pitch play on the 1-yard line. It haunts me every single night. This year, they have the second best odds. Actually, they're tied with Ohio State. They're both 5-1. Arch Manning's one of the favorites to win the Heisman. Everybody's talking about next year's draft like he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, even though they've kind of come out and said most likely he's going back to Texas till 2026. Are you buying the Texas hype? Again, they were in the playoff last year, very talented roster. Do you think that this is a team that could actually get it done for Sark? They could be national champions. And are you buying the Arch hype? We saw a small sample size last year.
Yeah, I am. I think this is Texas should win the national title in the next couple of years, especially if it has Arch Manning as the quarterback. I do my projections, my future power rankings. We just did a 2-year projection instead of a 3-year projection. But Texas is right at the top, which means they should win this thing either this year or next year, if not both. I look at their defense, and I see tremendous star power throughout that unit, even though they, once again, are replacing some really good players. But you look at Anthony Hill Jr., you look at Colin Simmons, and they bring back the safety as well, Michael Taft. So they have a really good group coming back for Pete Kwiatkowski, who's done a really nice job there as a defensive coordinator. And then I just look at Arch Manning as an upgrade. I mean, all due respect to Quinn Ewers, but there was a level that they weren't reaching at quarterback, which just I never believed that they were going to win a national championship last year, even though they made the playoff, even though they won a couple of games. I just thought Ohio State would really have to struggle for Texas to take them down in that semifinal, and we saw what happened at the end of the game. So I think Arch, even though he's less experienced, has a higher ceiling, and even though there may be some bumps along the way, including in that opener against Ohio State, I think Texas is going to be positioned to get into the playoff again and make a deeper run and possibly win its first national championship since 2005.
While we're talking ceilings and floors for quarterback, let's talk about Julian Sayin at Ohio State. Obviously, recruited by Nick Saban to go to Alabama. He ends up walking away, so Sayin ends up at Ohio State. A lot of hype around this cat, too. No experience to lean on, but the Buckeyes are still one of the betting favorites to make it to the playoffs, to the national championship game. What's your read on the Buckeyes? Is there a repeat in store? Is it going to 100% depend on him? Is there anybody in the Big Ten that can threaten? Where are you landing on Ohio State right now?
Well, I'll say this about Julian Sayin. He's got to win that job first. And some of the things I'm hearing around Ohio State is that Lincoln Kienholz has really made a push in the offseason and impressed people in the spring to the point where they believe he's going to really challenge for this starting job. Now, I think, ultimately Julian Sayin will be the guy because of the talent level and just the ceiling, but Kienholz is a great athlete, and he's been in the program for a few years, and had a tough experience against Missouri in the Cotton Bowl, and I think he's excited, like a number of these guys are, to really show what he can do if given the opportunity. So that's something to keep an eye on. I was just down in Columbus, and it's amazing, guys. They lose 14 NFL draft picks, which is the most in the country, tied for the most in program history, and yet I believe they still have the best player in the country, who's Jeremiah Smith, who's going to be there 2 more years at least, and they may have the best defensive player in the country in Caleb Downs. So that's how strong Ohio State is from a star power perspective. Now, can they build around those two, especially at the line of scrimmage and get something out of these quarterbacks? That remains to be seen. That's why that Texas game is so fascinating, because both teams are super talented, but both have questions, and I think both will be a lot better at the end of the season than what we see in that opening contest at Ohio Stadium. So I wouldn't extrapolate too many things out of that unless Arch just goes crazy or Julian Sayin or Lincoln Kienholz goes crazy, because they're two really talented defenses. But Ohio State, you can never count them out of the national championship conversation.
Adam, obviously, most likely, I should say at least, Ohio State, Penn State, or Oregon wins the Big Ten championship, but I feel like Illinois is a sneaky team. They're 40-1. I don't think I would bet that, but where are you at with Illinois? Luke Altmaier obviously had a great year last year. They surprised a lot of people. Do you think they could be a sneaky, kind of like Indiana last year, playoff team? Where are you at with the Illini this year?
Yeah, I do. I was just with them the other night. They had an event here at Wrigley Field, and again, this is a program that I think has only finished in the top 25 back-to-back seasons one time. It was 89 and 90. I think it was the Jeff George era, going back that far. And so Illinois had a problem following up really good seasons with another season that's strong or even better. And, Brett Bielema knows how to do that. He won 3 straight Big Ten titles as Wisconsin's coach, and I think he's really telling his team, even though we had a good year, a lot of the same stars are back with this team, nothing carries over. It's a completely new season, and you've got to go out and earn it. And I think there's a couple of road games early on that I'm looking at. We'll really find out a lot about Illinois. The first is week 2 against Duke. And Darian Mensah, they brought in him from Tulane as one of the top transfer quarterbacks in the country. Duke had a really nice season last year under Manny Diaz. I was there this spring, and they have a lot of confidence, so that's going to be a tricky game for Illinois. A couple weeks later, they go to Indiana. Who would have thought Illinois and Indiana to open the Big Ten is a huge game, and it is. Indiana made the playoff last year. They have a strong team coming back. Illinois hoping to become, like you said, this year's version of Indiana. So we're going to know a lot about where the Illini are at after the month of September, and then they get their biggest test of the season with Ohio State coming in to Champaign in October. Because as strong as Illinois was last year, they couldn't score against Penn State. It didn't really challenge them, and then we saw what happened to them when they went out to Oregon, just not competitive at all against the eventual Big Ten champion. So those are the teams, and Brett Bielema knows this, those are the teams that you ultimately have to measure yourself against if you want to get to the college football playoff, because their path this year won't be as easy as Indiana's was last year, in part because they have to face Indiana of this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam, great stuff, man. One of the best follows on the sport. Really good stuff with the future power rankings about a week back, man. Going 2 years rather than 3. I was talking about how it's harder than ever to actually bet the sport because there's so much change, but I thought that was great about a week ago. You referenced it. Everybody should check that out. And let's do this again soon. We're only about 2 months away from the season. Thank God.
Yeah, I love the countdown, guys. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Adam Rittenberg right there from ESPN. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got to talk a little baseball and see what else is going on in San Francisco. Mark Willard joins us out in San Francisco from 95.7 The Game. BetMGM The Night.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Here on the BetMGM Network, I'm Ryan Horvat. Rob Brown filling in tonight for Brad Evans. Brad back with us on Monday, enjoying a little vacation. Mario producing the show tonight. Pacers with a 32-31 lead over OKC. 9:28 to go in the second quarter. We'll have a live look at the side and the total and all that fun stuff as we get a little bit closer to halftime. But the Pacers hanging in there right now here in the second quarter. I did bet the Pacers plus 6.5. So if they're going to lose, I just prefer them to lose by no less than 6 points. That would be the point right there. We'll get to some baseball scores later. We're going to talk some baseball right now. And the big news 4 days ago, obviously what the Giants did. They pick up a 3-time All-Star in Rafael Devers from Boston. And it was a big move because the last time, this is kind of crazy, the last time the Giants had a player hit 30 or more homers in a single season was Barry Bonds back in 2004. When your boy wasn't even in high school yet. He hit 45 homers that year. No Giants player has reached 30 home runs since then. They go out, they get Devers, and he's still only 28 years old. To talk about that and more, we welcome on Mark Willard, host of Willard and Dibs over on 95.7 The Game. You can follow him on the X, Mark_T_Willard. I don't know why I said the X either, Twitter, whatever you guys call it. Mark, to start off, man, great move by you guys, by the Giants, that is. But how hard was it to say goodbye to Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, James Tibbs III, and Jose Bello?
Not that hard, to be honest with you guys. I mean, I'll say this. Look, a year and a half ago, Kyle Harrison was the number one left-handed pitching prospect in all of baseball. I don't want to make it sound like giving him up wasn't a thing, because it most certainly was. And that is still, on some level, the crown jewel of this deal for Boston. But he had also, I don't want to say fallen out of favor, but it had, like, his pace was not as quick, I think, as certainly the fan base wanted it to be. And I do think he had a little bit of a stubborn ego thing going on. He's got a wonderful fastball, but he relies on it a little bit too much. He needs to develop some more pitches. Hopefully he will with the Boston Red Sox, and then he can still become a dominant starter. But, Jordan Hicks was a guy who had fallen out of favor. The other two are long-term prospects. So to do all that, to get a bat that the Giants sorely needed, was a trade that every Giants fan was willing to make.
Mark, Rob Brown, great to talk to you, buddy. Let's focus on what is going to matter to you, and that is what Rafi's going to do in that lineup. I saw, obviously, the discussion. The Red Sox message boards are going bananas when he said, if I need to play first, I'll play first, when that was what blew him up there in Beantown. What impact does he have? Is he going to end up on first base? Just your 36,000-foot view of what he adds to this baseball team.
Absolutely. He's going to be the Giants' first baseman, which has been kind of a position of need for them. They've not gotten a lot of production there. There'll be some DHing. And your question is also, depends on if you're talking short-term, long-term. They've got the number one prospect in the organization is a 20-year-old kid named Bryce Eldridge. They see him as their first baseman of the future. So I do think that Rafi's going to end up being a DH, but there will be a lot of first base this year, and I know that drives Red Sox fans crazy. But the bottom line, whether you agree with it or not, is it seems like whatever went south in Boston had everything to do with communication and early or lack of communication rather than his willingness to be a team player, because he walked into that opening press conference on Tuesday afternoon, and he sounded like somebody who had just gotten his first job out of college. Like, he literally was like, I will do whatever they want, whenever they want. That's the only thing I'm here to do. And when we heard it, we knew that would drive Boston fans crazy, but it was also kind of a window into why he was upset in Boston. And it wasn't so much about positions. It was rather the way they went about asking him.
Coming into the season, I'm a big Cubs fan, and they're 45-29, so I should be excited, and it's baseball, so anything can happen. But then you remember, the Dodgers aren't even fully healthy. Tyler Glasnow's not throwing. Ohtani just took the mound for the first time this season and has only pitched an inning. But yet they're 46-29, and the Giants are only 4 games back, playing decent ball, 5-5 in their last 10. They go out and make a big trade like this. I don't know that they win the division. I've never seen anything like it. The Dodgers are minus 1,600 to win the West. San Francisco has the best odds, second best odds at 17-1. But what do you think the ceiling for this team is? Again, it's baseball. Anything can happen, but it's the Dodgers, on paper seem like the best team that we've seen in a long, long time. But, man, I like this move for San Francisco. They've caught a lot of people by surprise. Do you think this is at least a team that can make a run this year?
No doubt, no doubt. This puts them in the mix. Like you said a couple times there, it's baseball, and so would I favor them? No. Are they better than the Dodgers now? No. But it's baseball, so I sort of look at it like, are they capable? And the answer is yes. And you mentioned the Cubs. They're another one. The Mets, the Phillies, and what the Giants really have in their hip pocket is I think they feel like it's not even so much a matter of the division. It's a matter of just, can you get into the tournament? Because if you get into the tournament, depending on what is the state of health for the Dodger pitching staff, the Mets and the Giants can claim a pitching staff that the rest of the league cannot. You know, they've got maybe the best bullpen in baseball, and their rotation is still very strong, even with the loss of Kyle Harrison. So I think that's how they see it. And so if it's a team that were to get hot at the right time and have the pitchers healthy come October, it's definitely a team that can get everybody's attention.
Yeah, that was kind of going to be my question there, Mark, was the common thought amongst baseballers as it is pitching that gets you deep into and through the postseason. I mean, this staff as good as anybody's that maybe isn't the Dodgers, and we can get to that in a minute, but do we trust names like Logan Webb? Do we trust Justin Verlander if he's fully healthy at the end of the year? Are these names that you think have the stamina to be stalwarts in a rotation if the Giants were to backdoor their way in with a wild card spot?
Logan Webb, no doubt. Logan Webb is a certified ace, and the only reason the league doesn't always see him that way is because he doesn't do what every other pitcher in the league does now and throw 98 miles an hour. But I actually appreciate that about him. He's crafty. He's learned how to strike people out. He's got one of the top numbers in the league in that category this year. He was brilliant again today in stopping a losing streak, which is what you want your lead guy to do. And he's also just got that thing. He's got that attitude. He has been a game one playoff starter before and done very well with that role. So he's a certified ace. Robbie Ray is pitching like a 1A. They're both all-star worthy this year. And so that 1-2 punch really could be interesting come playoff time if they get there. What happens after that is going to be the question. You asked about Verlander. I don't think he's quite up to par yet. That one is a little bit of a question mark. And then they've got young guys who may look the part, but will they sort of wear out and be fatigued at the end of the year because they've never really done lengthy full seasons before, guys like Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong. But if you can even find just maybe one of them to be a playoff-worthy starter, then you may have some action.
Mark, I know the Dodgers are a bunch of cheaters and they've figured out ways that they could back end contracts and whatnot. But I said, and I'm not just sucking up to you, for the last 2 years, I said if I could buy stock in any team in the National League, it would be the Giants, man. Every year they're in the running. They're throwing money at free agents at least. And I love Oracle Park. I try to get my wife to go at least once a year. What's the vibe like right now about around Giants baseball? They're 4 games back, man. What's the fan base like right now? There's got to be a lot of excitement, I would figure.
The vibe is as good as it has been since either 2016 in a failed playoff run or 2021 in a failed playoff run. But even in 2021, that team was kind of looked at as fluky. It was just everything went their way all year long, even though on paper it didn't look great. This is the first time they kind of are able to swagger into a room and look good on paper. Not have the Dodgers lineup, but a lineup that can go 6 or 7 people deep and really make you feel like they could be dangerous. And again, then they'll fall back on their pitching. And so the excitement level is pretty high. But actually, the main reason for all that, you could say it's Rafi Devers, but the correct answer is it's Buster Posey. And the last 5 years or so, the team has been run by Farhan Zaidi, who's a smart guy, but an analytics guy, and someone who just for whatever reason never really was able to kind of connect with the fan base on a human level. Obviously, Buster Posey doesn't need to worry about that because he's Buster freaking Posey. So he's already got that in his hip pocket, and then he's walked in and immediately brought big names, Willie Adames and Rafi Devers, into the fold. Buster Posey's money is no good in this town right now. He is walking on water.
You know, I'm glad you said that because I wanted to ask about it. As Horvath said earlier, 2004, your boy wasn't in high school. I was out of it and watching Buster Posey play at Florida State, watched him through his career in San Francisco, and have been watching him and the decisions he's made in San Francisco. How critical to roster construction has Buster Posey been? Do you give him credit for this team being where this team is in terms of overall talent and the consideration they're getting as a wild card team, maybe a divisional underdog?
100%. And I don't think people expected that. I know I didn't. Buster can be kind of a quiet guy. I thought when he retired, a little bit earlier than we expected, by the way, we'd never see him again. He's a multi-millionaire. He doesn't need this job, but he loves Giants baseball. And so he moved his family here, and then he has gone all in. And then even when he took the job, people were like, oh, probably just a figurehead. He's going to let some people underneath him run it. That has not been the case either. The GM of the team, Zach Manassian, will tell you that Buster is the one who was on the phone making this deal happen. And so it's not even just the talent acquisition. It's the voice in the room, the gravitas that he has in talking to other players, and the know-how he has in terms of building a clubhouse and a vibe that is championship ready, because he knows that so well, because he did it 3 times. That has really connected with the fans, with the players. These guys like each other. The positivity is at its highest level in almost a decade for sure.
Mark, got to ask you about the Niners. I'm really high on the Niners this year. You know, last year I worried a little bit about the Super Bowl hangover. Now you get Christian McCaffrey back, and hopefully he could stay healthy for an entire season. It looks like Christian McCaffrey. Robert Saleh's back as defensive coordinator. I know it didn't work out with New York, but I think he's a hell of a coordinator. Where are you at with the Niners, man? Do you think that they're back and they're at least a threat to the Eagles or any other team in the NFC this year?
I really do. I'm with you on your assessment. I will say there are a lot of questions that need to be answered, but I like the people in place in terms of answering those questions. We'll see. Yeah. There's a lot of roles on defense that need to be filled, etc. But Saleh being back, I think, is a big deal. Youth on defense is not a bad thing. I think they're going to get after the quarterback a lot better this year. That's how they like to structure their defense, and I think they'll do a good job of it. And then on offense, just, having some health in theory, having the contract out of the way for Brock Purdy. I was at minicamp last week, and I got a frog in the throat.
No, that happened to me.
Last week, and I watched, I watched Christian McCaffrey play, and he is healthy. He is back. He is good to go. He looks like he's got his speed. So I know a lot of people have questions about him, but, anything can happen. It's football. But right now, he looks very good. And the biggest thing for them, guys, they're playing that fourth-place schedule.
Yep.
Take a look at their schedule, and it'll blow you away. They do not play any of the top quarterbacks in the league, so they should have a good year.
Mark, you're the man. Enjoy the season for San Francisco and hopefully the season for the Niners. We'll do this again soon. Have a good night.
Okay, boys. Thanks.
Mark Willard right there, host of Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. On the X, Mark_T_Willard. I've never felt for somebody more. That happened to me when I was out with Tillier and the boys a couple weeks ago, dude. I was like really long-winded, and I took a sip, and it went down the wrong tube. And I was like, man, I really like this answer that I'm about to give, but I just got to get it out. By the way, TJ McConnell, when it comes to the NBA Finals or the NBA playoffs, is now John Stockton. He was all over the place. Pacers on a huge run right here. 48-35 is the score. A 13-point lead with 4:33 to go. Reggie Miller there in the front row on the floor. Reggie, we gotta get Reggie some clothes that fit, though, man. I don't know if you're a skinny dude. I don't know that you could still do the baggy jeans. This is not 1998. I don't know why he's got the Jengas going, but we got to get Reggie some clothes that fit, man. He's a little too thin for those pants. Rob, where are you at with the Giants, man? Obviously, the Dodgers are the class of the National League, but do you think the Dodgers? Do you think the Giants could be a sneaky team at least?
Two things. Number one, yes. In fact, I've been saying this on Bet for the Cycle. that this team, I think, is going to be a wild card team, but it's going to be a wild card team because the Dodgers are the Dodgers. They are absolutely a playoff team, and they are going to be, I think, a good enough team with that rotation, especially that they could be a sneaky upset the Dodgers team in the playoffs, like the Braves were in 2021 when they knocked off a 106 win Dodger team. The Giants will be talented enough to do that if they can catch them at the right time. Second thing, you mean the TJ McConnell that on this show on Tuesday I said should not have come out of the last game, and everybody said Rob doesn't know ball, TJ McConnell's overrated, and I said watch the guy, he's going to be a series influencer, and yada yada yada. That TJ McConnell, is that the one we're talking about here?
Man, I mean, what they did was genius to get everybody else going. They had him and Halliburton on the floor at the same time for a little bit there. That really opened some things up offensively, having both of those guys on the floor. He hits the bench. Pacers, though, on a run here. 14-2 run. We come back with a little true or false. BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Pacers Nation, stand up. A 17-2 run for the Indiana Pacers. And they lead 53-37, 16-point lead with 2:55 to go. And all my bets, Rob, I'm feeling pretty good about except for one. And it was the one that I knew not to go back to. But again, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, and you just don't get the different results. You know, Rob, there's actually a fine line between genius in insanity and Jesus in insanity as well. I've erased this line. Tyrese Halliburton, can you get me? Can you understand me? Step back three. Tyrese Halliburton. I believe he may be close. He's got 10 points. I only need 4 more points. No, check that. I got 12.5. 3 more points from Halliburton, and Daddy's got another winner. The loser, you may ask, what am I going to lose on? Chet, 7 foot tall, getting stuffed by the rim like a jackass. If you have that haircut and you walk into the arena wearing what he wears, you at least have to be able to dunk the basketball if you're over 6'8". True or false?
True.
Anyway, I'm feeling pretty good about my bets. Let me tell you guys a little something, right? Because we may have a Game 7 of the NBA Finals. I didn't know that we were, but we may have a Game 7 of the NBA Finals. I don't want to jinx it, but if we do, and you're looking for a little SGP, not SVP, Scott Van Pelt, not STP, Stone Temple Pilots, great band still. SGP boost token, BetMGM's got you covered. You could snag this SGP boost for the NBA Finals. Use your SGP boost token on any NBA Finals matchup, and you'll score an even bigger payout if your SGP wins. I feel like we may get a Game 7, guys. The Pacers in this quarter, the second quarter, 11 of 22 from the field. 2 from the field. Now, 12 of 23 from the field. They're cooking, and it's 58-39 with 1:50 to go in the second quarter. Mario, I am so excited. I need to calm myself down a little bit. Let's do a little true or false. Yeah!
True or false, Rob? In 49 states, it's just basketball.
True.
False. I've been to North Carolina. It's more than basketball in Raleigh. I have been to Boston, Massachusetts. It's more than basketball in MSG. Listen,
Stop it.
You are making me actively want to lose my Pacers championship bet right now. Like, that's how obnoxious you've been for the past 20 minutes.
Well, yeah, obviously. And let's just say this, too. New York, that's overrated for basketball. Let's be honest here, folks.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
where it's at. Chicago's better than
I'm fine
New
with
York
beating
basketball.
up on New York as often as possible. As a matter of fact, here in about 15 more minutes, when the Braves finish off the 3-game sweep of the Mets, yes, Metropolitans, you're getting swept by those Atlanta Braves tonight. I'm going to change into a Braves shirt for the last hour of this show. That's the vibes we got right now. I'm down to dump on New York sports anytime we want. But this whole, it's just basketball and 49 other sports, as these two clowns are getting up, 5 in each other like they just knocked down a 64
12 points. One more for Halliburton.
Open at Oakmont. Guys, same narrative we had the last game, and the Thunder came back in the last 4 minutes to the point that you boys were texting me, I don't know how we lost this game. It's the same script. Let's all relax for just a second.
I'm happy that Halliburton only needs 1 more point. We might get it right here, actually. Take him to the cup. Tyrese. Did he get the foul? How is that not a foul? Did Hugh Hollins call a foul? I don't believe that. If anybody gets that reference, tweet me and I'll there he is. Breakaway, hold on. Oh, gives it up. What? Oh my God. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's over.
Oh, Colin's mother.
Oh my God. Bury him. He's dead. Pascal Siakam just murdered a man on television. He killed a guy. Siakam killed a guy. I saw that. Brick killed a guy. Siakam just ended a man and put him on the poster at the same time. Guys, Tyrese Halliburton, I don't want to say he was faking the injury, but he's also the same guy that after a loss and he only had 4 points, didn't talk to the media. I think maybe this was strategic. Chet, Jesus Christ, will you hit a god darn shot? I don't want to swear or take the Lord's name in vain, but he's making me.
Let's see if they get one more bucket.
All right, but we'll get to the task here in a second. 62-42, 2 seconds to go. Siakam at the buzzer, and it's over. You know what? It's 64-42. All the momentum, as my dad would say, going into the half. All the momentum. We got a 22-point lead. Is that Jaylen Brown?
That's Lance Stevenson, baby. We're born ready.
I was like, is Jaylen Brown there?
We're born ready, baby. That's born ready and one. That's the best bread and basketball. There's another word.
There's Ron Artest. You throw something at Ron Artest, you deserve to get punched in the face.
In the face.
Yeah, you don't want a malice in the palace? Don't throw something at a 6'8" professional basketball player that's a lunatic. Quick story about Ron Artest. When the Bulls drafted him, he tried to get a job at Best Buy. The management, the front office, calls him in the office. They said, Ron, we just gave you $8 million. Why are you trying to get a job at Best Buy part-time? It was because he wanted the 20% discount on the stereo equipment.
Smart man.
That day, I became a big Ron Artest fan. Woo! We're going to hit all the bets. Looks like we are going out tomorrow night.
49 States is just basketball, Rob.
Yep. You know, actually, we're not going to hit them all, though, because Chet is a big piece of crap, man. 64-42. Let's give a live update for the people and, do a job, not just be fanboys over here. But, yeah, I'm a fanboy. OKC, you could get right now live plus 13. Live total 215.5. So, dog in the under looking good. If you think OKC could come back and win this game outright, they're plus 600. They closed at minus 180. Right now, they're better than 6-1. Indiana, minus 400. I should hedge a little bit and take some OKC plus 600, but I'm not going to do it. Whew! All right, Mario, hit us with a little true or false for the peoples.
All right, for the peoples.
Jesus, the show should be. It's 10 p.m.
We're going back to college football a little bit.
Thank Christ.
I know. I'm sweating bad, but you know who sweat more? Thunder. What losers.
Patrick Ewing somewhere.
Yeah,
that guy was always, him and Jordan. Jordan was... When I would go to games,
too.
I would always say to my dad, I'd say, how is Jordan that sweaty in warm-ups? But then we find out that it was because he was playing 36 holes day of game and drinking like a 12-pack of beer on the course. That'll get anybody.
That's my goat. All right, we'll go true or false. Texas should not have the best odds to be the 1 seed in the playoffs. True or false? Ryan Horvat.
Actually, I'll say false, dude, to be honest with you. I mean, who else would you go with, really, right? Ohio State is absolutely loaded, as they always are, and Jeremiah Smith is going to be a top 5 pick. He's a cyborg. He's a stud. But we've never seen Sayan at the quarterback position in live action. And we, talked a little bit earlier with Adam Rittenberg, and he said he doesn't even know that it's a for sure thing that he is the starter. I think he probably ends up winning the job, but it's not for sure. Penn State's loaded, but I have to see James Franklin win a big game before I believe it. And I know Sark did call that pitch play on the 1-yard line. I have no idea why he did it, but he's a really good play caller. Saban's gone in the SEC. Georgia's always going to be tough, but Georgia's been a mess off the field the last couple of years. I don't feel like enough people talk about that. Like last year, all those moving violations and all the other crimes that were committed before this season, I feel like that probably takes its toll, whereas Texas, I don't know, man, I'm kind of buying in. I don't know if you guys saw the social media clips, Arch and his teammates hanging out this offseason. I am a believer in Arch, and Sark. I think Texas should be the favorite to have the number 1 overall seed, so I'm a believer. I will be with the public on Texas this year. Hook 'em, horns. Yeah. What about you, Rob?
I'd like to go the other way. I am thoroughly entertained annually by the horns are back, y'all takes that I hear before the inevitable Texas collapse under pressure. I've made my stance on Sark known in this. I think Sark should coach every game, should play call every game until the national championship when he inevitably does something dumb in the highest possible pressure moments. But everything that Adam Rittenberg said earlier about the other teams we are looking at, about Clemson, about Ohio State, about Georgia, those are all accurate takes too. And the only criticisms that I have about Texas are A, is Arch going to be overrated or accurately rated? And B, do I trust Sark to not call a pitch play in the biggest moment of the season when you should just put the head down and go run it down their throat with the biggest offensive line in the history of offensive lines? And if the best argument I have is maybe Sark blows a play call in a championship game, that's pretty good reason to have them as the shortest odds to win a national championship. So I will go with Horvat on this one.
That was my issue, dude. It was 1st and goal at the 1. Got to go over it one more time. You know what I would have done on 1st and goal at the 1? I would have said, Quinn Ewers, you're effing out, pal. Arch Manning, you're in. I run quarterback power on 1st down. If it fails, quarterback power on 2nd down. If it fails, quarterback power on 3rd down. If it fails, quarterback power on 4th down. If it fails, at least people on social media aren't saying, why the hell are you calling a halfback toss like you're playing Madden in 94? Mario, one more. Let's sneak in.
All right, true or false? The WNBA players need to stop going after Caitlin Clark. I'm seeing too many people go after my queen, dude. We need to calm down.
Finally, I get to talk about this. You know what? We may have to save this because I think Rob and you guys are all going to disagree with me. I think you guys are all going to disagree with me. I don't really have an issue with it, to be honest with you guys, man. When I grew up watching basketball, Michael Jordan used to get the piss kicked out of him so much that he was one of the first dudes. What was his trainer's name? Tim Groover, who cares?
Great book.
But he was actually one of the first dudes to actually lift weights because the Pistons, he still talks about this. He still hates the bad boy Pistons, Lambeer and those guys. They would throw him into the stands, throw him into the crowd. Bulls finally won because they went out and got Horace Grant. They went out and got Pippen, but they had to get some enforcers, man. Basketball is a physical sport. Right? Like, why do you think all these guys that come over from Europe are great? Luka, Jokic. It's because they're playing grown man ball at like 14 years old. Caitlin Clark's the best. Everybody's trying to make it about other things. The reason that she's treated that way is because it's a competitive sport, and everybody is like, hey, she's the top dog right now. We're going to take down the top dog. Everybody's saying she's the best thing. It's like you at your job, right? If you don't think you're the best at your job, why are you doing your job? If you're a mailman, you should think you're the best mailman. If you're a plumber, you should think you're the best plumber. And if anybody comes in and they think they're better than you, you should challenge them a little bit. Or you have no marbles. So I have no issue with the way that they're treating Caitlin Clark, to be honest with you guys. And I'm kind of sick of everybody crying about it.
Shout out to my queen of queens, Sophie Cunningham, who was dropping Triple H pedigrees on people in that game the other night in defense of her hairness. Caitlin Clark, I'm glad they got an enforcer. I'm glad they got a goon. More importantly, I'm glad to see that the rest of the Fever kind of fed off that and we're stepping in. I agree with everything you just said. If I was the coach of any other team without Caitlin Clark, 100% the strategy would be, I want you to beat the crap out of 22 until she's too sore to put up a jumper. But if I am the Indiana Fever, I am surrounding her with a couple of goon squads whose only job is to go out there and beat the absolute dog tar out of anybody who puts a breath on Caitlin Clark whenever she's Caitlin Clarking. I agree with you, Tate Horvat. More importantly, I am glad the Fever finally got somebody to go out there and throw a couple of haymakers to defend her and let her do her damn thing. Shout out Sophie Cunningham for being the muscle that 22's needed for a year and a half.
Yeah, dude. Like, when we get to the playoffs, I want it to be like the NBA, and I want rivalries. I love Caitlin Clark as much as the next guy, but exactly. I mean, Anyway, final hour of the show coming up. Pacers, big lead, BetMGM tonight.
BetMGM tonight. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Jalen Williams, 16 points, throws it away. Halliburton comes up with it. Cross court, Siakam for the slam.
Mike Breen on the call. Man, I wanted a little more oomph. If you saw the dunk, you would know what I mean. Siakam murdered him, man. He put him on a poster and he murdered him. Not really, but he did put a man on a poster. 64-42. The Pacers, not the Thunder, with the lead at the half. Right now, the Pacers, 13-point favorites. They closed as 6.5-point dogs. That's where we bet them. They were plus 210 on the money line, closed at minus 190, now minus 700. Favorites for OKC to come back and just win the game outright, plus 750 on the money line, 13.5-point underdogs, and maybe, just maybe on Sunday, we're going to get Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and then we could all sit back and listen to Mike Breen on the call. 215.5 is the total. It closed at 222, so the under looking pretty good. Before we get to some baseball scores, let's take a quick look at the box score, see how the props are looking. Chet Holmgren has 4 points, so that's not looking great. He's 2-9 from the floor. At one point, he was stuffed by the rim on an alley-oop. Not great. Jalen Williams, 16 points. His point prop closed at 23.5, so looking pretty good in the first half. Isaiah Hartenstein's point prop closed at 5.5. He's already got 4, so that's also looking good. SGA, that was 33.5. He's got 15 at the half on 6 of 11 shooting, 3 of 4 from the charity stripe, 0 of 1 from 3. He's going to have to be more aggressive in the second half, down 22, unless, again, OKC is just down big and they wave the white flag going into the fourth quarter. Off the bench, nothing for OKC. I believe they have about 3 bench points. They have Aaron Wiggins, hit a 3, and that's it. Nobody else has done anything. Alex Caruso hasn't even taken a shot. He's a minus 22 on the floor. For the Pacers, Siakam's already got 13. His point prop closed at 21.5. You heard that crazy dunk that he had. Aaron Nesmith has 9 at the half. Miles Turner is a no-show. He's only got 1 point, 0 of 6 from the floor. Hasn't done much this series, at least when I bet him. Tyrese Halliburton, I got him over 12.5 points. He's got 12 at the half. He looks pretty good. 3 of 5 from 3, 4 of 9 from the floor. 1 more point and we're home there. Andrew Nebhard has 10 points. More importantly for me, he only has 1 assist. I hope he doesn't have 5. That would cost me some money. Obi Toppin, Mario's picked a click off the bench. Already has 8, 3 more points, and he's went over his prop. Tony Bradley's got run. He's got 3 points. TJ McConnell came in. He was the spark plug, man. 8 points, 3 assists, 2 steals. I hope he scores 3 more points, and he has no more assists. The most public bet prop tonight was Benedict Mathurin over 10.5 points. Makes sense. He's 0 for 2 from the floor and has not scored. Always fade the public. But the big story right now, Indiana up 64-42 on the Thunder. Rob, if I give you $100 of Brad Evans money, where are you betting it, man? Would you take the look on the Thunder at 13 to at least come back and make this a game? Would you go under on the total or over? What would you do if I gave you $100 free of somebody else's money?
I bet a Thunder cover. I think if you're Indiana, considering you've got to win this one and you got to go back to 7, I would take the cover at this spot. I think that Oklahoma City is still a really good basketball team, and much like we talked about the fact that Indiana is going to play for desperation, I don't think they're going to want to get there. So if you're asking me where am I going on this game, it's a Thunder cover.
Okay, so you did the wardrobe change. I feel like I'm at a Britney Spears concert back in 2006. You got the Braves jersey. You got the Braves hat.
Sweep. Give me a broom, Mets.
Who do we got on the back? Is that Chipper Jones?
Oh, hell yeah. It's
Let's
the
go.
10. Chipper Jones, baby. An all-time icon is Larry Wayne. I was a huge fan back in the day. I remain a huge fan of Chipper now. It's the only Braves jersey that I own as of right now. I was going for I've got the old A throwback Hank Aaron t-shirt in there somewhere. I was trying to find the old Henry Aaron, but this one was at the front of the wardrobe. It's been a hot minute since I've been able to enjoy Braves ball, baseball. But when you go sweep the New York Mets and send a big old middle finger up to the entire city of New York, yeah, your boy's going to hit the wardrobe change. The red, white, and blue are coming out of the back of the closet, boys. It's a Braves night all across America.
I'm also a huge Chipper Jones fan, man. In fact, non-Cubs, as a Cubs fan, favorite players of all time, Ken Griffey Jr., number 2, Chipper Jones. I got a Chipper Jones rookie card that I would not give up for anything, dude. I have not bought a Beckett in a long time. I would love to know if it's worth anything. Chipper Jones, though, absolute legend. I follow him on Twitter even. Chipper, if you're listening to the show, call in, man. Right now, Major League Baseball, speaking of Chipper Jones, we are tied up at 4, Tigers, Pirates. Skeens went over his strikeout prop, but his team stinks, unfortunately. The Orioles are up 4-1 on the Rays. The Orioles, as bad as they started, man, and they're not good. They're 31-42, only 15-23 this season on the road. They're still not mathematically dead yet. I mean, nobody really is. It's June 19th, but I think they're like 4 games back somehow from a wild card spot. Astros and A's just getting underway, top of the first, and then only one more game still to come tonight in Major League Baseball. It's the Dodgers. Huge favorites tonight, minus 250 against the Padres. I had a good day on props. The last one I like is Fernando Tatis, over 1.5 total bags. That's minus 105. Even against Yamamoto, has had some success, has a 600 batting average. Earlier tonight, Twins 12-5 winners over the Reds. Yankees finally get off the schneid and actually score a run. They score 7 of them, and they beat the Angels 7-3. The Nationals end their 11-game losing streak, and they finally beat the Rockies. The Rockies are terrible, but man, I mean, they took, 2 from the Nats? They're now 17-58. Tigers 92 winners over the Pirates, and the Cardinals 5-4 winners over the White Sox. We don't need to talk about what happened on the north side because Cubs lost today to the Brewers 8-7. Royals 4-1 winners over the Rangers. And we talked about the Giants earlier. They were 2-1 winners over the Guardians. That game obviously went under. Mario, we got a 64-42 lead over OKC. Indiana does, not we. We're not playing on the team, but we did bet the team, so we feel pretty good about it. 10:15 to go in the third quarter. While we sweat this out as a unit, hit us with a couple more of those true or falses that we did not get to in the last hour. Again, 22-point lead for the Pacers. 13 turnovers for OKC, only 2 for Indiana. That was my key into the game. Hit shots, and I don't turn the basketball over, score off turnovers, and Indiana could win this game, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, so we'll go with, since we got the NBA Finals on, we'll go with this one first. The big trophy on the court needs to come back in the finals. I miss this thing more than anything on this planet, more than every niece and nephew I have.
The logo, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's bring that sucker back. True or false, fellas? Because this drives me insane. It needs to be on the floor.
Yeah, true, dude. Like, I was there with the starting lineups. That's what I wanted. Like, let's bring back the starting lineups. It just makes the game feel bigger. Yeah, I like the NBA Finals logo. Now, they have, like, it just spelled out, Finals, finals over, like, on the side. I want the logo, though. And I want the logo. Do they still even... I guess they do put them on the jersey still, right? I haven't even noticed.
It's on the back of the jersey.
Yeah, no, I want it on the court, though. I think that's a good take. What do you think, Rob?
I heard this the other day, and my knee-jerk reaction was like, oh, is this the dumbest off-season conversation from football we're having? But the more I thought about it, the more I actually entirely agree. And the reason why is, fellas, like, we're having a phenomenal NBA Finals. Up till literally right this very second, we're having an incredible NBA Finals. And it just feels like a series of Tuesday TNT games in March, right? Like, it just kind of feels like a regular set of games unless you're actively engaged and involved with the games. And if I may make myself a victim here for just a minute, as a fan of a small market team who is thoroughly enjoying watching too, and I'm going to air quote this so hard I sprain a finger, small market teams compete for a title, it just gives the vibes of, these aren't the teams we really wanted here, and so therefore we don't really care that much, right? Like, it gives the vibes that the NBA is looking at this series and going, we wanted Boston, we wanted New York, we wanted the big dogs, and we didn't get them, so we're just going to kind of treat this as a throwaway series. Like, it doesn't feel, the only thing that has made it feel like it's NBA Finals week is the comeback of the starting lineup introductions on TV. Outside of that, it just kind of feels like they're being treated like regular games. And it's somebody who is both thoroughly enjoying this series, enjoying the NBA postseason at large this year, and wants to absolutely celebrate that all the big dogs are at the crib while 2 small market teams are fighting over the Larry O'Brien. I wish it was treated the same way that it would have been treated if this was Lakers Celtics, or if it was Knicks Bulls, or if it was whatever series we'd get here, instead of feeling like it's just like NBA's kind of like, yeah, go whatever, go play for your trophy. We're all going to dial in on the Lakers now for next year. Like, it just kind of feels like a bit of a letdown for both the NBA postseason we got up into this point and the series that we're getting right now.
Let's call it what it is. NBC needs the NBA Finals. Like, I don't want to hear... You lose me if you have Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins. Like, they're, boots on the ground. That's who we're listening to. That's where you lose me. With all due respect to, ESPN's crew. I don't need no more Greeny or... like you said, I mean, one guy doesn't even want to be there. He's playing video games on his phone. During the NBA Finals, most people would kill to be covering an event like that and never get the opportunity. Imagine playing a card game.
Well, also, too, like, you see it on Twitter all the time, but the special intros they would do before the games, like, I saw the one that they had of the Sixers-Lakers.
Dude.
Were so incredible, and you could have so much fun with everything that's happening in the series.
Yeah.
Creating one for each game. By the way, you have more time now than you did back at that time. The technology's better, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have 2 days to put that together, to get the highlights of all the things you already have rights to. Back then, that took you like 12 hours. Today, that takes you 3, maybe.
Halliburton over 12.5 points. Cha-ching! Toradol is a hell of a drug. 14 points for Tyrese Halliburton, and that is a couple $100 winner for your boy. That'll be going towards beverages tomorrow night. Yeah, you know what? More than the logo on the court, that's what I want, dude. Great poll. Great take right there. So I was actually, just because I'm a big loser and my team has been irrelevant really for the last 3 decades, I was watching Game 1 of the NBA Finals, Seattle Supersonics, Chicago Bulls, 1995-96 season. Bulls went 72-10. Didn't mean a thing without the ring, but they got the ring. And it was like, you know, it's Marv Albert, it's Bill Walton on the call, but before they got Bob Costas, and he's doing the intro. Michael Jordan returned to Chicago after 7 months playing baseball. And it's like, man, yeah, you got fired up, and then you get the now we just get Stephen A. And I'll tell you this, Tyrese Halliburton, if you don't score at least 17 points tonight, you don't even want to see me in that locker room. Like, why is everything so personal? Why is he so angry about everything? Like, I'm angry because I got to sit in 3.5 hours of traffic and sit in a basement with no Wi-Fi. Why is Stephen A. mad? He's making $18 million a year. He's at the NBA Finals, and he wants to fight Tyrese Halliburton, Ja Morant's dad, Caitlin Clark. Guy's got an issue with everybody, and it's always personal, too. Anyway, though, Stephen A., if you're listening, man, love you. Love your work. Hire me. Anyway.
All right, moving on for true or false. This is something I got in debate about. True or false, never give me blue cheese with the wings. I don't put it on the side that I get confused if it's blue cheese or ranch. There's no worse surprise on this planet. On this planet. Actually, I mean, there's maybe a couple. But top 5 worst is dipping a wing and you go, oh, it's blue cheese.
I hate blue cheese. I hate ranch. I hate any white sauce. I just eat
queso?
The wings. Yeah, I don't do queso. I got to admit something. I don't even know what blue cheese is. What the hell is blue cheese? I know my wife, like anytime that they ask, do you want blue cheese with the wing? She's always like, oh, yeah, get it because I'll have it. I don't even know what it is. No idea.
What is it, Rob?
It's not.
This is going to sound like a joke, boys, but it's not. Blue cheese is mold. It's mold. It is cultivated, cured mold. Wikipedia it right now. Blue cheese is mold. It has been, and I mean this, I have been working with Hayton Ask Mario for 4 years at this point, and this is the first food take that we've been on the same page about. Blue cheese is awful. It's gross. It's nasty. Somebody, one of our boys in the chat said, grow up, Mario. No. You grow up. Stop doing things because other people have told you, oh, you grow up and be an adult. No. Blue cheese is gross. It's just cultivated, cured mold. It's absolutely awful. You do one of 2 things. You either hit the wings with some sort of wing sauce that doesn't need an accompaniment because it's that delightful, or number 2, you dip it in ranch like an American and you shut up and you enjoy. Don't sit here and tell me I'm eating rusty old mold because that's what adults do. Shut your mouth. Blue cheese is gross. Ranch is the way to go. Or get yourself a good wing sauce that you don't need anything. But America, we got to stop. We got to stop. Blue cheese is the Malort of dipping sauces. Nobody actually likes it. You just all pretend you do because it's what your daddy and your grandpappy liked and you don't want to upset them. That's the only thing it's got going for it. I stand on this hill. I will die on this hill.
That's a good hill. That's a great hill.
It is. That is a good hill.
I didn't know it's just mold. So it's just moldy like cheese?
Yes.
Ew.
Yes. Look it up during the break. Head on over to ChatGPT and just ask it, what is blue cheese? And I promise you, you're already never going to eat it. You will definitely never eat it after you read what it is.
I'm all set.
At what point do we pull the starters? Because that's now 2 assists for Nebhard. How about no more? 68-42 Indiana, 7:30 to go, man. And this is a little bit of a shocker to some. It looks like we may get a Game 7 on a Sunday in the NBA effing Finals.
I'm so excited. I don't know if you can pull, do you pull halfway through the fourth? Just because there's been so many comebacks, I feel like you got to really keep the pressure on.
I almost wondered, though, if you're OKC, dude, it's nearly a 30-point game, and I know comebacks happen, and it's a game of runs and blah, 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 but I almost, live to fight another day. Go back home, right? I don't want to run my guys into the ground. Yeah. If they want to keep their dudes out there, let them. I'm putting in, Dylan Jones and AJ Missile or whatever the hell these guys on the end of the bench are named. I don't know. It's 70-42. They're minus 5,000 right now. We'll take a quick break. BetMGM tonight.
Stage name is AJ Missile.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
GM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Ryan Horvat with you here per usual. We got Rob Brown filling in for Brad Evans. Brad enjoying a little vacation. He'll be back with us, though, on Monday to maybe recap, hopefully, Game 7 of the NBA Finals, because right now in Game 6, all of a sudden, the Pacers on a little bit of a run here. 24-17 is the score. We got a timeout in the action, 4:15 to go in the first quarter. And, Andrew Nebhard right now has 8 points. He's 2 of 2 from 3. Pascal Siakam's got 5. Tyrese Halliburton just knocked down his first jumper of the game. Had a free throw earlier, but hit a 3 from the top of the key. He's 1 for 5 from the floor. But as Mario said, he just had to see one go through, Rob. He's got 4 points, and then Obi Toppin off the bench has 6. Again, Indiana has a 7-point lead, 4:15 to go in the first quarter. We know these games don't matter until the second half. So let's talk about my favorite sport, college football, which I'm not counting down the days or the hours or the minutes or anything, but we're 64 days, 15 hours, 59 minutes, and 7 seconds away from week 0 of the college football season. To talk about that, we welcome on one of the best, Adam Rittenberg, senior writer, college football for ESPN. Adam, right before the break, we were talking about Clemson and their odds to win the ACC. The last couple of years, they just really haven't had a wide receiver that could create separation. They haven't had that Sammy Watkins or T. Higgins, but I really like Cade Klubnik. The defense is never the issue. We're really high on that secondary. Where are you at with Clemson this year in the ACC? Do you think that this is a team that legit, I mean, they were in the playoff last year, could win it all? Your expectations for them coming into the 2025 season?
Yeah, I think they're a team that you have to watch as having that potential. They won the ACC last year. They bring back their quarterback, one of few teams that was part of the 12-team playoff that returns its starting quarterback. And with Clemson, I always look at 2 historically strong positions to see if they actually are up to snuff, and that's defensive line and wide receiver. And you look at their defensive line with T.J. Parker and Peter Woods and adding Will Helt from Purdue. Dabo doesn't do many transfers, but he did pick up a key defensive lineman there. That should be one of the better defensive fronts in the country. And then at wide receiver, that was a group that had really sagged off in the last few years. And now with Antonio Williams and other coming back, they should look a lot more like a Clemson receiving corps. So I think they're absolutely the clear favorite in the ACC, and not just to get to the playoff and lose and go home early, but possibly make a deep run. Are they, where some of the other traditional national championship contenders are going in? And then I would probably throw Penn State in that mix as well. Probably not quite there, but they have that opportunity to get there by the end of the season.
Adam, Rob Brown, great to talk to you, buddy. I know we usually talk about teams that are, good and not teams that aren't. Is there any chance, because the question we got asked was, is there anybody that can threaten Clemson in the ACC? And my answer was, I don't know if SMU is going to be able to get back where they were. So unless there is some sort of miracle up Mike Norvell's sleeve to get Florida State back into the mix, then the answer is no. Is there any sort of miracle up Mike Norvell's sleeve that could get Florida State back into the mix?
Well, I don't think so. I think that they're a team that could certainly get back to being, 7-8 wins possibly, but to go from 2-10 all the way back into playoff contention is asking a lot. And Florida State has really lived and died by the portal. They have not recruited high school, at the level of even the Miami and Florida within the state, and certainly some of the other programs nationally. And so, that concerns me a little bit when you're so portal dependent, and you're coming off such a miserable season where everything went wrong. But I would say, to your larger question, that Miami can challenge. And I know Miami, we've been here before, and they always find ways not to win the ACC or contend for that league's championship. But, talent-wise, they have one of the better rosters, certainly in the ACC and even in the country, especially if Carson Beck is healthy at quarterback. So that would be the team that I would look for, at least talent-wise on the field, that's closest to Clemson. I don't think Florida State is there this year.
When the win totals came out, the first one that caught my eye was LSU, and I figured it would be 9.5, but instead it was 8.5, and that's a really tough schedule. But they bring back Garrett Nussmeier. They have a ton of talent, man, but I feel like this has to be a big year for Brian Kelly, especially the way that he left Notre Dame and the comments that he made. Finally, he has the resources to compete for a national championship. And then last year, Marcus Freeman has them in the title game, and LSU, once again, not in the playoff. They've made changes at coordinators. I know they've had some bad defenses, but where are you at with LSU this season? They're 20-1 to win it all. I feel like a lot of people are kind of sleeping on them a little bit in the SEC. Do you think they're at least a 9-10 win team, and do they have a shot to make the playoff this year?
Well, if they don't make the playoff, there's a real problem because the last three coaches that have occupied that seat at LSU by the end of year 4 have won a national championship. And so, Brian Kelly, came in with, certainly more accolades than Ed Orgeron or Les Miles, probably not as many as Nick Saban, but maybe pretty close. And all three of those men won national championships by this point. So I think making the playoff is a baseline expectation for LSU. We at ESPN ranked them as the number 1 offseason in the country. They retained Garrett Nussmeier, they retained other really good players, and then they added from the portal, at key positions. And you mentioned the defense. Brian Kelly was pretty honest about the fact that they have not looked like a traditional LSU defense, especially in the back end, his first few seasons there. That should change this year, and they do have continuity with their coordinators in Blake Baker and Joe Sloan both coming back. So this feels like a big year for LSU. Now they have to go to Clemson, team we just talked about, to open the season. You mentioned the SEC schedule, which is never easy, but if they're lingering around 7 or 8 wins, then you're really starting to question whether this is going to work for Brian Kelly on the Bayou.
Adam, let's talk about another SEC team. I'm very high on them. I know Horby's got a Heisman ticket out on Lenora Sellers in that South Carolina. I like what Shane Beamer's been doing a lot. They've got guys on the outside like Nick Harbor. A lot of question marks about defense, but they go get Tom Allen out of Penn State, who a lot of people are in love with that hire. Is South Carolina an outside possible playoff team this year? Do you think Lenora Sellers can get them there, or am I riding a little high on the Gamecocks right now?
Well, no, I was there this spring, and I think there's a lot of optimism in that building that they can take that next step. Now, they're going to have to replace a lot of really good players. They had a record number of players go to the NFL Combine. I think it was 11. It may have been even higher than that, guys. You have to check me on that. I know they didn't have as many of them drafted, but that's a lot of really good players going out the door at a program that, other than the Jadeveon Clowney years, didn't have a ton of elite level, NFL type players. So you still have Lenora Sellers, huge, one of the best quarterbacks in the country. You mentioned Nick Harbor. I know that Shane Beamer has a lot of high hopes for him in that receiving core. They do have to replace their running back, who is a really nice player coming in from Arkansas, and they bring back Dylan Stewart on the defensive line as one of the best pass rushers in the country, but they lose a lot around him, really at all 3 levels of that defense. So in talking with Clayton White, their DC, he's going to be leaning on some new guys, transfers and returning players to occupy some of those big roles, because I had coaches in the SEC tell me last year that South Carolina's defense was one of the better looking groups in the entire conference, right up there, with Georgia and Ole Miss and the teams that you typically think of as being the most talented, and a lot of those guys are no longer there. So this is the type of year, guys, that's going to be the real test of how strong of a program Shane Beamer has built, because he has done a great job so far, but now can he follow up a good season with a playoff season, having a quarterback like Lenora Sellers? We're going to find out this fall.
Adam, I'm a really big Sark guy. I thought last year could have been the year. I still have nightmares about that 1st and goal pitch play on the 1-yard line. It haunts me every single night. This year, they have the second best odds. Actually, they're tied with Ohio State. They're both 5-1. Arch Manning's one of the favorites to win the Heisman. Everybody's talking about next year's draft like he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, even though they've kind of come out and said most likely he's going back to Texas till 2026. Are you buying the Texas hype? Again, they were in the playoff last year, very talented roster. Do you think that this is a team that could actually get it done for Sark? They could be national champions. And are you buying the Arch hype? We saw a small sample size last year.
Yeah, I am. I think this is Texas should win the national title in the next couple of years, especially if it has Arch Manning as the quarterback. I do my projection and my future power rankings. We just did a 2-year projection instead of a 3-year projection. But Texas is right at the top, which means they should win this thing either this year or next year, if not both. I look at their defense, and I see tremendous star power throughout that unit, even though they, once again, are replacing some really good players. But you look at Anthony Hill Jr., you look at Colin Simmons, and they bring back the safety as well, Michael Taft. So they have a really good group coming back for Pete Kwiatkowski, who's done a really nice job there as a defensive coordinator. And then I just look at Arch Manning as an upgrade. I mean, all due respect to Quinn Ewers, but there was a level that they weren't reaching at quarterback, which just I never believed that they were going to win a national championship last year, even though they made the playoff, even though they won a couple of games. I just thought Ohio State would really have to struggle for Texas to take them down in that semifinal, and we saw what happened at the end of the game. So I think Arch, even though he's less experienced, has a higher ceiling, and even though there may be some bumps along the way, including in that opener against Ohio State, I think Texas is going to be positioned to get into the playoff again and make a deeper run and possibly win its first national championship since 2005.
While we're talking ceilings and floors for quarterback, let's talk about Julian Sayin at Ohio State. Obviously, recruited by Nick Saban to go to Alabama. He ends up walking away, so Sayin ends up at Ohio State. A lot of hype around this cat, too. No experience to lean on, but the Buckeyes are still one of the betting favorites to make it to the playoffs, to the national championship game. What's your read on the Buckeyes? Is there a repeat in store? Is it going to 100% depend on him? Is there anybody in the Big Ten that can threaten? Where are you landing on Ohio State right now?
Well, I'll say this about Julian Sayin. He's got to win that job first. And some of the things I'm hearing around Ohio State is that Lincoln Kienholz has really made a push in the offseason and impressed people in the spring to the point where they believe he's going to really challenge for this starting job. Now, I think, ultimately Julian Sayin will be the guy because of the talent level and just the ceiling. But Kienholz is a great athlete, and he's been in the program for a few years, and had a tough experience against Missouri in the Cotton Bowl, and I think he's excited, like a number of these guys are, to really show what he can do if given the opportunity. So that's something to keep an eye on. I was just down in Columbus, and it's amazing, guys. They lose 14 NFL draft picks, which is the most in the country, tied for the most in program history. And yet I believe they still have the best player in the country, who's Jeremiah Smith, who's going to be there 2 more years at least. And they may have the best defensive player in the country in Caleb Downs. So that's how strong Ohio State is from a star power perspective. Now, can they build around those two, especially at the line of scrimmage and get something out of these quarterbacks? That remains to be seen. That's why that Texas game is so fascinating, because both teams are super talented, but both have questions, and I think both will be a lot better at the end of the season than what we see in that opening contest at Ohio Stadium. So I wouldn't extrapolate too many things out of that unless Arch just goes crazy or Julian Sayin or Lincoln Kienholz goes crazy because of their two really talented defenses. But Ohio State, you can never count them out of the national championship conversation.
Adam, obviously, most likely, I should say at least, Ohio State, Penn State, or Oregon wins the Big Ten championship. But I feel like Illinois is a sneaky team. They're 40-1. I don't think I would bet that. But where are you at with Illinois? Luke Altmaier obviously had a great year last year. They surprised a lot of people. Do you think they could be a sneaky, kind of like Indiana last year, playoff team? Where are you at with the Illini this year?
Yeah, I do. I was just with them the other night. They had an event here at Wrigley Field. And, again, this is a program that I think has only finished in the top 25 back-to-back seasons one time. It was 89 and 90. I think it was the Jeff George era, going back that far. And so Illinois had a problem following up really good seasons with another season that's strong or even better. And, Brett Bielema knows how to do that. He won 3 straight Big Ten titles as Wisconsin's coach, and I think he's really telling his team, even though we had a good year, a lot of the same stars are back with this team, nothing carries over. It's a completely new season, and you've got to go out and earn it. And I think there's a couple of road games early on that I'm looking at. We'll really find out a lot about Illinois. The first is week 2 against Duke. And Darian Mensah, they brought in him from Tulane as one of the top transfer quarterbacks in the country. Duke had a really nice season last year under Manny Diaz. I was there this spring, and they have a lot of confidence. So that's going to be a tricky game for Illinois. A couple weeks later, they go to Indiana. Who would have thought Illinois and Indiana to open the Big Ten is a huge game, and it is. Indiana made the playoff last year. They have a strong team coming back. Illinois hoping to become, like you said, this year's version of Indiana. So we're going to know a lot about where the Illini are at after the month of September, and then they get their biggest test of the season with Ohio State coming in to Champaign in October. Because as strong as Illinois was last year, they couldn't score against Penn State. It didn't really challenge them, and then we saw what happened to them when they went out to Oregon, just not competitive at all against the eventual Big Ten champion. So those are the teams, and Brett Bielema knows this, those are the teams that you ultimately have to measure yourself against if you want to get to the college football playoff, because their path this year won't be as easy as Indiana's was last year, in part because they have to face Indiana of this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam, great stuff, man. One of the best follows on the sport. Really good stuff with the future power rankings about a week back, man. Going 2 years rather than 3. I was talking about how it's harder than ever to actually bet the sport because there's so much change, but I thought that was great about a week ago. You referenced it. Everybody should check that out. And let's do this again soon. We're only about 2 months away from the season. Thank God.
Yeah, I love the countdown, guys. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Adam Rittenberg right there from ESPN. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got to talk a little baseball and see what else is going on in San Francisco. Mark Willard joins us out in San Francisco from 95.7 The Game. BetMGM The Night.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight. Hate to say I was telling you guys all about it, but the Pacers up pretty big. 30-point lead, 92-62 over OKC. That's looking pretty good. Halliburton went over his points. Unfortunately, man, TJ McConnell went over on the assists. Over on the points, so that's a wash. Now I need Andrew Nebhard out of this game. He's still in the game. One more assist, and I lose the under on the 4.5 assists. I figured if McConnell went over, there was no way that they were both going to go over because the ball was going to be in Halliburton's hands so much, and Halliburton's been awesome. Awesome for a guy that we didn't think was going to play in the game. He's got 14 points on 5 of 12 shooting, 3 of 7 from 3, and it's 92-62 Pacers, a 30-point lead with 11 minutes to go. I'm hoping both teams wave the flag here because then I hit my pretty much every bet except for Chet, who sucks. 4 points. Chet hasn't scored, Rob, since the first quarter, man, and he's just on the bench with that haircut, looking all dumb. Man, this game really turned, though, when TJ McConnell went on that run. He's got 10 points, 6 assists, 5 of 8 shooting, and he's only played 19 minutes. This dude's the ultimate spark plug. You were talking about it in the last game. So now my question is, let's call it Thunder 7.5 to 8.5, Game 7. If we have a Game 7 and it looks like that's going to be the case, I already know I'm going to bet the under. I bet Game 7 unders, right? Especially first half unders, a lot of nerves for both teams. Two teams, not a whole lot of finals experience, minus Pascal Siakam. And then for the Thunder, our boy and Bulls legend, Alex Caruso. I want to get both of your guys' opinions because, Rob, well, we will have a show tomorrow night, I guess. But right now, what would you do? Game 7. Do you think that the Pacers are actually live in this game or at 7.5, 8.5, at least good enough to keep this good enough? I mean, they're, in the finals. What would be your bet is what I guess I'm asking you.
I got to tell you, like right this very second, I don't know the answer to that. And I wish I did because I'm on a betting show and I'm supposed to be an expert and really good at this and all that. Right this moment, I have no bleeping idea how to play the Game 7 that we are now obviously inevitably going to get. I'm stuck in the middle because on one hand, you look at what the Pacers are doing right now, led by NBA legend TJ McConnell, tried to tell you, America. But can they bring this on the road to OKC? I mean, this has been a vibes game for Indiana. Mario's been telling you for a while that this is, the best home court advantage in the NBA. And I got to tell you, like right now, it's kicking ass. That place is absolutely lit with a capital L's, no doubt. But Oklahoma City's in that same boat. And if it's a Game 7, that is the only game that is going to rival Game 1 in terms of being lit with a capital L. So can they keep it up? And on the flip side, like, if you're the Thunder, you're absolutely flat out embarrassed by this, right? Like you had an opportunity to come win the championship tonight and you're getting blown out by 30 and it ain't looking like it's going to get any closer than that. So I don't know. I really don't. I don't think we have got anything. I mean, I guess you could look at the Pacers and go, we've seen them get blown out by 15 and answer the bell every time. We haven't really seen this happen to the Thunder. And for a team that we came in with the criticism of, they haven't been here, there's not a lot of experience. It's a lot of young cats that don't know what it's like to have this much weight on them. We have no sample size at all to look at and say, how did the Thunder respond when they get their asses beat the way they're getting their asses beat right now? Can they put this in the back of the 9? Can they be a Ted Lasso goldfish, forget about it, move on to the next one? And the answer is none of us know, Horvat. So, like, I'm going to go look at the numbers again. I was dead ass wrong about this one tonight. I out of nothing more than trigger fear, I may not touch Game 7. I may just sit on that couch over there with a big-ass bottle of bourbon and enjoy a Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably end up betting Indiana. Not money line this time, Game 7, because I do think OKC will win the game. I think they're the better team. But I'm going to take the Pacers with the points in a Game 7 situation if we're getting more than 3 possessions. Just, like, I really like OKC a lot, man, the way that they play in the regular season here in the playoffs. They're one of the best defensive teams I've ever seen maybe in league history. And they remind me of a 90s team because they don't really shoot the 3 all that well. Like Indiana, that's what's so scary about them. And that's the case that you can make for them in a 7-game series is that in Game 7, man, if they go out there and they shoot 50%, like remember the Rockets team with Chris Paul and James Harden? They were all about the analytics and they took the Warriors to Game 7. Problem was Chris Paul got hurt and nobody could hit a shot. It was one of the worst shooting performances in a playoff game ever. But let's say they actually make those shots. Warriors get knocked out. You know what I mean? Like, then we're not talking about that dynasty. I mean, we are still because they have the other chips, but that's what's scary about this Indiana team. Tonight, for example, they're 14 of 36 from three, shooting 38%. Not even their best shooting performance of the playoffs. They were shooting 40% from three coming into the finals. But OKC only 4 of 22, 18%. We've seen this multiple times, a lot. You know, they live off those mid-range jumpers, SGA getting to the cup, and if he's not going to get the whistle, they do go back home, I know. But if he's not going to shoot 15 free throws, and let's say Jalen Williams or Chet, somebody else doesn't step up, this is the thing that scared me about OKC all season long, man. As good as they are defensively, this Pacers team keeps pushing the pace. They keep running tempo, and they just hit threes, man. And that's the scariest part is, you know, if SGA's off and Jalen Williams is giving you, like tonight he's got 16, right? Like SGA's got 21. Nobody else has done anything, man. Chet has 4 points. I'm not even just mad because I bet the player prop. He's got 4 points, man. He hasn't scored since the first quarter of this game. Hartenstein's your next leading scorer with 10. That can't be the case. Lou Dort, 3. No bench production. Caruso has not scored. Caruso's taken 2 shots only. So this is the thing that scared me about OKC all season long. I still think that they win Game 7 going back home. And it's probably smart that they've waved the flag and pulled their starters now. But, man, like, if Indiana comes out and hits threes again like this, they're live in that game, Game 7, man. And I will be betting them 7.5, 6.5, 8.5, whatever that number is. But I think it's in that range.
I'm probably fine with that. Like I said, I think there's gonna be a lot of, and I'll tell you what I'm gonna have to do, Horvat, is prevent myself from hearing the press conferences that we're gonna hear after this game where SGA comes out and says, "Oh, we're better than that. And we got to be better, and we're out for blood, and we're out for vet." Like I'm gonna have to prevent myself from going all in on the platitudes that we are going to get from OKC to sell me that there's zero chance they're dropping a Game 7 at the crib. You know, we came into this talking about how the Pacers are a great team. Yes, they are centered around Tyrese Halliburton. Yes, he is the star, but they're a great team. I just got a push notification a second ago that said the Indiana Pacers are the first team in NBA history to have 8 players with 200 postseason points in a run. That kind of tells you that this is a team. But above all of that, buddy, we got juked by Tyrese Halliburton tonight. I mean, even if you picked the Pacers, we were all kind of wondering, what's he going to look like? This dude's out here playing like he's not played in this entire postseason. He's making runs. He's making passes. He's good from anywhere on the floor. He's drawn the double teams we talked about. A lot of what I thought was going to lead to the Thunder hoisting a trophy tonight was Halliburton is just not going to be able to get it tonight. And, again, just a dead-ass wrong read. I'm wondering if we all got juked by the Pacers about how bad this thing really was. I don't want to say that they did, but if it's bothering him, he's like Kobe walking off the floor after hitting 2 free throws on a torn ACL, sucking it up right now.
That's why I went over the 12.5 points when it dropped there, dude. I was like, all right. I mean, I'm not saying he's faking an injury. I'm just saying this is the same dude that after a loss, when he struggled, didn't talk to the media and made up some excuse. And also, it was a Game 6 situation where they're playing for their lives, obviously, to go to Game 7. So why tip your hand? You know what I mean? Like, remember the year when Tom Brady was just hurt the whole season and he had the cleanup procedure right after the year? We were like, wait a minute, Tom Brady was hurt. He wasn't on the injured list one time. So, Mario, I want to get your opinion because your pick to click tonight was no stopping Obi Toppin. Here's a fun fact before we get your take on Game 7. Bench players with 70-plus points, 30 rebounds, and 12 threes in an NBA Finals. Big Shot Bob, Robert Horry, and Obi Toppin. That's the list. I stole that from StatMuse. They just tweeted it 5 minutes ago. So good call on him. I mean, what do you think? Right now, the Pacers up 93-65. We are going to get a Game 7 unless they lower the 100-point shot like they used to in Rock and Jock. So what would you do if, let's call it a 7.5, 8.5 point spread?
Like, listen, I know Thunder's going to do this, like you said, Rob. Like, they're going to be, like, it's, you know, now it's personal. Now we're going for blood, you know, yada, yada, yada. But, like, if you're the Pacers roster, you go, we just whooped your butt with our best player at, 50% at home. Are you not going into Game 7 pretty cocky, feeling pretty strong, feeling ready to take out Oklahoma City and pull off probably the biggest upset in NBA Finals history? Like, if I'm Indiana, I'm thinking, we're going to, like, take you out easily. You didn't have to play Tyrese stressful minutes. Tyrese did not have to do a lot to win this game.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not doing
You're feeling fantastic. Thunder, yeah, you got the rest of your guys. So did we. We got the rest of all of ours. And by the way, our guys played a lot better. And you just proved to yourself that we don't need 100% Halliburton to win, to beat you. So this is very, very dangerous territory for the Thunder. I would take the Pacers to cover in the next game no matter what.
Let's go.
I think also, too, big bounce back game for SGA. Probably going to be really, really public, but it's going to be a huge bounce back game.
I just decided Sunday, if you're in the Bethesda, Maryland area, party on me at Caddy's, though. That's where we're watching the game. Game 7. My wife will be at work. Boom. Before we,
I'll be there with you.
Exactly.
Let's go.
That's what I'm saying. There's only one person here, and
yeah, I know. I get it. It took me a while to pick up on that, but now I'm with you.
Rob, we will fly you in if you want. Before we wrap things up, got to shout out our guests. Check out the podcast, BetMGM tonight. Like, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. If you like it, hey, we're back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, with more of a preview on Game 7 because we'll have the actual spread and total and player props. I already know I'm betting the under though, but we talked with a lot of great people tonight. I was just happy to be here with my main man, Rob Brown, to be honest with you. And Brad will be back with us on Monday, of course. PJ's celebrating his birthday out in New York. So I don't even know who's hosting Send It In. I should probably know that, but I do not.
Jake Hassan, I think.
Jake Hassan is, I'm definitely listening.
By the way, I completely made that up. That could be true. That could be false. Stay tuned.
Rylan Stiles joined us.
I'd like to welcome you to working with Mario for the last 4 years of my life.
It's been fun.
Hey, he might be. I think that sounds about right. Jake Hassan hosting the show,
pretty sure.
Right?
I'm like 99%.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if anybody takes the day off, it's either me or Jake Hassan. That's just how it works.
Yeah, I didn't hit all my bets, so I have to come back. I almost did. I missed out on 2 of them.
If you didn't hear, Jake Hassan's the new hunk of BetMGM Network.
Jake Hassan's got great legs. Like he sends me pictures of his legs once a day. It's weird.
Heartthrob. He calls himself Heartthrob. He calls himself the Heartthrob of the BetMGM Network.
Noted.
On that note, I'm going home, thank Christ. BetMGM tonight. We're back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. That's English. I'm tired. 99-73 Indiana over OKC. We're getting to Game 7 on Sunday.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, welcome in. Back to the Futures is back again. Brandon Sprague out here in Portland, Oregon. My great co-host, as always, Will Ortner, the pride of Hawkinson High, the 62nd greatest offensive line prospect in Hawkinson High School history. Look it up, Google, fact check it. You will find that I am correct. It is good to be with you here this evening on the BetMGM Network. Will, good evening. How was the old gambling weekend? Did we partake much in the gambling? And how you doing?
Not doing too bad. Got out on Saturday morning, first golf round of the new summer. Not too bad. You got to start the golf season off with a best ball. I think that's the best way to kind of work your way back in. You need spring training. You can't just go out there and try and shoot your best round ever. You need to be with the buddies, kind of ease your way in. You're going to have some bad shots. You're going to have some real bad shots, and you'll have one or two good shots. Are you disagreeing with me? I'm seeing you're making faces. You don't think best ball is the way to start off your golfing season?
So you guys collectively each hit a tee shot, and then you all just choose the best tee shot and then hit from there?
Well, it was a tournament. It was a best ball tournament. I think the best way to
Well, you
sign up
didn't
and start
specify that it was a tournament. You said I got out from my first round of the year, and it's the best way to do it is best ball. Which is like if that's just a regular round, that's bullish, man. You got to go out there and golf for yourself. And if you shoot on 110 or you shoot a 90, your score is what your game is at. So like you didn't specify it was a tournament. Had you said got out, golf round, good tournament, we did a best ball style, I wouldn't have given you a face, but you made it sound like it was your first round with just your boys with no real stakes. And I'm sitting here going, why would you play best ball? What a ridiculous way to play with a round that doesn't matter.
You've never wanted to go out with your boys and tried to shoot a course record? Like every once in a while, we used to do that all the time.
But it's
like,
not a
why
record. It's cheating.
It's not cheating. It's just a different way of getting to the course record. Like, let's see if we can
What?
if 4 of us together can beat one guy. Come on, man.
If you're in
That's
a tournament, sure. That's how we do our radio station tournament out here in Portland. You know that at the Fan Golf Classic.
Yes.
But if you're just you and your boys at your local muni and it's just a regular foursome at 1 o'clock on a Saturday, I'm screaming at you guys if you're playing best ball if I'm behind you. Like, get this amateur hour stuff out of here. What are we doing? Have some course etiquette. Have some respect for your golf game.
That is respect for the course, and it has great course etiquette because we're not searching for balls that are lost in the woods. We're motoring through. We're probably done in less than 4 hours.
You're still looking
what
for the
this
ball.
is? No. You know
Everybody
what
looks
this
for the
is?
ball.
This is the 100 men versus the gorilla, except we're just doing it 4 men versus the golf pro. That's all that it is. It's just, your Tiger Woods or whatever your course record champion is versus us 4. And that's a fun way to get going. It's a nice way to ease into your season. If you're doing it in August, that's different. Probably don't do that then. But if you're doing it at the beginning of like May, end of April, when the golf season just starts, I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay, but the problem is you said it was a tournament, but you didn't start it as a tournament. Then it's a tournament, and now you're arguing as if it wasn't a tournament because you know how ridiculous it is if it's not a tournament. So were you in an actual tournament, or are you just saying you played around with your boys and played best ball? Which is it?
I was in an actual tournament raising money for my alma mater, the Hawkinson Hawks. Go Hawks.
Okay. Then I'll tell you, as a bad golfer who loves to golf, yeah, play best ball. But if it's just you at Tri Mountain on a Saturday at noon and you play best ball, shame. Absolute Game of Thrones, shame on you. Be better than that.
I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree. I think sometimes it's okay to go and do a little bit of spring training. Sometimes you need to go to the par 3 course and get warmed up for the year.
Kenny asking the important questions. You were 71st last week. How did he move up? Unfortunately, 9 kids died since this last show. So he went up to 62nd because 9 of them perished. So there you go. Sorry, Kenny. That's what happened. We don't have to name names. Let's not talk about this publicly anymore, Will. We don't want to make people feel bad, okay? It's Mother's Day, for God's sakes. We have a lot to get to on the program tonight. Let's start the NBA playoffs as we await the start of Game 4 between Cleveland and Indiana. Indiana stealing 2 on the road. Cleveland coming back with another great Donovan Mitchell Game 3 performance. Legendary, some say, in Cleveland. Tyrese Halliburton was having a good run, and then he went out there and had maybe the worst game of his entire career in Game 3, and the Pacers really just stunk it up. So we'll wait, and we'll keep you updated as Game 4 is just minutes away from tipping off. Let's start with the other game that happened today. Let's start with the big one. At least we thought it was a big one. Maybe it was a big one. It sure didn't feel like it when we watched it. 2 teams shooting 24% from 3. We had the lowest scoring first quarter in NBA playoff history. The Nuggets had an 8. Yes, you heard that correctly. They had 8 total points after the first quarter, and somehow these teams got to the back end of the 90s and the front end of the or back into the 80s, front end of the 90s. 92-87 was the final somehow after like a 16-8 first quarter, 17-8, whatever it was. Just atrocious basketball. But it ended up being a close game and coming down to the wire. And the Thunder, even up the series, they are tied 2-2 as they go back to Denver. Takeaways. Let's start. What were your takeaways from that pivotal Game 4?
I was impressed that the Thunder kind of learned from some of the mistakes that they've made in the fourth quarter. It felt like that they didn't come together and feel the pressure. It didn't feel like they tightened up in this one, right? It was a back and forth affair at different points early on in the fourth quarter. Even the Thunder had the lead. I mean, when Russell Westbrook is hitting 3-pointers on you, that's got to make you not feel awesome if you're the Thunder. And going into the playoffs, what did we talk about with this Thunder team? If they don't win it, it's going to be because they are inexperienced, and it feels like they've gone through some of those punches. Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world right now for a reason, and he's come out in this series and absolutely put on a clinic. Whenever they needed, the Nuggets need him to score, he's scoring. When they need him to get rebounds, he's getting rebounds. No one's better at finding open teammates than Jokic, right? So it felt like the Thunder kind of looked at, hey, we lost game 1, we lost game 3. Why? Late fourth quarter collapses. How do we find a way to make those adjustments and win this ball game? I felt like Caruso's defense was otherworldly. He was all over Murray. He was all over Braun whenever he got it on the top of the three-point lines trying to start the offense. It felt like, the Nuggets weren't able, if it didn't get to Jokic, they weren't able to get a clean look. So I was just very impressed on the changes that the Thunder made to make sure that they got out of Denver tied up with this series.
Yeah, what's interesting is like SGA was seen smiling at the end of game 3. He played just an awful game. I know it's SGA. I know he's going to be the MVP. I really wish Jalen Williams would have got the look at the end of the ball game. SGA just didn't have it going at all. They go to overtime. They lose. Aaron Gordon was amazing in that game. He kind of vowed that he was never going to be that bad. I actually didn't think he was much better, except when it mattered, and that was the fourth quarter. OKC outscored Denver 29-18. In the fourth quarter. He talked in the postgame like what was the difference? It was their defense. Their defense came out today. Now, look, I say this understanding how ridiculous the box score looks versus what reality is. Jokic has had a struggle here now for 3 games. Now, he still finishes with 27-13, which is like we all grew up seeing centers get that stat line and be like, oh, what a monster. And it's a good stat line. But he's not shooting very efficiently. His percentages are dipped. He's 5 points per game less in his last 3. And I don't know whether this is a combination of OKC throwing 2 to 3 at him every other and getting him to throw out. It's interesting. I was talking to a friend of mine, and we both love basketball. And, I grew up with Shaq and Duncan and Dream and, all these bigs, back to the basket, traditional bigs. They get that ball on the low block. And sometimes they initially throw 2 and they'll throw it back out. And then sometimes they get that second defender off. They'll throw it right back in and then the big will operate. Denver's not doing that. I find that very interesting. Jokic should be getting more looks, better looks. He outweighs Chet Holmgren by 380 pounds probably. When he gets rid of it the first time, Denver doesn't go back to him. And I find that odd because that seems like a recipe that should work. And they went away, and you know what? He was awful. They were collectively awful. It was finally the bad Russell Westbrook game. Christian Brown wasn't really efficient for them. Watson couldn't do much of anything. Porter had a big game 3, couldn't do much in game 4. And, Jamal Murray was inefficient as well. So it's a combination of stuff, and I don't know how to exactly pinpoint the Jokic stuff other than to say maybe it's the combo of great team defense, swarming, mixed with this dude's 7'1", 300 pounds. It's just natural for these guys to wear down, especially playing the style that he plays.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, with the Thunder is the amount of bodies that they have. I mean, you go through the stat line, and it's like SGA has 25 points, but then it's like you get a little bit from Hartenstein, right? He's got 8 points, 14 boards. You go to Chet, he's got 8 points. He's got 13 boards. Wiggins had a big 3, right? When it seemed like Denver was coming back at the end of that fourth quarter. You're going through Jalen Williams, the smaller one. While he's not having his typical, what people were hoping he would step up to and being that second scoring option, it still feels like when he needs to get a bucket, he has the opportunities to go get him. Alex Caruso gets a steal late in the game that leads to a foul, right? That gets Denver in the bonus early. So it just feels like, too, the Thunder, well, maybe it's not one player truly asserting themselves up above everyone else. It's that depth that we always talk about with this team of everyone is doing a little bit more of their part. Now, I understand that, hey, this could all flip back on its head in game 5 if Jokic goes off, or you have another big Aaron Gordon game where it just seems like whenever their back's against the wall, he makes a big crucial play late to help push them to victory. But I wonder, too, if not just the bodies that are being thrown at Jokic is wearing down Jokic, but it's the bodies that are being thrown at the Nuggets as a whole. Because right now, I mean, you've got half of a Michael Porter Jr. and then everybody else. Yeah, Russ is back from his injury, but he's not at 100%. Murray's had moments where he looks like he's healthy again. He has moments where he looks like he's not. I just wonder if the depth of the Thunder is just going to overwhelm this Nuggets team, and that's going to be the difference in who wins the series and who doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at this series a million different ways, and everybody can come to similar or if not slightly different conclusions. And I'm like, OKC probably should have won game 1, choked it away. Aaron Gordon 3. All right, they blow him out in game 2. And SGA just was like all-time bad. That's one of the worst games I've seen him play this season. I'd say one of the worst games I've seen him play the last 2 years. In game 3, blown opportunity to lose. This one, it felt like they were trending towards that loss. And then in the fourth quarter, the updated series odds are Thunder minus 620, Nuggets plus 460. I just want to add before I ask you where you lean, because this is a no-brainer decision for me. I thought everything that those role guys did that you named off, their numbers won't jump out. It was when they did it, at the moment they did it, right? So, like, Jalen Williams did not have a great game by Jalen Williams standards. I thought he made a lot of plays, though, without scoring and even necessarily getting the technical assist. I thought Cason Wallace and Joe, and they come out there, they're not afraid to shoot a three. They let it fly. You mentioned Caruso and his help side defense and ripping Murray a couple times. I thought it was kind of the collective throughout that ended up wearing out. Chet also at the end of the first quarter was like, kind of a short rest. It feels like a back-to-back for them because they had a late overtime game 2 days ago. Then they turn and burn, and they get the early game on Sunday. And it's like it physically looks like everybody was kind of going through it. And the Thunder are younger. They're deeper, as you mentioned. Now, the series odds are Thunder minus 620 again, and the Nuggets plus 460 at BetMGM. I personally think this is going 7 games. I know what I would do if I was to have to lay a bet now. What would you do?
I bet the Thunder before the playoffs started to win the whole thing. I put money on the Thunder to beat Memphis, and I put money on the Thunder in a couple different parlays to beat the Nuggets, and that's where I'm going to stick with my money. I understand why the Nuggets could force this to game 7. You have the best player in the world right now on one side, and it feels like whenever there's a close game, Aaron Gordon seems to take a big step up. This is the one game in the playoffs this entire season where he hasn't taken that gigantic step up. And as far as Russell Westbrook goes, look, this is probably his first bad Russell Westbrook game in a crucial game in this playoffs. It felt like in that first series against the Clippers, like when they needed a big play, he found a way to make it. In this game, he didn't. I'm not saying that good Russ is going to come to stay and we should bet on Russell Westbrook being good. The only worse bet than that is James Harden in an elimination game being good. But I do feel like the Thunder are going to be able to get it done simply because of that depth. And yes, they are younger, so they haven't gone through some of the hardships, but they also don't have the scars. They don't have the wear and tear. They don't have those injuries that are lingering, right? They haven't been beaten up. So I think that the Thunder are going to be able to use their youth to get steals, to make big plays, to make hustle plays. And then I think with their depth, they are going to be able to overwhelm this Denver team.
OKC in 7, according to BetMGM and our super producer, Zach. OKC in 7 is plus 175. I have the Thunder in this series. I took them before it started. I have the Thunder getting to the Western Conference Finals. I think they're going to take on the Timberwolves, which we'll get to because, unfortunately there's an injury in that series that's kind of changed the landscape of it. I still think Thunder can get to the finals. Now, that being said, this is a show where we talk about futures. And if you want to talk about futures and you want to talk about value, I don't know how you don't toy with Nuggets plus 460 to win the series. I just don't. I feel like those numbers are a bit high both ways. Like OKC in 7 or even in 6, maybe it happens. They're so playoff and championship tested. And I think OKC in a lot of moments in this series are still looking like that young team that are figuring this out. And so if the other team has the best player in the world and then other veterans that know how to get it done, I think plus 460 is insane value. We got a lot to get to here, Will. Give you an update on this Indiana-Cleveland game as it's already had a timeout for one team. And we'll get some NFL stuff today and some of the other playoff conversations to be had. It is a loaded show. Back to the Future's back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Futures will be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. our flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, welcome back in. Nice little off-air conversation involving Bill Belichick and everything going on there. We won't get into that today. But update on the Indiana-Cleveland game, 16-10. They're challenging an out-of-bounds call. Halliburton claims he did not touch it. They ruled it Cleveland's ball, but it looks like on the replay that Indiana should get this back. Let's dive into the Celtics-Knicks game. Game 3, they got Game 4 coming up in just a second here. Here's updated playoff series prices, okay? This is from our friends at BetMGM, because we are on the BetMGM network, and Zach Kroll. Here it is. Cavs, Pacers. Cavs going into this series, minus 160, Pacers plus 135. Knicks are a plus 260. Celtics are a minus 325. The Dubs are plus 625. The Wolves are minus 1,000. And the Nuggets, as we mentioned, are plus 460, and Thunder minus 620. Is there one that jumps out at you, like when I give you those numbers?
I think it's a little interesting that the Pacers are still plus 135 with all the injury issues that Cleveland has had. And maybe it's just because the Pacers are up right now on the Cavs. But it feels like to me this Pacers team just has a bunch of different people that they can throw at the Cavs. And when you're missing Garland, Mobley's been banged up. I believe the other injury was to Allen, if I'm not mistaken, right? And so you have 3 Cavaliers who have had to miss time. That they rely on Hunter. Thank you. I knew it was one of the other key contributors, right? So one of your leaders stepping up into that shooting guard role. So you're now losing 3 players or getting a lessened version of those 3 players. And when you had all but Garland healthy, the Pacers took it to you twice on your own home court, right? And I know that they had to come back in game 2, but it feels like Tyrese Halliburton, take away game 3, to me, it feels like an anomaly, is kind of ascending, and he's making up for a lot of his early season woes and a lot of, some of his woes that he had in the offseason playing on Team USA, right? Like he comes into this year and he admitted probably 2-3 months ago, he did an interview and he says, hey, I was reading all the negative comments about myself. And so he tries to go out and show everyone how great he was. And it really detracted from his game. He got into a funk. He was in a bad mental headspace. And he finally just stopped reading all the press clippings. He stopped going through Twitter like Kevin Durant and trying to see who loves him and who hates him. And he just started playing basketball again. And you can tell that he has a lot of joy. He finds it fun. I wish the Cavs were 100% healthy. It doesn't sound like Garland's going to come back in any capacity anytime soon. When you have that type of toe injury, it sounds stupid, but it really does affect you and your game and how you move. It's constantly in pain. And if he does come back, you're going to get a lessened version. I just think the Pacers, they're ascending at the right time. And unfortunately for Cleveland, you have that injury luck that just didn't go your way. And I thought I was smart. I went in and I bet money on the Cavs after they lost game 1. I was like, I'm going to buy the dip. And instead, I'm the dip because I bought the wrong team. I think I'd put money on the Pacers.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, look, Garland was not very good in game 3. He was out there, but he wasn't really effective. You could tell he bothered him. Mobley's out there. They're playing tonight, but they're only down 6 as we start early. The funny thing about the dip is like it didn't dip. They lost game 1 and they were still favorites. Like it didn't change all that much, and now it's just changing. I'll just say this before we get to Knicks Celtics. Like it's pretty disrespectful, I think, to have the Warriors at plus 625. Now, should the Wolves win that series? Yeah, I won't argue that. I picked them to win the series in 5. But the Curry injury and seeing what they did yesterday and seeing what they did in game 1 despite losing Curry after just 13 minutes, like, if anything, the Curry injury is telling me if they had Curry, they probably win this series. I don't think Minnesota's been overly impressive. And Edwards had a great second half yesterday. Will he do it again? I don't know. So I think Timberwolves win it, but if you're going to go for value, the Warriors are really disrespected at plus 625. I also think the Nuggets are too. I have the Thunder and the Wolves, and I'm telling you as a better of both those teams, that is value worth jumping at, worth putting a unit on. If I was to actually lay a bet, because I don't want to fade myself yet, the Pacers, I'm with you at plus 135. Like, I go there. And the Knicks-Celtics one's the one I feel the weirdest about because I think I think to not make any changes in game 2 after how you lost game 1 is wild. I also understand the thinking of Mazzulla and the Celtics of like, no, we've been one of the best teams in the league playing this way. Like, we're not going to overreact. And they didn't, and they lost game 2. But then those threes went down in game 3, and that energy could not be matched by New York. Peyton Pritchard was awesome off the bench, 6th man of the year. And the Celtics hitting, 50% of their threes or whatever the final percentages were, like being that good from 3 is going to win you every game. The Knicks don't have the depth, I think, to compete with Boston. Now, if they're bouncing back, they win game 3 in blowout fashion, which was such a bummer to my Saturday. Like, I was so excited to watch this game, and it just never felt like the Knicks were going to seriously come back. Boston was, 50% from 3. They were 20 of 40, so that finally switched sides. And I just ask, how the Celtics regain control for you? And where are you at as a series better as the Knicks are plus 260 and Boston right now is a minus 325? What were your takeaways from game 3 and how you feel about the series going forward?
My takeaway is that Boston fans are insane because after game 2, you would have thought that the world was falling and crumbling. You would have thought they had already gotten swept the way that some of the big Boston proponents were kind of reacting to it. And I just felt like you've seen how this team has shot from the 3-point line the entire year. And what Coach Maz is doing is he's going by the law of big numbers. Hey, we have this amount of 3-point shooters and they shoot at this percentage. You're going to have games where you dip below that percentage. And I understand that it's a 7-game series. And so you might not have the biggest sample size to work from like you would an entire season from 82 games. But it just felt like you're in both of those games. You barely lose both of those because of historic comebacks by the Knicks and Jalen Brunson just being, a top 5 player in the world right now. And you shot less than 20% from 3 combined. You had 100 3-point shots in 2 games, and you made somewhere between 20 and 30. Like it just felt like this is one of those where the numbers are going to go back to their average, right? So eventually the Celtics are going to shoot what they shoot from 3, and they're going to get back into this series. I don't know that I like the Celtics at minus 325, but I still think that they should be favored, right? They have more depth. I know that there's some more guys who are banged up. Porzingis is dealing with his illness than the Knicks, but right now the Knicks really have 6.5, 7 guys that they're going to throw at you, and they've played a lot this year because that's what Tibbs does. I just feel like eventually, as long as the Celtics can get back to more of what their average is from 3, and I trust that they will do that, especially since they are a former, NBA champion. They're the defending NBA champions. I think I'm still going to side with the Celtics. You just went through 2 games where you shot well below your mean. Sometimes that happens. If you have 2 games where you shoot well above your mean, guess what? You're right back to where your averages are, and this series is 2-2 going into game 5 where you're back at home in Boston. I don't think I can.
Yeah, no, is it not weird though? Like I don't disagree with you. What's more likely, I guess, is there's a little brouhaha going between Indiana and Cleveland. Sorry for looking away from the camera for a second. I just wanted to see what was happening between Hunter and Mathurin. But what's odd is like I have a lot of Knicks friends in my life somehow, way out here in Portland, Oregon, but I got them. And I always usually give them crap, but like I'm rooting for them more than I am Boston in this series just because I'd rather see Brunson versus like having everybody shove Tatum down my throat as if he's the real face of the league, which is ridiculous. But like what's more likely? Boston losing 20-point leads the rest of the way, or Boston winning by 10 or more because their threes actually go in? And like as much as I enjoyed those first 2 games, I think I agree with you that Boston should be the favorite. Now, I don't know what that number should be, but it's 325 because it's like the math won't math. They're going to lose 4 games after blowing. They're going to blow 4 20-point leads. I don't know if I mathematically am in on that. So like it was fun. Brunson and Bridges, who was over in the first half of game 2, just absolutely ignited that flame in game 2 in the second half and got it going. And then Brunson got it going late. And like, that was fun, but it doesn't seem likely to gamble on the fact that like Boston is going to blow 4 leads of 20 plus in a series. Whereas like, it feels like that's the only way the Knicks are winning because they haven't won a different way. We haven't seen it. If it gets in the final 5 minutes and it's within 5 and it's clutch time, you're going to like having Jalen Brunson for sure. But the depth of Boston and just what surrounds the Brown and Tatum combo is just like, it's hard to get by that. So to your point, they should be favored. I don't know if I'd want to bet them because that's not insane value. I'm betting $325 to win 100. But like, you just got to take math, and just like 20-point leads blown 4 times in a series doesn't seem likely. Now we'll see what game 4 ends up being, but Boston being the favorite shouldn't be a surprise, but it does make sense for sure.
I also think too that, like you talked about the way that they win, right? Like Knicks had to come back from 20 points down twice. How often does that really happen? Look at the 3-point, percentage from Boston shooting in that series. They shot 2 of their worst statistical games from 3 all year. Are you banking that they do it 2 more times in this 7-game series? Are you really banking on them doing that? Are you banking on the Knicks saying, we're going to come back in the 4th quarter where we're down by 20 and just go off? It's clear that the Knicks have some clear matchups that they're exploiting right now. OG Anunoby is doing fantastic work on the defensive end against Tatum. For whatever reason, Tatum really seems to struggle against OG. So there's a hat tip there, right? Jalen Brunson, he has been he was the clutchest player this year in the NBA. And you can see why, because he's finding different ways. Some games he's doing it from the 3-point line. Some games he's doing it with intelligence, getting to the foul line, right? Sometimes he's doing it by finding the open man, and they're making shots. Mikal Bridges has been great in crunch time defense. That steal that he had to end game 2 on Tatum, I don't know many players that can make that play, and he put himself in the right position there. But to continue to bank on the Knicks finding a way, thinking that the Knicks have found the secret recipe, the winning formula to beat this Boston team again and again and again, I just don't think that I've found it. Like right now, your recipe is what? We're just going to bank in the second half that they don't make any 3-pointers, and then in the 4th quarter they get tight, and Tatum and Brown take ill-advised shots the entire time. I just don't see that being a winning formula for the rest of this series. It doesn't make sense in my head. Maybe it happens. It just doesn't make sense in my head.
So I'm a little confused. So Zach's going to have to help me out here. DeAndre Hunter and Ben Mathurin got into a little bit of something. Mathurin doesn't like punch him, but he bumps into Hunter. Hunter walks up to him, just 2-hand chest pushes him to the ground. Mathurin sells it a little bit. They then have to come together and separate. The ref reviews something, and all I have seen is that Mathurin got ejected. Now, look, I'm not a fan of these players getting ejected, especially for that. Mm-hmm. But I'm confused why Matherin's ejected and Hunter didn't get any. Hunter just shot free throws. I'm very confused what the official call here was, because you can say that Matherin's in the wrong, but Hunter straight up went up to him and just shoved him to the ground. I'm just very confused by what the official call was here. So Zach's going to look it up as we do little play-by-play. Let's talk about the other game. Golden State, Minnesota. Now, I had Minnesota in this series. I had Minnesota in 5. That could still technically happen, but I don't know how likely it is because Golden State had opportunities in game 3. Ant Edwards was awesome. He went absolutely insane in the second half, and his 30-plus burger carries the T-Wolves to a series lead. Now, there's still no Steph Curry. I don't think we're going to see Steph. I think if we do, I'm not convinced he's going to be Steph. So, if anything, he's a distraction that Minnesota will quickly figure out is a distraction. But where are you at on Minnesota? They're a minus 1,000 to win this series now, and Golden State's a plus 625. What did you think of game 3? And are you expecting Minnesota to win this in 5? What do you expect for game 4?
Monetarily, I'd like this game to get to game 6 just because I have this series going over 5.5. But I also bet that before Steph Curry got hurt. And not to be, the fat, out of shape sportscaster who's going to tell you how long an injury is going to make an elite athlete sit out of a series. It's going to be a lot longer than we think. And even if he does come back, like I had a grade 1 strain of my hamstring, right? It bothers me to this day, and I did it when I was 20 years old. And I understand that, I'm not Steph Curry, and Steph Curry isn't me. What's Steph Curry known
glad you
best
understand
for?
that.
Right. Well, I'm a little bit taller, so
you know what I figured out? I'm not Steph Curry.
And a shocking development. Guess what? We're a little different. But he's known for his ability to run around the court and use his speed and his quickness to get open looks. He's not going to have that ability with the hamstring, right? And so he's going to turn into more of that distraction, like you said, or a spot-up shooter. And that just completely changes what this Warriors team is. Now, I do worry about the Wolves playing with their food, right? Like it took Ant Edwards waking up and going off for 28 in the second half for that Wolves team to get going and win this game. And it was much closer than it should have been. And the Wolves seem to do this, right? They play up or down to their opponent. So I just worry about the Wolves playing with their food a little bit, making this series go long. I still think the Wolves win. I think they're the surest bet of anyone. I get why they're minus 1,000, but I worry about playing with their food.
I want to carry something over on that series, and then we got some NFL to talk about, give you a score update as well. Our last segment of the show, Back to the Futures, Will Orton and Brandon Sprague. We're back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back in. Step into your batter's box with BetMGM. Snag the odds boost token and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your MLB bet this season. We'll get to some football stuff here. The NBA Draft Lottery is tomorrow. Will Ortner, the 74th best player from the offensive line out of Hopkinton High School.
My number.
It's a big day for us tomorrow here locally. The Trailblazers did not tank properly in the Cooper Flagg draft. They valued Alex Sarr more than they valued Cooper Flagg. It's one of the most mind-numbingly stupid things I think I've seen in a long time. Will the basketball gods shine upon thee, or will they stay right at 10 or fall to 11? So it's a big day. So we'll talk about that a little bit here. Just to follow up on the Timberwolves, I don't have a lot on it, but I agree with almost everything you said. I think what I did this playoffs, because I've been wrong a lot, is I didn't give enough teams or stars enough credit on championship moxie. And so, I still lean Timberwolves get this done in 5, but if you tell me they lose in Golden State and the Warriors tie it up, I also just wouldn't be shocked because I've watched Minnesota in the series and they've been really weird and odd. And Jokic, I did this too. I haven't given enough stars, and I've leaned a lot on the younger teams taking that step, whereas sometimes the league tells us they need to take 2 to 3 years before they take that step. So I've given these star players a little bit of LeBron treatment of, yeah, you're 22, you can get it, when most of the league history says that's not normal. And I've overlooked, I guess, championship moxie, right? Aaron Gordon's been big. Murray's had mostly some good moments. Jokic, even though he's slumping a little bit, has had good games. And Jimmy Butler has done finals runs before. So I think part of the problem is, for me, I'm taking into what I saw in the regular season, and I'm applying that and saying the Thunder were the best team I saw all year, and it wasn't close. They'll win that series in 5. And then Jokic and Gordon do Jokic and Gordon things and role guys step up, and Thunder are still kind of learning their way through the playoffs. So I tend to think the Timberwolves will get this done in 5. I would hope for them to get this done in 5 because of my bet. But I'm not going to overlook Golden State and the idea that they could tie the series, send it back to Minnesota, and maybe your bet cashes. Or maybe Steph Curry miraculously comes back with that hamstring. So, that's just kind of my only follow-up I have on Minnesota is maybe they're, to your point, playing with the food a little bit, but also to credit to Golden State, their culture, Steve Kerr, they've been here a million times, so they're not rattled by this moment. Let's get to some NFL news and notes here. I don't know how big this is. I think it was noteworthy and newsworthy, but he's been such a weird player. Derek Carr announced his retirement after 11 seasons, and he's going to save the Saints a lot of cap money, and he's going to basically keep his signing bonus, but he's going to save the Saints on their cap. The Saints quarterback room now is Spencer Rattler, Jake Haener, and Tyler Shuck. Ben Solak of ESPN.com basically wrote that it's probably going to be Tyler Shuck who is going to get the start, the second-round pick of the Saints. We saw him play out here in Oregon. I watched that dude play all 15 years in college, and I'm just going to tell you, never once did I walk away from a Tyler Shuck game going, oh, man, it's too bad. They got to play Tyler Shuck. They're in trouble. Not once. You could tell me he had good games. I'll believe you. He never once wowed me in any way, shape, or form. So if he's going to be a great NFL quarterback, it will kind of more prove the point of nobody knows that position and nobody can quantify how you can tell anybody's going to be good at that position.
Well, it's the ultimate, how do you fit with the system that's going to be built around you? And the reason that the Saints went with Shuck, I think everyone in that organization knew what was about to happen. Like they knew that Carr was going to retire, or like it had come out before the draft that he had his injury issue. And there were conversations about what he'd do with his career going forward. Let's say he doesn't retire on Saturday. He wasn't going to be in the league next year because he wasn't going to play this year because he wasn't going to pass his physical. His shoulder, from everything that I've read about it, is just completely gone to garbage. It's trash. It's shredded meat. It's string cheese in there. And look, sometimes when you have those types of issues with your shoulder, torn labrums, AC joint tears, AC joint sprains, it just goes to garbage. When it's on your throwing shoulder too, he was going to be done and he was out of the league. So they were already looking for their next QB. After watching last year, Spencer Rattler, like he's not that guy. Hopefully, he ends up having a backup career where he's hanging around like Chase Daniels. But he's not a starter. I don't know that Tyler Shuck is a starter. But you know what? I would have said probably the same thing for different reasons about Josh Allen, right? The conversation when he came out of Wyoming was, hey, man, that guy makes a ton of great plays. He also makes a ton of horrible plays. His decision-making is poor, but he can make all the throws, and he's as athletic as all get out. Shuck might not be as athletic as Josh Allen, but he can make all the throws. He's a big, tall quarterback. He's got a strong arm. Yeah, he's not as accurate.
He's
right?
24. He's missed like 2 seasons with season-ending injuries. I mean, I get what your Josh Allen point, but like Josh Allen didn't have this. 3. Yeah, thank you. You're proving my point. Like, I hear what you're saying in some ways. Like, there are anomalies to this of a guys like Josh Allen, but I mean, I just he's older and the injury history is already existing. I'm just baffled. And if he's good, I'll come out here on the show and be like, yo, can't believe it. Couldn't have been more wrong. I'm baffled by the idea that that's a second-round pick. I really am. I understand that quarterback was going to be a virgincy and all that, but like Tyler Shuck wowed you so much that you gave a second-round pick to Tyler Shuck. I can't believe it. I'm still shocked by it. And also in the same vein, I don't know if I could have cared less about a quarterback retiring or announcing retirement than Derek Carr, who I don't think has been good for 4 years. I mean, I've watched him play, and nothing about it's been impressive. And middle of the road Derek Carr, who had a nice, lengthy career, made a lot of money for him and his family, but never once you were like, oh, man, Carr could win the Super Bowl. I don't know if you ever had that moment. So, I don't know.
Right.
I think it's all weird.
And I think with Shuck, too, is this is going to make or break how long Moore stays there with the Saints. Like, if he's able to turn Shuck into a serviceable, yes, 100%. Because you're going to give him
sucks next year. Let's run through this real quick. If Shuck sucks next year, which I would argue he did in college, and they are in prime position for 1 or 2 pick because they're not good. They don't have a quarterback. Rattler, I don't know about Rattler, and I sure as hell don't know about Haener. Okay? You think they fire Kellen Moore and don't draft a quarterback at 1 or 2? Because I think they could just as easily say, all right, second-round pick was a bit high on that. That did not work. We're in the second pick of the draft. We're going to take the Norris Sellers, who I think is going to be an absolute monster. Or we're going to take Nussmeier out of LSU. Like, you don't think that they would just pivot the way Arizona did from Rosen to Murray, and you think Moore is tied to how successful Shuck is?
No, not in that scenario. If your scenario is they are the worst or second worst team, then no, they're not tied. But in my scenario, they're not the worst, right? They're in the top 10 area. And I think that Kellen Moore is going to design an offense, and he's shown that he has the ability to do this, where there's going to be moments and flashes of Tyler Shuck. Remember, they're also in cap hell, right? So they have to get younger.
This helped
and
them a
find
lot,
way to get
actually. This car announcement.
It did 100%, but they still have a bunch of guys like Cam Jordan on the defensive side, Alvin Kamara on the offensive side that have clearly taken a step back. And so they're going to have to move on from those guys. Now, if the Saints look at this in that front office and they say, hey, you know, there's a little bit of signs of growth from Tyler Shuck. We want to keep Kellen Moore around with Tyler Shuck and continue to try and grow our team around him. Then, yes, I do think he's going to be tied to him, much like Brian Daboll was for the most part with Daniel Jones. Like, the only reason that Daboll isn't completely tied to Daniel Jones is because he was so horrific in the last 2 years after the 1 year when Daboll got brought in. Because remember, Daboll was brought in to make Daniel Jones become a star or at least a serviceable starting quarterback, and he did for a year. But last year, Daboll doesn't get fired. They're able to get rid of Daniel Jones, but you know, if it doesn't work this year, Brian Daboll will be fired. If they go 0-4 to start the year, Daboll will be fired. And I think that Kellen Moore could have this same thing if Shuck shows growth. Like, remember, this is the same league that drafted Christian Hackenberg. Christian Hackenberg was horrible in college, way worse than Tyler Shuck. But he was a big kid with a strong arm, and NFL teams loved him. That's what Tyler Shuck is. And if he shows any signs of being halfway decent, and this Saints team isn't, you know, a bottom 5 team, I think they will stay with Shuck. I don't think they'll draft a QB. And then it will completely depend on Kellen Moore and his time in his career with the Saints on how Tyler Shuck goes. He was brought in as a QB whisperer, and he went out and he said, Tyler Shuck is the QB that I want. So unless it is a Josh Rosen historically bad pick, and you get to be a 1 or 2 pick next year, he will be tied to Tyler Shuck.
Very quickly, Pickens got traded. Pittsburgh traded him to Dallas. Dallas gave a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick to the Steelers for Pickens and a 2027 sixth. I don't know about you. I just thought this was a big nothing burger story. It's only newsy because of the team that traded for the player and the player being kind of polarizing. Is he good? Is he really good? Is he overrated? I just, I kind of thought it was a nothing burger. I don't think this is going to be amazing for Dallas, and I still don't know who the hell is throwing the football for Pittsburgh, though I talked to a Pittsburgh guy this week, and he maintains Pittsburgh knows they're getting Aaron Rodgers. Like, that was his takeaway, basically.
Yeah, I've never really been on the George Pickens bandwagon. I don't think he's very good. I think he's like a lot of wide receivers in the NFL. Chase Claypool was another version of this. Where they have all the talent in the world, but they have a 2-cent head, and it's different. Chase's or Claypool's issues were his own issues, and George Pickens' issues seem to be a little bit more aggressive towards others than necessarily what Claypool's issues were. But I think he's got a 2-cent head, and that's going to be the difference between him being successful in the league and being successful with the Cowboys and him being out of the league in a couple of years, just like Claypool is. Like when Mike Tomlin says, hey, you're too much of a problem for me to deal with you, you're out of here at his age, I think that tells you all you need to know.
Just a team. Give me the team that wins the Cooper Flag sweepstakes tomorrow. Just a team.
Just the team, Blazers.
Wow. I'm going Hornets. I think he's going to stay in the state of Carolina. He'll stay in that area, and he'll be a Hornet. Thank you to Kenny. Thank you to Zach for the 88th greatest offensive line prospect, Will Ortner and Hockenson High. I'm Brandon Sprague. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's been a lot of fun. It always flies by. And we'll catch you guys next week. This is Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back. Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.